The god of wine, decisive in killing, martial soul, passionate blood, crossing over, different world. When Chen Hu woke up, he discovered that he had actually crossed over. The neighboring village is called Holy Soul Village, and there is a blacksmith named Tang Hao in the village, who has a son named Tang San. This is the world of Douro Continent, the world of Tang San, as well as Chen Hu's world, and the world of every being in Douro Continent. Everyone has the right to choose their own destiny. What path should Chen Hu, who comes from the Spirit Hall, choose? What kind of legend will he create? Without innate full soul power, without dual martial souls, with a knife and a jar of wine, he draws his sword to cut through the heavens. Chapter 1. Otherworldly Chen Hu. In the early morning, a round sun slowly rose from the eastern sky. A 5 or 6-year-old child lay lazily on a patch of lush green grass, with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth. "Xiao Hu, come over for breakfast." Only when his mother's gentle voice called out did the child suddenly open his eyes, his gaze carrying a depth not typical for his age. The child stretched, yawned, and then stood up. His clothing, while not luxurious, was clean and tidy, unlike the other children who were covered in holes and patches. He casually brushed off the weeds from his backside, sighed, and cast an envious glance at a frail figure on a nearby hilltop before turning away. The child's name was Chen Hu. He had long forgotten why he was called Chen Hu in his previous life. Perhaps it was because he was born by a lake, and so his parents named him after it. Indeed, Chen Hu possessed the memories of his previous life. That was a blue planet, where under the protection of a strong homeland, Chen Hu lived a stable and ordinary life. He never expected that one day he would catch the last train of the trend of traversers after a nap. He woke up in this strange world. After spending over a year learning the language of this world, Chen Hu's mindset was somewhat crumbled, especially after learning that the neighboring village was called Holy Soul Village, and that there was a blacksmith named Tang Hao who had a son named Tang San. Chen Hu's mentality completely broke down. If his guess was correct, this should be the first part of the plot of the novel Douro Douro by the author San Shao. As for whether it was the original novel, the anime adaptation, or the heavily modified TV drama, Chen Hu had no way of knowing. But Chen Hu knew that no matter which it was not very friendly to him. In the world of Douro Douro, which was still in a feudal society, the only way for ordinary people to rise was to become a soul master. The future achievements of a soul master in Douro Douro were basically determined by fate. If fate was kind, one could have a top-tier martial soul, a dual martial soul, or innate full soul power, and soar directly to the sky. If fate was unkind, having a trashy, mutated martial soul like master, it would be good enough to not break through level 29 in a lifetime. Although everyone in Douro Douro possessed a martial soul, very few had soul power and could cultivate. Chen Hu's previous world was a scientific one without any extraordinary powers. Although the occurrence of traversing is already unscientific, apart from technological products, Chen Hu had never come into contact with any extraordinary powers and naturally did not possess any Tang sect martial arts like his neighboring peer Tang San. Martial soul was essentially the only cultivation system in this life for Chen Hu. So, heavens, you must be supportive. Chen Hu silently murmured in his heart. Seemingly noticing that his son was distracted, Chen Mo patted his son's shoulder and said casually, "Son, even if you don't have innate soul power, it's okay. You've learned most of your father's skills. So even if you can't become a soul master, you won't have any worries about food and clothing." Bai Yu shot Chen Mo a displeased look and said, "Xiao Hu is a smart child awakening a martial soul, and soul power will definitely not be a problem. Hurry up and eat today. The soul master from the Spirit Hall is coming, so don't be late." That's right, today was the day for martial soul awakening in Longmen Village. The soul master from the Spirit Hall would come to awaken the martial souls of eligible children in Longmen Village. Chen Hu wondered who would be in charge of the martial soul awakening in Longmen Village. Would it be Su Yuntao, who awakened martial souls in Holy Soul Village in the original work? Chen Hu absent-mindedly responded and picked up his bowl to enjoy the medicinal porridge inside. Although Chen Hu's current living standards could not compare to his previous life, they were still much better than those of other villagers. The medicinal porridge in his bowl contained many medicinal ingredients, and after being expertly prepared by his mother Bai Yu, a simple bowl of white rice medicinal porridge was full of color, fragrance, and taste, making it very appetizing. in a world where even basic sustenance is a problem. Chen Hu's family could enjoy such superior living conditions thanks to Chen Mo's inherited skills. The Chen family had been passed down through generations, yet they lived a fulfilling life because they were the only ones in several surrounding villages who understood medicine. While their medical skills might not be exceptional, they could at least handle minor ailments like colds and fevers. Additionally, the Chen family was not lazy, so their lives were among the best in the surrounding villages. Moreover, a year ago, when Chen Hu began to learn some medical skills from his father and shared some medical concepts and techniques from his previous life, Chen Mo's medical skills improved significantly, and their reputation spread, bringing in more patients, thus improving the Chen family's life even further. Thanks to the Chen family's medical skills, although Chen Hu was only 6 years old, he was healthy and robust, taller than most malnourished peers by a head, and he had never lost a fight against children his age. Of course, Chen Hu didn't particularly enjoy bullying younger kids, but there were always some mischievous children who needed a bit of loving education, right? Sometimes Chen Hu thought that even if he couldn't become a soul master, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. However, the next moment, these thoughts were wiped away by Chen Hu. If this were an ordinary world, or a world not belonging to the plot of Douro Douro, being a content, ordinary person would be fine. But this was the world of the first part of the Douro Douro plot, a time of mythological rises and the fall of the masses. Longmen village was located in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, with the Star Luo Empire to the south, positioned at the junction of the two great empires. Such a place would have been a battleground in ancient times. In times of peace, it served as a link for merchants between the two empires, and the surrounding people would live more prosperous lives. However, once turmoil occurred, it would no longer be a good place. Moreover, this was a world with extraordinary powers. Chen Hu vaguely remembered that in the original work, the title de law from the Tiando Empire, Douro Bo, single-handedly destroyed a city. In the novel, this was just a brief description. People were shocked by Douro Bo's powerful group combat abilities, but didn't have much other emotion. But that was a city home to more than 100,000 beings in a moment. 100,000 humans fell. This was not something that could be glossed over with a few light words. Chen Hu did not want to become one of those countless beings someday, slaughtered at others' whims. Therefore, becoming a soul master was the only choice. Just after finishing breakfast, there came a knock at the door. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Chen Mo said, somewhat surprised. Hearing this, Chen Hu also looked over. The messenger from the spirit hall usually arrived around noon, even if they arrived early for the martial soul awakening ceremony. They wouldn't come right after breakfast, considering that the ceremony's location was just within the village. Chen Mo welcomed an elderly man, approximately in his 50s, into the house. The old man was tall and thin, dressed neatly, with half-white hair combed back neatly behind his ears. Chen Hu was naturally not unfamiliar with this person. He was the village chief of Longmen Village, Chen Kong. There were many people with the surname Chen in Longmen Village, and they were all somewhat related by ancestry. Although Chen Kong was not the oldest in Longmen Village, he held a high status, being one of the few literate individuals. He had also ventured out in his early years, earning the respect of the villagers with his virtue and knowledge. Speaking of Longmen Village, Chen Hu couldn't help but complain the small villages in Douro Douro might be small, but their names were all quite grand. It is said that Longmen Village was not called that before. It seems that the previous village chief, who is also the current village chief Chen Kang's grandfather, saw that a soul saint emerged from the neighboring village of Shenghan Village. After they changed their name to Shenghan Village, he, not wanting to be outdone, renamed Longmen Village, claiming that one day, a true dragon would emerge from Longmen Village. The villagers, who could barely read, felt that the name Longmen Village was quite bright and did not question the decision of the previous village chief to change the name to Longmen Village, which symbolizes a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Grandpa Kong. Chen Hu walked up to Chen Kong and respectfully bowed to him. Chen Kong was not only Chen Hu's elder, but also his first teacher. There were very few literate people in Longmen Village. Chen Hu's father, Chen Mo, could read, but he was busy with work and had little spare time to teach Chen Hu to read, so Chen Hu had always read and learned from the old village. Chief Chen Kong. Chen Kong was well informed, and much of Chen Hu's knowledge about the customs and culture of the Douro Continent came from him. Xiao Hu, good boy, today is the day of your martial soul awakening. Grandpa will take you to the awakening ceremony, Chen Kong said, patting Chen Hu's head with a smile. Village chief, why is it so early this year? In previous years, didn't it take a while longer? Chen Hu asked in surprise. Chen Kong glanced at Chen Hu beside him and thought that with this child, Longmen Village would surely produce a soul master with soul power this year. How would the old Jack from Shanghun Village show off in front of him then? He then explained to Chen Hu, this year is different from previous years. I discussed with old Jack from Shanghun Village and decided to hold the martial soul awakening ceremony together this year. The venue will be in Shanghun Village, and the journey is a bit longer than before, so we need to set off early. Shanghun Village? Chen Hu was also somewhat surprised. This situation did not occur in the original story, and the relationship between Longmen Village and Shanghun Village was not very good. Although they did not completely avoid each other, they generally kept to themselves. How did they come to the decision to hold the martial soul awakening ceremony together this year? Seeing Chen Hu's confusion, Chen Kong smiled and said, this year is special. The deacon from the spirit hall who usually awakens our martial souls has been reassigned to another place. We had no choice, and since Shanghun Village is closest to us, the two of us will hold the awakening ceremony together. Chen Hu suddenly realized that he was no longer an outsider who knew nothing. Only by truly living in the Douro Continent would one understand the status of a great soul master in such an ordinary village. Then, Chen Hu couldn't help but curiously ask, Grandpa Kong, what kind of person is the deacon from a spirit hall? Chapter 2. Soul Spell Chen Kong has enough patience for his clever and bright disciple. In his heart, Chen Hu may be the most promising junior to become a soul master in Longmen Village. It is said that the deacon sent by the spirit hall this time is named Su Yun Tao, the most talented deacon from the spirit branch in Notting City. At just over 20 years old, he is already a great soul master at level 20. A great soul master in their 20s might not be considered remarkable on the mainland, but in a small place like Notting City, it is quite impressive. In the future, it is possible for him to advance further and become a soul venerable. Soul masters are the noblest profession on the continent, and a great soul master is enough to serve as the lord of a small city. Our Notting City branch lord is only a soul venerable at level 30. When Lord Su Yun Tao arrives, you must not be as reckless as you are now and offend the soul master, especially a high-level soul master. According to the Empire's laws, even if one is killed, it will not violate the law. Chen Hu nodded. This point is vividly reflected in the strict hierarchy of Douro Continent. Soul masters possess powerful abilities and hold a supreme status. Xiao Hu, you don't need to worry too much. With your talent, you have a great chance of becoming a soul master. Perhaps after today, you will become a soul scholar and qualify to embark on the path of soul masters. Chen Kong comforted with a smile, having even more confidence in his junior than Chen Hu himself. Yes, I will, Chen Hu replied without a doubt. Good boy. It's getting late. Let us go, Chen Kong said with satisfaction. Village chief, I leave Xiao Hu to you. Chen Mo bowed to Chen Kong, then walked to Chen Hu's side and patted his shoulder. Good lad, believe in yourself. I won't see you off, go. Chen Hu smiled at his father and followed Chen Kong out of the house. Along the way, village chief Chen Kong visited more than 10 families in succession. Without a doubt, these families all had children of appropriate age who needed to awaken their martial souls. Soon, including Chen Hu, a total of 13 6-year-old children followed Chen Kong out of Longmen Village. Before long, the group passed through the territory of Holy Soul Village and arrived at the awakening platform in the center of Holy Soul Village. Everyone possesses a martial soul, so every year there are children of appropriate age awakening their martial souls. Thus, the Spirit Hall is found in every corner of the continent. Although most are just branch halls, the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village is, in fact, just a small, solitary wooden house. When Chen Hu and the group arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Holy Soul Village, the children needing to awaken their martial souls had already gathered, totaling 8. Chen Hu quickly spotted Tang San, who was older than Chen Kong, standing beside an elderly man, who should be old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. As if sensing Chen Hu's gaze, Tang San also looked over at him. Standing taller than the other children, Chen Hu stood out, attracting Tang San's attention. Their eyes met, and Chen Hu offered a gentle smile, standing behind Chen Kong. It was evident that Tang San did not have a good relationship with the surrounding children, partly because of his family's poverty, as people naturally favor the wealthy. Even children are no exception, and partly because Tang San, having lived two lives, looked down on playing with a bunch of kids and preferred practicing martial arts. Chen Hu felt a similar way, but he had no martial skills to practice. When bored, educating the troublesome kids was also a good pastime, so the children of Longmen village were quite afraid of Chen Hu. In this regard, the two shared a mutual understanding. Finally, Chen Hu's gaze fell on the only young man in the spirit hall. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, quite handsome. This should be Su Yuntao, Chen Hu thought to himself, observing Su Yuntao, who was dressed in a white tight outfit with a black cloak, and a soul character the size of a fist emblazoned on his chest, which is standard attire for spirit hall personnel. What stood out was the black badge worn on Su Yuntao's left chest, which bore 3 long swords. Chen Hu had heard village chief Chun Kong mention that this seemed to represent Su Yuntao's rank as a battle soul master at the 3rd level. "Hello, esteemed battle soul master. We will trouble you next." Village chief Chen Kong and old Jack spoke almost simultaneously. A faint pride flickered across Su Yuntao's face as he slightly bowed in acknowledgement, saying, "I don't have much time. Let us begin." Old Jack turned to the children of Holy Soul Village and instructed them loudly, not trying to hide anything from the children of Longmen Village. "Children, this is the Battle Soul Master from Nodding City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. You must cooperate with him to complete the awakening. Grandpa believes that among you, there must be someone who can become a soul master." Su Yuntao, clearly a bit impatient, said, "Every year it's the same few words. Is it really that easy to become a soul master? I've been through 6 villages, and not a single one has soul power nor suitable martial souls." Old Jack and Chun Kong both looked a bit dejected. Old Jack sighed and said, "Yes, only those from major sects find it easier to become soul masters. It's really too difficult for us ordinary people." Saying this, he walked out of the spirit hall. The awakening ceremony at the spirit hall does not allow outsiders to watch. Chen Kong walked to Chen Hu's side, quietly encouraging him, and then also exited the spirit hall. Su Yuntao's gaze fell upon the 20 children. As a deacon of the spirit hall, helping ordinary people awaken their martial souls is a task they must fulfill. "Children, stand in a line." Su Yuntao's attitude towards these kids noticeably improved. The 20 children stood side by side, making the small spirit hall feel somewhat crowded. With no other option, Su Yuntao had them line up in 2 rows, with the tallest, Chen Hu, standing at the far right of the front row, and the shortest, Tang San, at the far left of the 2nd row. Su Yuntao smiled and said, "My name is Su Yuntao, a battle soul master at level 26, and I will be your guide. Next, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid." After saying this, he opened his bag on a nearby table and took out 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao arranged the 6 stones on the ground in a hexagon and then waved to Chen Hu, signaling him to step forward. Without any hesitation, Chen Hu stood in the center of the hexagon, looking up at Su Yuntao, awaiting his next move. Observing Chen Hu's clean and decisive actions, a glint of brilliance flashed in Su Yuntao's eyes. He had a premonition that perhaps today the first child eligible to become a soul master would appear. "Child, no matter what happens later, don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully." Su Yuntao's tone softened. In the next moment, a light began to bloom in his eyes, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he shouted, "Wolf spirit, possess!" A faint pressure emanated from before him, and Chen Hu curiously opened his eyes. The handsome and graceful Su Yuntao had transformed into a fierce and terrifying figure. His black hair instantly turned gray and grew much longer, while his exposed skin showed signs of muscle expansion. Even with prior mental preparation, Chen Hu was startled. However, soon, Chen Hu's attention was drawn to the 2 floating rings of white and yellow light beside Su Yuntao. "Is this the soul ring?" Chen Hu was quite curious about this extraordinary spectacle. Seeing Chen Hu's reaction, Su Yuntao's admiration deepened, but he still routinely explained, "This is my martial soul, the wolf spirit. Don't be afraid." Su Yuntao's hands kept moving, and 6 faint green lights infused into the 6 stones beside him. Instantly, a layer of golden light was released from the 6 stones, forming a light shield of pale gold that enveloped Chen Hu. Chen Hu cleared his mind of distractions, closed his eyes, and felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. A gentle breath flowed into his body, making him feel as if he were in a hot spring, an indescribable warmth. More and more gentle air currents merged into his body, and under the guidance of this gentle breath, Chen Hu felt something inside him shatter, all the gentle air currents rushing toward his palms. At the same time, it seemed as if a force in the void controlled his soul, and a low, steady phrase slipped out. The medicine arrives, the life is removed, the wine gourd. Chen Hu felt a weight in his right hand, as if he was holding something. He opened his eyes and looked at his palm. Indeed, a green gourd quietly lay in his hand. Soul curse. Chen Hu's voice was not loud, but clearly fell into Su Yuntao's ears. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Soul curse." Su Yuntao's words also reached Chen Hu's ears, and he suddenly realized why he had blurted out such a strange phrase. It turned out that his awakened martial soul was an auxiliary-type martial soul. On the continent, not every soul master needs a soul curse to release their martial soul. Generally speaking, most martial souls that require a soul curse to be released have auxiliary abilities. However, his soul curse was quite ridiculous. The medicine arrives, the life is removed, the wine gourd. What the heck was that? Uncle, what is a soul curse? To cover up his inner embarrassment, Chen Hu pretended to look innocent as he asked Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao also suppressed his shock and slowly explained. A soul curse is usually a spell recited by soul masters when casting skills. Most soul masters need to recite a soul curse to use their skills, and the soul curse can also enhance the power of the soul master's skills. In addition, some soul masters with special ability, martial souls, also need to recite a soul curse when releasing their martial souls. These types of martial souls generally possess good auxiliary capabilities. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should have considerable auxiliary abilities. Although soul masters with combat ability, martial souls dominate the continent. Those with auxiliary ability, martial souls also play an irreplaceable role. A soul master with auxiliary abilities can even exert a stronger influence on the battlefield than combat soul masters. One of the top sects on the continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was founded by soul masters with auxiliary-type martial souls. And the core disciples of the sect are almost all soul masters with auxiliary abilities. The sect's inherited Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul is regarded as the #1 auxiliary-type martial soul in the world. Chapter 3. Soul Awakening. Although they did not know the role of a support-type martial soul from Su Yuntao's admiring words, these children understood that Chen Hu's martial soul was definitely impressive. Even Tang San could not help but curiously examine the blue gourd in Chen Hu's hand. Chen Hu shook the gourd. Although it was a martial soul, its texture and visual effect were indistinguishable from a real gourd. He extended another hand, grasped the gourd's mouth, and gently pulled it out. A rich fragrance wafted through the air, making people involuntarily swallow. What is this smell? Several children who had never seen alcohol couldn't help but ask. Is this the smell of wine? Su Yuntao's mind stirred as he looked at Chen Hu and said softly, "Little friend, what is your name? Try to see if the wine in your gourd martial soul can be drunk." "My name is Chen Hu, with whom meaning lake," Chen Hu replied. He took a deep sniff from the gourd, clearly distinguishing not only the wine aroma, but also several other scents that did not resemble ordinary alcohol, but rather the medicinal wine his father Chen Hu had kept. Although Chen Hu did not have a particular fondness for alcohol, he appreciated good wine and had a collection of medicinal wines at home. Influenced by this, 6-year-old Chen, who was naturally not the type to get drunk after just one drink, without hesitation, he took a swig from the wine gourd. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, exploding into a wave of warmth that swept away his fatigue, filling his body with strength. After exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Chen Hu shouted, "Good wine." Seeing Chen Hu's reaction, Su Yuntao seemed to confirm something and said, "Your martial soul should be a food-type support martial soul." "Master, can food also be a martial soul?" Even the mature and composed Tang San could not help but ask upon hearing Su Yuntao's words. Su Yuntao glanced at Tang San before responding, "Of course, food-type martial souls, as a kind of support martial soul, have their own significant roles on the battlefield. You must understand that in a war, the most crucial thing is supplies. Food-type soul masters can produce edible food as long as their soul power is not completely exhausted. Moreover, by absorbing soul skills, food-type soul masters can create special food with unique effects that provide certain benefits and enhancements to soul masters. After explaining all this, Su Yuntao turned his attention back to Chen Hu and said, "Whether you can become a soul master is still uncertain. It's too early to say these things. Now, try to retract your martial soul with your mind. If you want to release it again, just use your mind along with the soul incantation to summon it. Return." Chen Hu silently thought, and the blue gourd in his hand instantly disappeared. The medicinal wine gourd. Although it was a bit awkward, Chen Hu still recited the soul incantation, summoned his martial soul again, and then retracted it. After several attempts, he finally mastered the ability to use his martial soul skillfully. After Chen Hu adapted to his martial soul, Su Yuntao handed the blue crystal ball to Chen Hu, signaling him to place his right hand on it. Chen Hu understood that the next part was crucial. The martial soul only determined a person's potential development after becoming a soul master. But whether one could become a soul master was determined by the upcoming soul power test. Only those with soul power could meditate to enhance their soul power level and become true soul masters. The higher the innate soul power level 1 had before the awakening of their martial soul, the faster they could enhance their soul power through meditation in the future. 3 pure ones, Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, God, Jesus, and all the celestial deities I don't know, please bless me. Not asking for full innate soul power, but at least level 9 innate soul power. Of course, if that's not possible, I won't mind level 1 innate soul power, but please, don't let me have no soul power. With this incessant murmur in his heart, Chen Hu nervously placed his hand on the blue crystal ball in front of him. In the next moment, a powerful suction came from the blue crystal ball, tightly gripping his palm, as if a stream of energy he had never discovered was being drawn out from within him. Chen Hu sensed that he should have innate soul power, and it should not be too low. As the energy within him was absorbed into the crystal ball, the blue crystal ball gradually lit up, spreading a blue glow. Soon, about 70 to 80% of the area of the crystal ball lit up, radiating a faint blue light, indescribably beautiful. A flicker of regret flashed in Su Yuntao's eyes, which was soon overtaken by excitement as he exclaimed, "There is indeed soul power present, and judging by the condition of the crystal ball, it is at least level 7 innate soul power." The likelihood of support-type martial souls having soul power was already low, and level 7 innate soul power was even rarer. Su Yuntao's gaze toward Chen Hu gradually became fervent. On the other side, upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Chen Hu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Level 7, close to level 8 innate soul power, appearing in a support-type soul master was an extremely rare talent. It should be noted that when Ning Rongrong, the pride of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, tested and found she had level 9 innate soul power, she was almost immediately designated as the next successor of the 7 treasure glazed tile school by Ning Fengji. All right, your name is Chen Hu, right? You can step aside for now. I know you have many questions, and I will explain them to you after I finish the awakening ceremony. Su Yuntao suppressed his excitement, and the blue light burst forth, pushing Chen Hu's hand away gently. His gaze fell on the other children, and his smile broadened. The first child was a genius. Reporting back to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City was no small achievement. Even if he didn't encounter another child with soul master potential on this trip, it was still worthwhile. Chen Hu obediently walked aside, feeling somewhat pleased. Although he did not have full innate soul power or level 9 innate soul power, level 7, close to level 8, had already greatly exceeded his expectations. The only slight disappointment was that his martial soul turned out to be a support type. Though support type soul masters were not inferior to combat type soul masters, what boy would want to be a support soul master who could only be protected by others? Who doesn't like the thrill of battle? While Su Yuntao awakened the martial souls of the other children, Chen Hu excitedly summoned his martial soul, playing with it as if it were a new toy. On the other side, it seemed all the luck had been used up by Chen Hu alone. Several other children awakened martial souls that were quite ordinary, mostly farming tools like sickles and hoes, and none of them possessed soul power. indicating they could not become soul masters. The children felt disappointed, stealing glances at Chen Hu with unspoken envy. Su Yuntao sighed. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to become soul masters. He had traveled through 6 villages, awakening martial souls for nearly 100 children. And Chen Hu was the only one with soul power. This year was lucky. In previous years, it was even hard to find one child with potential to become a soul master after visiting all the villages. Thinking this, Su Yuntao looked at Chen Hu and felt that a golden phoenix could indeed emerge from the grass hut. This child would surely achieve something extraordinary in the future. Perhaps this little village called Holy Soul Village could truly produce another soul saint. Uncle, can we begin? A small but steady voice broke Su Yuntao's reverie. It turned out that the martial soul awakening ceremony had reached the last child. Out of 20 children, except for the first one, Chen Hu, who awakened his martial soul. The next 18 children had failed to detect any soul power. Su Yuntao withdrew his gaze. He found the child before him quite promising. At the moment he released his martial soul, this child was one of the 2 who did not step back. Tang San stood in the center of the hexagon. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, clapped his hands repeatedly, and 6 faint green beams of light were injected into the black stones, creating a golden light shield around Tang San. Chen Hu also withdrew his martial soul, his gaze fixed on Tang San. Soon, blue light spots gathered, and a small pale blue grass appeared in the palm of Tang San's right hand. It was indeed blue silver grass, and Chen Hu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the butterfly effect he brought did not affect Tang San. Su Yuntao waved his hand somewhat disinterestedly and said lightly, "Blue silver grass, another useless martial soul. You can go back now, uncle, but you haven't tested my soul power yet." Seeing Su Yuntao about to retrieve the blue crystal ball used for testing soul power, Tang San couldn't help but say, "No need to test. I've never seen anyone with blue silver grass, a useless martial soul, awaken any soul power," Su Yuntao said indifferently. "Let me try, uncle," Tang San insisted. Su Yuntao glanced at Tang San and said, "All right, put your hand up." Since it wouldn't waste much time, Su Yuntao simply handed the blue crystal ball to Tang San. Tang San placed his hand on the blue crystal ball, and Su Yuntao, distracted, said, "Now you should give up hope. How could a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass?" Before Su Yuntao finished speaking, a dazzling light burst forth from the blue crystal ball in his palm, shining far more brilliantly than during Chen Hu's test. "Oh my god, is it innate full soul power?" Su Yuntao injected soul power again, flicking Tang San's hand away, his gaze on Tang San now completely different, as if he were looking at a monster. Tang San, curious, asked, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Before Su Yuntao could respond, Chen Hu explained Tang San's confusion. "You should be familiar with the levels of soul masters. Generally speaking, each major level is divided into 10 minor ranks. After a soul master awakens their martial soul, as long as they possess soul power, they can be called a soul scholar, which is the first major level in the path of soul master cultivation. Usually, as long as they have soul power, they can be called a first-level soul scholar. However, some exceptionally talented individuals, upon awakening their martial soul, possess a much greater amount of soul power than ordinary people, starting at a higher level than a first-level soul scholar. The starting soul power level of a soul master is called innate soul power. However, innate soul power is not without limits. Generally, the highest innate soul power level can reach is level 10, which is 10th level soul scholar. So, innate level 10 soul power is also known as innate full soul power. Chapter 4. Su Yuntao's recruitment. Is the innate soul power limited to level 10? Can it go higher? Tang San continued to ask. Su Yuntao's blue light receded, withdrawing his martial soul manifestation. Of course not. It's not that easy to level up as a soul master. Each 10 levels grants a title, and every time you cross a 10-level threshold, you need to absorb a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how much you train, you won't gain any enhancement. For example, in your case, since you have innate full soul power, to continue improving, you can't rely solely on meditation. You need to obtain a soul ring first. Otherwise, no matter how much you meditate, you won't be able to reach the next level. Su Yuntao had a comprehensive grasp of the basic knowledge of martial soul cultivation, and Chen Hu couldn't find any major mistakes. At least, in comparison to the general understanding of martial souls in this era, Su Yuntao had no issues. Tang San suddenly realized the soul ring is the halo you had just now? You're level 26, so you have 2 soul rings. Su Yuntao nodded and said, "That's right. Your situation is quite special. Innate full soul power is a rare occurrence. It's a pity, really a pity, that your martial soul is the useless blue silvergrass. Even a farming tool like a hoe would be better." Su Yuntao didn't continue, clearly disappointed that he had finally encountered someone with innate full soul power, only for it to be a useless martial soul. "All of you can leave. Chen Hu, stay. And fine, you can stay too." Su Yuntao pointed at Tang San. The other 18 children showed reluctant expressions, but they also knew that Su Yuntao was a soul master from the martial soul hall, and his orders couldn't be disobeyed. So they could only drag their feet and leave step by step. Grandpa Jack, village chief. "Ah, good kids, not becoming soul masters is fine. You are all excellent children and will definitely become useful people in the future." Outside, the voices of old Jack and Chan Kong comforted the children, and Su Yuntao's gaze returned to Chen Hu and Tang San. "You should have guessed why I kept you, right?" "That's right, all the children. You two are the only ones qualified to become soul masters. As an inspector of the martial soul hall, in addition to awakening your martial souls, I have another task, which is to recruit talents for the martial soul hall. Chen Hu, Tang San, both of you can be considered 1 in a million talents. I want to elaborate on Chen Hu. An auxiliary martial soul with innate soul power reaching level 7 can be called a genius anywhere. Although Tang San, your martial soul is a useless one, it might still evolve in the future. Therefore, on behalf of the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City, I invite you to join the Martial Soul Hall and become soul masters." Although Su Yuntao said this, his gaze was always fixed on Chen Hu, clearly indicating that, compared to the inconsequential Tang San, Chen Hu was his true target for recruitment. Tang San could see through Su Yuntao's perfunctory attitude and spoke first. "Uncle, please forgive me, but I can't agree right now. I need to go home and ask my dad first." Su Yuntao nodded, took out a piece of paper from his bag, quickly sketched a few strokes on it, and said, "This is a martial soul certificate signed by the Martial Soul Hall. In the future, whether you join a Soul Master Academy or any other force, this will be the best proof. Keep it well." Tang San took the Martial Soul certificate, slightly bowed, and quickly left. In the not-so-large Martial Soul Hall, only Su Yuntao and Chen Hu remained. Seeing Chen Hu want to speak, Su Yuntao raised his eyebrow and said, "Don't make a hasty decision. Let me first tell you about the benefits of joining the Martial Soul Hall, and you can weigh the pros and cons before deciding. Joining the Martial Soul Hall has 3 advantages for you. First, the Martial Soul Hall is the most authoritative soul master force on the continent, with over 70% of soul masters being members of the Martial Soul Hall. Joining the Martial Soul Hall will ensure that you are not threatened by any force. The Martial Soul Hall will be your greatest support. Second, most members of the Martial Soul Hall are commoners, so your identity as a commoner will not be discriminated against. As long as you have enough talent and make sufficient contributions to the Martial Soul Hall, it will give you the most fair rewards. Besides the Martial Soul Hall, it will be hard to find another force on the continent that does not discriminate against commoners. Third, as long as you join the Martial Soul Hall now, our Notting City Martial Soul Branch will recommend you to enter the primary Soul Master Academy of the Martial Soul Hall in Snow City and cover all your tuition fees for 6 years. Here, you will receive the best training. You should know that every graduate from a primary Soul Master Academy directly under the Martial Soul Hall is a great Soul Master above level 20. Similarly, as long as you perform excellently, there are also a lot of scholarships each year, which is a considerable fortune that can greatly improve your living standards." Su Yuntao took a breath and said, "From any perspective, the Martial Soul Hall is your best choice. What are you considering?" "The Martial Soul Hall." Chen Hu hesitated a bit. In the original Douro story, the Martial Soul Hall does not give good impression. It is considered the biggest villain of Douro Continent. Joining the Martial Soul Hall would mean becoming enemies with Tang San and the others, and history has shown that all villains meet bad ends. However, Su Yuntao's words weren't wrong. Joining the martial soul hall was indeed his best choice at present. Chen Hu did not have innate full soul power, nor did he have twin martial souls. His martial soul was an ordinary food-type martial soul. If he joined the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, like Tang San, he might not even be noticed by the master, and 6 years later, he might not be able to enter Shrek Academy. For an ordinary commoner like Chen Hu, without great opportunities, he would only become a soul king at most in the future, having lived a second life. Chen Hu was not willing to settle for being just a small soul king. With a decision in mind, Chen Hu looked at Su Yuntao and asked, "What will happen if I choose to refuse the invitation of the Martial Soul Hall?" Su Yuntao's eyes clearly flashed with a hint of disappointment, and he forced a smile. "If you don't want to join the Martial Soul Hall, I will reluctantly write a recommendation letter for you to attend the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. However, with your talent, going to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy would be a waste. I hope you reconsider. I made up my mind. I am willing to join the Martial Soul Hall," Chen Hu said with a smile. "Don't rush." "What? You are willing to join the Martial Soul Hall?" Su Yuntao did not react immediately. Chen Hu smiled and said, just as Master Su Yuntao said, "The Martial Soul Hall is my best choice. Since that is the case, why should I refuse?" "Good, good, good," Su Yuntao said 3 times, smiling. "You will definitely not regret your choice. Don't worry, with me, Su Yuntao around, I guarantee you can join the Primary Soul Master Academy directly under the Martial Soul Hall in Snow City." "I believe in Master Su Yuntao," Chen Hu replied. "Don't call me Master Su Yuntao anymore. With your talent, you might surpass me in a few years. You can call me Brother Yuntao or just Su Yuntao." Su Yuntao waved his hand and said, "Then I'll call you Brother Yuntao." Chen Hu said, "Brother Yuntao, can I report to the Martial Soul Hall a few days later? I haven't told my family about becoming a soul master yet." "Of course. Where does your family live?" "I will come and pick you up in 3 days." Su Yuntao nodded gently. "The first household in Longmen Village is my home. My father is the only doctor in the village. You can ask anyone to find out." Chen Hu answered. Su Yuntao nodded, carefully took out a thin booklet from his pocket, and said, "I still have to awaken the martial souls for other villages, so I won't stay with you for long. This is my meditation method. Now that you have become a soul master, you can't be as free as before. Every minute and every second is precious. You should practice this meditation method on your own first, and if you have any questions, come back to ask me. After you arrive at the Primary Soul Master Academy in Snow City, there will be better meditation methods for you to practice." Meditation method. Chen Hu excitedly took the small booklet from Su Yuntao's hands, suppressing his eagerness, and thanked Su Yuntao again. Chen Hu was not like Tang San, who had the skills of the Tang sect upon crossing over and could start practicing the Shintian skill and other Tang sect techniques from birth, since he could walk. Aside from learning the written language of Douro Continent from village chief Chen Kong, Chen Hu had been learning some medical skills from his father. At 6 years old, Chen Hu was already able to help his father treat some villagers. He had been looking forward to the meditation method for a long time. If it weren't for Grandpa Chen Kong waiting outside for him, Chen Hu would have been unable to resist opening the small booklet given to him by Su Yuntao immediately to begin his first meditation practice. "Lord Su Yuntao." Old Jack greeted Su Yuntao before leading the little Tang San towards Tang San's home, presumably to persuade Tang Hao. "Village Chief Chen Kong, congratulations. Chen Hu has agreed to join the Spirit Hall. Once I return and have someone register him, the rewards from the Spirit Hall will be distributed." Su Yuntao said with a warm smile to Chen Kong. If a village had a child with exceptional talent, the Spirit Hall would provide certain subsidies as rewards. The smile on Chen Kang's face was almost uncontainable as he respectfully said, "I must thank you, Lord Su Yuntao. From now on, I will entrust this child, Xiaohu, to you." Su Yuntao waved his hand, saying, "This is what I should do. I have several more villages to visit in a few days, so I won't delay any longer." With his backpack on, Su Yuntao walked toward the next village. Chen Kong, smiling, walked up to Chen Hu, ruffled his hair, and pretended to be stern, saying, "Xiaohu, although you have the qualifications to become a soul master, you must not be arrogant. Remember, there are always greater mountains and better people beyond your own. There are many on the continent with talents greater than yours, and becoming a great soul master is not easy at all. I understand, Grandpa Kong, Chen Hu replied with a smile. Chen Kong was his first teacher, and Chen Hu had always valued his words. That's right, awakening your martial soul is the first step. To become a powerful soul master, persistent effort is still needed. Good boy, but you're already doing very well. Being recruited by the Spirit Hall indicates that you have great potential. Longmen Village, Longmen Village. It seems our Longmen Village might truly be producing a true dragon. Let's go back. Your mom and dad are waiting for your good news at home. Chen Kong held Chen Hu's hand and walked towards Longmen Village. Chapter 5. Medicinal Wine along the way, passing through the dilapidated houses of Holy Soul Village. There are a few earthen houses at the nearest place to the village entrance. How could Chen Hu, who had been secretly watching Tang San out of envy, not know that this was Tang San's home? The broken gate was slightly ajar, making it unclear what was happening inside. However, since Tang San had already awakened his martial soul, the mythic story of this individual had finally begun. Fortunately, Chen Hu also possessed soul power, giving him a slight qualification to chase after the myth. Chen Hu rubbed the blue wine gourd at his waist, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As long as he didn't drink the wine from the martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd could exist with minimal soul power consumption. If he guessed correctly, Tang San's fate trajectory should not change because of his appearance. Tang Hao would not allow Tang San to join the Spirit Hall, so the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy should be his only choice. As for Chen Hu, he was headed for the provincial capital of Fasnuo Province, Snow City. From now on, how long would it be until their next meeting? What's wrong? Chen Kong noticed Chen Hu's pace slowing down. Following Chen Hu's gaze, he quickly realized and smiled, saying, "This is the residence of the child who, like you, has the qualification to become a soul master, right? You don't need to mind. Although he has full innate soul power, the blue-silver grass martial soul has no development potential. In terms of future achievements, he cannot compare to you." Chen Hu smiled and did not refute Chen Kang's words. Chen Kong would not understand what kind of path Tang San would take after awakening his martial soul. Compared to Tang San, who could cultivate the ancient skill Xin Tian Gong from birth, Chen Hu was at a disadvantage from start. After awakening his martial soul, Chen Hu could only say he had a slight chance to chase after Tang San. The Spirit Hall might be an opportunity for him. Thinking of this, Chen Hu quickened his pace. He was eager to return and begin his first cultivation in life. Although Longmen Village was adjacent to Holy Soul Village, by the time he got home, it was already late. After sending the other children home, Chen Kong accompanied Chen Hu to his house. "Son, how is it? What martial soul did you awaken? Is there a possibility of becoming a soul master?" In the yard, Chen Mo, who was drying medicinal herbs, saw Chen Hu returning from afar and curiously asked, "Dad, it's a medicinal wine gourd." "A medicinal wine gourd? What kind of martial soul is that?" A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He had never heard of such a martial soul before. His wife's martial soul was a gourd vine, but he had never heard of a medicinal wine gourd. Master Su Yuntao, who helped us awaken our martial souls, said it seems to be an auxiliary-type martial soul, and it's a special food-type martial soul among auxiliary martial souls. Chen Hu replied honestly. "An auxiliary food-type martial soul? So, little Hu, you must have awakened soul power, right?" Chen Mo seemed to think of something and asked in disbelief. Chen Hu nodded. Chen Kong chimed in with a smile. "Little Mo, little Hu's talent is extraordinary. His innate soul power is a full 7 levels. There are hardly any auxiliary martial soul masters on the entire continent with innate soul power above 7 levels. Plus, little Hu has already accepted the invitation from the Spirit Hall's branch in Nodding City, so the rewards from the Spirit Hall should arrive in a few days. By then, you and little you should be able to enjoy a good life in Nodding City." "Really? Good. No wonder he is my Chinmo's son. Good boy. You have potential. I said you wouldn't lead an ordinary life. You actually received an invitation from the Spirit Hall. You will definitely become an outstanding and powerful soul master in the future." Chen Montak Lauki Tatili. For the common people of Douro Continent, the Spirit Hall held considerable prestige. Joining the Spirit Hall was akin to embarking on a grand path, far more promising than joining the 2 major empires and becoming a noble. "What? So, you want to join the Spirit Hall? I heard that becoming a soul master involves a lot of fighting and killing. Why don't you just stay in Longmen Village? Inherit your father's skills and settle down with a wife when you grow up? Bai Yu, who was preparing meals inside, ran out, worried. What do you know, woman? Our son has the opportunity to become a soul master, which is far more promising than being a small village doctor in Longmen Village. Chen Hu scolded. Chen Kong also advised, that's right. Our Longmen Village hasn't produced a soul master in many years. With little Hu's talent, if he doesn't become a soul master, it would be a waste. But Bai Yu was still not at ease. Chen Hu walked over to his mother, held her hand, and smiled, Mom. My martial soul is an auxiliary type martial soul, so my future development direction will definitely be towards becoming an auxiliary soul master. Even if I go to the battlefield in the future, auxiliary soul masters are the ones everyone protects. No major power would be willing to let an auxiliary soul master charge into battle. A mother knows her child best. After hearing Chen Hu's words, Bai Yu's worries were completely dispelled. At the same time, the hint of concern in Chen Mo's heart also vanished, and he laughed heartily. Today is a good day. Little Hu, go get my treasured medicinal wine. No, I'll go get it myself. Uncle Kong, shall we have a drink together? I'll go prepare more dishes. Bai Yu said as she returned to the kitchen to continue her busy work. Chen Mo welcomed Chen Kong into the house. Chen Kong did not decline. After all, Chen Mo's father was his cousin, so they were family. He was also Chen Hu's mentor, and today was indeed a good day that deserved to be celebrated. Once inside, Chen Hu naturally wouldn't let his father fetch the wine. He went to the backyard pharmacy, set up a small stool, and, with some effort, took down a row of jars from the shelf. He opened the cork, and a rich aroma wafted out. Chen Hu twitched his nose, looking into the jar. He saw precious medicinal ingredients like medicinal snakes, goji berries, gastrodia, and ginseng densely packed at the bottom. However, the aroma emanating from the jar seemed to be less intense than that from his martial soul's medicinal wine gourd. Since they were both medicinal wines, my martial soul's effect should be better, right? Chen Hu thought, taking down the medicinal wine gourd from his waist, opening the cork, and pouring out all the wine inside. Although the medicinal wine gourd was only the size of an adult's palm, the wine seemed endless, continuously flowing from the martial soul's medicinal wine gourd into an empty jar beside him. Before long, one jar was already full, smelling the fragrant aroma filling the room. Chen Hu couldn't help but lick his lips, grabbing the jar and taking a few swigs. The moist wine exploded in his stomach, instantly sweeping away his fatigue. He let out a burp, satisfied, and picked up the jar of wine to walk outside. Before long, delicious dishes were placed on the table, with fine wine accompanying them, and it being a good time. Even Bai Yu couldn't help but drink a few cups. Little Hu, is this wine brewed by me? Why does it taste so good? I feel full of strength now, and the pain in my waist from a few days ago is gone. Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder. Chen Hu smiled and didn't hide it, saying, this is my martial soul. Food-type martial souls can be consumed. The gourd and the wine in my medicinal wine gourd are one, so the wine you are drinking now is all produced by my martial soul. No wonder. I didn't expect that I, Chen Kong, would have the chance to drink wine produced by a soul master in my lifetime. This life isn't in vain. Chen Kong laughed heartily. Chen Hu said, Grandpa Kong, no matter whether I become a soul master or not, I will always be your student. If you want to drink wine in the future, just come find me. Unfortunately, the wine produced by soul power cannot be preserved for a long time. Otherwise, I would leave a few dozen jars for Grandpa Kong to drink enough every day. Chen Kong laughed heartily and said, good child, it's great that you have this intention, but when you're outside, make sure not to say that I'm your teacher. Every soul master can only have one teacher. Otherwise, they will be rejected by other soul masters. In the future, you will encounter better teachers who will teach you about your martial soul. You should treat them as you treat me. Understand? I understand. Chen Hu had never refuted Chen Kang's advice. After a satisfying meal, Chen Hu expressed his desire to find a quiet place to cultivate his martial soul, said goodbye to his parents, and left home with the meditation method gifted by Su Yuntao. Having consumed quite a bit of medicinal wine at the dinner table, Chen Hu was filled with energy and couldn't help but run towards his secret little paradise. As a transmigrator, he inevitably had some secrets that couldn't be revealed, so a private space to vent his emotions was essential. Chen Hu's secret little paradise was located not far from Longmen Village, under a small hill, which was also the place where Tang San chose to practice the Tang sect's unique skills. This place was rarely visited, and, apart from Tang San and Chen Hu, very few people came here. Tang San occupied the mountain peak to practice the Tang sect's unique skills, while Chen Hu lay sleeping on a patch of grass by the foot of the mountain, feeling envious and jealous of Tang San. Running over, Chen Hu found that he felt no fatigue at all. Although this place wasn't very far, it was still over a mile away. Chen Hu was just a little over 6 years old. In his previous life, even as a teenager, running this far in one go would leave him gasping for breath. Was it the awakening of his martial soul that improved his physical fitness? Or was it the effect of the medicinal wine from a gourd? Chen Hu murmured to himself. If it was the former, that would be fine. If it was the latter, a wave of unease rose in his heart. To verify his thoughts, Chen Hu began to run around the small hill. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. After running more than 20 laps in one go, Chen Hu was also out of breath. His movements had already become distorted. Calling it running might be slower than walking normally. The medicinal wine gourd was effective. He collapsed onto the ground, panting, and summoned his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd, taking a hearty drink. A warm current exploded in his abdomen, and the fatigue on his body noticeably diminished. Chen Hu supported himself to stand up, move his arms and legs, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's useful. It's really useful. To hell with Douro Continent. I'm Chen Hu, here I come. Ha ha. Chapter 6. Departure at this moment. Chen Hu's surprise was even greater than when he found out he possessed soul power. He originally thought his martial soul was just an ordinary food-type auxiliary in martial soul. But the surprise brought by the medicinal wine gourd was truly overwhelming. The ability to relieve fatigue seemed common, but only Chen Hu, who came from another world and had read the original Douro novel, understood that this was simply a divine skill. What are the key factors that determine whether a soul master is powerful? First, the martial soul. The stronger the martial soul, the stronger the soul master's abilities. Second, the amount of soul power. Under similar martial soul qualities, the higher the soul power level, the stronger the soul master. Third, the years of soul rings absorbed by the soul master. Generally, the longer the years, the stronger the skills obtained. The last factor is physical condition. Typically, the stronger the body of a soul master, the more powerful their abilities such as strength, speed, and recovery under the enhancement of soul power, which can play a significant role in battles. In the Douro Continent, the benefits of a strong physique manifest in nearly every aspect. The strength of Tang San and others is largely based on the master's training of their bodies. Similarly, physical fitness is the only thing Chen Hu can train after crossing over. However, due to random training methods and years of hard work, Chen Hu's body was only slightly stronger than that of children his age, without much difference from ordinary people. In fact, compared to some exceptionally talented children, he had a significant gap. However, possessing the ability to relieve fatigue means that Chen Hu can train his body beyond limits in the future, even achieving twice the result with half the effort. After the initial excitement, Chen Hu seized the time to continue running around the small hill. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he took a big gulp of medicinal wine and then began running energetically again. Phew! As the sun dipped in the west, Chen Hu gasped for breath, raised the medicinal wine gourd for a long time, but couldn't pour out a single drop. In the next moment, even the medicinal wine gourd disappeared. It was then that Chen Hu realized that his soul power had been completely exhausted. Even the soul power needed to maintain his martial soul's form was gone. Did I forget something? Chen Hu murmured to himself. It seems I came out to cultivate my martial soul, so why'd I start training my body? Staggering to the stream beside the mountain gorge, he stripped off his clothes and jumped in. The water in early spring carried the chill of winter snow. In the past, Chen would never dare to jump in directly to bathe. However, the after effects of the medicinal wine gourd were immense, and Chen Hu felt like a cooked shrimp, with steam even rising from the stream. Refreshing. Chen Hu let out a low shout. The heat on his body dissipated, and the sticky sweat was washed away by the stream. He simply tossed his sweat-soaked clothes into the water to wash them. After bathing, feeling refreshed, Chen Hu put on his damp clothes, sat on a stone by the stream, and opened the meditation method, gifted by Su Yuntao, to begin reading. So, this is meditation? Chen Hu whispered to himself, recalling the feeling when Su Yuntao guided him to awaken his martial soul. His mind emptied, and he gathered his scattered thoughts, as if his consciousness entered a wondrous space. In a pitch-black world, there were paths glowing with blood-red fluorescence. Some paths were blocked, while others were unobstructed. Similarly, some paths were thin as threads, while others resembled broad highways. These are meridians? Having read many martial arts novels and learned some medical knowledge from his father, Chen Hu naturally understood what these paths before him were. These meridian pathways intertwined and connected in an orderly fashion, weaving a picture of the human body. At the center where all meridians converged was a vast empty sea of qi, with blue qi flowing at the bottom. And in the middle was a blue medicinal wine gourd, which was precisely Chen Hu's martial soul. According to the routes recorded in Su Yuntao's book, Chen Hu began to push the blue qi at the bottom of the sea of qi into motion. As the blue qi circulated, strands of energy dissipated from the meridians and merged into the blue qi. Therefore, with every moment of circulation, the blue qi grew stronger. After circulating the routes left by Su Yuntao for one round, the blue qi transformed from a trickle into a small stream, more than doubling in strength. This meditation practice was quite tedious and boring, but watching the strands of soul power rise and gather was incredibly captivating. After an unknown number of cycles of soul power operation, Chen Hu felt that the ever-growing soul power flow occupied nearly 80 of the sea of qi, and the speed had slowed down considerably. Chen Hu sensed that his soul power should have fully recovered. Typically, there are 3 methods for a soul master to recover soul power. One is to rely on the characteristics of soul power to recover by itself, but this speed is very slow. The second is to recover consumed soul power through meditation, which is quick but requires a high standard of the environment. The soul master must be focused. The third is for auxiliary-type soul masters with recovery-type soul skills to use their skills to help recover soul power. Through long periods of meditation, Chen Hu's consumed soul power was finally fully restored, and every bit of soul power absorbed afterward was a new enhancement for him. As the moon shone brightly and the stars were sparse, the silvery moonlight fell on the mountain gorge, and a bright moon reflected in the water. The dark valley was occasionally brushed by cold winds, and a small figure sat cross-legged, emanating a faint blue light. Who? Exhaling a breath of turbid air. Chen Hu's aura suddenly strengthened a few notches. After rubbing his somewhat stiff knees, he stood up and sighed. It's too difficult to raise the level of Soul Master. My innate soul power was already between level 7 and 8, yet I didn't expect it to be so hard to break through. Clearly, there was only a fine line of difference, yet it took so much time. That's right, after a whole night of cultivation, Chen Hu's soul power finally rose from level 7 to level 8. The soul power within him had noticeably improved. Looking at the sky, Chen Hu slapped his forehead. It was so late, his parents must be worried sick. He tucked the meditation method into his clothes, which had dried with soul power, and dashed out. So fast. Chen Hu didn't expect his speed to have increased so much. Stopping, he focused on a smooth, large stone and roughly estimated that it weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. Walking up to the stone, Chen Hu wrapped his arms around it and suddenly exerted force. The stone remained unmoved. Channeling soul power into his arms, Chen Hu tried again, and the 70 to 80 pound stone actually lifted off the ground. This was a 70 to 80 pound stone. Even an average adult would find it not so easy to lift. Being a soul master truly is an extraordinary profession. A 6-year-old child can lift a stone weighing 70 to 80 pounds under the enhancement of soul power. Extraordinary strength deserves its name. Chen Hu marveled in surprise. Just like ancient people were amazed that a small phone could transmit sound over thousands of miles, Chen Hu, coming from a world without extraordinary powers, was genuinely astonished by the strength of martial souls. Chen Hu put down the stone and channeled soul power into his feet. Running swiftly, the scenery around him blurred as he dashed, jumping and playing joyfully. Only when he approached his home did Chen Hu slow down. In just a few minutes, he had consumed nearly half of his soul power. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, he carefully closed it behind him but noticed that the lights in his parents' room were still on. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. Chen Hu walked to his parents' door and gently knocked. "Dad." "Mom, I'm back." "That's good. Are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat." Bai opened the door and said. Chen Hu shook his head and replied, "Thank you, Mom. I'm not hungry. It's getting late. You should rest early too." Although he didn't have dinner, Chen Hu, who had been cultivating all night, didn't feel hungry. Food-type martial souls could be consumed and were sufficient to replenish the energy the body needed. Medicinal wine could also be considered type of food. So Chen Hu's demand for food wasn't high. Missing 1 or 2 meals didn't affect much. Of course, Chen Hu could tell that his father, Chen Mo, and mother, Bai, hadn't slept all night due to worrying about him. It was quite late, and Chen Hu didn't want to trouble his parents. After saying a few words to them, Chen Hu returned to his room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. The next day, as the rooster crowed at dawn, Chen Hu got up early to exercise. The body is the foundation for a soul master. And Chen Hu didn't want to be a fragile healer who collapses at the slightest touch. Running, push-ups, high knees, frog jumps, pull-ups. Chen Hu tried every exercise method he could think of from his previous life, even squatting in a horse stance. Whatever it took. Since the medicinal wine gourd could relieve fatigue, he would try all means as long as it could help him train his body. Knowing that their son could become a soul master, Chen Hu's parents didn't interfere with his freedom, preparing a nutritious breakfast for him and quietly supporting him from behind. Chen Hu also knew that he wouldn't have much time left to spend with his parents, so he set aside some time to accompany them amidst his training. As time passed, when Su Yuntao's handsome figure appeared in front of Chen Hu, he suddenly realized that 3 days had already gone by. "Son, when you go outside, make sure to listen to your teacher and study hard. You are our pride. Xiao Hu, you have to take care of yourself. If you're not happy outside, just come back home, okay? Xiao Hu, go for it. You will be the eternal pride of Longmen Village." The encouragement from his father, the reluctance of his mother, and the blessings from the village chief lingered in his ears. Chen Hu deeply bowed and resolutely left. In these 2 days, Chen Hu also found out that Tang San's family seemed to disagree with him joining Nodding Academy. However, even if Tang San couldn't absorb spirit rings, his talent would still allow his spirit power to increase. Chen Hu's martial soul cultivation had a long way to go. Snow City, Martial Soul Academy, here I come. Chapter 7. The Spirit Hall of Nodding City on the rural path outside Longmen Village. A large and a small figure were slowly making their way. Su Yuntao couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked, "Chen Hu, has your soul power broken through?" Chen Hu nodded and replied, "That's right, Brother Yuntao. Thanks to the meditation method you gave me, my soul power is now at level 8. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao showed a hint of envy and said, "As expected of a genius with innate soul power reaching level 7. Although innate soul power is already quite close to level 8. To be able to make this leap in just 3 days is truly remarkable." Chen Hu didn't confirm or deny it. He didn't tell Su Yuntao that he had only taken 1 night to raise his soul power to level 8. He changed the subject and asked Brother Yuntao, "Are we going directly to the Spirit Hall's affiliated Soul Master Academy in Snow City?" Su Yuntao replied, "It's not that simple. We have already submitted your information to Snow City, but the journey is long. Even for a messenger from the Spirit Hall, it takes at least half a month for a round trip. So if you want to join the Snow City Spirit Hall's affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy, you will have to wait at least half a month. But you don't need to worry. With your talent, there is no problem joining the academy. Right now, it's just a matter of going through the process. During this time, you can stay at the Spirit Branch Hall in Nodding City, and I will personally teach you some knowledge and training regarding martial spirits." "Oh, will that make me miss the start of the academy?" Chen Hu asked somewhat worriedly. Su Yuntao smiled and said, "The Snow City Spirit Hall's affiliated Soul Master Academy recruits students from the entire Fastna province. To accommodate students from distant places who might not make it in time, the start date of the academy is 3 months later than other Soul Master Academies. So you don't have to worry about missing the start date." "I see." Chen Hu realized, gaining a bit more admiration for the Spirit Hall. Only those who truly live in the Douro Continent would understand that the Spirit Hall is not the outright villainous force as depicted in the original work by the 3 little authors. On the contrary, in the minds of most commoners, the prestige of the Spirit Hall is even above that of the 2 great empires. This might also be one of the reasons why the Spirit Hall, as a Soul Master force, was able to establish a country without facing resistance from ordinary people. After becoming a Soul Master, Chen Hu's speed increased significantly. By noon, the two had already arrived in Notting City. After passing through the thick city walls, the various vendors and pedestrians increased along streets. Since this place is located at the junction of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, one could see merchants dressed in various styles bustling on the streets. As expected of a city, it was much livelier than Longmen Village. This was also Chen Hu's first visit to Notting City, and he was quite curious about the customs and practices of this other world. Like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, looking around everywhere. Soon, a landmark building appeared before Chen Hu's eyes. This was the Spirit Hall branch of Notting City. The Spirit Hall is one of the most iconic buildings in every city, even surpassing the Lord's Mansion. Each Spirit Hall is guarded by troops directly affiliated with the Spirit Hall and with many powerful Soul Masters stationed inside. Each Spirit Hall wields significant influence. You have joined the Spirit Hall, so no matter where you go, the Spirit Hall will be your strongest support, Su Yuntao said, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Chen Hu understood. This was faith. The Spirit Hall, huh? Sounds like a good place, Chen Hu thought to himself. All right, let's go in. I'll take you to meet Master Macy. Although Master Macy Yu is also a battle spirit master. He is in charge of the awakening and certification of martial spirits. Your information needs to be certified by him before it can be reported to the main hall of the Spirit Hall in Snow City, Su Yuntao said. Chen Hu nodded and followed Su Yuntao into the Spirit Hall. There were guards at the entrance, and from the aura of the guards, it was clear that although they were not Soul Masters, they were elite soldiers. The architecture inside the Spirit Hall was magnificent, with a dome soaring over 20 meters high. The entire hall's dome was adorned with various murals, each square depicting a different martial spirit, shining with a brilliant golden hue, both ancient and elegant. Noticing Chen Hu's gaze, Su Yuntao smiled and explained, "The martial spirits depicted here are those that have appeared in the martial spirit awakening ceremonies held by the Notting City Spirit Hall over the years. Only those who can become Soul Masters are qualified to have their martial spirit patterns engraved here. Is there a fee?" Chen Hu asked. Su Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. Of course, there is a fee. How else would the Spirit Hall grow stronger? The windows and doors of the Spirit Hall were made of specially crafted crystal, and when sunlight poured in, it emitted dazzling golden light. Su Yuntao whispered in Chen Hu's ear, "Of course, the fees are also collected from the nobles of Notting City. After all, they have plenty of money. If I don't pay, who will?" Chen Hu smiled, and Su Yuntao said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see Master Maceo. After meeting him, I can arrange a place for you to stay." Su Yuntao led Chen Hu up a staircase to the second floor, where rows of offices were laid out, which was where the Spirit Hall conducted its business. Su Yuntao arrived at the door of a room and, without knocking, pushed the door open and walked in. Who is this barging in? An elderly voice came from inside the room. This was a bright office, and behind a large desk sat an old man, dressed in the standard Spirit Hall attire like Su Yuntao, with a three-sword insignia on his chest indicating that he was also a great Soul Master. "Oh, it's Yuntao. Martial spirit cultivation requires focus. You're still so careless. Be careful not to end up like me, never breaking through to the realm of a great Soul Master." Master Maceo shook his head and, noticing Chen Hu behind Su Yuntao, couldn't help but ask, "Is this the genius you were talking about?" "That's right, Master Maceo. His name is Chen Hu, with innate soul power at the peak of level 7, and he is now an 8th level soulist," Su Yuntao said. Master Maceo's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Good. Our Notting City Spirit Hall hasn't seen a talent like this in a long time. If what you say is true, this is a great achievement." Saying this, Master Maceo turned to Chen Hu with a friendly expression and said in a gentle tone, "Young friend, let's go to the identification room to assess your martial spirit and soul power. Enrolling in the Snow City Spirit Hall's affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy requires a more professional martial spirit report." Chen Hu nodded and followed Master Maceo to a room at the end of the corridor. As soon as Chen Hu entered this room, he felt a special sensation. The soul power within him seemed to be moving in sync with a unique rhythm. The room was spacious and tall, covering over 200 square meters, with 5 fist-sized black stones embedded in the walls, which should be made of the same material as the stones used by Su Yuntao to awaken his martial spirit. Also the reason for Chen Hu's internal soul power movement. On the floor of the room was a huge emblem, resembling a token, with a long sword pointing straight down toward the entrance. The Spirit Hall building outside also had a similar emblem. Master Meisu paused as he noticed Chen Hu staring at the patterns on the floor and smiled. We are just the lowest level Spirit Hall, also known as the Spirit Branch Hall. On the continent, even the smallest cities have Spirit Branch Halls like ours. Higher level Spirit Halls generally appear in large cities. For example, the Nodding City you're going to has a Spirit Main Hall. Between the Spirit Main Hall and the Spirit Branch Hall, there's also a level of Spirit Subhalls. The highest level, the 4th level, can only be found in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The 5th level is the Pope Hall of the Spirit City, which is also the most esteemed place of our Spirit Hall. As for the higher realm, the legendary Douro Hall, only soul masters who have reached the Douro level or above can enter, which is the highest honor for soul masters registered with the Spirit Hall. Chen Hu's memory of the classification of the Spirit Hall is quite vague, but now that Matthew has mentioned it, Chen Hu remembers that the 6 levels of the Spirit Hall correspond exactly to the 6 powerful titled Douloa's martial spirits. The sword pattern on the emblem of the Spirit Branch should represent the sword Douloa Chunshin from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thank you for telling me this. Master Matthew, can we start now? Chen Hu said. Today's young people are really impatient. All right, let's begin. Show me your martial spirit. Matthew smiled and said. With the medicine comes the life-altering wine gourd. The soul curse sounded, and Chen Hu raised his right hand. A blue light surged, and a wine gourd appeared in his hand. What a unique soul curse, Matthew said with a slight smirk, his expression not quite matching his words. Matthew took a vessel from the table beside him and placed it in front of Chen Hu, saying, Pour the medicinal wine produced by your martial spirit into the vessel. I need to analyze whether your martial spirit truly possesses supportive abilities. Chen Hu uncorked the wine gourd and poured the medicinal wine into the vessel in front of him. The transparent liquid flowed into the vessel, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Matthew lifted the medicinal wine from the vessel and took a sip. His face, already flushed, became even more rosy. After savoring it carefully, he slowly said, Indeed, it is a food-type martial spirit with supportive capabilities. Even without having obtained a soul skill, it already has such effects. It is undoubtedly a top-tier food-type martial spirit. All right, let's proceed to test your soul power. Matthew picked up the blue crystal ball from the table and placed it in front of Chen Hu, saying, You should be familiar with soul power testing. Place your hand on the crystal ball. Before Matthew finished speaking, the crystal ball in his hand emitted a rich blue light. Although it was not as dazzling as Tang San's when he awakened his martial spirit, it was much more brilliant than when Chen Hu tested his soul power for the first time. 8th level. Has your soul power improved in the past 2 days? It seems your innate soul power is not an ordinary 7th level, but is already very close to the 8th level. Matthew sighed. He was naturally familiar with Chen Hu's data, but he did not expect Chen Hu's talent to be even stronger than what was recorded. I have no issues here. Your information has already been sent to Snow City in advance. I will issue a new martial spirit certificate for you, along with a recommendation letter for the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy. At that time, you can take these 2 items to directly enter the Spirit Hall's affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy. All right, Yuntao, please arrange a place for Chen Hu to stay. Chapter 8. Closed-door training. Su Yuntao moved quickly, leading Chen Hu to a large courtyard behind the Spirit Hall building. Introducing. This is the living area for the members of the Spirit Hall, divided into accommodation and entertainment zones. Since you're still young, you don't need to know about the entertainment area. Let me take you directly to the accommodation. After circling around a lively courtyard, they arrived at a noticeably quieter area. Su Yuntao pushed open a courtyard door, revealing ornamental green plants and colorful flowers that emitted a faint fragrance. This courtyard will belong to you from now on. You can bring your family to live here, and there are soldiers protecting the area outside. So, there's no need to worry about safety, Su Yuntao explained. Such a large courtyard belongs to me alone? Chen Hu asked, somewhat incredulously. Given the price levels in Nodding City, such a big courtyard would require several thousand soul coins. And it was even more valuable being near the spirit hall. Su Yuntao smiled and explained, generally speaking, only soul masters above level 20 can be assigned to an independent courtyard like this, but exceptions are made for talents like you. This courtyard is just a small benefit. As long as you show enough talent, the rewards from the spirit hall will be plentiful. That's why I said you won't regret joining the spirit hall. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. You can rest for a bit. My courtyard is right across from yours, so feel free to come find me if you need anything. Oh, and the cafeteria is in the first building you entered, and the food is free. You can go eat if you're hungry. With that, Su Yuntao waved his hand and left in a somewhat hurried farewell. Chen Hu watched him leave before closing the large door of the courtyard and opening the door to the interior room. The interior was quite elegantly decorated, with a somewhat ancient charm. It consisted of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and an independent training room. The furniture was fully equipped, and even daily necessities were completely prepared, saving Chen Hu a lot of trouble. As expected of the spirit hall, I should find a time to ask Brother Yuntao to help me bring my parents over to live here. With such a large area, it would be a waste for me to live here alone, Chen Hu murmured to himself. Feeling somewhat hungry, he headed to the cafeteria as Su Yuntao suggested. It was already past noon, and there weren't many people in the cafeteria aside from the staff. Chen Hu went to the counter and packed 2 servings of rice, 1 serving of braised beef, 1 serving of shredded pork with green peppers, 1 serving of fish-flavored shredded pork, and 2 chicken legs. Under the strange gazes of the cafeteria staff, he returned to his courtyard. Whose child is this? Can he finish all that? The hushed whispers naturally reached Chen Hu's ears, but he paid no mind. The medicinal wine produced by the spirit hall could provide some of the energy his body needed, but under high-intensity training, it was essential to have enough food for replenishment. Ever since he started using the medicinal wine to exercise, both Chen Hu's physical fitness and appetite had skyrocketed. The beef is well cooked, but unfortunately, the shredded pork with green peppers is undercooked. The meat is a bit chewy. The seasoning in the fish-flavored shredded pork is off, and the chicken legs aren't marinated well enough. The chefs at the spirit hall need to improve their skills, Chen Hu commented while eating, occasionally taking a few sips from medicinal wine gourd, enjoying his life. After a satisfying meal, Chen Hu pushed open the door to the training room, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate his soul power. A soul master is the first title of a soul master, the beginning of the extraordinary, and also the weakest period for a soul master. A soul master at the soul master level, although physically stronger than an ordinary person, may not necessarily win against an ordinary person in life and death struggles. For most soul masters, quickly crossing this soul master stage is of utmost importance. Therefore, even though he knew that the medicinal wine gourd could enhance the speed of physical training, Chen Hu only spent 2 hours a day exercising, using the remaining time to cultivate his soul power. For soul masters, the quieter the external environment during meditation, the better the effects of meditation. The training rooms built by the Spirit Hall have excellent soundproofing, with a 3-foot square chamber that only has a ventilation hole at the top, which does not affect air circulation. In such a tranquil environment, Chen Hu's cultivation effects were surprisingly good, and his soul power steadily increased bit by bit. The process of cultivation was quite dull, but the gradual enhancement of soul power was very captivating. The active nature of children makes it difficult for most kids who have just awakened their martial spirits to endure such a monotonous training process, and they often struggle to concentrate during cultivation. The benefits of Chen Hu's 2 lifetimes manifested at this time. His strong spiritual power and resilience will allow him to enter a meditative state and achieve results that surpassed ordinary people. Thus, Chen Hu's reclusive life began. Every day was basically a line between the cafeteria and the dormitory. Aside from eating, he hardly left his dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking woke Chen Hu, who was in the middle of training. Coming. Chen Hu responded, taking a deep breath to calm himself, stretching his body as he walked to the door. Brother Yuntao. Outside, Su Yuntao, dressed in athletic gear, stood with a tall female soul master beside him. She was attractive, and even with Chen Hu's perspective from 2 lifetimes, he found no flaws in her appearance. Who is this sister? Su Yuntao introduced. Xiao Hu, this is my friend, Cici. Cici, this is the little genius I told you about. Chen Hu. Sister Cici, hello. Chen Hu scratched his head, feeling that the name was familiar but couldn't recall. He extended his hand in a friendly manner. The female soul master named Cece also reached out to shake hands with Chen Hu, covering her mouth and teasingly saying, "Little brother, you really are hardworking. If it weren't for Yuntao coming to visit, you probably wouldn't even go outside, right? Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Do you want me to take you out to play a bit today?" "Thank you, sister. I appreciate your kindness, but it's best to skip going out. I need to hurry up and cultivate since I'll be going to the academy soon." Chen Hu politely declined. After awakening his martial spirit, Chen Hu had always felt a sense of urgency. So many days had passed, and Tang San should have already obtained his first spirit ring. Chen Hu vaguely remembered that after Tang San obtained his first spirit ring, his soul power reached level 13, which also meant the gap between him and Tang San had widened. Chen Hu didn't have extra time to waste. "All right, you truly are a genius with innate soul power reaching level 7. With such talent and hard work, you will definitely become a legend in Notting City." Although her suggestion was declined, Cece showed little dissatisfaction. Geniuses always have the right to be willful. Chen Hu smiled, stepping aside and saying, "Brother Yuntao, Sister Cece, I got so nervous that I forgot. Please come in and take a seat. I'll go brew some tea." Chen Hu welcomed Su Yuntao and Cece inside. Turned around to get a set of tea utensils, wanted to brew a cup of tea, but suddenly froze. It seemed he didn't have any tea leaves. Forget it. No tea leaves, but there's wine as well, so let's make do, he thought. With the medicinal wine gourd in hand, he softly chanted the soul spell, poured 2 cups of medicinal wine, and brought them to Su Yuntao and Cece. "Brother Yuntao, Sister Cece, I don't have tea leaves, so please make do with this." "What is this, wine?" Cece asked curiously, looking at the light yellow liquid in the cup. Chen Hu replied, "This is medicinal wine, a part of my martial spirit. It's drinkable and tastes quite good. Sister Cece, you should try it." Cece, Xiao Hu's medicinal wine can beautify the skin, strengthen the body, and is a rare fine wine. "You should give it a try," Su Yuntao flattered. "Wuhuan, the food type wuhuan of a soul master, is something I have never seen before. I must have a good taste of it," Cece said with a smile. "By the way, Yuntao, is there something you need to talk to me about?" Chen Hu asked as he sat down on a nearby chair. Su Yuntao replied, "It's nothing major. I just noticed you haven't gone out in over 10 days. So I came to check on you. By the way, have you started meditating? If you have any problems, feel free to bring them up now, since both Cece and I are here to help you. You mustn't try to figure out wuhuan cultivation on your own. Any issues must be addressed in a timely manner, or the consequences of damaging your foundation could be serious." Chen Hu said, "Thank you, Yuntao. I happen to have many questions during my practice, so I need your help now." Chen Hu expressed all the obscure points he encountered during meditation, and Su Yuntao answered them one by one. Following Su Yuntao's guidance, Chen Hu felt that the speed of his soul power operation during meditation had increased, and his gratitude towards Su Yuntao, as well as his offer wuhuan cultivation, deepened. Su Yuntao seemed quite busy. After spending an afternoon helping Chen Hu resolve some of his doubts in cultivation, he hurriedly left with Cece. Chen Hu resumed his secluded training. After Su Yuntao's advice, Chen Hu's cultivation speed increased even more, and his soul power steadily improved. Time flew by, and 3 months later, Chen Hu pushed open the door of the training room. The glaring sunlight outside hit him, causing Chen Hu to instinctively close his eyes, and it took a while to adapt to the external light. "I'm so hungry. I thought this breakthrough wouldn't take long, but it actually took 7 whole days to succeed. The food I prepare beforehand is no longer enough. Thankfully, I succeeded in the breakthrough. Otherwise, I might have had to interrupt my training early to go find something to eat," Chen Hu murmured to himself. Although the medicinal wine is a food-type wuhuan, it is still different from regular food-type wuhuan. It can only replenish part of the energy and cannot fully substitute for food. However, even after 3 days without food, Chen Hu only felt slightly hungry and did not experience the weakness that comes from prolonged fasting. As soon as he opened the door, Su Yuntao's anxious voice rang in Chen Hu's ears. "Xiao Hu, you finally came out. The Soul Master Academy in Snow City is about to start, and your admission notice has long been issued. If you don't come out soon, you'll miss the enrollment. If you don't come out, I'll have to break the door down." Chapter 9. First battle this time. Only Su Yuntao came to visit Chen Hu. His companion, Cece, did not come along. Su Yuntao stood anxiously at the door, confirming that there was nothing wrong with Chen Hu before he finally felt relieved. Brother Yuntao, is the Soul Master Academy in Snow City about to open? Chen Hu asked with a shy smile. Su Yuntao nodded and said, that's right. There are less than 7 days until the Soul Master Academy opens. With our speed, it will take 6 or 7 days to get from Nodding City to Snow City. If you don't come out soon, I might really have to break the door down. By the way, Su Yuntao seemed to remember something and inquired. Did you suddenly go into seclusion because your soul power has made a breakthrough? I really envy your talent. It's only been less than 3 months since your last breakthrough, and you are indeed a genius with innate soul power reaching level 7. Chen Hu smiled noncommittally. The process of cultivating soul power for soul masters is extremely long, and it takes a lot of time to accumulate before each level can be improved. 7 days ago, Chen Hu felt that his soul power was nearing saturation, reaching the peak of level 8, but taking that final step required a significant amount of time. Fortunately, he successfully broke through and became a level 9 soul master, getting closer to obtaining his first soul ring. This breakthrough took a lot of time, and with the Soul Master Academy opening soon, he couldn't afford a delay. After a quick wash, Chen Hu changed into a simple white outfit, took the proof from the Spirit Hall and the admission notice from the Soul Master Academy, and set off on a new journey. Snow City is the capital of the Fasnu province in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, located closer to Tiando City, while Nodding City is the southwesternmost city of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Star Luo Empire. Traveling from Nodding City to Snow City nearly crosses over half of the Fasnu province. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City prepared a fine steed for Chen Hu and Su Yuntao. Although Chen Hu is slightly taller than his peers, he is still just a 6-year-old child, and Su Yuntao is also quite slender, so the two riding together on one horse didn't seem crowded. They rode northward, hardly stopping except to rest at the Spirit Hall, almost constantly on the move. Finally, on the night of the 6th day, the towering walls of Snow City appeared before them. At the city gate, Su Yuntao pulled the galloping horse to a stop, and they both dismounted, their expressions not looking good, especially Chen Hu, who was limping. After 6 days of long-distance travel, it was quite a struggle in this era. If he weren't a soul master, Chen Hu would have been worried about whether he could even stand. Who goes there? No one is allowed to enter or exit the city during curfew. The soldiers guarding the city stopped Chen Hu and Su Yuntao, their cold spears reflecting a glimmer of light. We are soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Here is our proof. Su Yuntao took out 2 badges from his pocket and handed them to the soldiers. Soul masters in this era always enjoy privileges, especially those from the Spirit Hall. The soldiers guarding the city were more respectful after confirming their identities and returned the badges, saying, "Gentlemen, please." They then turned and shouted to let them pass. The city gates slowly opened, and Su Yuntao led the horse, bringing Chen Hu into Snow City. Brother Yuntao, are we going to the Soul Master Academy now? Chen Hu asked with curiosity as they entered the city. Su Yuntao shook his head. Not yet. We need to go to the Soul Hall S Sub-Hall in Snow City to report first, and then we can go to the Soul Master Academy. In Snow City, at the Spirit Hall, Chen Hu had seen quite a few Spirit Halls on his way from Nodding City to Snow City, but none compared to the one before him. Still located in the core area of Snow City, the imposing and dignified entrance, with numerous circular buildings standing tall, made it seem more like a small city than just a Spirit Hall. The guards outside were dressed in specially designed uniforms of the Spirit Hall, each wearing a badge identical to the one Su Yuntao wore, indicating that they were not ordinary people, but soul masters of level 20 or above. Soul masters, who hold a high status on the continent, were actually just guards at the Spirit Hall. As Chen Hu and Su Yuntao entered the Spirit Hall, the internal decor was quite similar to that of Nodding City, but the hall was more than twice as large, with many more soul masters coming and going. After reporting at a designated area, a staff member from the Spirit Hall led the two of them through a small path behind the reception counter. After winding through for over 10 minutes, they arrived outside a hall. As Su Yuntao was about to enter, the staff member stopped him, saying, "Sorry, esteemed Soul Master. This is the residence for students of the Soul Master Academy, and accompanying Soul Masters are not allowed to enter. I will take you to the guest house to rest." Since Snow City is the capital of Fasnu, With countless experts in the spirit hall, Su Yuntao, being just a soul master from a small city, did not dare to refute the arrangement of the spirit hall. He nodded and, after giving Chen Hu a few instructions in his ear, watched him enter the hall. The hall was about 100 square meters, and there were already over 20 children around Chen Hu's age sitting cross-legged, meditating and cultivating. In the center of all the children sat a man in his 30s, who only opened his eyes to glance at Chen Hu when he sensed him entering, before returning to his previous state of relaxation. As soon as Chen Hu stepped into the hall, a boy at the outermost edge stood up to greet him, saying hello. You must be a new student at the Snow Soul Master Academy this year too. My name is Yang Chuan, a level 7 Soul Master, and my martial spirit is Iron Claw. If you want to come in, you must pass our test. So, please go ahead. Yang Chuan asumit a kambetstanje. Black light swirling around him, and a pair of iron claws extended from his hands, fitting seamlessly with his palms, as if he were born with a pair of deadly claws. The glint of cold light on the iron claws indicated they were definitely a lethal weapon. As soon as Yang Chuan took his combat stance, the other boys opened their eyes one after another, their gazes falling on the newcomer Chen Hu and Yang Chuan, revealing expressions that seemed to be half-smiling. Seeing that the only adult in the hall did not stop Yang Chuan's challenge, Chen Hu understood that this was probably the first test for joining the Soul Master Academy. Only by gaining the recognition of these children could one qualify to become one of them. Chen Hu set down his bag and walked 3 meters in front of Yang Chuan, softly chanting, "Medicine arrives, life is eliminated, wine gourd." With a surge of green light, the medicinal wine gourd appeared in Chen Hu's hand. He slightly cupped his hands and said, "Chen Hu, level 9 Soul Master, martial spirit medicinal wine gourd, please guide me." Level 9? Many children began to stir. A 9-level Soul Master at just over 6 years old is a rare sight, even among the geniuses recruited by the Spirit Hall. Yang Chuan, who was about to battle Chen Hu, couldn't help but take him more seriously after hearing his level. However, although Chen Hu's chanting was quiet, Yang Chuan, standing only 3 meters away, definitely heard it. After seeing Chen Hu's martial spirit, Yang Chuan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Are you a support-type Soul Master? If that's the case, you don't have to participate in the battle. You can directly become one of us. No need, let us follow your rules." "Come on," Chen Hu replied. "All right, since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Chuan was angered by Chen Hu's indifferent expression and raised his iron claws to strike at Chen Hu, the steel claws tearing through the air with a faint whistling sound. The iron claws, over 20 centimeters long, would undoubtedly leave unimaginable wounds if they hit a person. Chen Hu did not dare to be careless. He fully circulated his soul power, without the enhancement of soul skills. The characteristics of the martial spirit and the level of soul power are the key factors determining a soul master's strength. Clearly, in terms of the martial spirit's aggressiveness, even an idiot could tell that the medicinal wine gourd could not compare to the glimmering iron claws. However, in terms of physical quality and soul power level, Chen Hu undoubtedly held an absolute advantage. Empowered by soul force, Chen Hu easily dodged past Yang Chuan. However, at the moment the sharp iron claw swept by, Chen Hu, who had never experienced combat before, broke out in a cold sweat. With a missed attack, an enraged Yang Chuan showed no hesitation, swinging his iron claws to continue attacking Chen Hu. Chen Hu didn't want to test the sharpness of the claws with his flesh, so he could only avoid the attacks and keep dodging. Even though Chen Hu's soul power level was much higher than Yang Chuan's, he could only keep evading, feeling incredibly frustrated. Chen Hu was frustrated, but Yang Chuan was even more so. After another attack missed, Yang Chuan couldn't help but roar. "Is all you can do is dodge like a girl?" Yang Chuan's words didn't anger Chen Hu, but they drew unfriendly glances from a few girls outside the hall. Yang Chuan, completely unaware of the trouble he was inviting, continued to insult. "You coward! Do you dare to fight me fairly like a man?" Chen Hu glanced at the panting Yang Chuan. Maintaining the martial soul form also consumed soul power, and for someone like Yang Chuan with such a lethal martial soul, the consumption was even more terrifying. Moreover, Yang Chuan's soul power level was lower than his own. If this continued, Yang Chuan would surely be the one to lose. But would such a victory be what Chen Hu desired? "As you wish." Chen Hu took a big swig of medicinal wine. after awakening his martial soul for so long. How could he not have thought that one day he would face combat? His understanding and application of the martial soul could not remain at the initial stage forever. Let us use you to test whether the path I envision is feasible. Chen Hu thought to himself, feeling the boiling blood within him, clenched his fist and charged forward. What incredible speed! Yang Chuan had no time to feel pleased, as Chen Hu's fist was already in front of him. In a panic, Yang Chuan, not being an ordinary child, made the most correct response by raising his hand to block Chen Hu's fist. If Chen Hu continued to attack, there was no need to think about which was harder, flesh or iron claws. Chen Hu's fist drew closer, showing no sign of retreat. Had he gone mad? How could a flesh and blood fist face an iron claw? A watching girl covered her eyes, incredulous. The other children nodded in agreement, seemingly in full support of the girl's viewpoint. Bang! The flesh and blood fist met the steel claw. A charged strike collided with a hasty defense, and the outcome was almost predictable. The claw cut through the fist. But couldn't he withstand the immense power accompanying it? Yang Chuan's defense crumbled under a single punch, and following that was Chen Hu's other fist. Boom! Yang Chuan's small body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. Chapter 10. The Overlord's Spear. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood fell from Chen Hu's trembling right hand, but his expression remained calm as he stared ahead, as if the wounds on his hand did not exist. This was the battle strategy Chen Hu had prepared for himself, exchanging injury for injury. The effect of the medicinal wine he had drunk at the start of the fight quickly took effect. Before long, the bleeding from the wounds on his hand had stopped, and they began to slowly scab over. In addition to restoring his physical strength, the medicinal wine gourd could also accelerate wound healing. This was Chen Hu's greatest reliance in daring to exchange injury for injury. I lost. Yang Chuan stood up with a complex expression, his pale face betraying a mixture of respect and fear. At the last moment, the iron claw collided with his fist. Chen Hu's resolute gaze made him tremble. Even though the opponent's soul power was higher than his own, Yang Chuan accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. You should find a place to sit and cultivate. If there are any newcomers, you can test them. At that moment, the only adult in the arena spoke up, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Chen Hu walked to a corner of the hall, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state to begin cultivating. Yi Liu Yuan's gaze fell on Chen Hu, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation, before he closed his eyes and pretended to doze off. Time passed slowly, and before long, the hall's door was opened again, drawing everyone's attention to Chen Hu. The wounds on Chen Hu's hand had scabbed over, but it was clear that if he were to fight again soon, the scabs would surely break. Yi Liu Yuan did not speak, nor did Chen Hu. He walked to the spot where Yang Chuan had stood earlier, where there were no children around, clearly a deliberately left battlefield. Chen Hu's gaze turned towards the entrance of the hall, where a slender girl entered. She was not tall, but her features were exquisite, and her large, dark eyes blinked attractively. The girl wore special clothing that only personnel from the Spirit Hall possessed. With a badge depicting 2 swords on her chest, she was undoubtedly a soul master. Although the Spirit Hall recruited only geniuses, those qualified to enter the Snow Spirit Academy were even more exceptional. However, becoming a soul master within 3 months of awakening one's martial soul remained a daunting task. Most student soul power hovered around level 8, while those like Chen Hu, who had reached level 9, were already outstanding. Hello, I'm Chen Hu, a level 9 soul master with a martial soul medicinal wine gourd. If you want to gain our recognition, you must fight me. Chen Hu greeted the newcomer as Yang Chuan had instructed. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, the girl showed a hint of excitement, clearly a combative spirit. But then her expression shifted to one of concern. I'm Lin Xiao Xiao. My martial soul is the Overlord's Spear, and I'm an 11th level battle soul master. You're just a soul master. How about you get someone stronger? As Lin Xiao Xiao finished speaking, the hall erupted in excitement. What day is it today? A fearless support-type soul master just arrived, and now we have a real soul master who's just over 6 years old. That's right, but soon there will be a good show to watch. These two will surely engage in an interesting battle. Interesting? Not necessarily. The outcome is almost predictable when a soul master faces a soul master. even if their soul power levels are similar. Having soul rings and not having them is a completely different concept. Exactly. While soul masters might occasionally challenge higher levels, it has never occurred between soul masters and soul masters. If soul masters have the qualifications to step into the extraordinary, then soul masters represent true transcendence. With the title of soul master as a profession, it also signifies the extraordinary nature of that title. Lin Xiaoxiao, age 6, innate soul power, peak level 9. Martial soul overlord spear evaluation. S. Chen Hu, age 6, innate soul power, peak level 7. Martial soul medicinal wine gourd, support type. Evaluation, S-. In Liu Yuan's mind, these two profiles emerged. In this cohort, and even in the last two, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu were the two with the best talents. Liu Yuan was also curious to see what kind of sparks would fly during this first encounter between them. No need, let's get started. Chen Hu also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a true battle soul master. His fighting spirit ignited. He tore his sleeve, tightly wrapped the wound on his right hand, and shouted, "Medicinal wine gourd, unleash!" A green light swirled, and the medicinal wine gourd appeared in his hand. He took large gulps, which transformed into a wave of warmth that exploded inside him, turning Chen Hu's face as red as a cooked shrimp, frighteningly so. "All right, but you better be careful, Overlord Spear." Lin Xiaoxiao called out softly, and a 7-foot Overlord Spear appeared in her hand. Due to her short stature, the 7-foot spear looked more than double her height, with the spearhead dragging on the ground, creating a rather incongruous sight. As soon as the Overlord Spear appeared, Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor changed dramatically. Her previously delicate aura vanished, replaced by a commanding presence, as if an overlord had returned. The yellow soul ring shone brightly, and there was no doubt that Lin Xiaoxiao's first soul ring was a century old. "You're at a lower level than me, so I'll let you strike first." Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze was condescending, her voice both delicate and filled with authority. Chen Hu remained silent, clenching his fists. He took 3 big steps forward, closing the distance to Lin Xiaoxiao. As he approached her, his muscles tensed, and his speed suddenly increased, darting in front of Lin Xiaoxiao to throw a punch. As the saying goes, an inch longer is stronger, an inch shorter is more dangerous. Lin Xiaoxiao's Overlord Spear was a long weapon, sweeping and powerful, but in close combat, it would inherently have its shortcomings. Therefore, Chen Hu decided to engage in close combat, preventing Lin Xiaoxiao from leveraging the advantages of her martial soul. Just as Chen Hu was about to close in on Lin Xiaoxiao, she moved. Her left hand, which had been hanging down, formed a fist and collided with Chen Hu's fist. Pain, an extreme pain radiated from the cracked wound, and the blood-soaked bandages turned crimson. However, Chen Hu couldn't afford to worry, for accompanying the pain was an overwhelming force. Generally speaking, except for left-handers, the strength of the human right hand is significantly greater than that of the left. With Lin Xiaoxiao holding the spear in her right hand, even her left hand strength was something Chen Hu struggled to withstand. Chen Hu had little battle experience, but he understood that he absolutely could not retreat now. With Lin Xiaoxiao's strength, combined with the sweeping power of the Overlord Spear, it was definitely not something he could resist. At that point, he wouldn't even have a right to exchange injury for injury. His right arm slightly retracted, and the left hand, ready to strike, swiftly followed through, indicating that he had anticipated this move. Lin Xiaoxiao's left hand had lost its strength, and at that moment, she had no choice but to release her grip on the Overlord Spear, meeting Chen Hu's fist with her own. A hint of appreciation flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes. It was clear that the rhythm of the battle was now in Chen Hu's hands. Unfortunately, the gap between their strengths was simply too great. Releasing the Overlord Spear seemed to unshackle Lin Xiaoxiao, and her small fists came raining down one after another. The force behind her punches grew stronger, and her speed increased rapidly. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged more than 10 punches. This all-out fistfight was a tremendous drain on anyone's stamina. However, the two in the arena showed no signs of fatigue, only a slight breathlessness. Is this really a battle between two battle soul masters? With this stamina, even our beast martial soul masters wouldn't have it. A child who had awakened a beast martial soul couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. A flicker of surprise also crossed Yi Yuan's eyes, not for Lin Xiaoxiao, but for Chen Hu. It was remarkable to see that Chen Hu, a mere support-type soul master, had the ability to engage directly with a battle soul master. Yi Yuan's gaze became increasingly focused, the dark light swirling in his eyes as he observed every detail of Chen Hu's movements. Chen Hu, an atypical support-type soul master, was of considerable research value even to him. Unbeknownst to Chen Hu, with each punch he threw, the warm flow in his abdomen integrated further into his body, making his next strike even more powerful. Does this guy have no limits? Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Clearly she was the one with greater strength. Yet Chen Hu continued to retreat under her onslaught, and she felt increasingly strained. First soul skill, tyrant strength. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted softly, as the yellow soul ring suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A deep black light erupted from Lin Xiaoxiao's petite body, exuding a powerful aura. Boom! Lin Xiaoxiao's small fist collided with Chen Hu's fist, and in the next moment, Chen Hu was sent flying by a shockwave, his bloodied hands dripping with blood. Lin Xiaoxiao's assault did not stop there. After pushing Chen Hu away, her hands were unrestrained. With the tyrant spear in hand, she gripped it with both hands, delivering a simple, yet forceful thrust akin to Mount Tai pressing down. Such a powerful momentum. Is this her true strength? Chen Hu murmured, instinctively raising his hands to block his chest, trying to use the strength of his arms to withstand this overwhelming thrust. A shadow flashed by. Lin Xiaoxiao's tyrant spear did not strike down. Enough, you win. A cold voice came, and Chen Hu realized that the figure standing before him was the only adult in the hall, Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan who had deduced that Chen Hu would be unable to catch Lin Xiaoxiao's tyrant spear, saving him at the critical moment. The fighting spirit in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually faded. The tyrant spear vanished, and she gasped for breath, saying, "No, I am a soul master. The moment I used my soul skill, I had already lost, so in this match, I am the one who lost." As Lin Xiaoxiao's words fell, the hall erupted in applause, recognizing her strength and respecting the spirit she displayed. Of course, there might also be encouragement and acknowledgement for Chen Hu's performance, but no one knew for sure. However, the figures of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao were etched in the memories of everyone present. Chen Hu fell silent for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No, we're the same age. Being able to obtain a soul ring is a testament to your strength. There is nothing unfair about it. Losing is losing. I can accept it, and I'm not afraid of losing. Next time, I will work hard to win it back." Lin Xiaoxiao paused slightly, then smiled. "All right, consider this match as my win. I will be waiting for you." Although she was a girl, Lin Xiaoxiao possessed a boldness that many boys lacked. Perhaps it was due to her martial soul? Chapter 11. Knight Master with the task of guarding the gate handed over to the newcomer, Lin Xiaoxiao. Chen Hu finally had time to tend to his wounds. Not only was his right hand injured, but his left hand was also in bad shape. Every punch he threw was without reservation, and as a result, both his and Lin Xiaoxiao's hands were covered in blood from the collisions. Seeing Chen Hu tending to his wounds, Yi Yuan swiftly pulled out a roll of white bandages from his waist and tossed it in front of Chen Hu, saying, "Use this. It's unhygienic to keep using your sleeves. By the way, make sure to tend to Lin Xiaoxiao's injuries too, to prevent infection." After thanking him, Chen Hu picked up the bandage and, gritting his teeth, tore off the makeshift bandage made from his sleeve on his right hand. He then summoned his medicinal wine-gourd martial spirit, uncorked it, and began to clean his wounds with the medicinal wine. The effectiveness of the alcohol in cleaning the wounds was one thing, but the pain was indescribable, even with Chen Hu's 2 lifetimes of experience. It was enough to make him grit his teeth and nearly cry out. The transparent medicinal wine flowed down the bright red blood, and soon the color began to fade. Under the effect of the medicinal wine, the wounds visibly stopped bleeding, and only then did Chen Hu prepare to wrap them with the bandages. Wrapping the bandages with one hand was not easy, so Lin Xiaoxiao snatched the bandages from Chen Hu's hand and carefully wrapped them around his hand, ignoring his protests, and tied a bow on it. Chen Hu shrugged helplessly, continuing to tend to his left hand, which also ended up with a bow. Next, Chen Hu continued to help Lin Xiaoxiao treat her injuries. Lin Xiaoxiao's palms were small, matching the size of her fists. But her skin was fair and her hands were beautiful, with long fingers that resembled a piece of art. As Chen Hu focused on the wound on Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, the moment the medicinal wine touched the injury, her injured hand trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Girls are generally more sensitive to pain than boys, but Lin Xiaoxiao was a strong-willed girl and managed not to cry. Once both of their hands were treated, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hands and hid them behind her back, afraid of the pain. Chen Hu smiled, but said nothing. For a child, the process of treating wounds with medicinal wine was indeed quite painful. Similarly, the medicinal wine produced by Chen Hu's martial spirit could be taken internally or applied externally. But for obvious injuries, the external application was much more effective. Even with injuries like today's, complete healing would only take about a week. Hiding her hands behind her back, Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously leaned closer to Chen Hu after a while and asked curiously, "Is your martial spirit of the support type?" Chen Hu nodded. "That's right. My martial spirit is a food-type support martial spirit, the medicinal wine gourd. The medicinal wine and the gourd are one. Although I haven't obtained a soul ring, the medicinal wine in the gourd has strong medicinal value, helping to quickly restore physical strength and accelerate the healing of wounds." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully and suddenly realized, "The reason your punches became stronger while we were fighting is because of your martial spirit, right? I didn't expect a support-type martial spirit to have such powerful combat capability. You're really impressive." Chen Hu smiled wryly and said, "Such combat power is only built on the foundation of my relentless training. As the number of soul rings increases, the physical quality of support-type soul masters will gradually fall behind that of combat-type soul masters, coupled with various highly offensive soul skills. The gap in combat power between support-type soul masters and combat-type soul masters will only widen, becoming an insurmountable chasm." Although Chen Hu had dreams, he also understood the vast difference in combat power between support-type and combat-type soul masters. Especially with Lin Xiaoxiao, she had given him a vivid lesson, making him fully aware of the gap between the two types of soul masters. However, Chen Hu was not one to give up easily. Lin Xiaoxiao giggled. "It's okay. I'll look out for you then. You just need to support me, and I promise no one will dare to bully you." Chen Hu touched his nose, feeling embarrassed to speak. Although living off a 6-year-old girl sounded appealing, as a man who had lived for over 30 years, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. "Focus on your training. Your martial spirit is of high quality, and since you've used soul skills, your soul power consumption must be quite large. Who knows when the next student will arrive? If you lose to a soul master due to insufficient soul power, it won't look good." Chen Hu changed the subject. Lin Xiaoxiao, with her strong-willed nature, clearly took Chen Hu's words to heart. She quickly sat cross-legged and mumbled, "I'm training now, don't talk to me." Chen Hu chuckled. Lin Xiaoxiao's lively personality was quite endearing. After 2 intense battles and using medicinal wine to clean his wounds, Chen Hu's soul power was nearly depleted. The feeling of not having soul power was uncomfortable for him, so he didn't delay any longer and began to meditate and cultivate. An hour later, Chen Hu opened his eyes, feeling that his soul power had fully recovered and the pain in his hands had gradually faded. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. No new students had arrived during this hour. Today was the last day, and Lin Xiaoxiao was likely the last student to arrive, meaning there were only 29 students in this cohort of the Martial Spirit Academy, including him. The night was deep, and after surveying the area, he noticed that none of the students were sleeping. All were diligently cultivating their soul power. Most of those willing to join the Spirit Hall were either commoners or fallen nobles, well aware that cultivation was the only path to change their fate, and they worked even harder at it. Chen was also unwilling to waste time and continued his cultivation, following the effects of the 2 exhilarating battles. His speed of soul power cultivation was even faster than usual. The entire night passed, and still no new students arrived. Yi Liyuan walked to the center of the hall, took out a roster, and said, "I will now begin roll call. If you're present, just speak up." Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao did not expect to be called first and quickly responded, "Here." Yi Liyuan glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and continued, "Chen Hu. Here. Feng Zheng. Very good. Everyone is present." Now let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Liyuan, a level 61 agility attack type battle spirit emperor with a martial spirit night owl. I'm also your instructor and practical class teacher for this cohort of martial spirit students. You can call me Night Master. As Yi Liyuan spoke, he unleashed his martial spirit. Dark light surged, and dazzling soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. A shocking pressure emanated from Yi Liyuan, and his dark eyes instantly turned pitch black, exuding a soul-stirring aura. Under this overwhelming pressure and captivating aura, all the students involuntarily took a few steps back, not daring to meet Yi Liyuan's gaze. Night Master, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Chen Hu were the first to stabilize themselves and respectfully spoke. The other children, who were also talented, quickly reacted and respectfully echoed, Night Master. Yi Liyuan's gaze swept over the 29 children. Under his intimidating gaze, none of the children dared to look him in the eye. His indifferent voice echoed, "You are the worst cohort of students I have ever taught. It has already been 3 months since you awakened your martial spirits. And aside from Lin Xiaoxiao, not a single one of you is a soul master. Soul warriors are merely the reserves for soul masters. You're not even worthy of the title of soul master. The only reason you were chosen by the Spirit Hall is because of your talent. You can take pride in your talent, but you absolutely cannot become complacent because of it. Soul warriors are just the beginning of the path of a soul master. I do not wish for it to become your end. Similarly, the soul masters are not qualified to become my students at Yi Liyuan." Yi Liyuan's tone was somewhat stern and even indifferent. "Now, I am issuing the first task for the first year of the Wuhuan Academy. You have 9 months to cultivate. After 9 months, those who have not become soul masters, leave as you came. The Wuhuan Palace Academy will never accept waste as students." 9 months to become a soul master. How is that possible? The hall instantly erupted. Many students' soul power was stuck at level 7, and in just 9 months. Wanting to break through to become a soul master was nearly an impossible task. Impossible? Why is it impossible? Those who can enter the Wuhuan Academy. Which of them does not have innate soul power above level 5? Is it so difficult to raise soul power to level 10 in a year? If you can't become a soul master in a year, you might as well go find an ordinary Wuhuan Academy to study. Why come to the Wuhuan Academy directly under the Wuhuan Palace in Snow City? The resources of the Wuhuan Palace cannot be wasted on lazy people who have talent but do not know how to work hard. Furthermore, I just issued a command. Now a discussion with you. After 9 months, those who can become soul masters stay. Those who cannot, leave. Yi Liyuan's expression showed no change. His stern face appeared like a devil in the eyes of all the children. It is known that in general primary soul master academies on the continent, as long as students become soul masters, they are eligible to graduate. Here with Yi Liyuan, becoming a soul master is just the beginning. In the eyes of a group of children only a little over 6 years old, the teacher's authority is still significant, although they feel some worry inside. They do not dare to openly voice it and confront Yi Liyuan's authority. Of course, the 6 soul rings floating around Yi Liyuan are also indispensable. In the world of soul masters, the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong have absolute authority. Yi Liyuan walked to the door, pushed it open, and sunlight poured in from outside, instantly brightening the dim hall, while Yi Liyuan, facing the sunlight, seemed forever shrouded in darkness, exuding a cold aura. "Form a line according to the order I just called, and follow me in a brisk walk. I will take you to the Wuhuan Academy." Yi Liyuan's indifferent voice came, and the students quickly formed a line. This teacher seemed difficult to provoke, and no one wanted to be in trouble at this moment. The line quickly arranged itself, and Yi Liyuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Follow me." With that, he took the lead and ran out, not too fast, clearly considering the speed of the students. Chapter 12. Roommates. A group of people followed Yi Liyuan as they jogged out of Snow City, heading north. After running about 5 or 6 miles, when most of the students were out of breath, a cluster of buildings appeared before them. This was the Martial Soul Academy, which looked quite impressive. Chen Hu looked at the architecture in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. The towering buildings and landscaping were comparable to some university campuses from his past life. Unlike a university campus from his previous life, which had over 10,000 students, The vast Martial Soul Academy had less than 300 people, including faculty and students. However, the Martial Soul Academy did not feel empty. The sounds of students training and studying echoed through the air, and the children were amazed to experience such a scene for the first time. Yi Liyuan looked at this scene with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, he reached the entrance of the Martial Soul Academy and turned to face the 29 students. Crossing his left arm over his chest and performing the internal ceremony of the Martial Soul Hall, saying, "Little ones, welcome to the Martial Soul Hall. This will be the starting point of your lives. I wish you all the best with your martial souls. May our martial souls thrive," shouted one student, and the other students began to chant as well. "May our martial souls thrive." Chen Hu silently repeated these words in his heart. Was his journey as a soul master finally beginning here? He hoped the Martial Soul Hall would not disappoint him. Next, under Yi Liyuan's guidance, Chen Hu and the others were assigned to student dormitories. The Martial Soul Academy was affluent. Each of the 6 grades had independent dormitory buildings, and Chen Hu's cohort was assigned to Building 5. The dormitory was spacious, but to foster camaraderie and relationships among students, the academy chose to arrange 5 students per room. Mixed gender. Unsurprisingly, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao were assigned to the same dormitory, room 1. The other 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, were dressed in standard Martial Soul Hall attire, and their backgrounds were hard to discern. From now on, we are roommates in room 1. Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Tori, from a small village in Nuiyuan City. Our village survives by hunting, and my martial soul is a hunting dog, a level 9 soul master. One of the boys, who looked more robust, introduced himself proactively. Hello everyone, my name is Gedin, from Nanyuan City. My martial soul is Ghost Vine, and I am also a level 9 soul master. The other boy, Gedin, seemed a bit timid, stuttering as he spoke, and it took him a while to get those few words out, his face turning red. The last girl appeared much more confident. After glancing at Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, she spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Yimei. My martial soul is a variant of the plum blossom, called Cold Plum, and I am a level 9 soul master. I live in Snow City, so you can all come to my house to play later. Yimei, is your name originally Yimei, or did you change it after awakening your martial soul? Chen Hu asked curiously. Yimei rolled her eyes at Chen Hu and said irritably, "The Mei in my name is for rose, not for plum blossom." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Hu scratched his nose and smiled. Then let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Hu. I was born by the lake, so my parents named me that. I come from Longmin Village in Nodding City, the southernmost part of the Fasno province. My martial soul is a medicinal wine gourd, and I am a level 9 soul master. Finally, all eyes were on Lin Xiaoxiao, who confidently said, "My name is Lin Xiaoxiao from Gu City. My martial soul is the Overlord Spear that you all saw yesterday, and I am an 11th level 1-ring battle soul master." After Lin Xiaoxiao finished introducing herself, Chen Hu noticed, whether by coincidence or design, that none of the 5 in room 1 had innate soul power below level 7, and all had soul power above level 9. Except for Lin Xiaoxiao, they were all just a step away from becoming soul masters. The hearts of children still retained a touch of innocence, and the 5 quickly became familiar with each other, unanimously electing Lin Xiaoxiao as their dorm leader. Once they got to know each other, the atmosphere became more harmonious. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the brand new sheets and bedding and, somewhat troubled, turned to Chen Hu. "Xiao Hu, shall we discuss something?" Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Chen Hu already knew what she was thinking. He smiled lightly. "Let's not talk about changing beds. I can help you put on the sheets and duvet covers once I'm done tidying up." "Really? Xiao Hu, I knew you were the best." Lin Xiaoxiao jumped up happily. For children, putting on sheets and duvet covers was the most troublesome task. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Hu had done his fair share of bed making during school, so he hadn't forgotten that skill. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao's sheets and bedding were set up, and she happily rolled onto her bed. Chen Hu shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and looked at Yimei, saying, "Yimei, let me help you with yours." "Thank you. How about I treat everyone to a meal?" Yimei suggested. "Meal? Right. We haven't had breakfast yet. I'm starving. Let us go eat." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly nodded. "Okay, but does anyone know where the cafeteria is?" Torai shrugged and asked. I know. I noticed it when I came in. I'll take everyone there. Lin Xiaoxiao volunteered. Chen Hu shot a strange glance at the little girl, inwardly thinking, could this girl also be a foodie? As for why he used also, Chen Hu didn't know, but he was certain he would never admit to being a foodie. The matter of the big foodie nation? That couldn't be called being a foodie. That was a gift. The group marched to the cafeteria, where the Martial Soul Academy didn't try to profit from the students in this regard. All food was provided for free. Thus, Yimei successfully achieved the feat of treating everyone without spending a penny. Have you four not eaten at all? Yimei looked at the mountain of food in front of her, her gaze falling on the four people, as if she were looking at four gluttons. Children need to eat more to grow taller. Chen Hu spoke up. Torai said, I just thought the food at the Martial Soul Academy tasted pretty good, so I couldn't help but take a bit more. I usually don't eat much. Lin Xiaoxiao added, my martial soul is too heavy. I need to eat well to have the strength to wield the spear. Gedin timidly said, sorry, I was just too hungry. Chen Hu put his arm around Gedin's shoulder and smiled. Little Ding, you don't need to apologize. We're all roommates. Be bold. No one will blame you. Yeah, Little Ding. If you keep this up, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Yimei nodded in agreement. Sorry. I already said you don't need to say sorry. Just eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold and one tea tastes good later. Chen Hu said, speechless. He knew that Gedin's personality was like this, and changing it wouldn't happen overnight. In any case, they had 6 years to spend together, and Chen Hu cherished this bond. He genuinely wanted to treat them as friends, so he had to set aside his adult pride and sincerely interact with these children. The four gluttons feasted on the delicious food in front of them, and Yimei was also influenced, her appetite expanding as she ate an extra bowl of porridge and a bun. By the way, do you guys drink alcohol? Chen Hu suddenly remembered something and asked as the meal was nearing its end. Drink alcohol? Of course. I love drinking. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her little hand, excited. Torai said, I'm a child of a hunter's family, so of course I drink. Yimei hesitated. I've never drunk before. My family doesn't let me. Gedin weakly said, I've never drunk alcohol either. Chen Hu Dao, you can't not drink. We're in the same dormitory. If I'm not mistaken, we will definitely become a team in the future. My martial soul is the food type martial soul, medicinal wine, so you all must learn to drink. How about we try it now, just to prepare for our future cooperation? Medicinal wine, wine gourd. Chen Hu took 5 empty bowls and placed them on the table, then recited the soul incantation to summon his martial soul, pouring a full bowl of wine into each empty bowl. Torai, hearing Chen Hu's soul incantation, couldn't help but ask, Chen Hu, is this wine legit? What if we really end up being cured by it? Chen Hu thought to himself that it was hasty. Concealing his embarrassment with a smile, he said, don't be fooled by my informal soul incantation. My wine is definitely good wine. Forget that. Let's all have a drink together to celebrate the establishment of our dormitory. Chen Hu placed the medicinal wine gourd on the table, raised his wine bowl to everyone, and said, right, let's toast to our dormitory officially being established. Cheers. Everyone stood up, clinked their cups together, and then drank. Drinking from large bowls and eating meat heartily, this kind of camaraderie is most appealing to young, vigorous boys. Everyone stared without blinking and drank all the wine in their bowls in one go. As a result, the two who had never drunk before, Yimei and Geding, directly passed out on the table, while Tori, from a hunter background, also had flushed cheeks and blurry eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed. What now? Should we keep drinking? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Yimei and Geding and asked, let us not. We should take them back first. Otherwise, if Tori gets drunk too, it'll all be hard for us to take them back. Chen Hu shook his head and said, Torai felt a bit embarrassed and said, I just never drank this fast. Otherwise, with my drinking capacity, another large bowl would be no problem. Chen replied, Okay. I know you can drink well. Can you get back by yourself? I can. Torai nodded helplessly, stood up first, but his steps were a bit unsteady, and he swayed. Let us each take one. Chen Hu pointed at the passed-out Yimei and Geding and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, walked over to support Yimei, and headed towards the dormitory. Chen Hu supported Geding and followed out. Back at the dormitory, they tossed the 2 drunkards onto their own beds. And Chen Hu gasped for breath and said, Isn't this self-inflicted misery? Lin Xiaoxiao replied irritably. Isn't this what you brought upon yourself? I didn't expect their drinking capacity to be this poor. Chapter 13 Basic Meditation Method. The teaching at the Soul Master Academy officially begins the next day, and the class schedule was sent out the night before. There are 4 classes a day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Each class lasts for 1 hour, with a half-hour break in between, during which students can arrange their time freely. During holidays, each student has 1 day off per week, which they can schedule as they wish. Additionally, at the end of the month, there are 3 days of monthly leave, making the schedule relatively relaxed. Chen Hu is a first-year student, and everyone's schedule is the same. The courses they will be taking include cultural politics, soul theory, meditation, and combat classes. Among these 4 courses, cultural politics and soul theory occupy a smaller proportion of the schedule, with cultural politics having only 2 or 3 classes a week. The remaining classes consist mostly of meditation and combat. The first class upon enrollment is meditation. The classroom for meditation is distinctly different from the classrooms in Chen Hu's previous life. The spacious room is divided into small squares by transparent crystal doors, each containing a special communication device that facilitates language communication between squares. Meditation is very sensitive to external disturbances, and these crystal doors effectively isolate outside interference, thereby enhancing the efficiency of meditation. Inside the cubicle, there is nothing except a meditation cushion and a desk. Once all the students are seated according to their student numbers, the class bell rings, and a female soul master in her 30s walks in. She is our meditation class teacher. Chen Hu's gaze falls on the female soul master at the podium. Her attire resembles that of most soul masters from the spirit hall, but her tall and slender figure exudes a unique allure, and her exquisite features make Chen Hu certain that he has never seen such a beautiful woman outside of television. What captivates Chen Hu the most is her long, flowing light red hair, cascading down and tied at her slender waist with a hairband. I am your meditation instructor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Shui, a rank 54 auxiliary soul king. For the next 6 years, I will be responsible for your meditation training. I believe that before coming to the Soul Master Academy, you all must have obtained some meditation methods through various means. I do not wish to know the effectiveness of those methods. In a moment, I will teach you the latest basic meditation method from the Spirit Hall. This is also the content of your class today. The latest basic meditation method from the Spirit Hall is the latest achievement of the Douro Hall, and countless soul masters outside covet it. I hope you seize this opportunity and practice this set of meditation methods well. Ji Shui stands at the center of the podium. Although there are soundproof crystal doors blocking her, her voice still clearly reaches every student's ears. As Ji Shui finishes speaking, all the students, including Chen Hu, display various expressions. If it weren't for the soundproof doors, the entire classroom would likely erupt in excitement. In that brief statement, the amount of information contained is vast. Ji Shui does not continue speaking, quietly waiting for the students to digest the information she just provided. Both Ji Shui's identity and the basic meditation method she mentioned are enough to cause a stir. A rank 54 healing soul king is even rarer than their instructor, Yi Liyuan, who is a soul emperor. The number of soul masters awakening auxiliary soul skills is already low, and their training speed is generally weaker than that of battle soul masters. Coupled with their relatively low individual combat power, they rely heavily on others to obtain soul rings, which is why auxiliary soul masters are typically cultivated by large powers, and high-ranking auxiliary soul masters are even rarer. The fact that their cohort has an auxiliary soul king as a teacher is largely due to the presence of Chen Hu, a genius auxiliary soul master. Indeed, Chen Hu, with a peak innate soul power of level 7, is an undeniable genius among auxiliary soul masters, drawing the attention of high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Ji Shui, rather than merely being a first-year meditation instructor, is actually a mentor arranged by the Spirit Hall of Snow City for Chen Hu. There is no one better suited to understand auxiliary soul masters than her. As a senior member of the Spirit Hall in Snow City, Ji Shui is also aware of the purpose behind her being assigned as a first-year instructor, and she is quite curious about this auxiliary genius with innate soul power reaching the peak of level 7, just one step away from level 8. It is worth noting that she was able to raise her soul power to level 54 before the age of 40 largely, because her innate soul power was level 6. Although that is only a one-level difference compared to Chen Hu, she understands the vast chasm that this one level represents. Moreover, the difference between entering level 6 and breaking through to level 8 in just 3 days at level 7 is not merely a difference of one level. Similarly, Chen Hu is deeply curious about this beautiful teacher who is also an auxiliary soul master. While somewhat reluctant, he understands that he too has a great chance of becoming an auxiliary soul master in the future. Stealing glances at instructor Ji Shui, Chen Hu wonders what her soul skill might be. All right, you should have digested the information by now. Let's officially start the class, Ji Shui says, raising her hand to attract the attention of all the students before continuing. In your desks, you all have a wooden box. Please take it out and open it. Following Ji Shui's instructions, Chen Hu discovers that there's indeed a small wooden box in a drawer of his desk. When he opens the box, a thin booklet appears before him, embossed with 5 golden characters, Basic Meditation Method. Curious, Chen Hu flips through the booklet and finds that its content is quite similar to the meditation method that Su Yuntao had given him. But the routes for soul power operation are clearly much more complex, with illustrations and explanations being more detailed. Ji Shui writes the soul power operation route of the Spirit Hall's basic meditation method on the blackboard with chalk, her strokes flowing smoothly and effortlessly, clearly indicating her familiarity with this set of meditation methods. She then begins to explain the meaning of each sentence word by word, citing references, making what was originally a somewhat tedious theoretical class on meditation much more interesting. Of course, Ji Shui's beauty and sweet voice also play a significant role. Who wouldn't enjoy listening to a beautiful teacher? Soon, nearly half an hour passes, and everyone begins to meditate using the new meditation method. As the soul power flows along the new route, after gradually adapting, Chen Hu realizes that his soul power's enhancement speed has increased by at least 5%. One should not underestimate this small 5%. The cultivation of a soul master is a lifelong endeavor. If the speed of soul power enhancement increases by 5% and is maintained over time, it leads to significant improvement. Moreover, the soul power cultivated through this basic meditation method is also more solid compared to the soul power cultivated before. This is the advantage of joining a large power. Chen Hu cannot help but admit that joining the Spirit Hall is indeed a very wise choice, not to mention the various esteemed teachers and friends. Just this meditation method is something that ordinary Soul Master Academy students cannot even imagine. The meditation method given to Chen Hu by Su Yuntao was already something that only internal Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall were qualified to learn, far superior to the ordinary methods circulating outside. The meditation method practiced by the students of the Snow Spirit Academy is of even higher quality. Although meditation methods are not as precious as soul bones, they are still closely guarded secrets of various major powers. Without joining a large power, it is nearly impossible to obtain such high-quality meditation methods. The ease with which noble sect soul masters cultivate, including meditation methods, is evident in all aspects. For ordinary soul masters to compete with those from noble sects, joining the Spirit Hall is basically the only option, which is why nearly 70% of the continent's commoner soul masters choose to join the Spirit Hall, perhaps considering the need to familiarize students with the basic meditation method. The entire morning's class is dedicated to meditation. In the afternoon, Yi Liyuan brought everyone to participate in the opening ceremony of the school year. It was also the first time Chen Hu met the principal of the Soul Master Academy directly under the Spirit Hall of Snow City, a level 71 soul sage. Even in Snow City, soul sages are extremely rare. The principal of the Soul Master Academy is also the highest-ranking cardinal of the Spirit Hall in Snow City. The opening ceremony was similar to the previous life, with speeches from the principal and leaders delivering common, encouraging words. However, the only difference from the previous life was that those speaking were powerful soul masters who possessed extraordinary abilities. The opening ceremony lasted until 5 in the afternoon, and after the last ritual ended, no student dared to leave early. As a result, by dinner time, hundreds of people rushed into the cafeteria, but fortunately, The cafeteria was large enough not to feel crowded. The 5 friends from Dormitory 1 gathered together, discussing while eating, as expected of the Soul Master Academy. The effect of the basic meditation method is better than the meditation methods I learned before. With the basic meditation method, I am confident that I can break through to a level 9 Soul Master in 2 months and catch up to the level of the Big Sister. When soul power reaches level 10, one can obtain a soul ring, using the power of the soul ring to break through to the next realm. So level 10 soul masters are generally referred to as quasi-soul masters. The speaker was Tori. Great. By then, we can have a good sparring session, Lin Xiaoxiao said without any unhappiness, even eagerly rubbing her finger joints. With the strong physique of a soul master and Chen Hu's medicinal wine, her injuries from the previous battle with Chen Hu had healed. The injury on Chen Hu's left hand was also nearly healed, while his more severely injured right hand still needed time to recover. Tori recalled the scene of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu fiercely exchanging punches, as well as the image of the domineering overlord's spear smashing down, and couldn't help but shudder, saying, "Big sister, I have no intention of challenging you. Even if I break through to a soul master, I can only respect you. How could I dare to make a move? TCH, coward. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Geddon, Xiaomei, how long do you two need to break through to level 9? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Geddon and Yimei. I'm about the same as Tori. 2 months should be enough. Yimei thought for a moment and said. However, seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's eager gaze, she couldn't help but add, Big sister, I'm a girl, and my martial spirit is not very strong, the plum blossom. You wouldn't lay a hand on me, right? Lin Xiaoxiao shot Yimei an annoyed glance and said, Don't worry, I won't hit you. Geddon, how long do you need to break through? Geddon lowered his head and said softly, I should be able to do it in about 2 months as well. Enough. Lin Xiaoxiao's last gaze fell on Chen Hu. Chen Hu helplessly shrugged and said, I just broke through to level 9 before coming here. Even with the new meditation method, it will definitely take me 3 months to break through next time. Chapter 14. Preparation for hunting souls. Lin Xiaoxiao's dark eyes turned, and Chen Hu understood what she was thinking. He smiled wryly and said, If you're really bored, I could spar with you. Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly filled with a smile. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? You're an auxiliary soul master, even if you obtain a soul ring. The boost to your physical abilities won't be significant, right? Yimei couldn't help but ask, Yeah. Chen Hu, you're just an auxiliary soul master. You can just stay safely behind the battle soul masters. No one will blame you. Why do you have to fight so hard? Chen Hu didn't directly answer Yimei's question, but turned to look at her and said word by word, Why I fight hard is not important. Now please tell me, what is this arrow? Eru? I don't know what you're talking about. Yimei said evasively. Tori teased in a low voice, because besides the big sister, you're the second in our dorm, so Yimei secretly gave you the nickname Ru. Hey, Tori, Godi. Yimei lunged at Tori with her claws out. Watching the two of them making a scene, Chen Hu found it both amusing and exasperating as he separated them and asked, Apart from ruined slippers, are there any other nicknames? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Yimei and said, Xiaomei is plum blossom, and Gooding is pudding. What plum blossom? I'm clearly a rose, Yimei complained. All right, plum blossom. Tori pretended to be serious. Hey, slippers, Godi. And what about you? What's your name? Chen Hu curiously looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Of course, I'm big sister. What's the problem? Lin Xiaoxiao said matter-of-factly. Why do we have nicknames like Uru, slippers, and pudding, while your nickname is so normal? Chen Hu was speechless. Because I'm the boss. If you're not satisfied with her, you can ask my overlord spear, Lin Xiaoxiao said, shaking her small fist fiercely. Chen Hu raised his hands in surrender. Fine, it is. It's better than slippers or pudding anyway. With the teasing, some things became easier to accept. After a while of playful banter, everyone tacitly began to cultivate. As children from impoverished families, they all knew that cultivation was the only chance to change their fate, so they naturally didn't want to waste time. The courses at the Martial Soul Academy were quite intense. Aside from necessary cultural classes and martial soul theory classes, most were meditation and practical combat classes. Of course, as first-year students, the number of practical combat classes was still less than that of meditation classes, with Ji Shui being the teacher most often seen by the first-year students. After all, as a soul master without even a single soul ring, the content of the practical combat classes mostly focused on physical training. In this regard, Chen Hu, with the special effects of his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd, could be said to be at the top. Even Lin Xiao, who had already become a soul master, felt inferior. Thus, this auxiliary soul master, Chen Hu, surprisingly excelled in the practical combat class. 3 months later, the 4 of them in the dormitory successively broke through to level 10. However, according to Yi Liyuan's requirements, even Tori, who had broken through nearly a month ago, did not go to obtain his first soul ring. When Chen Hu finally reached level 10, Yi Liyuan came to the dormitory. Very well, since you've all reached level 10, there's no need to wait. Pack up. I'll take you to hunt soul rings tomorrow morning. Do you remember the question I asked you before? You can now tell me your choices. Yi Liyuan stood with his hands behind his back. Chen Hu's mind involuntarily recalled Yi Liyuan's words after Tori broke through to level 10. The energy and soul ring positions of a soul master are limited, while the development of a soul master's path is infinite. To become a powerful soul master, one must make the most suitable choices, give up some things, and then focus on developing in a specific direction, according to the experiences of countless soul masters. The development directions for soul masters are divided into 5 main categories: strong attack, control, agile attack, defensive support, etc. The strong attack category is the most mainstream development route for soul masters on the continent, focusing on enhancing the burst damage of soul masters in direct confrontation. Lin Xiao's Overlord Spear Martial Soul follows the strong attack development route. The agile attack category emphasizes speed to the extreme, allowing for both offense and defense, and harassing the enemy from the side. The control category is special. It doesn't focus on absolute lethality and speed, but rather on using control skills to limit opponents and guide the victory of a team battle. The defensive category, as the name suggests, accumulates defensive attributes in soul rings, remaining unmovable like a mountain, pressing forward step by step to block the opponent's attacks. The auxiliary category provides various support abilities to enhance teammates or companions. All right, Tori, you go first, Yi Liyuan said, looking at the first to break through Tori. Tori scratched his head and said, Master Yi, my martial soul is a hunting dog with keen sense of smell and speed, but my direct attack ability isn't great. So I choose the agile attack development route. Yi Liyuan nodded internally, appreciating Tori's self-awareness, which saved him from needing to say much. Yi Liyuan's gaze shifted to Gooding. Gooding said softly, I want to pursue the control category. Yi Liyuan nodded and said, Good. Your martial soul, Ghost Vine, is a standard control martial soul. The vines are not only resilient, but also carry weak toxicity, making it very suitable for developing in the control direction. Yimei, what about your choice? Yimei shook her head in confusion and said, Master Yi, I don't know which direction I should take. Can you help me choose one? Yi Liyuan couldn't help but smile and nodded. You're quite clever. The development direction of the plum blossom martial soul is indeed hard to choose. But your martial soul is a mutated one with cold attributes, so I suggest you develop in the control direction, like Gooding. Of course, you could also add the attack power of the plum blossom and follow the strong attack route. Forget it, I'll stick to the control route. The attack power of the plum blossom isn't strong anyway, and besides, I'm a girl. I don't like fighting and killing, Yimei said, sticking out her pink tongue. All right, you all go back and review the martial soul theory textbooks carefully. Think about what soul beasts suit you. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the soul hunting forest. Yi Liyuan waved his hand and turned to leave. By the way, Lin Xiao, you have to go too. You are a team, and when we get to the soul hunting forest tomorrow, I won't intervene. Whether it's finding soul beasts or hunting soul rings, I won't intervene unless we encounter absolute danger. Yi Liyuan's voice came back. What? Master, you won't intervene? How will we obtain soul rings then? Yimei asked, somewhat confused. Lin Xiao put her arm around Yimei's shoulder and said boldly, What are you afraid of? Aren't I here? Just wait and see how your big sister shows her prowess tomorrow. But, big sister, can you really defeat a 100-year soul beast? Tori said with some concern. They had only seen soul beasts in textbooks and had never truly experienced them, so they didn't understand the extent of soul beast power. However, some 100-year soul beasts in the textbooks could be a match even for great soul masters, let alone Lin Xiao, who had just recently become a soul master. As a genius of the Martial Soul Academy, the first soul ring basically didn't consider a 10-year soul ring. Gooding also showed a worried expression. Yi Liyuan's earlier words created a heavy atmosphere in the group. Chen Hu had to step in to dispel everyone's concerns and loudly said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although soul beasts are powerful, they're just a bunch of mindless beasts. As long as we find their weaknesses, relying on our combined strength, we can definitely kill a 100-year soul beast." Seeing that everyone still lacked confidence, Chen Hu continued, "Moreover, I've already decided on the target for the first soul ring. The plant-type soul beast, the solitary bamboo. As a common plant spirit beast, the bamboo has a high population and generally low attack power. Even a 100-year-old bamboo has limited attack capability, and with our combined strength, it's easy to hunt it down. Once I obtain my first spirit ring, our team will have 2 spirit masters, and we might be able to defeat a 100-year spirit beast. With battle comes growth, and our tasks will only get easier. However, that would mean a significant sacrifice on your part, Eru," Yimei said with concern. "That's right, I disagree. If it really comes to it, we could directly seek out a powerful 100-year spirit beast. I don't believe that if we encounter danger, you sure won't step in." Tori gritted his teeth and said. Chen Hu understood that everyone was worried about him casually choosing his first spirit ring, and he smiled, saying, "Choosing bamboo as my first spirit ring is not for the sake of sacrificing myself for everyone, but a well-thought-out decision. Although bamboo's attack power is not strong, it can grow and take root even in harsh environments like cliffs, and its vitality is undoubtedly tenacious, making it suitable as my first spirit ring." After hearing Chen Hu's explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao relaxed and patted her chest, saying, "That's good. I thought you were going to give up on yourself. If you gave up, I wouldn't have a rival in the future." Chen Hu shot Lin Xiaoxiao an annoyed glance and continued, "Although with my and Xiaoxiao's help, we still need to prepare in advance. First, we need to acquire a good weapon. In the Spirit Master phase, a quality weapon is undoubtedly the best way to enhance our attack power. Additionally, we should prepare some essential rations, mosquito repellent powder, and tents in advance." "That's right, Eru. You think ahead. Leave this to me. I live in Snow City, and I'll have my dad prepare everything for us," Yimei said. "The supplies for the wild can be handled by my uncle, but we still need to personally select the weapons, as this concerns our own combat strength and must be suitable for us. But we don't have any money." Lin Xiaoxiao pointed out the most critical issue. "I have more than 10 gold soul coins. That should be enough for everyone," Chen Hu said. This was given to him by Su Yuntao when he left Notting City. "I have a little too. If it's not enough, you can use mine," Gading added. "All right, let's set off. Meiwa, you grew up in Snow City, so you should know where there are good blacksmith shops. Please lead the way." Chapter 15, Soul Hunting. The next day, the 5 little buddies from Class 1 were all set to go. Yi Liyuan looked at the large and small bags of the 5 students and smiled. "Not bad. You're well prepared. I'm taking you to the soul hunting forest. Once we enter, I won't interfere with any of your actions, regardless of the outcome. As long as there is no deadly threat, I won't intervene. Let's go." Under Yi Liyuan's lead, the group left the school gate and walked east for 3 or 4 hours before arriving at a market on the outskirts of a forest around noon. The market was filled with loud shouts, either selling goods or recruiting teammates, mostly from a group of adults in their 20s and 30s. The combination of Chen Hu and his 5 little companions attracted most people's attention. However, upon seeing the neatly worn Soul Master Academy uniforms on Chen Hu and the others, these Soul Masters instinctively made way. After resting in a restaurant at the market and having lunch, Yi Liyuan took everyone out of the market and headed towards the soul hunting forest. "Teacher Yi, why did those Soul Masters look at us so strangely just now?" On the way, Tori finally voiced his inner doubts. Yi Liyuan sneered. "Do you think the world of Soul Masters is as beautiful as you imagine? The world of Soul Masters is filled with deceit and trickery. Interests are the only theme. If it weren't for the clothes you wear, you probably wouldn't even be able to leave the soul hunting forest. Only here will you realize how fortunate it is to have a powerful force backing you. At least in the territory of the Spirit Hall, no one dares to lay a hand on you. Of course, you must be cautious. Maintaining absolute vigilance at all times is never a bad thing." "Teacher, are you saying that if we weren't wearing the Spirit Hall uniforms, they would attack us?" Yi Mei asked incredulously. Of course, not everyone would attack, but there will always be those blinded by greed and not afraid of death. So from now on, don't easily trust anyone, especially in a lawless place like the Soul Beast Forest, Yi Liyuan said calmly. The 5 students silently remembered Yi Liyuan's words. Even Chen Hu, who had lived 2 lives, carefully noted everything Yi Liyuan said. Although the peaceful world of his past life had its share of deceit, it was at least confined within certain rules. Even when betrayed, it usually only resulted in financial loss, rarely threatening life. However, in this world, the threat of death loomed at any moment. Soon, a massive steel fence appeared before everyone's eyes. The towering fence, dozens of meters high, resembled a steel wall, sealing off the soul-hunting forest. Beneath this steel wall, squads of soldiers patrolled the perimeter. These soldiers were clad in full steel armor, wielding sharp, long spears. Their military demeanor exuding a chilling atmosphere, clearly the elite among the elite. This is the soul-hunting forest, looking at the towering trees. Even Chen Hu couldn't help but be astonished. Such a primitive forest, even though he had lived in the mountains in his previous life. He had never seen anything like it. Let us go. Generally, soul masters need a hand order issued by the Spirit Hall to enter the soul-hunting forest. However, as members of the Spirit Hall, you only need to show your spirit emblem to enter all areas of the soul-hunting forest that do not contain 10,000-year soul beasts. Of course, with your strength, hunting 10,000-year soul beasts for soul rings will require at least 20 years of experience, so don't think about that, Yi Liyuan said lightly. While speaking, they reached the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Take out your spirit emblems. Following Yi Liyuan's instructions, Chen Hu and the others took out the spirit emblems issued by the academy after the opening ceremony and handed them to the inspecting soldiers. So it's the geniuses from the Spirit Academy. Brothers, let them pass. As they passed through the steel fence and entered the soul-hunting forest, the surrounding sounds instantly quieted down, and the quality of the air became unprecedentedly good. Every breath felt refreshing. If it weren't for the hidden dangers in the forest, it seemed like it would be nice to stay here. Hey, where's Teacher Yi? Ye Mei exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked around and realized that Teacher Yi was nowhere to be found. Chen Hu smiled bitterly. This should be Teacher Ye's test for us. It's fine. Let us go find soul beasts ourselves. Mei Hua, take out the map and compass. Pay attention to the formation. I'll lead the way. Torai, keep an eye on the surrounding environment. Little Pudding and Mei Hua in the middle. If any danger arises, support immediately. Big Sister will guard the rear. Lin Xiaoxiao was indifferent, so Chen Hu naturally took command and issued orders. Everyone had no objections. The mature and composed Chen Hu had already gained everyone's recognition in daily life. The task of clearing a path was not simple. One needed to memorize the target, grasp the direction of advancement, choose the most suitable route, and be aware of hidden threats, like snakes and poisonous creatures lurking in the weeds. Chen Hu drew a long knife from behind him. The blade was long, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, straight and narrow, about 2 fingers wide, resembling a miao knife but slightly shorter and thicker, with a shorter handle, making it a one-handed sword. This was the weapon Chen Hu had chosen yesterday, costing him 3 gold soul coins. The blade was extremely sharp, making a very good weapon. The blacksmith shop had many weapons, and after careful consideration, Chen Hu chose this knife. As a weapon, a knife doesn't require much from its user. Even in the hands of a beginner, it can exert considerable power. Chen Hu was not Tang San, who could practice all the unique skills of the Tang sect. Weapons would only be part of Chen Hu's combat power, not the only aspect, so it was natural that he wouldn't invest a lot of energy into it. Thus, the knife was undoubtedly the best choice. Torai also chose a knife, but not the long, straight knife like Chen Hu's. Instead, he opted for a 2-handed sword. Yi Mei and Good Ding chose short swords, while Lin Xiaoxiao had a bawang spear, so she naturally didn't need any other weapon. With weapons in hand, the underlying tension and fear eased a bit, and the group cautiously made their way towards their destination. Something's up. Chen Hu called out softly as he heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes ahead. The formation of the 5 immediately tightened, carefully watching the direction from which the sound was coming. A green glow emanated from the bushes, and 3 all-green wolves emerged. It's forest wolves. They seem to be around 10 years old. What should we do, kill them? Torai asked. No need. Forest wolves are pack animals and hold grudges. Unless necessary, we shouldn't provoke them. Let's take a detour, Chen Hu replied. Forest wolves are quite common soul beasts, capable of hiding perfectly within their environment. If Chen Hu hadn't been cautious, he might have walked right into their attack range without realizing it. This type of soul beast isn't very strong, ranking lower among soul beasts of the same level. Yet they are numerous, with keen senses and highly accurate awareness of their surroundings. Once provoked, they can be quite troublesome. Everyone agreed with Chen Hu's decision, as they were all aware of the habits of forest wolves. Thus, the group slowly retreated and chose another direction to move forward. In the soul-hunting forest, unless necessary, it is best not to provoke enemies for no reason. Here, the enemies are not only soul beasts but also other soul masters. Along the way, Chen Hu and the others encountered more and more soul beasts. If they could avoid them, they did. If not, they had to resolve them as quickly as possible. Even with just a straight knife, Chen Hu's displayed combat power exceeded expectations. Ordinary 10-year soul beasts could often be dealt with directly without requiring help from others. With a swift motion, Chen Hu split a flower marten in half, quickly retreating to avoid the splattering blood. Let us go. Torai, I say you're clearly a support-type soul master. Why are you so violent? Look at that support-type soul master. They didn't leave us a single soul beast along the way, Tori joked. Chen Hu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, All right, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest for the night, and tomorrow you can lead the way. Really? Torai was a bit excited. After all, the soul master didn't have a fighting spirit in his bones. Having watched Chen Hu fight all day, Tori was already itching to join in. Not just you. We'll take turns leading the way so that everyone has a chance to sharpen themselves through battle, Chen Hu arranged. Fighting is the best way to learn. After a whole afternoon of combat, Chen Hu felt his fighting ability rapidly growing. The night is the most dangerous time in the soul-hunting forest. On one hand, the darkness obstructs the vision of soul masters, hiding many dangers that can lead to injuries or even death due to misjudgment of the external situation. On the other hand, night is when some powerful soul beasts roam. If they encounter these beasts, given their general strength as soul masters, escaping would be quite difficult. Therefore, before nightfall, Chen Hu and the others found a suitable place to set up camp. It was a small clearing with few weeds around, providing a wide field of vision to spot dangers in time. After setting up the tents, Chen Hu sprinkled insect repellent powder around the camp and said, Someone must keep watch tonight. I and Little Pudding, Yi, Mei will take the first half of the night, and Big Sister will take the second half. Is that all right? Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Chen Hu then took out some rations and summoned a medicinal wine gourd, mixing it with water in a water bag, and handed it to Yi Mei and Goding, saying, My martial soul can greatly restore everyone's condition. Mei Hua, Little Pudding, you two have low alcohol tolerance, so it might taste a bit strange when mixed with water, but you don't have to worry about getting drunk. With the medicinal wine, everyone silently ate their rations. After a day of caution, everyone was tired. After consuming the medicinal wine, everyone's condition noticeably improved, and Chen Hu, along with Goding and Yi Mei, began their watch, while Lin Xiao and Tori meditated and practiced in the tent. They switched positions in the second half of the night. Chen Hu and the others were lucky. Nothing unexpected happened throughout the night. After eating some rations, they continued their journey. However, this time Tori took the lead, while Chen Hu replaced Tori's position to start observing the surroundings. Lin Xiao was still at the rear. As they delved deeper into the soul-hunting forest, Lin Xiao, who was at the back, also started to get busy. The reason Chen Hu arranged for the strongest Lin Xiao to be at the rear was precisely because the dangers encountered there were greater, making her more susceptible to attacks. Chapter 16. The Lonely Bamboo Eru. Come and take a look at this lonely bamboo. How does it look? Tori's voice came through as an 11-meter-tall, lonely bamboo appeared in Chen Hu's sight. Finally, they encountered a century-old lonely bamboo, but unfortunately, it had just barely surpassed 100 years. Let's keep looking. If we can't find anything else, we might as well use it, Chen Hu said. Lonely bamboo is a common spirit beast, but high-level ones are rare, and a century-old lonely bamboo is quite uncommon. This particular one was the only century-old lonely bamboo they had discovered. All right, let us keep looking, Chen Hu continued. A newly surpassed century-old lonely bamboo might not satisfy them. After all, they were different from ordinary spirit masters. For ordinary spirit masters, a newly surpassed century-old lonely bamboo might be very appealing, but for geniuses like them, obtaining a 100-year spirit ring is just the beginning. Ideally, they would want spirit beasts that are 200 or even 300 years old. Otherwise, with Lin Xiaoxiao's strength, she could easily handle some newly surpassed century-old spirit beasts, so there was no need for them to worry. As they delved deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the level of the spirit beasts increased, putting significant pressure on the team, forcing them to take detours. Eru, come quickly and take a look. Is this lonely bamboo old enough? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. Chen Hu followed her gaze and saw a lonely bamboo standing alone on a large rock, measuring a full 13 meters. Yes, it's just over 300 years old. Everyone, prepare for battle. Torai, go scout the environment and make sure no other spirit beasts approach. Zio Buting and Meihua, you two stay at the front to prevent any accidents. The attack power of the lonely bamboo isn't strong, so Big Sister and I will deal with it, Chen Hu ordered, quickly assigning tasks. Then he extended his right hand and whispered, "Medicine to eliminate life, wine gourd." A green light surged, and the medicinal wine gourd appeared in his hand. After taking a big gulp, he tossed it to Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Big Sister, plant-type spirit beasts have lower intelligence than ordinary spirit beasts and generally won't attack proactively, so you should take the lead and aim to deal a heavy blow to it." Understood, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. After taking a big gulp from the medicinal wine gourd, she tossed it back and shouted, "Overlord Spear." A dark, mysterious light rose, and the unparalleled Overlord Spear appeared in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. A yellow spirit ring rose from beneath her feet, instantly bursting with dazzling light. Her first spirit skill, Overlord's power. The dark light surged, and Lin Xiaoxiao seemed like a reincarnated Overlord, powerful energy erupting from her small body as she slammed down on the century-old lonely bamboo. Boom! A terrifying shockwave and the sound of rushing air erupted, with yellow light radiating from the thick bamboo stalk and green leaves fluttering everywhere. The lonely bamboo shook continuously, the yellow light that covered it fluctuating unstably. Spirit beasts also possess spirit power. While the attack methods of the lonely bamboo are limited, its defense is incredibly strong. Lin Xiaoxiao's explosive strike seemed powerful, but the damage to the lonely bamboo was not as significant as imagined. The lonely bamboo absorbed much of the force through its spirit power defense and constant vibrations. While Lin Xiaoxiao launched her attack, Chen Hu was also busy, swinging down a powerful strike with his blade on the lonely bamboo. The blade sank into the bamboo by more than an inch, but couldn't penetrate further. A 1-inch wound was negligible compared to the thick bamboo trunk. After retracting, he dodged a whip-like bamboo branch and stepped out of the lonely bamboo's attack range. Relaxing his grip on the hilt, he said in surprise, "This is just a century-old lonely bamboo, yet its defense is so strong." Lin Xiaoxiao was also forced back by the swinging bamboo branches, frowning as she said, "These bamboo branches are annoying. Let's clear them out first." "Okay," Chen Hu nodded. "Meihua, Zio Buting, you guys join in too. Let's clear out the bamboo branches." The four of them sprang into action. Lin Xiaoxiao took the lead, smashing down with her spear like a female overlord. The flexible branches of the lonely bamboo had no chance to absorb the force and were directly smashed apart. Chen Hu wasn't idle either. Although his weapon wasn't as powerful as the Overlord spear, it was sharp enough to yield surprising results with several strikes. Gu Ding summoned his martial soul. A vine exuding a gloomy aura burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around a bamboo branch. Then quickly used his short sword to slice it off, his speed comparable to the others. Yume didn't have a ghost vine as her martial soul, and could only assist Gu Ding in cutting the bound bamboo branches. The attack power of plant-type spirit beasts is limited. Swinging bamboo branches is one of their few powerful attack methods. But facing the coordinated efforts of Chen Hu and the others, it could do little else but angrily wave its branches. Before long, Chen Hu delivered a final blow, cutting off the last branch of the lonely bamboo, leaving it as nothing more than a solitary bamboo trunk, its green leaves scattered all over the ground. With its few remaining attack methods gone, the lonely bamboo, no matter how high its defense, could only be slaughtered by Chen Hu and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao broke through the lonely bamboo's spirit power defense, while Chen Hu continued to strike the same spot on the lonely bamboo with his blade. About half an hour later, the 13-meter-tall, lonely bamboo came crashing down. Faint light points began to gather, ultimately forming a yellow spirit ring that hovered above the bamboo's trunk. Phew, I'm so tired. This is just an average century-old plant spirit beast. I can only imagine how difficult it would be to encounter other animal spirit beasts. Yimi Sikit. Plant-type spirit beasts are very difficult to relocate when their age is not high, once discovered by spirit masters. They are basically live targets and are favored targets for many ordinary spirit masters. Chen Hu slowly walked up to the century-old lonely bamboo and sat down. Even before making contact with the spirit ring, he could sense the powerful spirit power fluctuations contained within. Medicine to eliminate life, wine gourd. The green light surged, and the green medicinal wine gourd appeared in Chen Hu's palm, a faint aroma of alcohol wafting out, refreshing his senses. Come on, my first spirit ring. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guided by the green light, the lonely bamboo's spirit ring slowly flew toward Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yin Mi, Giding, and Tori surrounded Chen Hu, guarding the four directions. In the distance, a dark light flashed by, and the surrounding spirit beasts seemed to be startled by something, instantly fleeing without looking back. As the spirit ring approached, Chen Hu also felt a wave of powerful pressure, causing his whole body to tremble slightly under this pressure. Soon, the yellow spirit ring reached above Chen Hu's head. Without giving him any time to react, the spirit ring instantly shrank and wrapped around the medicinal wine gourd in his right hand. Chen Hu felt as if his right hand had fallen into lava, with a scorching, violent energy surging into his body, instantly burning him from within, leaving him in unbearable pain. Lin Xiaoxiao knew the pain of absorbing a spirit ring, especially a century-old spirit ring. The energy contained within the spirit ring poses a significant impact on the spirit master, causing considerable suffering. However, with the help of this energy, future cultivation would become much simpler. Lin Xiaoxiao was now able to reach 13th rank spirit power precisely because she absorbed the energy from her first spirit ring, allowing her spirit power to directly peak at 11th rank. Chen Hu also understood that amidst this pain, he had to maintain absolute calm and not let the pain cloud his mind. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured the agony, entering a meditative state to absorb and refine this scorching, violent energy. As his consciousness entered clarity, Chen Hu felt as if he had entered a world of flames, with endless burning flames igniting every corner of his body. The basic meditation method of the Spirit Hall operated continuously, pushing this flame to ignite more corners. At the center of the fiery world, a blue gourd stood firm, its mouth seemingly emanating an attractive force, drawing some of the flames into the gourd. The flames merged into the medicinal wine gourd, and the transparent liquid inside the gourd gradually transitioned to a light blue color, with a rich aroma of wine swirling around Chen Hu. All the hot flows surged out as if they were going to melt Chen Hu's body, and the medicinal wine in the gourd completely turned a light blue color. Chen Hu felt as if a layer of invisible shackles within his body had been unlocked, and the rolling hot flows merged with the vibrant blue soul power, instantly elevating the blue hot flow significantly. The blue hot flow moved through his meridians several times before returning to his dantian without Chen Hu needing to carry it. It was a success. Chen Hu felt a surge of joy. As the blue soul power fused with the power of the soul ring, it propelled the operation of the soul power, absorbing all the soul ring energy dispersed throughout his limbs and bones, perfectly merging together. Since Chen Hu remained conscious and was still practicing meditation, this newly born soul power was perfectly under his control, without any sense of obscurity. The process of absorbing the soul ring was painful, but after perfectly absorbing the soul ring, the comfort that followed was indescribable, as if all the pores in his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the fresh air from the outside world. Chen Hu slowly opened his eyes, and his companions were tightly guarding him. He felt a warm sense of gratitude. Without them, he probably wouldn't have been able to absorb the soul ring so at ease. Chen Hu gradually stood up, adapting to the sudden surge of power within his body. His physique and changed much. He still stood out from the crowd, but his muscles were tighter and more powerful. It was clear that under the effect of the solitary bamboo soul ring, his bodily functions had greatly improved, and this body was now even more full of vitality. The medicinal wine gourd was a life-saving drink. Feeling a connection, Chen Hu summoned his martial soul. The medicinal wine gourd. A light shimmered slowly on the blue gourd, and a yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet, swirling up and down, signifying that Chen Hu had officially become a soul master. Hu, you finally succeeded. Our dorm now has a second soul master, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. The other companions also offered their congratulations. After obtaining the soul ring, it truly marked a rebirth, stepping onto the path of the extraordinary. After absorbing the soul ring, although Chen Hu's martial soul had some changes, the changes were more from the medicinal wine inside the gourd. The gourd simply appeared more resplendent. The light blue liquid. Even though Chen Hu had not yet tasted it, he knew it definitely contained stronger vitality. Hu, what is your soul skill? Torai asked curiously. Chen Hu smiled slightly, raised his right hand, and shouted, bamboo leaf green. The yellow soul ring swirling around him instantly lit up, and the medicinal wine gourd in Chen Hu's hand radiated an even more dazzling blue light. Chen Hu took a big gulp from the medicinal wine gourd. The refreshing liquid slid down his throat, and instead of the previous scorching warmth, the cool liquid exploded in an instant, causing Chen Hu's entire body to emit a faint blue glow. Chapter 17. Bamboo leaf green. The long knife was drawn from its sheath, and amidst the exclamations of his companions, it fiercely sliced a long wound across his arm. The azure glow that swirled around Chen Hu began to converge at the wound, and in just a few breaths, the injury healed at a visibly fast rate. After rubbing off the blood scab, his fair skin showed no trace of a scar. However, the azure glow emanating from Chen Hu had clearly dimmed somewhat. This is my first soul skill, bamboo leaf green. It greatly accelerates the healing speed of wounds, whether external or internal, Chen Hu explained with a smile. A standard auxiliary healing type soul skill. Hu, it seems you're going to go further down the path of an auxiliary soul master, Lin Xiaoxiao commented. You may express some concern, asking, Hu, does your soul skill have to be activated with the medicinal wine from the gourd to take effect? Chen Hu nodded. That's right. After all, this is considered a food-type martial soul, and it only works when consumed. But what about me and Little Pudding? With our drinking capacity, your soul skill would be quite useless, Yimei said anxiously. Chen Hu chuckled and replied, don't worry. After obtaining my first soul ring, I can control the alcohol concentration to a certain extent. By then, I could dilute it to around 10 degrees so you and Little Pudding could drink it safely. Upon hearing this, not only Goding and Yimei, but also Tori breathed a sigh of relief. His drinking capacity was just slightly better than that of Goding and Yimei. All right, let's continue. We need to find suitable soul beasts for you as soon as possible, Chen Hu said. Everyone nodded and continued searching in the hunting soul forest. As night fell, Chen Hu and the others set up camp. However, unlike the calm of the previous night, Chen Hu, on watch, felt the surrounding air suddenly become still. Pairs of eerie blue lights appeared in the darkness, and the outlines of giant beasts gradually became clear. Damn it, it's a pack of phantom wolves. Everyone, stay alert. Chen Hu whispered, waking Tori and Lin Xiaoxiao, who were meditating. With the medicinal wine gourd, the overlord spear, cold plum, ghost vine, and hunting dog all activated. Streams of light surged, illuminating the pitch-black night, revealing the figures of the phantom wolves. Damn it! How did so many phantom wolves suddenly appear? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse. Although these phantom wolves were all 10-year soul beasts, there were no less than 30 visible to them. And who knew how many more were hidden in the darkness? What should we do? Fight or flee? You may ask softly. We can't flee. It's too dark to tell which way to go. Escaping in the dark would be even more dangerous. Let's light a bonfire and confront them. They're just a bunch of wolf pups. We'll kill them until they no longer dare to mess with us, Chen Hu said firmly, throwing a firestone to ignite the prepared bonfire, illuminating the air instantly. Bamboo leaf green. The yellow soul ring suddenly lit up. After taking a sip of the medicinal wine, Chen Hu passed his martial soul to Lin Xiaoxiao. After she took a sip, she passed it to Tori, then to Yi Mei and Guding. Once everyone received Chen Hu's first soul skill enhancement, he retracted his martial soul. At this moment, no soul power could be wasted. The azure halo enveloped everyone, making them appear as if draped in azure veils, looking magnificent. A high-pitched wolf howl rang out, and the surrounding phantom wolves seemed to receive some command, all pouncing towards Chen Hu and the others. After months of getting along, they naturally had a certain level of tacit understanding. A black vine burst from the ground, wrapping around one of the phantom wolf's legs. With tremendous force, the wolf was caught off guard and fell to the ground, and a flash of blade light passed, separating the wolf's body. The vine was naturally Guding's martial soul. Ghost Vine was a powerful plant-type soul beast, even without an attached soul ring. Its inherent toughness and strength under the control of soul power was outstanding. The blade light came from the straight knife in Chen Hu's hand. With the first phantom wolf's head severed, Chen Hu did not relax for a moment, as more phantom wolves had already pounced in front of them. The death of their companion did not instill fear in them. Instead, it made them even more frenzied. Lin Xiaoxiao swung her overlord spear, sending one wolf soaring through the air, its bones shattered and muscles torn. It clearly wouldn't survive. After all, they were just 10-year soul beasts. How could they withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's overwhelming spear force? Meanwhile, after activating his martial soul, Tori's speed increased significantly, and he easily killed another phantom wolf with his twin blades. On the other hand, Yi Mei found herself in a stalemate against a phantom wolf's ambush. The cold, plumb martial soul, without the enhancement of a soul ring, displayed mediocre attack power. The blooming plum blossoms could only scratch the wolf's fur, forming a few frost spots, far from lethal. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who pierced the wolf's forehead with her spear, rescuing Yi Mei. The 10-year phantom wolves did not exhibit strong combat capabilities. With the 5 of them cooperating, it was difficult for any phantom wolf to breach their defense. However, the sheer number of phantom wolves was overwhelming, one after another. They charged recklessly, rapidly depleting the group's soul power and physical strength. Ultimately, aside from Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, everyone else was merely soul warriors, and their soul power could hardly sustain prolonged battles. As for physical strength, it was needless to say, even with martial soul assistance, children over 6 years old would struggle to maintain long-term combat. Guding gritted his teeth, restraining one phantom wolf, but another wolf charged in, breaking through their defense and knocking Guding to the ground. Its thick forelimbs pinned Guding's shoulders, and its sharp claws pierced into his flesh. Little pudding. Chen Hu roared, clenching his fist and grabbing a phantom wolf's forehead, while his right-hand knife struck down towards the wolf that had knocked Guding down. Chen Hu's roar drew everyone's attention. The remaining 3 rushed in together. Lin Xiaoxiao smashed the wolf that Chen Hu was holding down, but the wolf's claw tore through Chen Hu's clothing, leaving a scratch on his chest. Chen Hu's knife also plunged into the wolf, attacking Guding, blood spraying out. Guding struggled to push away the dying wolf, gasping for air. The effects of bamboo leaf green kicked in, and the wounds on both Chen Hu and Guding healed at a visibly fast rate, but the azure halo around them dimmed considerably. This won't do. There are too many wolves. If this continues, our soul power and stamina won't keep up. We must find a way to deal with the alpha wolf. Chen Hu sighed. The alpha wolf? Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on a massive wolf atop a distant tree trunk, and she snorted. I'll go take care of it. No, big sister. You're the strongest. Mei Hua and Little Pudding still need your protection, so I'll go. Chen Hu shook his head, rejecting Lin Xiaoxiao's suggestion. But you're just an auxiliary soul master. The alpha wolf is clearly a 100-year soul beast. How could you possibly defeat it? And you're at least over 100 meters away. You can't reach it in time, Lin Xiaoxiao said worriedly. Chen Hu looked at the enormous phantom wolf 100 meters away, sensing a hint of disdain in its green eyes. He summoned the medicinal wine gourd and drank deeply from it, restoring much of his depleted stamina. Chen Hu then drew his knife and charged towards the alpha wolf of the Phantom Wolves. The pack continued to charge, and as Chen Hu swam against the current, he became an unstoppable blade, parting the wolf pack and quickly closing in on the alpha Phantom Wolf. Chen Hu let out a low growl, leaping high into the air with his straight knife raised above his head and brought it down fiercely. The wolf-headed creature from the underworld revealed a hint of mockery in its anthropomorphic eyes, slowly opening its mouth as a pitch-black wind blade coalesced, instantly striking down on the soaring Chen Hu, sending blood splattering as he was helplessly knocked away. This was the skill of the underworld wolf, the underworld windblade. Yahoo! Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red in an instant, dark mysterious lights swirling around her as she shouted, "Power of the Overlord die!" The spears swept across, a howling sound erupting as one underworld wolf was directly bisected. Torai and Getting Yi Mei went insane, recklessly charging at the underworld wolves. In the face of their frenzied momentum, even the underworld wolves were momentarily filled with fear, not daring to advance. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others charged forward madly, and the wolf-headed creature howled, causing the rest of the underworld wolves to surge forward like a tide. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out, pouncing on the wolf-headed creature. A sharp flash of the blade passed, and the wolf-headed creature let out a piercing cry as hot blood flowed from its abdomen. "Beast, D!" Chen Hu's anguished roar echoed as he swiftly withdrew the blood-stained straight knife and stabbed it once more into the chest of the wolf-headed creature. At the same time, he extended his other hand to shatter the recently formed underworld wind blade, which fell onto the large head of the wolf-headed creature, mixing blood together, making it impossible to tell whether it belonged to Chen Hu or the wolf. Howling, the piercing cries continued as Chen Hu swung his knife, striking the limbs of the underworld wolf, and the struggling breath of the wolf-headed creature grew weaker. Seeing the dire state of their leader, the remaining underworld wolves cowered in fear, lying on the ground, too afraid to move. Chen Hu pressed down on the wolf-headed creature's head, dragging its body step by step, limping like an Azura emerging from hell, until he reached Tori's side, panting, "Tori, this underworld wolf is yours now. It seems to be a century-old underworld wolf, just right as your first soul ring." "All right." Without a word, Tori directly used his dual knives to end the life of the wolf-headed creature. The wolf-headed creature never expected that its reign as a wolf king would end in the hands of a mere child who had just become a soul master. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Hu's mouth, as if fulfilling a final wish, and then everything went dark, leaving him unaware of anything. Who?" Faintly, Chen Hu thought he heard a voice, but he was too exhausted to open his eyes again. The path along which Chen Hu dragged the wolf-headed creature was already stained red with the blood of both him and the wolf. Chapter 18. Apprenticing. It was unclear how long had passed when Chen Hu groggily woke up to find the sky already darkening. So tired, Chen Hu opened his heavy eyelids, wanting to speak, but realized he didn't even have the strength to do so. "Eru, you're finally awake." An excited voice rang out, and Lin Xiaoxiao showed a smile on her tired face. "Everyone is fine. Toli has successfully absorbed the soul ring of the underworld wolf and officially became a soul master. After you fell unconscious, Nightmaster appeared. He said you lost too much blood and need to rest for a while. So he took Meihua and Ziobuting to obtain their first soul ring. Toli and I brought you back first." Lin Xiaoxiao informed Chen Hu about what happened while he was unconscious. Chen Hu felt relieved and closed his eyes to use the little strength he had left to circulate his soul power. Streams of soul power began to gather, replenishing his depleted dantian. After an unknown amount of time, when the sky outside had brightened, Chen Hu opened his eyes again. His soul power had completely recovered. But due to the excessive blood loss, his body still felt very weak, and he experienced intense pain in various areas like his hands and chest. Medicine is the remedy for life. Chen Hu summoned the medicinal wine gourd, and a yellow soul ring circled around his martial soul. Bamboo leaf green. The soul ring suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and a rich green glow flowed at the mouth of the gourd. Chen Hu shakily brought the light blue bamboo leaf green to his throat. After a long drought comes sweet rain. A refreshing sensation exploded from his abdomen, instantly spreading throughout his body. The light blue glow adhered to his bloodied chest and hands, visibly healing at a swift pace. Continuous streams of light blue bamboo leaf green flowed into his throat, and with the constant consumption of soul power, Chen Hu's bodily functions rapidly recovered. When Chen Hu finally exhausted the soul power he had painstakingly regained overnight, he found that his wounds had healed significantly. At least he could move without issue. "You're all right." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hu standing up with surprise and quickly asked excitedly. Chen Hu smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious now. With the help of my martial soul, a few days of rest should be enough." A fleeting look of joy appeared in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, but she quickly turned cold and said, "You deserve it. Who told you to act recklessly alone? You're a support-type soul master. If others didn't know better, they'd think you were a battle soul master. Could you handle so many underworld wolves, including a 100-year-old wolf king, as a newly advanced soul master?" "Yeah, Eru. You were too impulsive," Toli chimed in as he walked in from outside the tent, casually pulling down the curtain. "We're a team. In such a situation, we should have charged together." Chen Hu reflected on what had happened and felt a bit of fear. If the lead wolf hadn't underestimated the situation. If his first soul skill, Bamboo Leaf Green, had not restored most of the damage from the underworld windblade, and he hadn't managed to ambush it. Or if the other underworld wolves hadn't been struck with fear upon seeing their leader killed, he might have lost his life. "I know. I'll be more careful next time." Chen Hu didn't quite understand why he had resolutely decided to assassinate the lead wolf. Perhaps it was due to seeing Getting and Yeme gradually unable to withstand the pack's assault, his worry for his companions. Or perhaps it was a bit of arrogance from obtaining his first soul skill, Bamboo Leaf Green. This time, Chen Hu gradually grasped the limitations of his first soul skill. Although Bamboo Leaf Green could quickly heal injuries, it could not rapidly restore lost stamina. Once he exceeded a certain limit, especially in cases of excessive blood loss, its effectiveness was quite limited. Similarly, the healing from Bamboo Leaf Green also required time. If a vital area received a fatal injury, Chen Hu would still die. Seeing Chen Hu acknowledge his mistake with a good attitude, Lin Xiaoxiao's icy expression softened, and she murmured softly, "But Eru, dragging the lead wolf looked really cool." "What?" Chen Hu didn't catch that clearly. "Nothing." Lin Xiaoxiao turned away with a cold demeanor and exited the tent, not allowing Chen Hu to see her slightly flushed cheeks. Chen Hu found it hard to understand Lin Xiaoxiao's thoughts. One moment she was cold, the next warm. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. But Lin Xiaoxiao was only 6 or 7 years old. Could she be that hard to read? "By the way, Eru, did the big sister tell you?" Night Master took Ziobuting and Meihua to obtain their first soul ring. He asked the 3 of us to go back by ourselves. "It's getting late. We need to hurry. If we can't get out of the soul-hunting forest before dark, we'll have to spend the night there. Our strength is limited, and you're injured. So to avoid any mishaps, let's set off right away." After saying this, Toli glanced at Chen Hu's blood-stained clothes and worriedly said, "Eru, how are you now? Can you walk? If not, I can carry you." Chen Hu smiled and gave Toli a punch, jokingly scolding, "I'm not that delicate. With the help of Bamboo Leaf Green, my wounds have basically healed. Though my vitality is still low, I can walk just fine." After packing up, Chen Hu found his straight knife, which was already bent and had several chips from the numerous impacts against the hard bones of the underworld wolves. Considering it was made of ordinary iron, it was quite good that it could still be used after all this. Leaning on his straight knife, Toli led the way while Lin Xiaoxiao brought up the rear. The 3 kept a distance of no more than 3 meters to ensure they could quickly assist each other in case of an attack. Perhaps it was the favor of the heavens. The 3 of them rushed along the familiar path without encountering a single powerful soul beast, safely reaching the exit of the soul-hunting forest before nightfall. As they exited the soul-hunting forest, they spotted a familiar figure. "Teacher Ji, what are you doing here?" Ji Shui walked up to the 3 of them, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Xiaoxiao and Toli before landing on Chen Hu, her brows furrowing slightly. "You're injured?" Her delicate hand grasped Chen Hu's wrist. A stream of warmth surged into his body. After a moment, Ji Shui released her hand, surprised. "Is this the power of the underworld windblade? Did you encounter a 100-year underworld wolf?" "Nightly Yuan, didn't he intervene?" "Night Master separated from us, right, when we entered the soul-hunting forest to train our combat skills. It wasn't tea until we encountered the pack of underworld wolves that Eru fought desperately against the 100-year lead wolf before Night Master showed up, Lin Xiaoxiao explained, sticking out her tongue. After more than 3 months together, Ji Shui, with her gentle demeanor, was naturally more approachable than the distant Night Master. This is ridiculous. How could a group of soul masters without soul rings deal with a 100-year soul beast without the help of a mentor? I will have a good talk with Knight Li Yuan about this. With a wave of her hand, a light green aura gathered around Ji Shui's slender wrist, and a bracelet resembling woven willow leaves appeared on her wrist. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. 5 dazzling soul rings rose up from beneath Ji Shui's feet, swirling around her. The third purple soul ring released brilliant light as Ji Shui slightly opened her mouth, enveloping Chen Hu in a vibrant glow. So warm, like the warm sun in winter. Chen Hu felt a warmth enveloping him, and the pain in his chest began to itch as if it had come to life, his heart beating vigorously. After about a quarter of an hour, the glow surrounding Chen Hu faded, and beads of sweat appeared on Ji Shui's smooth forehead. Chen Hu clenched his fist and waved it in the air, feeling better than ever. Even the fatigue from the long run had vanished, and all his injuries had completely healed. "Thank you, Teacher Ji," Chen Hu respectfully bowed. Ji Shui withdrew her martial soul. "Curious, you must have obtained your first soul ring, right? What skill is it?" "We found a 300-year-old solitary bamboo soul beast in the soul hunting forest, and after working together to kill it, it gave me my first skill, bamboo leaf green." Chen Hu had no concealment regarding his teacher and introduced his skills. After activating the bamboo leaf green skill, the medicinal wine in my martial soul transforms into bamboo leaf green, which can continuously heal any injury sustained by the drinker for about an hour, until the medicinal effect runs out. We indeed did not guess wrong. Your martial soul is an excellent support type martial soul, and you obtained a healing skill right from your first martial soul, with such a long duration. Very good, really good. Also, you set your first target on the powerful but limited attacking ability of the solitary bamboo, demonstrating exceptional combat wisdom. If I'm not mistaken, this suggestion should have come from you, right? Ji Shui looked at Chen Hu. Chen Hu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I also thought for a long time before deciding to focus on the solitary bamboo, and if it weren't for the help of my roommates, it would be very difficult for me to kill 100-year solitary bamboo by myself. The attack power of 100-year solitary bamboo is incredibly weak among 100-year soul beasts, but its defensive power is rare. With Chen Hu's strength, it would be almost impossible to injure the solitary bamboo without Lin Xiaoxiao's help." A satisfied smile appeared on Ji Shui's face as she said, "Very good. You are brave and wise, and do not seek credit for yourself. Chen Hu, would you be willing to be my first student?" "What?" Chen Hu didn't react. I'm not already your student, Teacher Ji?" "Foolish Hu. What Teacher Ji means is whether you are willing to take her as your master, which means you can only have one teacher for your whole life." Lin Xiaoxiao reminded Chen Hu by his ear. Ji Shui said, "I have seen your information. Your family has been in medicine for generations. Although no one has become a soul master, your medical skills are recognized by the villagers. Coincidentally, although I am a soul master, I am also a physician. Are you willing to take me as your master and learn medical skills and martial soul cultivation from me?" Chen Hu understood and quickly knelt in front of Ji Shui. Bowing 3 times respectfully, student Chen Hu greets the teacher. The difference between Teacher Ji and teacher is only one word, but the meaning is vastly different. Ji Shui also showed a gentle smile. "Good child, get up quickly. I don't have much to give you. This set of purple bamboo silver needles was used by me when I was young, healing countless people. Now I give it to you." Ji Shui took out a set of silver needles shimmering with purple light and handed them to Chen Hu. Having learned medicine from his father, Chen Hu could easily recognize the value of the purple bamboo silver needles in Ji Shui's hand, saying, "Teacher, this is too precious. What? You want to refuse the first gift your teacher gives you?" Ji Shui looked at Chen Hu with a half smile. Then, "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 19. 5 years since becoming a disciple of Ji Shui, Chen Hu's daily classes, in addition to the public cultural lessons, meditation classes, theoretical classes, and practical classes at the Soul Master Academy, included studying medicine with Ji Shui every weekend. Ji Shui did not deceive herself. It was only after learning from Ji Shui that Chen Hu realized the depth of her medical knowledge. Even without the ability of a martial soul, Ji Shui would undoubtedly be a divine doctor. Just a few days after becoming her disciple, Yi Mei and Geding, who had become soul masters, returned with Yi Li Yuan. All 5 of them in the dormitory had become soul masters. As students of the Soul Master Academy, Chen Hu and his peers naturally had privileges. After being recognized by the school, each person received a subsidy from the Spirit Hall of 1 gold soul coin per month. Gold soul coins are high-end currency on the Douro Continent, and 1 gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary person to live for a month in a city like Snow City. During their time at school, Chen Hu and others had free accommodation and meals, saving a considerable amount of money, with occasional consultation fees from accompanying Ji Shui on her medical visits. Chen Hu's little treasury was quite full. 5 years later, on the official road of the Bala Kingdom, a boy and a girl walked together. The two were Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu, looking at the towering city before them, which was no less impressive than Snow City. Chen Hu recalled a line from his cultural class instructor. The Bala Kingdom is a kingdom under the Tiando Empire, one of the 2 great empires of the Douro Continent, and its king is a cousin of the Tiando Empire's emperor. However, in the face of interests, this blood relationship was virtually meaningless. Aside from the annual tribute, the Bala Kingdom had almost become a country within a country, with its affiliation to the Tiando Empire being merely nominal. The Bala Kingdom borders the Fasno province and occupies only 4/5 of its area, but in terms of economic, political, and military strength, it is not inferior to Fasno province and may even surpass it. The kingdom has 2 most important cities, Balak City, the political and cultural center, and Soto City, located on the Lima Plain, which is the economic lifeline of the Balak Kingdom. This is Soto City. I've heard it's even more prosperous than Snow City, and it doesn't look any different, Lin Xiaoxiao said as they entered Soto City, observing the bustling crowd. Although Soto City is only ranked 2nd in the Bala Kingdom, it has a long history and is situated in the heart of the Lima Plain, the richest area in the southern Tiando Empire. Its economic status is even higher than that of Snow City, as evidenced by the establishment of a 3rd-level spirit hall within Soto City, Chen Hu remarked with a smile. After 5 years, Chen Hu had grown taller. Lin Xiaoxiao, with a height of nearly 165 meters, was not short, but Chen Hu still towered over her by at least a head, standing at around 170 meters, dressed in a pure white robe with a straight sword at his waist. His features were handsome, not exactly beautiful, but certainly not ordinary. Lin Xiaoxiao had also blossomed over the years, becoming increasingly graceful and attracting the attention of many passers-by. Her personality remained unchanged, free-spirited, and unconcerned with trifles, resembling a heroic figure rather than a woman. She wore a pure white robe similar to Chen Hu's, accentuating her elegant curves. Chen Hu, how should we go? Should we head straight to the Spirit Hall? Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but ask about the Spirit Hall. Chen Hu thought for a moment and replied, "Let's not rush to the Soto City Spirit Hall. We are here to study. The school that Master you mentioned just opened today, and it's already late. We shouldn't miss the entrance exam." "Well, that's your fault. We clearly set off a few days earlier, but if you hadn't been treating ordinary people along the way, we wouldn't have been delayed for so long," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, somewhat annoyed. Chen Hu said a bit sheepishly, "I was just following the teacher's orders. Besides, since we encountered people in need, as medical students, we naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing." All right, you have a point. I just don't understand why Master Yi wanted us to apply to a school we've never even heard of when we already received acceptance letters from the Intermediate Spearmaster Academy," Lin Xiaoxiao complained. Chen Hu smiled and said, "After all these years, don't you know Master Ye's personality? Although he doesn't like to talk and seem strict, he has never led us astray. Since he wants us to apply to Shrek Academy, there must be a reason." "Exactly. Our destination is Shrek Academy." A month ago, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao officially graduated with their class, and all 5 in the dormitory successfully graduated and received acceptance letters from a higher-level Spirit Master Academy. However, their instructor, Yi Li Yuan, suggested that Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao apply to Shrek Academy. Believing that Master Yi would not mislead them, both agreed. Of course, Even though many memories from their previous lives had become more blurred, Chen Hu could not forget Shrek Academy. So he knew that Master Yi had not led them astray this time either. However, despite saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao still harbored some grievances, primarily because the 5 close friends would have to part ways. In the spirit of sharing joys and sorrows, Tori, Yimei, and Gooding were willing to give up their invitations to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy and join the little-known Shrek Academy, but Master Yi rejected them, stating that they did not meet the admission standards for Shrek Academy. 5 years later, Tori, Yimei, and Gooding were all level 20 Soul Masters. Yet such a level failed to meet Shrek Academy's admission standards, which they naturally found hard to believe. But Master Yi insisted, and the 5 could only temporarily part ways. Shrek Academy was not located within Soto City. Exiting through the South City gate of Soto City and walking for a long time, the fields gradually increased. Yet there were no buildings resembling an academy. Chen Hu, are you sure the Shrek Academy is in this direction? Why don't you show me the map? Lin Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. After 5 to 6 years of interaction, Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Chen Hu had a slight tendency to get lost, though he would not admit it. Chen Hu confidently replied, "No problem, big sister, the direction of Shrek Academy is to the south of Soto City, and we are heading south. I won't get wrong." Wait, Chen Hu, which side of Soto City is Shrek Academy located? The south side, why? You're dead. Chen Hu, this is the north side, the north side. The north side. Under Lin Xiaoxiao's fierce gaze and Chen Hu's weak and helpless expression, Chen Hu handed over the map that Master Yi had given them and retraced their steps towards Shrek Academy. Chen Hu, really, if I believe you again next time. I want to be surnamed Lin, Lin Xiaoxiao said resentfully. Thus, under Chen Hu's guidance, the short journey took them over 2 hours. As the sun began to set, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao finally arrived at Shrek Academy. This is Shrek Academy? A dilapidated little village. An old man who looked like a teacher was slumped over a table, and there was no one else around. The sign at the village entrance had the words Shrek Academy written in a crooked manner, even though Chen Hu had been prepared in his heart. He did not expect Shrek Academy to be so run down. "Hello, is this Shrek Academy?" Chen Hu approached the old man, who appeared to be a teacher, and politely asked. Li Yusong was also a bit surprised. "You're here to register? Why did you come so late? I thought no one would come today." It was clear that Li Yusong was somewhat fatigued. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, regardless of whether you can enter Shrek Academy or not. The registration fee is non-refundable. Li Yusong kindly reminded, by the way, our Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Anyone over the age of 12 or with a spirit power below level 20 need not apply to avoid wasting gold soul coins. As he said this, his gaze was fixed on Chen Hu, clearly indicating that Chen Hu's height did not resemble that of someone under 13. Chen Hu nodded and took out 20 gold soul coins from a pouch at his waist, placing them in front of Li Yusong. Although 20 gold soul coins were considerable, they meant little to Chen Hu. The pouch, while not a soul-guiding device, was specially made, and its capacity was much larger than it appeared. Li Yusong was not surprised at all by Chen Hu's quick display of 20 gold soul coins. After all, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao's clothing did not look like those of poor people. Extending a hand, Li Yusong said lightly. Chen Hu extended his hand, and after Li Yusong gave it a squeeze, his expression showed some surprise as he nodded slightly. He then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, and, after feeling her bones, Li Yusong said, "Your ages are fine. Now, release your martial souls. Medicine to cure life, wine gourd, tyrant spear." A blue and a black light respectively gathered from the palms of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Soon, a shimmering blue wine gourd appeared in Chen Hu's hand, while a 7-foot tyrant spear emerged in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, exuding an overwhelming and domineering aura. Looking at the small and exquisite wine gourd in the hands of the tall and strong Chen Hu, and then at the 7-foot tyrant spear in the petite and delicate Lin Xiaoxiao's hands, Li Yusong felt an extreme sense of incongruity. 2 almost identical yellow soul rings rose from their feet, swirling around Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Li Yusong couldn't help but nod slightly, saying, "You two have passed my test. I'll take you to the next round. It shouldn't be long before anyone else arrives. By the way, what are your names?" "My name is Chen Hu, with Chen from the east and Hu from lake." Chen Hu retracted his martial soul and said, "My name is Lin Xiao Xiao." Lin Xiao Xiao also replied, "Chen Hu." Lin Xiao Xiao, Li Yusong said while tidying up the table and placing the gold soul coins into a small wooden box beside him, which was heavy and clearly had significant rewards. After Li Yusong finished tidying up, he led Chen Hu and Lin Xiao Xiao into Shrek Academy. Chapter 20: The Trial of Shrek Academy. Upon entering Shrek Academy, all the surrounding buildings were made of wood, which could be described as simple and unadorned. After walking for a short while, Li Yusong saw a blond young man and called out, "Mu Bai, over here. These two are the new students who arrived today. Please take them to the next round of interviews." The young man named Mu Bai was surprised and walked over, saying, "No way. It's so late, and there are still people reporting in?" As Mu Bai lazily approached, his gaze brightened slightly when it landed on Lin Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing Chen Hu's height, he was a bit astonished. "Bro, how old are you this year? Our academy only admits students under the age of 13. 12. Chen Hu replied nonchalantly. "Mu Bai, I'm leaving these two to you. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off," Li Yusong instructed before walking away. Mu Bai acknowledged him and said lightly, "Follow me." Noticing that Mu Bai didn't seem inclined to say much more, Chen Hu and Lin Xiao Xiao exchanged glances. Lin Xiao Xiao revealed a hint of disdain, while Chen Hu slightly shook his head and followed behind Mu Bai. "All right, we've arrived." Mu Bai stopped in an open area between some buildings. Up ahead is the place for the second round of assessments. Let me ask, do either of you have soul power above level 25? If your soul power exceeds level 25, you can skip the second and third rounds and go directly to the fourth round. Chen Hu looked at Lin Xiao Xiao upon hearing this. Lin Xiao Xiao's soul power was level 27, but she remained indifferent. Chen Hu understood her meaning and shook his head with a smile. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Mu Bai's expression became even more indifferent. "The assessment place is right ahead. You can go there yourselves. The teachers there will tell you what to do." With that, Mu Bai hurriedly left, and Lin Xiao Xiao muttered, "One arrogant guy, what's there to be proud of? It's just a few more years of training. I'll definitely show him what a tyrant spear is all about when I get the chance." Chen Hu smiled helplessly. "Big sister, you didn't mention that your soul power is level 27 either. He's a student of Shrek Academy. Whether we can get in or not is still uncertain. It's normal for him not to want to waste expressions on us." "Oh, I can't argue with you. Anyway, I'll teach that guy a lesson sooner or later," Lin Xiao Xiao said, sticking out her tongue. "All right, I'll help you then," Chen Hu replied with a smile. To be honest, although he could understand, Mu Bai's earlier behavior was indeed quite infuriating. Lin Xiao Xiao also smiled, feeling much better. When they reached the position of the teacher in the center of the field, the testing teacher did not raise his head, but took out a blue crystal ball and placed it in front of Chen Hu and Lin Xiao Xiao. "Let's test your soul power first." Chen Hu was naturally familiar with the equipment for testing soul power. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, which instantly released a bright light. "Level 25? Why didn't you just tell Mu Bai? He could have taken you directly to the fourth round," the testing teacher said in surprise, looking at the light on the crystal ball. "Level 25? I didn't know. I was still level 24 a few days ago," Chen Hu replied innocently. The testing teacher was speechless. Aside from being a bit proud, Mu Bai is actually quite easy to get along with. "Fine. I'll personally take you to the fourth round later. Young lady, what level is your soul power? You won't also not know when you broke through to level 25, right?" "That's impossible. I broke through to level 25 a long time ago," Lin Xiao Xiao said, also looking innocent as she pressed her hand on the soul power crystal ball, emitting an even more dazzling light. "Level 28? Good. This year, Shrek Academy is really getting more and more monsters. Little guy, young lady, I'll take you directly to the fourth round," the testing teacher smiled widely. Lin Xiao Xiao pinched Chen Hu's neck and feigned anger. "You little rascal. When did you reach level 25? How would you hide it from me?" Chen Hu replied irritably. "Just a few days ago. Besides, you didn't hide it from me either. That's because I was afraid you'd be sad. I've got 3 levels more than you. If I had more, wouldn't that hurt your pride?" Lin Xiao Xiao mumbled. "Teacher, are there only 4 rounds in the Shrek Academy assessment? What are the second and third rounds?" Lin Xiao Xiao walked over to the testing teacher, asking curiously. The testing teacher looked to be about the same age as Li Yusong, but his personality was much better than Mu Bai's, leaving Lin Xiao Xiao with a good impression. The second round is a soul power assessment and martial soul identification. This round mainly tests the martial soul identification, which proves a person's development potential. Relying solely on soul power strength is not enough. The quality of the martial soul also matters. Only soul masters whose martial souls have certain development potential and a correct development direction are qualified to pass the second round. Of course, some special martial souls can also pass the second round of assessments, the testing teacher explained. When the testing teacher mentioned the correct development direction of the martial soul, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Chen Hu, unable to suppress a laugh. The testing teacher did not notice the small exchange between Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu and continued. The content of the third round of assessment is the candidate's level of martial soul application. Having soul power and development potential is not enough. Control over the martial soul is also necessary. The higher the level of the soul master, the more difficult it is to control the martial soul, and problems can easily arise. If a soul master cannot control their martial soul to a certain degree, it indicates that they haven't put in the effort to cultivate. And we do not accept lazy students. But why do we need to take the test for the second and third rounds? Shrek Academy shouldn't know about our martial soul's development potential and control level, right? Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. To put it simply, if you can cultivate your soul power to above level 25 before the age of 13, your martial soul's development potential and your own effort level are naturally beyond question. Even if your control over the martial soul is a bit weak, it can still be compensated for. That's why our Shrek Academy has the rule that any soul master above level 25 can be exempted from the second and third rounds of assessment, the testing teacher explained. The fourth round of assessment should be practical combat, right? Chen Hu thought for a moment and asked. Being a soul master is a combat profession, and practical combat is an unavoidable topic. That's right, the fourth round of assessment is indeed practical combat. Some students may have great martial souls and potential, and they may be diligent, but if they've lived in a sheltered environment since childhood, they won't understand the outside world at all, let alone practical combat. The dean of Shrek Academy has instructed that spoiled students are not accepted. All right, we've arrived. The testing teacher pointed to a messy square ahead and said. The square was slightly smaller than the square used for testing martial souls, about 200 square meters. A teacher in his 50s was dozing off in a chair, looking a bit disheveled, with various bruises on his body, suggesting he had just gone through a battle. Next to this teacher, Mubai leaned against the side, looking bored. Teacher Liu, why are you here? Aren't these two here for the assessment? Did they pass the second and third rounds so quickly? Mubai asked in surprise. Testing teacher Liu Qibin shook his head and smiled. Mubai, you need to change your proud demeanor. Otherwise, you'll easily offend people. Both of them are soul masters above level 25 and can directly skip the second and third rounds of assessment to participate in the fourth round. Oh, there are two more little monsters above level 25. What a day. That guy Flandra must be thrilled. Zhao Wujia, who was dozing off, also looked surprised. This is Zhao Wujia, the vice president of Shrek Academy, a level 76 assault-type battle soul master, also known as the Indestructible King. I'm Liu Qibin, a teacher at Shrek Academy. After you enter Shrek Academy, I will be your teacher, Liu Qibin introduced. They haven't passed my assessment yet. Entering Shrek Academy isn't that simple, Zhao Wujia snorted. All right, I'll leave it to you. Liu Qibin waved his hand and turned to leave. After sizing up Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao for a while, Zhao Wuji said, since you two are here to participate in the assessment, I will give you two choices. First, fight me. Regardless of the outcome, as long as your performance is not bad, you can enter Shrek Academy. Second, you both fight Dai Mubai separately. As long as you can last a stick of incense's time in his hands, you will pass the assessment. By the way, I kindly remind you that Dai Mubai is a soul master of level 37, with the evil white tiger martial spirit. I want to fight him. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Dai Mubai, eager to give it a try. She had long wanted to fight him. I'll also compete with Dai Mubai, Chen Hu said with a smile. All right, Mubai, it's up to you. Zhao Wuji rubbed his fist with some dissatisfaction and said regretfully. Dai Mubai walked up to Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao and said, I apologize for my previous arrogance, but I won't hold back on the battlefield. Who will come first? Who needs you to hold back? I'll teach you a lesson, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, and with a low shout, she declared, "Overlord Spear." The 7-foot Overlord Spear appeared in her hand, and her frail demeanor vanished, resembling a formidable female overlord. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, with the second ring glowing faintly purple, coming from a soul beast about to break 1,000 years. After Lin Xiaoxiao released her martial spirit, Dai Mubai also felt immense pressure, and his gaze became serious. No wonder she is a genius who surpassed level 25 before the age of 13. You deserve my full effort. Let's begin. White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai threw down an incense stick, and wisps of blue smoke rose, and faintly, a fierce tiger's roar could be heard. Dai Mubai's muscles tensed. White fur began to emerge from his pores, and a shallow king character appeared on his forehead. With his evil eye flickering, his aura overwhelming Lin Xiaoxiao's even more. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted lowly, and with her spear like a dragon. The 7-foot Overlord Spear shot forward like a flash of lightning, piercing the air and reaching Dai Mubai in an instant. Dai Mubai sidestepped to dodge Lin Xiaoxiao's direct thrust. With his rich combat experience, he understood the weaknesses of long weapons and charged straight in to engage in close combat. Lin Xiaoxiao revealed a smirk, and the Overlord Spear transformed into a sweeping motion, executing a horizontal sweep to avoid Dai Mubai and stepping forward, forcing him to retreat repeatedly with her spear techniques. 1. I had an idea long ago. The character of Yi Liyuan is very important. He comes from Shrek Academy, just like Qi Ming, but chooses to join the Spirit Hall. He will also be one of the main supporters of the protagonist in the later stages within the Spirit Hall. Additionally, I will introduce later that Yi Liyuan forcibly hides information about Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu, which is agreed upon by the principal of the Snow City Spirit Academy. The real information about Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu is not known to the higher-level Spirit Academy. 2. As the main plot point in the first part of Douro Continent, it is impossible not to involve related plots, as many people in Shrek Academy have a significant impact on the storyline of Douro. Similarly, only by joining 2 factions can we determine that the most suitable protagonist is still the Spirit Hall. 3. Although the resources of Shrek Academy are average, the biggest resource of Shrek Academy is actually the Shrek 7 monsters. While there may be geniuses in the higher-level Spirit Academies, very few can compare to Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Moreover, they cannot all gather together, so interacting and fighting alongside these geniuses, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, is also a form of improvement for the protagonist. The Master's theories also have certain merits that can improve the protagonist's path. The protagonist's cultivation direction is already set and will not change, but it needs to be refined. 4. Although the protagonist will have some goodwill towards Tang San and Shrek Academy, as they are both traversers, he will definitely not simply flatter him and has his own absolute persistence. There may even be conflicts with the original members of Shrek. Moreover, the protagonist's martial spirit cannot always rely on getting his teammates drunk. How to provide support and enhancement in battle is also a problem, and this aspect requires Tang San's help. 5. The protagonist will not stay in Shrek Academy for long. Due to various reasons, the protagonist will realize that Shrek Academy is not suitable for him, at least during the Advanced Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. The protagonist will not be a member of Shrek Academy. 6. The protagonist is too weak in the early stages. Directly entering the high-level vision of the Spirit Hall is not a good thing for him. After all, BB Dong's goal is to bring down the Spirit Hall, and the protagonist needs time to grow amidst the factions in the Spirit Hall. 7. Additionally, the protagonist's early growth will involve solo instances and will not rely entirely on Shrek Academy. That's all for now. If there are brothers who do not like this part of the plot, you can skip it. The Shrek Academy storyline will not be too long and will include some new elements. I hope everyone can try to give it a chance. If it really doesn't work, there's no need to insist. As a newcomer with a new book, there may be some places that are not fully considered, and I sincerely apologize for that. Finally, thank you all for your support. If there are aspects you dislike, feel free to discuss them. The author will gradually grow. Chapter 21, Dai Mubai Versus. Lianzhan Dai Mubai's evil eyes flickered with frustration. Despite having a higher soul power level, he was unable to get close to Lin Xiaoxiao, who wielded her gun with great skill. With a battle maniac like Chen Hu by her side, Lin Xiaoxiao had accumulated rich experience against close combat attack-type soul masters, and her techniques surpassed even Dai Mubai's, making it no surprise that she could suppress him. Why does this little girl's attack style seem so familiar? Kid, who is your teacher? Zhao Wujing wondered aloud, increasingly intrigued. Our teacher is just a soul emperor named Yi Liyuan. Do you know him, senior? Chen Hu asked cautiously. Since Yi Liyuan had recommended the two of them to Shrek Academy, he should have some connection to it. What? Your teacher is that night owl? No wonder your attack style is so familiar. So you're this little guy's disciples. I didn't expect this little guy to leave Shrek Academy and still think of his alma mater, recommending two little monsters to come here. Zhao Wujing laughed heartily, unable to hide his satisfaction at hearing about Yi Liyuan. Chen Hu caught on and couldn't help but ask curiously, is Master Yi a former student of Shrek Academy? What's wrong? Didn't Yi Liyuan tell you? He graduated from Shrek Academy over a decade ago. If you join Shrek Academy later, he will be your senior, Zhao Wujing explained. Chen Hu suddenly realized the connection and understood why Master Yi would recommend them to Shrek Academy. Kid, being valued by Liyuan must mean you have unique qualities. That little girl's soul power is around level 28, and her martial soul is quite powerful, a good seedling. What is your martial soul? Zhao Wujing asked. You'll find out shortly, senior, Chen Hu teased. What's your name? To be able to force me like this, you're already quite impressive. Now I'm going to unleash my soul skill. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai's competitive spirit was strong. Being suppressed by a soul master of a lower level was hard for his proud nature to accept. His evil eyes turned pure white, and the first soul ring around him suddenly glowed, releasing a white light shield to deflect Lin Xiaoxiao's incoming tyrant gun. Lin Xiaoxiao's tyrant gun was incredibly sharp, aimed to unleash its maximum power, but she had a fondness for smashing with it, treating the gun like a club. Despite its heavy weight, it could deliver tremendous force. Very good. Remember this, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao, Tyrant's Power. The dark light swirled, contrasting sharply with Dai Mubai's brilliant white light. Lin Xiaoxiao, like a resurrected tyrant, struck with overwhelming force, each shot powerful enough to shatter resistance. Each hit of the tyrant gun against the white tiger shield made it tremble continuously. While Dai Mubai felt discomfort, he seized the opportunity, claws flying, gripping the tyrant gun, and charged forward with a punch. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to clash head-on against a 37-level Battle Soul Master, and her second soul ring suddenly lit up, the dark light merging into the tyrant gun. The gun vibrated violently, and tremendous power forced Dai Mubai's hand off the tyrant gun. Sensing the threat, Dai Mubai quickly retreated, and his third soul ring lit up. Armor-piercing tyrant. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The low shouts rang out almost simultaneously, as dazzling white clashed with the extreme black, catching the attention of Zhao Wujing and Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand holding the gun was enveloped in dark light, the rapidly vibrating tyrant gun swirling with a spiraling force, shooting out like a dragon, unstoppable. Boom! The white shield beside Dai Mubai shattered in an instant. The tyrant gun pierced through the arm he raised in defense, making a clanging noise as if striking steel. No! Even steel couldn't withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's armor-piercing tyrant. Dai Mubai's defense was stronger than steel. Dai Mubai was forced back over 10 meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. You lost. Lin Xiaoxiao, her tyrant gun's momentum spent, withdrew it and pointed the gun's tip at the remnants of a burnt incense stick, smiling lightly. Lin Xiaoxiao, right? You're very strong. Shrek Academy welcomes your joining, and I look forward to having a fair fight with you, Dai Mubai said somewhat awkwardly. Although the power of armor-piercing tyrant was great, Dai Mubai's soul power was nearly 10 levels higher, and he had used a 1,000-year third soul skill, so he was not injured. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao, having expended a lot of soul power from using her tyrant gun for an incense stick's duration and employing 2 major soul skills, had very little soul power left after using armor-piercing tyrant. Strictly speaking, she was the one who had lost. However, Dai Mubai had been completely on the defensive, unable to retaliate at all. Although he had not sustained any injuries, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, a suppressed rage building within him, making him feel worse. His gaze fell harshly on Chen Hu. Kid, If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for crossing paths with me at this moment. Kid, it's your turn. Dai Mubai said impatiently. Don't you need to rest and recover your soul power? Chen Hu said blandly. Are you insulting me? Fighting against an opponent with soul power far lower than mine and still needing time to recover? Do I still have any face left? Let's just start. Dai Mubai exclaimed excitedly. All right then, as you wish. Chen Hu casually walked in front of Dai Mubai, passing by Lin Xiao, who whispered, Hu, it's on you now, don't embarrass me. Relax, big sister, Chen Hu replied with a smile. Dai Mubai did not deactivate his martial soul, and Chen Hu placed his hands in front of him, chanting, medicine to the life-taking wine gourd. A cyan glow of soul power gathered, and a medicinal wine gourd appeared in Chen Hu's hand, releasing a faint aroma of wine, along with 2 yellow soul rings. Bamboo leaf green. The first soul ring lit up, and the medicinal wine in the gourd turned into a light green bamboo leaf green. Chen Hu took a few big gulps, feeling a wave of drunkenness wash over him, and said lightly, Wind Spring. The second soul ring suddenly lit up, transforming the wine in the gourd from bamboo leaf green to Wind Spring, and wisps of gentle breeze gathered around him. Chen Hu instantly felt as light as a swallow. Second soul skill, Wind Spring. It rapidly increases the drinker's speed. After consuming a large amount of bamboo leaf green and Wind Spring, even though Chen Hu's alcohol tolerance had improved, he felt slightly tipsy. He drew his straight blade from his waist, exuding a heroic spirit. You're a food-type soul master? Dai Mubai said with a strange expression, deflated. To be able to cultivate a food-type martial soul to above level 25 before the age of 13. You can skip the 4th round of assessments and directly enter Shrek Academy. As is well known, the cultivation speed of support-type soul masters is far inferior to that of battle soul masters. To reach level 25 or above before the age of 13 is already a genius among geniuses, qualifying for entry into Shrek Academy. Fight! Chen Hu's fighting spirits soared as he shouted, his body transforming into a gust of wind, swiftly darting in front of Dai Mubai, his straight blade descending swiftly, fast, precise, and fierce. You're asking for death, so don't blame me. Dai Mubai shouted angrily, stepping aside to narrowly avoid Chen Hu's blade, his pent-up anger surfacing. Regardless of whether Chen Hu was a food-type soul master, he threw a punch. Chen Hu's blade was merely a reminder to Dai Mubai, and seeing him getting serious. He moved like the wind, easily dodging the punch thrown by Dai Mubai. With the enhancement of his second soul skill, Wind Spring, Chen Hu's physical attributes were not inferior to those of ordinary beast martial soul battle soul masters, and his speed even surpassed that of the 37-level Dai Mubai. The blade light was sharp and incredibly swift as it came down from above, and Dai Mubai, no longer underestimating him, responded with all his strength. The blades danced up and down, and Dai Mubai was once again suppressed. This suppression was not one of strength, but of skill. Although Dai Mubai had rich combat experience, he rarely focused on battle techniques. His strength relied more on the power and speed brought by his martial soul. Chen Hu, from another world, understood all too well that when skills reached a certain peak, they could even rival soul techniques. Over the past 5 years, aside from cultivating his martial soul, his combat skills and sword techniques had become extraordinary, allowing him to strike first despite having neither speed nor strength. He could always find the flaws in Dai Mubai's attacks. By using skill to overcome strength and pinpointing weaknesses, coupled with the speed enhancement of Wind Spring, Dai Mubai found himself unable to think of a way to counter in such a short time. This little mouse, jumping around, was really a food-type soul master with no attack power? Zhao Wujia watched Chen Hu, who was becoming more and more courageous and was pressing Dai Mubai, in astonishment. He had never seen a support-type soul master like this. Sweat beads the size of mung beans appeared on Dai Mubai's forehead. Only when trapped in the web of blades could he feel the immense pressure. Each sharp blade pointed directly at his vital spots. Even though the force carried was not strong, and even felt somewhat weak to Dai Mubai, a battle soul master was not invulnerable. Being hit in a vital spot could still lead to death. In Chen Hu's relentless offensive, Dai Mubai didn't even have the chance to unleash a soul technique. Clearly, both in terms of strength and speed, He couldn't compare to Lin Xiaoxiao's Overlord Spear. Yet Dai Mubai felt that the pressure Chen Hu brought was even greater. At that moment, Chen Hu gave Dai Mubai a feeling similar to Tang San's confrontation with Zhao Wujie. Despite the huge gap in soul power and physique, he could still rely on extraordinary skills to overcome the odds. This situation couldn't continue. Dai Mubai understood the principle that holding out for too long would lead to a loss, and he secretly reminded himself, feeling determined deep down, to grab Chen Hu's sharp straight sword with his palm and punch towards Chen Hu's chest with his other hand. Trading injury for injury was Dai Mubai's choice out of desperation. He had to interrupt the opponent's rhythm of attack. Otherwise, he might really lose to a food-type soul master who was over 10 levels lower than him. Dai Mubai couldn't afford to lose face. Unfortunately, Chen Hu wore a faint smile, his eyes showing no change. Trading injury for injury was Chen Hu's specialty. Every time he faced Lin Xiaoxiao, he adopted a reckless fighting style, trading injuries, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao in distress. Since Dai Mubai was willing to trade injuries, Chen Hu naturally would not refuse, increasing the strength in his hand even further. Chapter 22: The Eight Gates. Open. The clash of blades and fists intertwined, the crimson blood staining the blade. A fist infused with soul power struck the chest. An explosive force erupted. The sound of broken ribs crackling echoed, the strength of the blade becoming even more formidable. With a muffled grunt, Chen Hu and Dai Mubai both retreated, Zweiaking's power rapidly healing the broken ribs and bloodied wounds. Chen Hu had to admit he underestimated Dai Mubai's strength. In his expectation, he should have been brewing a second strike by now, giving Dai Mubai no time to react. However, Dai Mubai's punch not only broke several of Chen Hu's ribs, but also shattered his momentum, leaving him weak and unable to unleash a second strike for a short period. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai did not expect that within a short incense stick's time, he would again have to unleash his Millennium third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, which doubled his defense, strength, speed, and resistance to abnormal states. The pressure brought by Dai Mubai in the White Tiger Diamond Transformation state was immense, and the accumulated strike was delayed. To force out my third soul skill, I must say you're even more of a genius than Lin Xiaoxiao earlier, because your soul power is lower, and you're a food-type soul master. To be able to push me to this extent despite a difference of over 10 levels. You are the second most monstrous person I have ever seen, Dai Mubai said slowly, aside from Tang San in hidden weapon form. He had never seen a peer unleash a technique to this extent. Unfortunately, the gap in soul power between us is too great. If you had soul power above level 30, even if you just broke through level 30, you would have a chance to defeat me. But right now, you are still far from enough. In the state of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai regained his proud demeanor. Is that so? You think I can only do this much? Chen Hu said lightly. Oh, you have a trump card? Dai Mubai showed a hint of curiosity. This move, I have never used even against the big sister. You will be its first opponent. 8 gates Dunjia. First gate, open gate, open. Chen Hu shouted. A rich aroma of wine emanated from his body, the powers of Zweiaking and Fengquan rapidly igniting. Chen Hu's clear eyes began to blur, and his body holding the knife started to sway slightly. For those who often drink, they would recognize that Chen Hu's current symptoms were indistinguishable from those of being drunk. Playing tricks, Dai Mubai shouted coldly. Charging forward with a clenched fist, both speed and strength greatly enhanced, he appeared before Chen Hu in the blink of an eye. The speed of his falling fist even faster. A flash of blade light rose, blocking Dai Mubai's punch. How is that possible? Why is your speed and strength so much faster? Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief. He did not expect the speed of Chen Hu's counterattack. Even he was taken aback by the power coming from the steady blade. Could it be his self-created soul skill? Impossible. How could this kid create a self-created soul skill at such a young age? Zhao Wujie suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Teacher, what is a self-created soul skill? Lin Xiaoxiao had never seen Chen Hu in this state and couldn't help but ask. A self-created soul skill, as the name implies, is a skill created by the soul master themselves, unlike the soul skills granted by soul rings. Self-created soul skills are more suited to the soul master's own abilities and exhibit far greater power than those granted by soul rings. Zhao Wujie explained solemnly. Every self-created soul skill requires an ultimate understanding of the martial soul and soul power. It not only demands that the soul master has extensive knowledge, but also that they have a moment of inspiration or coincidence to create a self-created soul skill. Those who can create a self-created soul skill on the continent are few and far between, and all are geniuses over the age of 20 with their martial souls cultivated to a certain level. This kid is so young. How could he possibly create a self-created soul skill? 8 Gates Duanjia. I have never heard of family heritage skill called this name. Could it really be this little guy's self-created soul skill? Shrek Academy may have truly found a treasure this time. Zhao Wujie muttered to himself, while Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hu, who was continuously swinging his blade and equally matched with Dai Mubai. Though she did not understand the significance of a self-created soul skill, she felt a sense of awe and was genuinely happy for Chen Hu. In his past life, Chen Hu had heard a saying that the human body is a massive treasure, possessing endless power, but due to various innate and acquired limitations. Ordinary people find it difficult to utilize this power. Only when emotions reach an extreme can a portion of this power be harnessed. This saying is not baseless. Many have heard of the story of a mother lifting a car to save her child, which is an example of utilizing the body's treasure of strength. Similarly, the greatest inspiration for Chen Hu was that a drunk person's strength increases. It was precisely by combining this point that Chen Hu created his self-created soul skill. The first gate of 8 Gates Duanjia. When the first gate opens, Chen Hu's strength, speed, and vitality all see a significant boost for a short time, capable of lasting over 10 minutes. Of course, this is in a non-combat state, in full combat. The power of Chen Hu's 8 Gates Duanjia can only last 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, Chen Hu would fall into a severely weakened state, taking at least 3 days to recover. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Dai Mubai also felt increasing pressure. The second soul ring hovering around him suddenly lit up, and a massive white light quickly gathered, accompanied by Dai Mubai's tiger roar. A milky white energy sphere was expelled from his mouth, rapidly flying towards Chen Hu. Chen Hu's forward motion slowed, his body swaying like a ghost, evading the incoming energy sphere. Although Chen Hu in a drunken state had lost most of his consciousness, his intuition for danger became even sharper. However, how could Dai Mubai's second soul skill be so plain? As the white energy sphere brushed past Chen Hu, it instantly exploded, unleashing a violent energy shockwave. Chen Hu's body was instantly blasted away, crashing to the ground. Second Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, about to rush over. Amidst the blazing white light, a figure surged out, a shattered blade light rose, halting before Dai Mubai. Underestimating the enemy is not a good habit, Chen Hu said, as a large amount of medicinal power was released, and he had already exited the state of 8 Gates Duanjia. The after-effects of 8 Gates Duanjia surged up, leaving him with no strength even to stand. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao came over in time to support Chen Hu's body, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. However, Chen Hu's straight knife, which had accompanied him for 5 years, was inch by inch shattered under the impact of the White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Dai Mubai came back to his senses and White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Facing Lin Xiaoxiao's hostile gaze, he smiled wryly and said, "Congratulations. You have passed the assessment of Shrek Academy. You are now a member of Shrek Academy. Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Dai Mubai, a level 37 assault-type battle soul master, with a martial soul being the White Tiger. Under the influence of soul power, the numerous knife wounds on Dai Mubai's body had stopped bleeding. Chen Hu's straight knife was just an ordinary weapon, and it was already quite exaggerated that it could injure Dai Mubai, with the wounds not being deep. Dai Mubai was merely in a rather disheveled state. Coupled with 2 consecutive high-intensity battles and the use of the Millennium Soul ring skill White Tiger Diamond Transformation twice, the soul power within him was nearly depleted, leaving him somewhat weak. Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Wujie and then at himself, feeling a sense of shared sympathy. What kind of monsters are in this generation? Chen Hu. right? You really are just a food-type soul master? Dai Mubai looked at Chen Hu, still unable to believe he would lose to a food-type soul master with soul power more than 10 levels lower than his own. Food-type soul master? What food-type soul master? Boss Dai, are you calling me? A soft, squishy voice sounded as a boy pushing a sausage grill cart approached. Seeing Dai Mubai's disheveled appearance and glancing at the scene around him, Oscar wore a smug expression and said, Boss Dai, what happened to you? Did you get taught a lesson by the new monster? Dai Mubai scoffed, Oscar, I didn't call for you. How dare a rookie like you mock me? Are you looking to get beaten up again? Aren't you curious about my injuries? I'm not afraid to tell you. They were caused by a support-type soul master. And like you, he's a food-type soul master. Boss Dai, are you joking? A food-type soul master made you look this pathetic? That's a huge joke. Not to mention a food-type soul master, even a battle soul master over level 30, wouldn't be able to injure you like this under your white tiger transformation. You didn't run into that freak Tang San again, did you? Oscar retorted, looking unconvinced. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai replied casually. Ha ha, don't exaggerate your jokes. And asking Teacher Zhao, do you think he would collude with you? Oscar scoffed. All right, Oscar, Dai Mubai isn't lying. He really was injured by a food-type little monster whose martial soul is wine, and his soul power is even lower than yours. Only about level 25, Zhao Waoqi said. Ha ha ha, Teacher Zhao, you can't have been knocked silly by Tang San, right? A level 25 against a level 37? And a food-type soul master against a beast martial soul battle master? How is that possible? You have to make your jokes a bit more believable. Oscar laughed loudly. Oscar, I see you're itching for a fight. Come find me later for a practical lesson, Zhao Waoqi said with a serious expression. All right, are you two done? Is there a place to rest here? If not, we can leave, Lin Xiaoxiao said impatiently, noting that there was an injured person. Why are the students from Li Yuan so impatient? Mubai, forget it. Oscar, take the new junior brothers and sisters to the dormitory to rest. Zhao Waoqi shook his head and said. Oscar then noticed Lin Xiaoxiao and the weak Chen Hu, and looking at the disheveled Dai Mubai, he gradually began to believe that Chen Hu had injured Dai Mubai. However, since Dai Mubai said that Chen Hu was also a food-type soul master, Oscar clearly didn't believe it. Junior brothers and sisters, hello. I'm Oscar, a student from Shrek Academy. You can call me Oscar or Sausage Specialist. My martial soul is Sausage. Oscar introduced himself enthusiastically. I'm Chen Hu. You could just call me Chen Hu or Air Hu. This is my big sister Lin Xiaoxiao. You can call her big sister or Lin Xiaoxiao. It's up to you. Chen Hu smiled, finding Oscar likable, perhaps because they were both food-type soul masters. Chapter 23 Reunion. All right, enough chit-chat. You're very weak right now, so the priority is to rest well. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted Chen Hu with dissatisfaction. Oscar said, follow me. I'll take you to the dormitory. Lin Xiaoxiao's arm went around Chen Hu's calf, lifting him up. Feeling Chen Hu's struggles, Lin Xiaoxiao said irritably, you're very weak now, so don't move around. Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujia all tried to stifle their laughter, their faces flushed. Chen Hu had never felt so embarrassed. He weakly said, Big sister, can you change your position? This is a princess, Carrie. I'm a proper man. So troublesome. Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, but still put Chen Hu down, allowing him to lie on her back and carrying him. Hey, you're Oscar, right? You're also a food system soul master. Do you have any healing skills in your soul skills? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered to ask. Of course. I'm a food system martial soul. How could I not have healing skills? Are you also a food system soul master? Oscar asked curiously, although he didn't believe it. He understood Dai Mubai's pride and Zhao Wujia's personality. Combining that with the current situation, Oscar had already conjured up a picture in his mind. Chen Hu, on Lin Xiaoxiao's back, was a powerful attack system soul master close to soul respect level, assisted by Lin Xiaoxiao, a food system support soul master. And they had both suffered heavy losses against an overconfident Dai Mubai. I'm not, but Eru is. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly use your healing soul skills, Lin Xiaoxiao urged. You're not a support system soul master? Oscar's inner world collapsed, and he murmured the soul chant. I have a big sausage. With Oscar's unexpectedly lewd smile, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown. Why are all your food system soul master chants so lewd? Give it here. Lin Xiaoxiao snatched the sausage from Oscar's hand and threw it to Chen Hu, saying, Eru, since you're also a food system soul master, it doesn't seem matter how disgusting it is, just eat it, and you'll be fine. Chen Hu took the sausage without any resistance. As a foodie, sneaking food in the bathroom was nothing new. It was just a relatively lewd soul chant anyway. His own soul chant wasn't too much better. This was his first time eating another food system soul master's martial soul, and the sausage tasted quite good. After eating the sausage, a warm current flowed through Chen Hu's body. He felt warm all over, and his strength recovered a bit. He commented objectively, "It tastes good. It would be even better with some chili powder." A kindred spirit. "Brother, you're the first peer willing to eat my sausage. Now I somewhat believe you're a food system soul master. May I ask, what is your soul chant?" Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he looked at Chen Hu with much more kindness, asking curiously, "The medicine cures all ailments, wine gourd," Chen Hu said without any embarrassment. Oscar's gaze became more eager, perhaps due to shared experiences. "But, brother, did you really defeat Dai Lauda, relying on your food system martial soul? Can you teach me?" Oscar looked at him with hope. Who would want to be a support if they could fight fairly? Chen Hu had a good impression of Oscar and smiled, "Sure, but I have a question to ask you." "What question?" Oscar's eyes lit up. "Have you seen Shrek Academy at 4 in the morning?" What? Who would wake up early to see Shrek Academy at 4 in the morning? "Have you seen it?" Oscar asked. "No." Chen Hu shook his head with a smile. "But I wake up at 4 every morning to exercise. If you stick with it for a few years, your physical fitness won't be much worse than an ordinary battle soul master." "Is it really that simple to defeat Dai Lauda?" Oscar asked incredulously, feeling a bit down. It was understandable. How could a secret method that allowed a food system soul master to defeat a battle soul master be so easily revealed? Chen Hu smiled. "That's just the first step. Next, you need to find different battle soul masters to fight. Once you've lost 10,000 times, most battle soul masters of the same level on the continent shouldn't be your opponents anymore. Of course, to achieve lower, defeating higher, and challenge beyond your level, you need to master a unique skill, whether it's blades, spears, swords, halberds, hidden weapons, poison techniques, or even just fists, and also have a good weapon." Speaking of weapons, Chen Hu remembered his straight sword that had accompanied him, which had been through ups and downs, patched up for 5 years, and now it could no longer hold up. He needed to go to Soto City in a few days to pick a better sword. Thinking of this, Chen Hu continued, "Lastly, if possible, it's best to have a self-created soul skill." After listening to Chen Hu, Oscar no longer felt that Chen Hu was deceiving him and couldn't he help but ask, "But if we spend a lot of time and energy on these, when will we have time to meditate and cultivate?" Our support system soul masters inherently cultivate slower than battle soul masters. We fall even further behind. So, back to my first question. Have you seen Shrek Academy at 4 in the morning? Chen Hu said, "If you want to gain powers that ordinary people can't have, how can you not put in the effort?" Chen Hu's current strength was partly due to the help of his martial soul, but more so due to persistent effort. Oscar shook his head. "This method probably only suits you kind of monster. I'm just an ordinary person. I'd rather be a stable support food system soul master." "All right, we've arrived. Lin Xiao, hand Eru over to me. The boys' dormitory is ahead, and it's not convenient for you, a girl." Oscar pointed to a wooden house ahead. "Where's the girls' dormitory?" Lin Xiao had a good impression of Oscar and handed Chen Hu over to him with ease, then asked, "It's right next door." Oscar supported Chen Hu and pointed to a wooden house next to them, saying, "There's a cold and aloof girl inside. She is also new today. You two will share a dormitory. That's fine, right?" "No problem. I'll leave Eru to you. I'll go first." Lin Xiao waved her hand and said, "All right then. Brother Chen, who is in my care now?" Oscar patted his chest confidently. After Lin Xiao left, Oscar winked and said, "All right, Brother Eru, come into Shrek Academy with your own girlfriend. Then I want to be polite with the other 2 girls." Chen Hu shook his head and chuckled. "Big sister is not my girlfriend. She is just the big sister of our Junior Soul Master Academy, my boss, so to speak. If you were a girl, would you pursue Dai Mubai as your boyfriend?" "That's bound to happen. We have another brother in our dormitory. Let us see if he is awake. I'll tell you, that brother is also a monster. He almost single-handedly took on Teacher Zhao. He is just like you. He also comes with his girlfriend. But his girlfriend is his sister, a very cute little girl. Don't worry, I won't be rude to your 2 girlfriends. No, I won't bully them. Dai Lao clearly has his eyes on that cold beauty. As for the other girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I one T-hole back. Oscar swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling. Oscar opened the door, and Tang San was already awake, lying on Oscar's back. Chen Hu finally saw the figure he had envied and hated since childhood. Compared to 6 years ago, Tang San was now more mature and healthier, a stark contrast to his malnourished appearance as a child. Where is this? Tang San saw Oscar and the somewhat familiar boy on his back. He couldn't recall where he had seen him before, so he asked without thinking much. Oscar placed Chen Hu on another bed and said, "This is our dormitory. From now on, you will be with us in the same room. Your name is Tang San, right? You're really impressive. Even someone as tough as teacher Zhao has suffered at your hands, just like this brother Eru, who is equally formidable. Even Daida is at a disadvantage against him." Eru? What a strange name, Tang San thought. But if he could make Dai Mubai suffer, Chen Hu's strength must be considerable. Tang San's gaze towards Chen, who became more serious. He knew Dai Mubai's strength well, and if it weren't for hidden weapons, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Anyone who could make Dai Mubai suffer couldn't be simple. However, for some reason, Chen Hu looked more and more familiar to him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Nevertheless, Tang San was clearly more concerned about Xiao Wu's safety and couldn't help but ask, "What about Xiao Wu? How is she?" Oscar replied, "Don't worry. She's sharing a room with Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She should recover after a night's sleep." Hearing this, Tang San felt relieved and turned to Chen Hu, unable to stop himself from asking "Brother Eru, have we met before?" "Tang San, we indeed have met. At the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village." Chen Hu smiled. "It's you're Chen Hu?" Tang San finally remembered the other person who had awakened their martial spirits together, the only other person besides himself who possessed soul power. "Tang San, Chen Hu, do you two know each other?" Oscar asked curiously. "We're both from the same city. The village where Tang San lives is right next to ours. We awakened our martial spirits together, but later I was taken to Snow City for studies while Tang San stayed in Nodding City," Chen Hu explained to Oscar. To be honest, meeting a friend from afar, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt very happy to see Tang San. After all, both he and Tang San were visitors from another world, and his feelings towards Tang San had always been complex. Really, since we are so fated, and we are now roommates in the same dormitory, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Oscar, a level 29 Weapon Soul Master, and my martial spirit is Sausage. I am nicknamed Sausage Vendor. You can call me Sausage Vendor Oscar or just Little Oscar. Isn't it Big Sausage, Uncle? Tang San chuckled and introduced himself. My name is Tang San from Holy Soul Village, a level 29 Control System Weapon Soul Master, and my martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass. You can call me Tang San or Little San. My name is Chen Hu from Longmin Village, a level 25 Support System Weapon Soul Master, and my martial spirit is Medicinal Wine Gourd. My nickname is Eru. You can call me Eru or just Chen Hu. Chen Hu smiled. Chapter 24. Martial Soul Fusion Skill? Wait, Chen Hu, you are an Auxiliary Soul Master? How did you manage to make Dai Mubai suffer? Tang San asked, as if he remembered something, with a puzzled expression. That's right. It's not easy to make Boss Dai lose. Seeing Boss Dai's embarrassed look. Chen Hu, your match with Boss Dai must have been quite exciting, right? Can you tell me about it? Oscar also became interested and asked curiously. It's nothing much. I just took advantage of the situation. Dai Mubai and the leader's battle consumed a lot of soul power, and on top of that, he underestimated me, which is why he lost the initiative at the beginning. The knife technique that Chen Hu practiced emphasized a momentum like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Once a set of combos started, it wouldn't stop until his soul power and physical strength were completely exhausted. This was also Chen Hu's way of dealing with various attack type soul skills from Battle Soul Masters. Using soul skills requires a preparation process, and even if that process is very short, it can't be completely avoided. As long as he executed a complete combo without giving the Battle Soul Master a chance to unleash their soul skills, he could minimize the gap between Auxiliary Soul Masters and Battle Soul Masters. Dai Mubai underestimated Chen Hu's combos, lost the initiative, and that's why he was in such a sorry state. If given another chance, the only one who would lose would be Chen Hu. After all, The gap in power and soul power levels between the two was too huge. After chatting for a while, Chen Hu began to feel fatigued. Although he had Oscar's sausage to assist him, the after effects of the 8 gates Duanjia were not so easily compensated for. Chen Hu had to close his eyes and rely on meditation to recover his soul power and physical strength. Tang San had also consumed a lot of soul power fighting Zhao Wujin during the day, overdrawing his physical strength. After a good sleep, his physical strength had mostly recovered, but his soul power had not. He took this opportunity to train, while Oscar, after practicing for a while, directly went to rest. In the morning, Chen Hu had already gotten up early. He was not joking with Oscar yesterday. He basically got up at 4 every morning to exercise. Likewise, to ensure sufficient sleep, he tried to rest before 11 at night. The morning exercise was to ensure that his physical condition did not decline, and Chen Hu chose running as his exercise. The early morning sky was still somewhat dark, and Chen Hu ran around the Shrek Academy in circles. Perhaps his body was too weak. After a short while, he began to pant heavily, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans starting to flow. Fortunately, the recovery effect of the medicinal wine gourd was good, allowing Chen Hu to persist for an hour of morning running. After the morning run, Chen Hu began to practice his punches. A red sun gradually rose from the east. Tang San was practicing the purple extreme magic eye on the roof of Shrek Academy, while Chen Hu was training his fist techniques. For the past 5 years, both fist and knife techniques were skills that Chen Hu had never given up on. It was through 10 years of diligent practice that he was able to achieve considerable success in both. At the same time, Chen Hu was reflecting on his battle with Dai Mubai yesterday. It must be said that Chen Hu's performance yesterday was quite outstanding, but he was still not satisfied with himself. In yesterday's battle, he had even used his greatest trump card, the 8 gates Duanjia. Yet he still hadn't truly defeated Dai Mubai. Although there were various objective reasons, at the end of the day, it was still due to Chen Hu's insufficient estimation of his opponent and the lack of sharpness in his weapon. I need a powerful sword. Facing a soul master like Dai Mubai, who possesses protective skills, without a weapon that can threaten their defenses, no matter how strong my techniques are, I can only suppress the opponent but not achieve victory. Chen Hu recalled, and acquiring a powerful sword was put on the agenda. Moreover, there were significant issues with controlling the 8 gates Duanjia state. If it weren't for the explosion released by Dai Mubai's second soul skill, the White Tiger's fierce light wave, I might have had a hard time waking up from the 8 gates Duanjia state. This was Chen Hu's first time using the 8 gates Duanjia in actual combat, and while the effect was obvious, there were still many shortcomings that he needed to adjust and address. While contemplating his shortcomings, he swung his fists, and after the sun rose, Chen Hu and Tang San returned to the dormitory together. "Good morning, Xiao San," Chen Hu smiled and said. "Good morning, Hu. Do you get up this early to exercise every day?" Tang San couldn't help but ask, noting that Chen Hu had already gone out to train before he woke up. "Early birds catch the worm. As auxiliary soul masters, our physical quality is lower, so we naturally need to put in more effort," Chen Hu casually replied. "But why are you working so hard? Isn't it better to focus on soul cultivation like Oscar? That's the path an auxiliary soul master should take," Tang San said, confused. Tang San, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, your extraordinary skills with hidden weapons described by Xiao Ao yesterday shouldn't be something you were born with. Only those of us who practice skills know that there are no shortcuts in skill cultivation. It can only be achieved through daily hard work. So why don't you give up on hidden weapon techniques and focus on soul cultivation?" Chen Hu smiled and countered. Tang San knew that Chen Hu had his own persistence and stopped pressing the issue. He walked over to Oscar, shook him, and said, "Xiao Ao, wake up." "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled. "Get up already. It's getting late. Don't you know that the early bird catches the worm?" Tang San frowned. He was a diligent person and hoped his companions wouldn't waste time. Oscar opened his eyes, looked at Tang San, and said, "I'm not like you guys. I'm a weapon soul master, specifically a food type one. I don't need such complicated training like you." Chen Hu calmly said, "I'm also a weapon soul master, also food type. But I get up at 4 in the morning. You're a freak. Who can compare to you?" Although Oscar said this, he still got up and put on his clothes, impatiently looking at Tang San and saying, "What do you want?" Tang San replied, "Take me to where Xiao Wu is living. I want to see if she's okay." "Wait a minute. Let's go together." It's also time for us to find a place for breakfast. Shrek Academy should have a canteen, right? Chen Hu said while changing clothes. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he changed into another set of white practice clothes. For some reason, Chen Hu had a fondness for white clothing. Let's go. The three of them left the dormitory. As they walked, Oscar introduced, the girls' dormitory is right next to ours. Who should know. The school has strict rules that male students are not allowed to intrude into the girls' dormitory. Otherwise, the school rules are quite severe. Additionally, Shrek Academy only occupies 1/3 of the village. The rest is where the villagers live, so it's best not to disturb them when there's nothing going on. Shrek Academy was indeed quite poor. The entire academy had only rented 1/3 of the village for construction. The so-called school buildings were just simple wooden houses of villagers. Fortunately, it was not far from Soto City, making it quite convenient for shopping. Soon, Oscar brought Tang San to Xiao Wu's room. Chen Hu said to Oscar and Tang San, I'll go find the leader. You two wake up Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, and let's go eat together to get to know each other. Oscar quietly gave Chen Hu a thumbs up, as if to say, Good brother, you're awesome. Chen Hu smiled back and walked to the door of the room where Lin Xiao had entered last night, gently knocking on the door. Leader. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xiao came out with a cool-looking girl. The girl was about the same height as Lin Xiao, but her figure was outstanding. With curves in all the right places, extremely sexy, and her looks were not inferior to Lin Xiao's at all. The two girls stood together, vying for beauty, each with their own strengths. Zhu Qing, this is my little brother I told you about, Chen Hu. You could just call him Hu. Hu, this is my good sister I just met, Zhu Qing, Lin Xiao enthusiastically introduced. Hello, I'm Chen Hu. Nice to meet you. I asked Oscar and Tang San to call Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. It's getting late. Let's go have a meal together and get to know each other. How about it? Chen Hu said. Okay. Zhu Qing, who was sparing with her words, made Chen Hu feel like he was facing Gooding. However, Gooding was silent out of shyness, while Zhu Qing was purely forced to use her cold exterior to hide her true self due to her upbringing. This coldness was a form of self-protection, but they're all troubled kids anyway. The three of them gathered with Tang San and the others, and after a brief introduction among the seven, they headed straight to the cafeteria under Oscar's lead. Along the way, Chen Hu could feel Ning Rongrong casting strange glances at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chen Hu walked up to Ning Rongrong and curiously asked, Is there something on my face? Oh no, nothing. Ning Rongrong replied a bit flustered, quickly regaining her composure and gently said, Don't you think our temperaments are quite similar? Not only similar, but there's also a complementary feeling. In terms of martial spirits, encountering a martial spirit that complements your own is incredibly difficult. But once you do, the combined strength will be exponentially enhanced. Are you talking about martial spirit fusion skills? Chen Hu realized, prompted by Ning Rongrong, that there seemed to be something about her that was attracting him. No, more accurately, it was attracting his martial spirit. The medicinal wine gourd. What is your martial spirit? Is it also an auxiliary martial spirit? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask. Her martial spirit was the auxiliary 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and those that could resonate with it usually had similar martial spirits. Medicinal wine gourd, Chen Hu replied briefly. We've arrived, Oscar said with a longing look at Chen Hu. We can communicate more in the future, Ning Rongrong said, jogging a few steps to catch up with Xiao Wu ahead. Second Hu, you're being too inconsiderate. You already have Lin Xiao, and yet you're still trying to flirt with my Rongrong, Oscar lamented. Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with the leader is just a pure friendship. However, my martial spirit's compatibility with Ning Rongrong is very high, and there is a great possibility we can perform a martial spirit fusion skill together. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why not look for someone else? Chen Hu said cautiously. What does a martial spirit fusion skill represent? Oscar understood without Chen Hu needing to explain. Generally, any two opposite genders who could perform a martial spirit fusion skill together would most likely become a couple. This was because the relationship required to perform a martial spirit fusion skill transcended most blood relations, reaching an even deeper level. Only those who were very close could execute such a skill together. Chapter 25. The Evil Fire Phoenix. Could it be that I, the talented and charming Oscar, Can only be a lonely, single dog for the rest of my life? Oscar said unwillingly. Chen Hu shook his head helplessly. He seemed to remember that Oscar and Ning Rongrong were a couple, but the matter of martial soul fusion techniques felt like it was destined. And Chen Hu, who had been a single dog in 2 lives, also had a youthful flutter, yearning for a girlfriend. Ning Rongrong, the lovely and beautiful rich girl. Hailing from the continent's top sect, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had almost no flaws except for a somewhat playful personality, making her hard to dislike. Of course, this wasn't love at first sight, just a slight fondness. Whether this fondness could take root and sprout, Chen Hu didn't know. The canteen of Shrek Academy wasn't large. What was called a canteen was merely a place where the academy signed a treaty with nearby villagers, hiring a few villagers to take care of everyone's meals. Although the food was simple, it was plentiful, and there was no problem with getting full. Chen Hu took 2 servings of dishes and placed them on a wooden table by the window. Ning Rongrong looked at the 2 mountain-like servings of food in front of Chen Hu and curiously asked, "Is anyone else not here?" Chen Hu awkwardly touched his nose, and Lin Xiao explained no one else. Heir who has a big appetite, 1 serving isn't enough, so he usually orders 2. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded, looking at Chen Hu, and placed a white steamed bun from her plate in front of him, saying, "I don't eat much, you can have this bun. I can't finish it. Thank you." In the gaze of everyone, Chen Hu didn't refuse. After softly saying thank you, he began to eat heartily. The habit of eating without talking and sleeping without speaking was something Chen Hu had always adhered to. Unlike some people who liked to communicate feelings at the dining table, Chen Hu always focused on one thing at the table: eating. While Oscar was eating, he secretly glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally falling on Xiao Wu and Lin Xiao, muttering softly, "Sigh, what bad luck. It's hard to meet a few female classmates, and they are all taken. There's even one guy who occupies the bowl and the pot." The mountain-like food was being devoured at a visible speed when a somewhat sarcastic voice came. "Who is this? Eating even more than I can? The martial soul must be a pig, right?" It turned out to be Dai Mubai, and beside him was a chubby little boy wearing a red vest, and it was the little boy who spoke. Chen Hu ignored him, leisurely walked to the window to ask for a bowl of rice soup. After finishing the last bit of food, he raised his head and glanced at the little chubby boy, looking at Dai Mubai, frowning. "Is this guy who talks too much just back from the toilet and ate shit? Why does his mouth stink so much?" Although he guessed that the chubby boy should be Ma Hongjun, a student of Shrek Academy, Chen Hu dared to confront Dai Mubai, let alone Ma Hongjun. Chen Hu was also a genius, and geniuses have their pride. If you're unhappy, that's your problem. If you make me unhappy, I won't indulge you. Chen Hu was not a punching bag for others. "Little brat, say it again if you have guts. I think you're the one who ate shit." Ma Hongjun, already filled with anger, spoke even more rudely. Chen Hu shot back, "Whoever has bad breath is the one who ate shit. Why don't you ask everyone? Chubby, don't be impulsive." Seeing Ma Hongjuan's face turning from green to white, Dai Mubai, who was familiar with him, quickly grabbed Ma Hongjuan's hand. Ma Hongjun snorted coldly, "Little brat, I'll give Dai Laoda some face. If you apologize to me now, I can let you off the hook." "Hey, clearly you were the one who spoke rudely first, and you have the nerve to ask someone to apologize to you? How shameless." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speak up for Chen Hu. "Where did this little girl come from? This is none of your business. If you don't want to get hit, just roll aside." Ma Hongjuan's face darkened. "You, outrageous. Do you know who I am?" Ning Rongrong was also angry. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke me, I won't hold back." Ma Hongjun said disdainfully. "You." Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned cold. Although she was angry, she understood that as a support-type soul master, she wasn't Ma Hongjuan's opponent. She pointed at Tang San and said, "Tang San, you are a battle soul master. Help us teach this arrogant guy a lesson." Ma Hongjuan's behavior was indeed somewhat unpleasant, but Tang San guessed that Ma Hongjun should be a member of Shrek Academy. Holding the idea of avoiding trouble, Tang San couldn't help but advise, "You should also be a student of Shrek Academy, right? We are all classmates from now on, so why not take a step back and shake hands to make peace? It's not a big deal. I need you to pretend to be a good person. Stop meddling in my business." Ma Hongjun was ungrateful. Tang San's expression also darkened. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai and snorted coldly, like a indeed a nest of snakes and rats. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and patted Chen Hu's shoulder, saying, Hu, do you need Big Sister to help you vent? No need. Chen Hu stood up, his somewhat pale body blocking everyone in front. One person does the work. One person takes the blame. Little chubby, shall we go outside to fight? Fine, let's go outside. Ma Hongjun snorted coldly and walked out first. Chen Hu, are you crazy? You're just a support type soul master. The opponent obviously looks like a strong attack type battle soul master. How could you possibly defeat him? Ning Rongrong said incredulously. Chen Hu smiled. It's fine. Who said support type soul masters can't fight? Don't worry, I have confidence. Hu, is your body okay? Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't worried about Chen Hu's strength, especially after seeing him perform the 8 gates of Duanjie yesterday. She just worried whether Chen Hu's injuries from yesterday had healed. It's nothing. Chen Hu shook his head and walked out alone. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and asked, he's a support type soul master? How could a support type soul master possibly defeat a battle soul master? Uncle Sausage, who was that annoying little chubby just now? Oscar said, the chubby boy is the last of the 3 students I mentioned from Shrek Academy, a level 26 strong attack type battle soul master. His martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Phoenix? Then shouldn't we stop Chen Hu? Isn't this sending a sheep into a tiger's den? What's he trying to prove? Xiao Wu covered her mouth, exclaiming in surprise. Tang San walked over to Xiao Wu and smiled. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Chen Hu is not simple. Dai Mubai lost to Chen Hu yesterday. Impossible. Dai Mubai is a level 37 battle soul master. How could a support type soul master defeat a battle soul master unless Chen Hu's soul power is above level 70? But that's obviously impossible. Ning Rongrong shook her head, saying that no one knew support type soul masters better than her. We'll know if we go take a look. Xiao Wu believed that Tang San wouldn't lie to her and said curiously. Outside the canteen, Ma Hongjun glared fiercely at Chen Hu and said, Kid, considering you're also a member of Shrek Academy, it's not too late for you to apologize to me now. Chubby, I think it's better to forget it. Dai Mubai advised. Dai Lauda, are you also standing on her side? Ma Hongjun was somewhat unhappy, feeling that the whole world didn't understand him. Fine. Just take care of yourself. Don't blame me for not helping you. Dai Mubai shrugged and stepped aside. With a wave of his hand, Chen Hu unleashed his second soul ring, which glowed with a brilliant light. The wind spring wine flowed into his belly, transforming into a gentle breeze that swirled around Chen Hu. Support type soul master? Ma Hongjun was somewhat stunned. Facing the battle spirit master, Chen Hu never underestimated him. Nor did he speak of fairness. Seizing the opportunity when Ma Hongjun was distracted, he transformed into a blue shadow and appeared in front of him, delivering a punch directly. How is that possible? How could a support type soul master be so fast? Before Ma Hongjun could react, the fist struck his chest with immense force, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Chen Hu pressed the advantage relentlessly, his fists raining down like a flurry of blades, one punch after another, not giving Ma Hongjun a chance to counterattack. The speed enhanced by wind spring made his punches faster and more unpredictable. When Ning Rongrong and the others arrived, they saw Ma Hongjun being beaten like a human punching bag, unable to fight back at all. TCH, I thought the little fatty had some skills, but is that it? Xiao Wu scoffed as she watched Ma Hongjun, who was like an ordinary person, being completely overpowered. Isn't Ma Hongjun a level 28 assault-type battle spirit master? Why isn't he using his spirit? Even if the Phoenix spirit is weak, he shouldn't be unable to defeat a support-type soul master after summoning it, right? After watching for a while, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask in confusion. Could it be that the little fatty is having a change of heart and is intentionally taking a beating to apologize? Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, feeling that the whole scene looked fake. Ma Hongjun wasn't using his spirit at all. After the Beast Spirit Master summons their spirit, their strength and speed would undergo a tremendous change. Not using his spirit was completely unreasonable. It's not that simple. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he slowly explained. It's not that Ma Hongjun is unwilling to summon his spirit. It's that he doesn't have the opportunity to do so. Whether it's a Beast Spirit Master or a Weapon Spirit Master, summoning a spirit requires concentration. And some spirits even need soul spells to cooperate. Every punch from Chen Hu seemed to be precisely calculated, targeting the areas with the most nerves in Ma Hongjun's body. Each punch might not cause significant damage, but the pain was extraordinary, preventing Ma Hongjun from concentrating enough to summon his spirit. I estimate that when Chen Hu revealed his identity as a support-type soul master, Ma Hongjun became distracted, and Chen Hu seized the opportunity, leading to this one-sided beating. Tang San was indeed impressive, analyzing the battle situation almost exactly as it was. Watching Chen Hu's fighting style, Tang San felt an inexplicable familiarity. It bore no resemblance to the combat techniques of Douro Continent, but rather resembled the battles of martial experts from the Tang sect in his past life. The clash of experts might just be a fleeting opportunity, enough to defeat an opponent in one go. Chapter 26. Flander. The power of the wind swirled around, and Chen Hu truly transformed into the wind, relentlessly attacking Ma Hongjun like a torrential storm. "Got you!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly, feeling the power in Chen Hu's punches weaken, the pain less exaggerated than before. "Martial spirit possession," Ma Hongjun shouted, and after a loud phoenix cry, a dazzling purple-red light suddenly radiated from him. The purple-red light surged out, transforming into rolling heat waves, and intense purple-red flames burst forth, pushing Chen Hu back. 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet as Ma Hongjun stepped closer to Chen Hu, like a vengeful spirit emerging from fiery hell, exuding an overwhelming momentum that heated the surrounding air. "Kid die." Ma Hongjun lifted his hand, and his first soul ring suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth wide. A thin stream of purple-red flames shot towards Chen Hu. The high temperature distorted the air, and the purple-red flames looked mild, extending like a fiery line in the air. After being pushed back by Ma Hongjun, Chen Hu suddenly began gasping for breath, and as he gasped, he couldn't help but cough, his face growing paler and devoid of any color. The purple-red flame line extended towards Chen Hu, and gentle breezes gathered, quickly creating distance between him and Ma Hongjun. With more vigorous movement, Chen Hu's cough became increasingly severe, and his body involuntarily hunched over. "What's going on?" Ma Hongjun wondered, but he was relentless. He had taken enough hits, and he was not one to back down easily. However, the temperature of the flames in the air noticeably decreased. "Fatty, stop." Dai Mubai noticed that something was off with Chen Hu and shouted loudly, ready to rush out to save him. However, someone was faster than Dai Mubai. Overlord Spear. The black 7-foot Overlord Spear swept through, forcing back the Phoenix fire line in front of Chen Hu. Lin Xiao Zhao's petite figure stood in front of Chen Hu. A formidable barrier. "No one can pass me." "Wow, little miss is so cool," Xiao Wu said with admiration in her eyes. "What's wrong? Want to gang up on one?" "I'm not afraid of you," Ma Hongjun sneered. "Ha! If it weren't for Hu being injured, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and talk." Lin Xiao retorted defiantly. "Fatty, forget it. This matter is your fault. Chen Hu is a food-type soul master, and he hasn't even used his self-created spirit ability. Why don't we all take a step back and consider it a misunderstanding?" Dai Mubai stepped forward and addressed everyone. "Fatty broke up today, so he is not in a good mood and acted impulsively. I hope everyone can overlook it. I apologize on his behalf." "Broken up? This little fatty has a girlfriend?" Lin Xiao snorted, putting away the Overlord Spear and walking up to Chen Hu with concern. "How are you?" "I'm, cough, fine," Chen Hu said while coughing. Ning Rong also came up, gently patting Chen Hu's back to help him breathe. The others gathered around, their gazes toward Chen Hu significantly different from before. Although they knew Chen Hu had considerable combat ability, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were entirely different experiences. In the world of soul masters, strength is paramount, and Chen Hu's earlier performance had earned everyone's recognition. Seeing Chen Hu surrounded by beautiful women, Oscar felt a mix of envy and jealousy, muttering something under his breath. Bamboo leaf green. After a while, his first soul ring lit up, and the medicinal wine in his gourd transformed into rejuvenating bamboo leaf green. After taking a few sips, Chen Hu's complexion improved somewhat. At this moment, a sound of ding, ding, ding echoed from a distance. "That's the principal calling us. Let's head to the playground together." "Chen Hu, are you okay?" Lin Xiao, Ning Rong, please help Chen Hu. We can't be late for the principal's summons, Dai Mubai said. Everyone nodded, and Ning Rong and Lin Xiao supported Chen Hu as they made their way to the playground. Dai Lao, what are these new students like? Especially that Chen Hu. He nearly made me unable to fight back, Ma Hongjun whispered to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in annoyance. Just keep smiling. If I hadn't paved the way for you, do you think today would go this smoothly for you? Got a story? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. I have nothing to hide in front of you. Anyway, teacher Zhao saw it too. Yesterday's entrance exam was me testing the Overlord Spear Soul Master Lin Xiao and the Wine Gourd Soul Master Chen Hu. I didn't go easy in both exams, yet I lost, Dai Mubai said candidly. You lost? You mean they both endured your full attack for an incense stick's worth of time? Ma Hongjun asked in surprise. Strictly speaking, they both had the upper hand. If it weren't for the suppression of soul power levels, I might have lost. Moreover, I used my third soul ability, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, against them, but unfortunately, I still couldn't defeat them, Dai Mubai sighed. Chen Hu is truly a monster, in every sense of the word. He has a self-created soul ability that can greatly enhance his strength, speed, and recovery ability. Even under my full attack, while using White Tiger Diamond Transformation, I could only block. If it weren't for the after effects of his self-created soul ability today, do you think you would still have a chance to turn the tables? If conditions were the same, even if he didn't sneak attack, you might not necessarily be his opponent. How is that possible? He is really just a food-type soul master like Xiao Ao? Ma Hongjun said in shock, a bit fearful, although I don't understand why. He is indeed a food-type soul master. Moreover, Chen Hu isn't even the most abnormal one. The most abnormal is that guy named Tang San, who has a whole set of hidden weapon skills that are hard to guard against. In a one-on-one against Teacher Zhao, he even made Teacher Zhao suffer a lot. Dai Mubai said with a wry smile. Monsters come every year, but there seem to be especially many this year, Ma Hongjun muttered. While they were talking, a middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the playground. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Tang San and Xiao Wu both showed surprise. Chen Hu also carefully observed the middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build, a distinctive long face, a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose beak. His eyes were squinted, exuding a sharp and harsh feeling, and he wore a pair of stiff square black crystal glasses. The man was none other than the principal of Shrek Academy, Flander. Flander approached the 9 students, adjusted his glasses, and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, This year is quite good. We have 6 more little monsters. I, Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, welcome you to our academy. Later, each of you will go to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances, to pay 100 gold soul coins as tuition. Dai Mubai stepped forward respectfully. Flander said, Another 6 junior brothers and sisters have come. Remember to tell them the rules of Shrek Academy later. Then you can go back and rest. Try to adjust your bodies to their best condition. The first class today will start in the evening. Oscar, Ning Rong, and Chen Hu, you 3 are exceptions. Come with me. Oscar's face instantly fell, especially when he saw Ning Rong supporting Chen Hu. His eyes briefly lit up before gradually dimming. Flander waved his hand, saying, The others can go rest now. Remember, try to get into peak condition by tonight. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching of Shrek Academy is different from other places and may even involve danger. Zhu Zhuqing left without looking back, and Dai Mubai quickly followed, while Ma Hongjun also disappeared swiftly. Only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Xiao were curious about Flender's teaching and did not leave. Lin Xiao also knew that Yishur was a student of Shrek Academy, and she wanted to see what kind of academy could produce a genius like Yishur. Seeing that Tang San and the others did not leave, Flender also did not drive them away, and said to Oscar, Ning Rong, and Chen Hu, everyone has their own cultivation method. Different martial souls lead to different cultivation methods. On the Douro Continent, there are almost no identical martial souls. Therefore, what the Academy needs to teach you is not the cultivation methods of martial souls, but how to use martial souls and how to better protect yourself and assist your teammates on the battlefield. Before class begins, Chen Hu, you need to answer me a question. Do you want to walk the path of an auxiliary soul master or a battle soul master? As Flender finished speaking, not only Flender, but also Tang San and the others looked at Chen Hu curiously, as this was something they had always wanted to ask. Chen Hu thought for a moment and asked in confusion, Is there a conflict between the two? A soul master is inherently a combat profession. And even an auxiliary soul master is a type of battle soul master. It's just a different developmental direction. I am an auxiliary soul master, but I am also a battle soul master. The two do not conflict, right? Nonsense. Flinder snorted coldly. I don't know how that Bradley Yuan taught you. But an auxiliary soul master is an auxiliary soul master, and a battle soul master is a battle soul master. There's a world of difference between the two. How can they be confused? Right now, you can still rely on training to enhance your physical quality to a level comparable to that of a battle soul master. However, as the number of soul rings increases, the physical quality between battle soul masters and auxiliary soul masters will be vastly different. It cannot be matched by later training. Additionally, the lack of offensive soul skills is the biggest flaw of an auxiliary soul master. An auxiliary soul master cannot engage in direct combat with a battle soul master. Chen Hu, you have already strayed from the right path. It is not too late to regret now. You may seem able to fight with Tang San and the others, but as your level rises, the gap between you and them will only grow larger, and you may not even be able to see their backs. With your talent, if you realize your mistake and focus on the cultivation of your martial soul, your soul power should definitely not be the lowest in Shrek Academy. By the end, Flinder's voice even became somewhat stern. Chapter 27. Auxiliary Soul Masters and Auxiliary Soul Master cannot compete with a Battle Soul Master of the same level. The higher the soul power level, the greater the difference in physical fitness between Battle Soul Masters and Auxiliary Soul Masters. And the lethality of soul skills is like a chasm. Although Chen Hu displayed extremely strong combat capabilities, to Flinder, it was merely a shortcut. Creating one's own soul skills is indeed more powerful than those granted by soul rings. But no matter how strong, there can only be one. It is nearly impossible to create a second self-created soul skill. When a soul master's soul power level is not high and the number of soul rings is limited, possessing a self-created soul skill can significantly influence the outcome of battles. However, as soul power increases and more skills granted by soul rings become available, the relative effectiveness of self-created soul skills will decrease significantly. To divert attention to researching self-created soul skills and to pursue unrealistic combat techniques is, for auxiliary soul masters, a deviation from their proper path. It is clear that Flinder is very angry, feeling that Chen Hu is wasting his potential. But am I really wrong? Chen Hu questioned himself. Facing the denial from his mentor for the first time, these words had never been spoken by Yi Li Yuan, and Chen Hu felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Why can't an auxiliary soul master compare with a battle soul master? If I am just a simple auxiliary soul master, can I really change my fate, change my family's fate, change Su Yuntao's fate, change the fate of my classmates, teachers, and even the spirit hall? What I have seen, heard, and felt since coming to this world is that the spirit hall should not simply disappear into the historical dust of Douro Continent. But is my strength really enough? So what if I have self-created soul skills? Feng Xiaodian has self-created soul skills, and Xiaoyu has them too. But in the end, they cannot change anything in the future, can they? Being an auxiliary soul master, hiding with my loved ones and friends in an unknown small village. Perhaps I could avoid that disaster. Chen Hu's heart wavered. He himself knew the huge gap between auxiliary soul masters and battle soul masters. Ultimately, it was a feeling of unwillingness. Since heaven has given me a chance to come to such an amazing world, how can I be content to be an ordinary auxiliary soul master and live a mediocre life? A true man should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve extraordinary feats. The fog in Chen Hu's eyes gradually dissipated, and his belief began to strengthen. Chen Hu crossed his arms over his chest, slightly bowed, then lifted his head, straightened his back, and stared directly at Flinder, saying, "Dean Flinder, I am an auxiliary soul master, and I am also a battle soul master. I do not wish to give up either. This is the path I have chosen. Even you cannot make me change it. If you are unwilling to take me in, I am naturally willing to leave Shrek Academy. However, I will not change my choice." Flinder did not expect such firmness in Chen Hu's words. After all, in Flinder's eyes, Chen Hu was still just a 12-year-old child. At this age, even if soul masters appear relatively mature, they mostly adhere to their teachers' words, listening to their teachers rather than being rebellious and stubborn. However, looking into Chen Hu's eyes, Flender saw a light he had only seen in one person before. His best friend, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps he is right? Flender thought. Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you cannot reach the standards of Shrek Academy before graduation, specifically reaching level 40 soul power before the age of 20, it'll be impossible for you to get a graduation certificate from me. Flender said coldly. Don't think that reaching level 40 before 20 is easy. The higher the soul power level, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Sometimes, every time you increase your soul power by one level, it requires a year or even several years of accumulation. The difficulty of cultivating as an auxiliary soul master is inherently greater than that of a battle soul master. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless later. Thank you, Dean Flender. Chen Hu understood that Flender had compromised. Although this compromise came with demands for Chen Hu, if he couldn't break through level 40 before 20, he might as well hide in a small village for the rest of his life. Flender skipped this topic and looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, whether Chen Hu's path is correct or not is another matter. As a conventional auxiliary soul master, whether on the battlefield or in daily life, you need the protection of companions around you. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to survive. Oscar, tell me, how can an auxiliary soul master protect themselves on the battlefield? Oscar replied without hesitation. Try to stay behind your teammates as much as possible, using buildings, the environment, and all other factors to avoid danger. Stay as far away from dangerous environments as possible. Flender nodded and said, you're right. But there's one point you didn't mention. As an auxiliary soul master, running away is the first priority. An auxiliary soul master who cannot escape is not a good auxiliary soul master. And what is most needed for running away? Of course, it's stamina. As soul masters, with soul power, your stamina is stronger than that of ordinary people, but your opponents are all battle soul masters. At critical moments, every extra step you take could be the key to your survival. What Flender said was something Chen Hu had also heard from me, although not entirely the same. It was far off. Similarly, the few memories also told Chen Hu that the importance of physical fitness is not inferior to the improvement of soul power. This is why Chen Hu has never neglected physical training over the years. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the medicinal wine gourd, Chen Hu's physical fitness is even stronger than that of battle soul masters of the same level, with physical strength comparable to that of most beast spirit masters with martial spirits. This is also the reason why, after using the 8 gates of Duanjia, Chen Hu was able to compete with Dai Mubai, who was using his third soul skill, White Tiger Vidra Transformation, for a moment. The enhancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia is more based on Chen Hu's own attributes and changes and improvements. In other words, the higher Chen Hu's physical fitness and soul power level, the stronger the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia will be. However, at this moment, Oscar's expression seemed a bit strange, as if he was somewhat dismissive. Sure enough, Flender changed his tone and nodded to Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Hu, saying, your task today is to conduct stamina training. From now on, run 20 laps around the entire village. If you do not return by lunchtime, you will not have lunch. You can use your martial spirits to assist. Set off now. Oscar is in charge of leading the way. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied, and, glancing at Chen Hu, ran out without hesitation. Oscar hesitated for a moment before following suit, leaving only Chen Hu standing still. Chen Hu did not rush to run. Since Flender said they could use martial spirit assistance, he naturally would not give up. Wind Spring, a soul ring granted by a 700-year-old soul beast, the Wind Fox, once again glowed with yellow light. The medicinal wine in Chen Hu's medicinal wine gourd transformed into the ancient wine, Wind Spring. As the name suggests, after drinking Wind Spring, it felt as if a refreshing breeze surrounded Chen Hu's body. Every step felt like riding the wind, and his speed increased by nearly double. With Chen Hu's soul power, the wind spring he created could sustain him for a full half an hour. As the wind spring surged, Chen Hu transformed into a swift wind, quickly catching up with Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The village Flender referred to naturally included the farmland, making a complete lap around the village about 3 to 4 kilometers. Completing 20 laps is quite a daunting distance. Don't say that for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who are both auxiliary soul masters at over level 20, Even for battle soul masters at that level, it wouldn't be easy to keep up. Of course, this wasn't difficult for Chen Hu before, but after using the 8 gates of Duanjia less than a day ago, he didn't dare to overexert himself during this morning's training. Not to mention that he had just fought with Ma Hongjun and was still feeling weak. Running 20 laps, a total of 60 to 70 kilometers, was quite a terrifying distance. Therefore, Chen Hu didn't share the wind spring with Oscar and Ning Rongrong for the time being. After the morning training, Chen Hu had a certain understanding of the village's layout, so he didn't follow Oscar, but instead dashed ahead like the wind. Flinder's requirement was to run fast. And for Chen Hu, running fast meant running at full speed. This kind of running provided a much more significant training effect compared to a steady jog, but it also resulted in a multiplied consumption of stamina. Even for a soul master, sustaining such prolonged physical exertion was challenging. Unfortunately, in terms of stamina, Chen Hu had never been afraid of anyone. After using his soul skills, the wind spring medicinal wine enhanced his speed. But it didn't mean that the ability to quickly recover stamina disappeared. A sip of wind spring kept Chen Hu's stamina in a delicate balance of continuous consumption and recovery. The scenery around him kept retreating as he ran like the wind outside the village where Shrek Academy was located. Faintly, he seemed to hear the complaints of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but Chen Hu, immersed in his training, paid little attention to the outside world. He focused solely on maintaining his breathing and running rhythm, each breath synchronized with the rhythm of his footsteps, while also experiencing the effects of the wind spring on his body, striving to maximize its impact. Having awakened his martial soul for over 6 years, Chen Hu had deepened his understanding of its power, with a profound understanding of martial souls and soul skills. Chen Hu discovered that the enhancements from both bamboo leaf green and wind spring were not fixed. Soul masters could significantly improve the effects of these 2 soul skills through special methods and techniques. First, the stronger the digestion ability of the soul master, the stronger the effects of bamboo leaf green and wind spring would be. Chen Hu's big appetite was partly due to his use of certain medicinal substances that greatly enhanced his digestion capacity, thus boosting the enhancement effects of his soul skills. Second, emotional fluctuations could influence the potency of bamboo leaf green, while the rhythm and cadence of breathing could affect the effects of wind spring. When he first obtained his second soul ring, the potency of wind spring could only increase Chen Hu's speed by about 70%. Now, this enhancement had grown to 90% or even more. Chen Hu believed that as long as he diligently explored, he would find more ways to enhance the effects of his soul skills. Chapter 28. The Great Soul Arena as the sun reached its zenith. Chen Hu returned to the gates of Shrek Academy. The blazing sun hung in the sky like a massive fireball, scorching everything on earth. Chen Hu's clothes were already soaked with sweat, emitting a faint mist under the sun's heat. He was breathing heavily, and the medicinal wine gourd at his waist had lost its shape. By the 15th lap around the village where Shrek Academy was located, his soul power had been completely exhausted. Not only could he not maintain the wind spring soul skill, but he could not even sustain the most basic form of his martial soul. For the remaining 4 laps, he relied purely on willpower to push through. Even Chen Hu had not experienced such extreme training in a long time. Along with the waves of weakness in his body, there was also a refreshing sense of exhilaration. "Oscar, why are you the only one here? Where's Ning Rongrong?" Chen Hu asked curiously as he saw Oscar staggering past him. I don't know." Oscar gritted his teeth and replied resolutely. Seeing the expression on Oscar's face, a few memories surfaced in Chen Hu's mind. He smiled bitterly, understanding what was going on. "You keep going. I'll go find her." In the original story, there was indeed a record of Ning Rongrong sneaking off halfway to feast in Soto City. As a potential partner with whom he could perform a martial soul fusion skill, Chen Hu did not want Ning Rongrong's pampered upbringing to attract disdain and rejection from others. After searching, Chen Hu finally found Ning Rongrong at a famous restaurant in Soto City. At that moment, she was indulging in a lavish feast before her. Chen Hu grabbed her wrist and said coldly, "Come back with me." "I won't." "Who are you? Why do you have to control me?" Ning Rongrong suddenly grabbed, felt a bit guilty when she saw Chen Hu's stern gaze and began to struggle. "Come back with me." Chen Hu's tone did not change. His deep gaze radiated an imposing aura. "Help! Someone is harassing a good woman in broad daylight. Ning Rongrong flashed a devilish smile and suddenly shouted loudly. The onlookers began to point and whisper. Ning Rongrong was already a beauty, and her act of feigning tears made her even more pitiful. Before long, a middle-aged man jumped out. Where did this brat come from? You haven't even grown hair yet, and you're trying to forcefully take a girl. Get lost, or I'll have your master deal with you. Yeah, quickly let go of that girl, or my fist won't hold back. At that moment, Chen Hu felt as if he had committed a heinous crime, facing the scorn of the crowd. Meanwhile, in Ning Rongrong's tearful eyes, there was a hint of mischief, seemingly saying, "Are you scared? Serves you right for meddling." Chen Hu felt like crying, but had no tears. He finally understood why Ning Rongrong had the title of the transforming little witch. This talent for crying on cue was indeed a gift. Unfortunately, Chen Hu placed his hand in the bag at his waist and slowly took out a yellow-black badge, placing it on the table. He began to explain, "This is my junior. She is just a child and doesn't understand, disturbing everyone. I hope you won't mind. Rongrong, we've had enough fun. If you don't want to be punished by Flender, let us go back." The latter part of the statement was directed at Ning Rongrong. The badge was from a spirit hall, said to be awarded only to soul masters of teaching level. This boy looked to be only about 15 or 16. Yet he was a teaching level soul master from the spirit hall. I say, you must be ignorant. It said that those who have made contributions to the spirit hall or are talented individuals born from the spirit hall can receive the yellow-black badge early. However, the latter is clearly more valuable than the former. Looking at this young man, he must be the latter. A genius from the spirit hall? Everyone quieted down. Regardless of whether what Chen Hu said was true or not, the spirit hall was not something they could provoke. Ning Rongrong also displayed an incredulous expression. "You're actually a soul master from the spirit hall? Is that surprising? We children from ordinary families don't have the best resources from birth like the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we want to stand out, is there any other option besides joining the spirit hall?" Chen Hu asked. "You could join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A genius like you would definitely receive the best training from us. Besides, we are all support-type soul masters. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the most suitable place for you," Ning Rongrong said. Though a bit mischievous, she instinctively wanted to recruit a genius for her sect. "Let us talk about it later." Chen Hu did not directly refuse Ning Rongrong, but did not show much enthusiasm either. The surrounding people dared not obstruct Chen Hu, especially knowing that Ning Rongrong was actually from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a behemoth they could not provoke. In the end, Ning Rongrong followed Chen Hu back to Shrek Academy and began jogging around the village. Chen Hu sat down to recover his soul power. After partially recovering, he used Wind Spring to enhance Ning Rongrong's speed and restore her stamina. As night fell, Flender, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, stood in the center of the plaza, watching the 9 students. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Xiao Xiao, who was linked arm in arm with Zhu Zhuqing, were all ready for evening classes, looking invigorated. In contrast, Oscar and Ning Rongrong appeared exhausted. Similarly, Chen Hu's face was as pale as ever, but upon closer observation, one could see a hint of redness in his pallor, and his breathing was longer and steadier, indicating he had recovered considerably. Chen Hu was not only a soul master, but also a physician. While in Soto City, looking for Ning Rongrong, he had also purchased some herbs for strengthening the body. After taking them, his complexion had noticeably improved, and his body had recovered quite well. Chen Hu estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, he would fully recover. And due to the stimulation from the 8 gates of Duanjia, he felt some strange transformations throughout his body. Most notably, his soul power, which had just recently broken through, was stirring again, and he estimated it wouldn't be long before he reached level 26. Among the 9 in Shrek Academy, Chen Hu had the lowest soul power level, just reaching level 25. However, after using the 8 gates of Duanjia, his soul power had significantly increased and was soon catching up with Ning Rongrong's level 26. Flender gazed at Ning Rongrong for a long time before snorting, "Ning Rongrong, this is Shrek Academy, not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I cannot intervene, nor do I want to intervene in how you are treated at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But if you want to stay at Shrek Academy, you must at least curb your pampered habits. You were lucky this time. Otherwise, there would be no place for you here at Shrek Academy. Flinder, you've been spying on me? Ning Rong was a bit angry, but then seemed to remember something and smiled mischievously. Headmaster Flinder, I don't think I went against your orders. I completed all 20 laps. So, I say you were lucky. If it weren't for Chen Hu's help, do you think you could have completed 20 laps? Flinder snorted again. I hope you remember this lesson and don't let it happen again. On the battlefield, you can't always have a partner like Chen Hu to help you. After saying this, Flinder looked at Chen Hu and coldly smiled. Chen Hu, since you want to be both a support-type Soul Master and a Battle Soul Master, you can't skip the support-type Soul Master lessons. And you must also participate in the Battle Soul Master lessons. Oscar, Ning Rong, you two can go back and rest. Chen Hu, you stay behind and join Mubai and the others for tonight's lessons. What? But Dean Flanders, you said that tonight's class has certain dangers. He must adjust his state. With Chen Hu's current condition, aren't you deliberately sending him to his death? Tang San frowned and couldn't help but say, this is his own choice, even if he dies. He cannot blame others, Flanders said expressionlessly. But, Tang San was about to speak again when Chen Hu interrupted him. Dean, I am willing to participate in tonight's class. He then smiled at Tang San and the others who were concerned about him. Don't worry. Auxiliary Soul Masters might not be the best in other aspects, but when it comes to recovery abilities, no one dares to claim to be the best. I'm already fine. Participating in tonight's class is nothing. This is the path I chose for myself. If I can't even meet this small request, what right do I have to be a member of the Monster Academy, Shrek Academy? Well said. Shrek means monster. If you don't have the heart of a monster, what right do you have to be a student of my Shrek Academy? Flanders rarely showed a bit of happiness, cleared his throat, and said, let's go, set off. This is the Great Soul Arena. Looking at the unusually familiar architectural style in front of her, Lin Xiao felt relieved. So the danger Dean Flanders mentioned was the Great Soul Arena, which was like a fish in water for her and Eru. A hint of nostalgia appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. What is the Great Soul Arena? Tang San and Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Flanders glanced at Lin Xiao and explained, the Great Soul Arena is a building that only major cities at the level of a main city can possess. Its scale can be said to be a symbol of whether a country is strong or not. Each Great Soul Arena is named after the main city. The one in front of you is the Soto Great Soul Arena. As the name suggests, the Great Soul Arena is a place where soul masters fight their martial souls. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, there is a saying, the Soul Arena determines the rise and fall of national strength. But isn't being a soul master the noblest profession? How can there be a place like the Great Soul Arena where soul masters are displayed like performing monkeys for ordinary audiences? Tang San was somewhat puzzled. Chen Hu sneered, with sharp blades in hand. The killing intent arises. If there were no place to vent the emotions and energy of soul masters, this continent would have been destroyed long ago in the mutual slaughter of soul masters. Flanders nodded. Chen Hu has a point, but it's a bit biased. The soul arena can indeed vent some emotions of soul masters, but the main purpose of establishing the Great Soul Arena is actually to train the combat abilities of soul masters. Besides that, the Great Soul Arena has continued to this day, largely because of the support of a powerful force behind it. It is also one of the best stages for soul masters to showcase themselves. Chapter 29. The Undefeated Blade, King the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As one of the iconic buildings of Soto City, also showcases the profound heritage of such a landmark. A vast expanse of towering structures stretches endlessly, and, at a glance, one can only see the soaring oval building, which is estimated to be around 120 meters high. A few people stopped at a tea shop not far from the Great Spirit Arena, ordering several cups of green tea. Flander leisurely said, although I'm not particularly fond of places like the Great Spirit Arena, it cannot be denied that its continued existence is due to a special system. The Great Spirit Arena was established by the 7 top spirit master families on the continent and does not belong to the Spirit Hall or the 2 empires. It is an independent third-party force, wealthy enough to rival nations. It can be said that spirit masters who emerge from the Great Spirit Arena will become the most dazzling new stars of spirit masters on the continent, gaining not only substantial benefits, but also a great deal of prestige. The temptation for spirit masters is undeniable. Furthermore, the Great Spirit Arena maintains the most basic fairness. Here, as long as you step onto the fighting stage, even if you kill the heir of a prominent family, you need not worry about retaliation. At this point, Flanders' eyes sparkled with brilliance. The level of a martial soul and the color of spirit rings are indicators of a spirit master's strength. But they do not fully represent a spirit master's combat power. Only titles obtained from the Great Spirit Arena can better reflect a spirit master's prowess. Every spirit master stepping into the Great Spirit Arena will receive a spirit fighting badge issued by the arena. For each victory, they will earn certain points, and upon reaching a certain level, their rank will be promoted. The spirit fighting badges issued by the arena range from low to high: iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. At this point, Flanders' gaze swept across the 7 people before him, saying, "The task I give you is to reach the Silver Spirit Fighting Badge before graduation. Don't think that obtaining a Silver Spirit Fighting Badge is easy. Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun have been training here in practical combat for over a year. Mu Bai, you tell them what the requirements are for upgrading the Spirit Fighting Badge level and share your battle record." As he spoke, Flander calmly took a sip of the inferior tea before him. As the dean of Shrek Academy, he had been teaching for over a decade and naturally knew how to teach students well. For students, interest is crucial to achieve outstanding results. It is the most important to stimulate their intrinsic motivation for learning. Dai Mubai said, "I started participating in the Soto Great Spirit Arena's matches when I was at level 29. I fought a total of 56 battles, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, earning 2 points. To upgrade from Iron Spirit Fighting to Copper Spirit Fighting, one needs 100 points. For each victory, you earn 1 point, and, similarly, a loss deducts 1 point. If you win more than 5 consecutive matches, each subsequent win will earn you 10 points. And if you exceed 10 consecutive wins, each win will earn you 100 points. However, even if you accumulate 100 points to upgrade to Copper Spirit Fighting, losing just 1 match will drop you back to Iron Spirit Fighting level. To upgrade from Copper Spirit Fighting to Silver Spirit Fighting, each victory earns 10 points. And losing a match deducts 10 points, with the same win streak conditions as Iron Spirit Fighting. Once your points reach 1,000, you automatically upgrade to Silver Spirit Fighting." Tang San was aware of Dai Mubai's strength and was surprised to hear this, saying, "Mubai, with your strength, only 29 wins and 27 losses? How is that possible? Your martial soul should be quite powerful among beast martial souls. This is quite normal. The rules of the Great Spirit Arena state that only spirit masters of the same title can engage in battle. This means that when Dai Mubai was at level 29, his win rate should have been quite high initially, but when he reached level 31, he likely faced opponents at levels 38 or 39. It's already impressive that his points are positive. Moreover, do not underestimate the spirit masters at the arena. They do not care about age. They have been honing their skills for decades, and while their martial soul and spirit ring combinations might be lacking, their practical combat experience is something we students who haven't left school can't compare to." Lin Xiao stepped in to clarify for Tang San. "I am an heir who started fighting 3 years ago, and it was only a few days before graduating from the Junior Spirit Master Academy that I earned the Copper Spirit Fighting Badge. This doesn't sound too difficult, Xiao. What is your record?" After hearing this, Xiao Wu asked curiously, as Lin Xiao and she were the same age, and it didn't make sense that she would be worse off. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and said, "No, a difficulty? So far, I fought a total of 107 matches, with a record of 63 wins and 44 losses. Wait a minute, Xiao. You were able to upgrade to Copper Spirit Fighting, but even with a streak of wins in between, you shouldn't have been able to reach that rank with such a record." Xiao Wu pointed out a flaw in Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao smiled and explained, "Of course, Dai Mubai didn't mention the ways and types of fighting. According to the betting method, fights can be categorized into competitive matches, betting matches, and death matches. I won't go into details about the reasons for the divisions. Another way to categorize them is by the number of participants: one-on-one individual fights, two-on-two team fights, and multi-person battles. Most of my points are from the 2-on-2 matches with Hu." "I see." Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. Among the 7, only the 2 of them from the Nodding City Junior Spirit Master Academy hadn't been exposed to the Great Spirit Arena. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun go without saying. And Zhu Zhuqing, coming from a noble family in Xinghua, naturally had experience in the arena. Then, Brother Chen, your spirit fighting badge should also be copper spirit fighting, right? Tang San looked at Chen Hu and asked curiously. Hearing Tang San's question, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, while Chen Hu maintained a stoic expression and said, "Sorry, I am still at iron spirit fighting." Lin Xiao explained, heir who has participated in more individual fights than I have, a total of 151 matches, with a current record of 0 wins and 151 losses. Even with the points from team fights added in, his total points are still negative. How is that possible? With Chen Hu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to win at least one match, provided luck isn't against him. Dai Mubai and the others asked in surprise. Even Flander looked at Chen Hu with a strange expression. To have fought 151 matches and still maintain a 0-win rate is quite a feat, Lin Xiao said. There's nothing impossible about it. Do you know what heir whose nickname is in the Snow Great Spirit Arena? The undefeated Blade King, meaning he hasn't won a single match. When saying this, Lin Xiao showed no sign of mockery, but rather a hint of admiration. With heir whose strength, winning shouldn't be too difficult. But he had never used his martial soul in the fights. He relied solely on a blade to battle his opponents, which is why he earned the title of Blade King. It was only after each battle that he would use his martial soul's power to recover. I see. Dai Mubai suddenly understood and sighed. Only in such an extremely harsh environment can Chen, whose terrifying and sharp swordsmanship, be honed. Similarly, Tang San looked at Chen Hu with a hint of respect. Enduring hardships is the way to greatness. Being able to calmly accept hundreds of failures while still holding on to one's principles means that such a person, if they cannot become a friend, certainly cannot become an enemy. At this moment, all eyes turned to the only remaining student who had not yet shared their record, Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun shrugged, saying, "Don't look at me. My current record is 33 matches, 21 wins, and 12 losses, totaling 9 points. Flinder glanced at the time and said, "It's about time. Let's head over. I'll tell you the rest later." After settling the tea bill, the group of 8 left the tea shop and headed towards the Great Soul Arena. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, they were greeted by a massive stone tablet, densely inscribed with names. Flinder informed them that this was the list of the deceased from the Soto Great Soul Arena. Being a soul master has never been a stable profession, and soul battles are extremely dangerous. The names on this huge stone tablet numbered at least 7 or 8,000, representing all the soul masters who have died since the establishment of the Soto Great Soul Arena, perhaps to facilitate soul masters in participating in soul battles. The registration process at the arena is very simple. You just need to fill out a form with your name, year of birth, martial soul, and soul power. For Chen Hu and Lin Xiao, who have records in other arenas, they only need to present their soul battle badges to register directly for the soul battles. Chen Hu and Lin Xiao handed their soul battle badges to the staff at the arena. When a staff member's eyes fell on the copper soul battle badge in Lin Xiao's hand, a look of respect appeared on their face. They took the copper soul battle badge with both hands and scanned it with a soul guide device in front of them. A string of text appeared on the display. Name, Overlord of the World. Record, solo battles, 63 wins, 44 losses. Duo battles, 89 combination, 46 wins. 10 losses, 10 consecutive wins. Points, 100. Rank, Copper Soul Battle. Hello, esteemed Overlord Battle Soul Master. Would you like to register for solo battles or duo battles? If it's for solo battles, we can arrange that for you right now. However, if it's for duo battles, since you're currently on a winning streak, this arena may not be able to find suitable challengers for a few days. What do you think? The staff's gaze was filled with respect. Although Lin Xiao's solo battle record was not outstanding, the dazzling 10 consecutive wins in duo battles was something that no Great Soul Arena could easily overlook. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Hu. Although Chen Hu looked better, every opponent after the 10 consecutive wins was surprisingly strong, and they would have to give their all. Lin Xiao said, "Let's register for solo battles first." Chapter 30. The name of the drunkard here is your soul fighting badge. You can rest in a lounge. Please pay attention to the announcements in the soul fighting arena. You will be notified when the soul fighting begins. the staff member said as he took Chen Hu's soul fighting badge and began to scan it. How is this possible? 151 losses, 0 wins? Looking at the battle record displayed on the soul guide device, the staff member couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, sir. There might be a problem with the machine. Let me try again. No need, my record is fine. Please arrange a solo soul fight for me. And we should be regulars at the Soto Great Soul Arena after this. Also, please communicate in advance about the candidates for the duo soul fight." Chen Hu waved his hand and said, "Okay, sir, we will arrange that," the staff member said, looking at Chen Hu as if he were a monster, before registering the information and returning the soul fighting badge to him. Then, the staff began testing everyone's soul power levels. Only in this way could the Great Soul Arena better arrange opponents for the soul fights. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also completed their registrations. At this moment, Xiao Wu noticed the names of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao and curiously asked, "Why are your registered names Overlord and Drunkard? Doesn't the Soul Fighting Arena require real names for registration? Who told you that registering for soul fighting has to use real names?" Although the Great Soul Arena claims to be absolutely fair and just as long as you kill your opponent on the soul fighting platform, you don't have to bear the other's revenge, but one must always be cautious. No one can guarantee that an opponent who has lost loved ones will remain rational and not seek revenge. Therefore, the soul fighting arena generally only recognizes the soul fighting badge and never cares whether you're using your real name or if you're wearing a mask, Chen Hu explained. Besides, using a nickname is far more imposing than a real name. I sent Drunkard more appealing than Chen Hu. Chen Hu said with a sense of pride. "Oh, no way. I also want to use a nickname." Xiao Wu hurried back, but soon returned with a dejected expression, saying somewhat aggrieved. They said once the name is bound to the soul fighting badge, it can't be changed. I would have to re-register, and that costs 10 gold soul coins, which would buy a lot of delicious food. The others exchanged glances, holding back their laughter. After registration, they had to proceed to the soul fighting sorting. Flender led everyone to the gambling area and, after giving a few instructions to Dai Mubai, prepared to leave. Chen Hu called out to Dean Flender and tossed a heavy small cloth bag, saying, "Dean Flender, please place a bet for me, 100 gold soul coins, 50 on Tang San winning, and 50 on Xiao winning." "Thank you." Flender took the gold soul coins thrown by Chen Hu, weighed them, and with a greedy look said, "Regardless of win or lose, there's a service fee of 10 gold soul coins." "All right, no problem." "Thank you, Dean," Chen Hu agreed readily. After Flender left, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, "Can we gamble at the soul fighting arena? Otherwise, do you think the soul fighting arena has the funds to support such a large building? Just the winner's prize for each match is 10 gold soul coins. Do you think it's supported by the 1 gold soul coin deposit paid for each soul fight? Or by the ridiculously cheap ticket prices? In a sense, the source of the winner's prize is the service fees for the soul masters. The soul masters are just tools for gambling," Dai Mubai explained. "I mean, can we also place bets?" Xiao Wu asked, feeling a bit excited. "As long as you don't bet on yourself to lose, it doesn't matter how much you bet," Dai Mubai clarified, looking curiously at Chen Hu and asking, "Are you that confident in Lin Xiaoxiao and Tang San? Betting 50 gold soul coins is already 10 months' worth of subsidies. If Lin Xiaoxiao and Tang San end up matched together, you won't have a place to cry. First of all, I'm quite confident in my judgment. Moreover, Xiaoxiao is a copper soul fighter, and it is impossible for her to be matched with a complete novice like Tang San, who has no battle record, so your assumption doesn't hold. Betting on those two is a surefire investment. Even if I give Dean Flender 10 gold soul coins as a service fee, I'll still profit," Chen Hu analyzed expressionlessly, knowing that a large portion of his current wealth came from the soul fighting arena. Xiao Wu was somewhat tempted, her beautiful big eyes looking at Tang San. Tang San shook his head, inherently resistant to gambling, as many families have fallen apart due to it. He said, "Let's forget it. Maybe next time. But we can't play too big. The Soto Great Soul Arena has one main soul fighting platform and 24 sub-platforms. Only those who are on a winning streak, or soul masters with high soul fighting badge levels or soul power levels, will be assigned to the main soul fighting platform. Newcomers like Tang San typically compete on the sub-platforms." Soon, the sorting for the soul fights was announced. The 7 of them were grouped together, with Lin Xiaoxiao being assigned to the main soul fighting platform due to her impressive duo winning streak, while the others, including Chen Hu, were assigned to sub-platform 14 in the gambling area. However, Dai Mubai's opponent was at the soul respect level, while the others faced great soul master level opponents. For pure newcomers like Tang San, the layout of the Soto Great Soul Arena was dazzling. Although there were 24 sub-platforms, they were divided into various categories like the gambling area, fighting area, and deathmatch area, as well as by number into solo, duo, and team areas. The sub-platform 14 alone had 6 separate arenas. The operation model of the soul fighting arena was already quite mature, with different ticket prices for different sessions in each area. For instance, the solo soul fights in the gambling area that Chen Hu and the others participated in had the cheapest tickets and the fewest spectators, with a relatively smaller scale of gambling. The participants in the soul fights were arranged to rest in a very quiet room while waiting for their turn. In the resting area, the arrival of Chen Hu and the others drew the attention of most people, as they appeared quite young. The sturdy Chen Hu and Dai Mubai looked like they were around 18 or 19, while Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Wu clearly looked younger. Of course, it was just mild surprise. No one wasted time mocking Chen Hu and the others, as time was precious, and it was best to be in optimal condition before the match. As soon as they entered the lounge, Chen Hu found a quiet corner to begin meditating and practicing. The after effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia mainly affected the body and did not hinder Chen Hu's meditation to cultivate his soul power. In fact, due to the stimulation from the 8 gates of Duanjia, Chen Hu's soul power had become even more profound, and he was not far from reaching level 26. Not wasting a single moment. Even if he couldn't raise his soul power to level 26, every bit of accumulation was beneficial. Chen Hu understood the principle that one cannot reach 1,000 miles without accumulating steps, nor can a river be formed without gathering small streams. Xiao Wu knew there was a duo challenge coming up, so she dragged Tang San to sign up for the duo soul fight, while the others began meditating and cultivating their soul power. There was no one who would slack off in their soul power training, especially since they aimed to reach level 25 or above before the age of 12. The order of the matches was determined by a random draw, and unexpectedly, the first battle was an internal fight between Shrek Academy. When a name Drunkard appeared alongside Xiao Wu's, she was a bit surprised at how familiar the name sounded, while Tang San couldn't help but remind her that Drunkard was indeed Chen Hu's soul fighting name. The two of them stood up simultaneously and walked onto the solo arena of sub-platform 14 through the exclusive soul fighting passage. Chen Hu, I've heard about your previous achievements. You're strong, but I'm not weak either. Xiao Wu waved her fists, fully aware of Dai Mubai's strength. It's easy to imagine how powerful Chen Hu must be to defeat Dai Mubai. However, there wasn't a trace of fear on Xiao Wu's face. Instead, her fighting spirit soared. The soul masters in the resting room could choose to watch the battle. Naturally, the people from Shrek Academy wouldn't miss this exciting duel between Chen Hu and Xiao Wu. Watching from the designated spectator area, Xiao Wu, will something happen? Chen Hu's blades are quite sharp. Even I have to avoid their edge. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with some concern. Tang San shook his head, not overly worried. Don't forget, Xiao Wu is a level 29 assault system battle soul master. Even without hidden weapons, I might not be able to match her. On the arena, the host began to introduce the information about both sides. Next, we will have the first one-on-one duel in our number 14 soul arena. The 2 soul masters participating in the battle are the battle soul master Xiao Wu, who wields the beast martial soul, the Jade Rabbit, and the 3rd-ranked soul master on the losing streak list of the Great Soul Arena, the Drunken Master, who has faced defeat time and again. So, will Xiao Wu push the Drunken Master's losing streak even further? Or can the Drunken Master score a precious point against the newcomer Xiao Wu? Let's wait and see. What? The Great Soul Arena actually has a losing streak list? I wonder how many losses this guy has. The audience murmured, but it also attracted enough attention. The Drunken Master? Could he be the legendary unbeaten Blade King? Isn't he only active in the Great Soul Arena of Snow City? How did he end up in the Soto Great Soul Arena? Suddenly, a chubby man dressed like a nouveau riche shouted excitedly, as if he had discovered new territory. Brother, what do you mean by unbeaten Blade King? Someone next to him asked curiously. You must be ignorant. You don't even know about the unbeaten Blade King. The unbeaten Blade King is a legend in the Great Soul Arena of Snow City, the capital of the Fastno province. He has participated in 151 single duels and has yet to win a single match, the proud Pai Didi said. Pai Didi was originally a businessman, traveling between Snow City and Soto City. Although he is not a soul master, he admires their abilities, often frequenting the soul arena. He is quite familiar with the events in the arena and has watched Chen Hu grow, witnessing his legend, and is a loyal fan of Chen Hu. Chapter 31. Soft skills. What kind of legend is it to be a clown who has never won? Upon hearing Brother Pai's words, the people around burst into laughter. Brother Pai was not angry. Instead, he looked disdainfully at the crowd and said, "How can you ordinary people understand the legend of the drunkard? Do you think the title unbeaten Sword King is self-proclaimed? Although the drunkard has never won, every opponent he faced has admired him. 3 years ago, when the drunkard first stepped onto the arena of the Snow Great Soul Arena, he didn't use any soul skills or even display his martial soul. With just an ordinary straight knife, he pressured his opponent, a level 27 soul master, for a full 10 minutes before the opponent admitted defeat from exhaustion. In every subsequent battle, the drunkard never used his martial soul, let alone any soul skills, yet he always dominated his opponents until he was utterly exhausted. If it weren't for the certification of the Great Soul Arena, some would doubt whether the drunkard was even a soul master." Brother Pai began recounting the legend of the drunkard. "But the drunkard uses a knife, and this one has no knife in his hand?" Someone retorted. "Who says the title unbeaten Sword King must mean using a knife? The drunkard's fists are not inferior to a knife at all," Brother Pai replied proudly. "Still, after saying all this, he has never won a single match," someone scoffed. "Not winning is just in solo soul fights. In duo soul fights, the drunkard's combination with his partner has achieved 10 consecutive victories. No one has ever doubted the drunkard's strength. It's not that he can't win, but that he doesn't want to win," Brother Pai said, still unfazed and proud. 10 consecutive victories? The others could not laugh anymore. Even in duo soul fights, no matter how strong the partner is, if one's own strength is insufficient, such brilliant results are impossible. Someone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why doesn't he, the drunkard, want to win?" "Huh," Brother Pai sneered. "How can ordinary people understand the drunkard's obsession with knife techniques? For a swordsman like the drunkard, winning or losing is just trivial. The only purpose is to constantly hone his knife skills." On the arena, Brother Pai's words naturally piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity. With a playful smile, she said, "Unbeaten Sword King? One interesting nickname. But when facing me, you'd better give it your all, or you'll lose terribly." Martial soul. Possession. The phantom of the jade rabbit appeared, and the next moment, 2 cute rabbit ears sprouted from above Xiao Wu's scorpion-tailed braid, enveloped in a pink glow. She shot towards Chen, who like a sharp arrow. Xiao Wu's speed was incredible. The distance of over 10 meters vanished in an instant. Her long legs kicked off the ground, aiming a kick at Chen Hu's chest. Though it may seem complicated, this all happened in a blink of an eye. Xiao Wu's attack appeared before Chen Hu almost instantaneously. Leaving the ground with both legs was a foolish act, but for a soul master with various soul skills, it could also be a trap. Although the memories from his past life were already hazy, how could Chen Hu be completely unprepared for Xiao Wu's soft skills? His hands shot out quickly, pushing away Xiao Wu's flying kick while retreating rapidly, not giving her a chance to unleash her skills. The power of the waist bow was indeed formidable, but the prerequisite action for casting it was quite demanding. As long as Chen Hu paid attention to not give Xiao Wu an opportunity, he could effectively avoid the waist bow's might. With Xiao Wu's follow-up plans thwarted, she felt a bit frustrated but dared not underestimate him. As her front foot landed, her back foot executed a high kick at lightning speed. After cleverly resolving Xiao Wu's first wave of attacks by retreating, Chen Hu did not remain idle. Instead of retreating, he advanced to meet Xiao Wu's kicking leg, transforming his punch into an elbow. Using the hardest part of his elbow to counter Xiao Wu's kick while his other hand swung down with a powerful fist. A cracking sound echoed. Xiao Wu's power was immense, and the strength of her legs was naturally superior to her arms. When the elbow met her toes, a sharp pain surged through Chen Hu, and his left arm could no longer be raised. The bone might have cracked. However, Xiao Wu's offensive was finally neutralized. and another punch landed on her abdomen. Chen Hu's teacher was a physician, so he was well aware of the body's most vulnerable spots. The abdomen, when struck, is painful for both males and females. Xiao Wu's face turned pale and flushed, instinctively bending down and clutching her painfully aching abdomen, retreating repeatedly. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted anxiously, wanting to rush onto the arena. Dai Mubai quickly held Tang San back, saying, "Are you crazy? This is just a game. Chen Hu will know his limits. If you go up, you'll only harm Xiao Wu." Tang San, in his concern, was flustered. Seeing Xiao Wu injured made him instinctively want to step in. After calming down, he realized he shouldn't act impulsively. He nodded to Dai Mubai and said, "Let go. I'm fine." Saying this, he turned back to watch the arena. The pain from his elbow being potentially fractured was no less than the pain in Xiao Wu's abdomen. Chen Hu seemed to feel no pain as he stepped forward and swung another punch at Xiao Wu, who was hunched over. Xiao Wu endured the excruciating pain, lifted her head to meet Chen Hu's gaze, and the second soul ring swirling around her suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The pink glow danced in her eyes, and Chen Hu seemed to lose his soul, his fist pausing mid-swing as he walked toward Xiao Wu. Charm. Perhaps it was the intense pain from his elbow that jolted Chen Hu back to reality. He quickly broke free from Xiao Wu's second soul skill, Charm. However, Xiao Wu used this opportunity to escape from Chen Hu's attack range. Watching Chen Hu's left hand, which could no longer be lifted, and feeling her own abdominal pain subside considerably, Xiao Wu felt puzzled. Is this worth it? It's not about worthiness. Battle Soul Masters have their advantages, and support-type Soul Masters have their uniqueness as well. The wine-gourd bamboo leaf green. Chen Hu, seemingly unaffected by pain, summoned a blue glow. The fragrant aroma of bamboo leaves mixed with rich wine filled the air as a blue medicinal wine gourd appeared in his hand. The first soul ring among the two yellow rings around him began to shine, and an endless stream of bamboo leaf green flowed down his throat, visibly healing the injury on Chen Hu's left arm. The drunkard is actually a support-type soul master. For the first time, the drunkard displayed the power of his martial soul on the arena. And even Brother Pai had not expected that the legendary unbeaten Sword King was actually a fragile support-type Soul Master. No wonder he had never showcased his Soul Master abilities on the arena. It turned out the drunkard was indeed a support-type Soul Master. Brother Pai suddenly understood, and the mysterious veil surrounding the drunkard did not diminish due to the exposure of his martial soul and soul skills. Instead, it became thicker. So this was his confidence in wanting to become a battle soul master, relying on the powerful sustainability provided by support-type soul master, exchanging injuries for injuries, and engaging in a war of attrition. In the crowd, Flender, who had been watching this scene all along, instantly understood Chen Hu's thoughts and sighed. He truly is a little monster. I thought he was blindly walking down a wrong path, but perhaps he will create a brand new path for support-type soul masters. Xiao Gang. If you saw this kid, you would surely like him. He is just like your younger self. Flender's murky eyes sparkled with a hint of light as he adjusted his glasses. Windspring. A cold voice came forth as the second soul ring lit up. The medicinal wine in Chen Hu's mouth transformed into wind spring wine, and gentle breezes gathered within him. When he launched his next attack, his speed surpassed even that of Xiao Wu, a battle soul master specializing in strong attacks, by 3 points. The two moved at high speed, searching for each other's flaws in their rapid movements to deliver the most lethal blow. The speed of both individuals was increasing, and on the 100 square meter arena, they almost transformed into two shadows, one red and one blue, moving so quickly that it was hard to distinguish between them. However, it was evident that the red shadow was slightly slower than the blue one. Sweat beads began to appear more frequently on Xiao Wu's forehead, and as she moved at high speed, the pain in her abdomen intensified, gradually affecting her movements. In contrast, Chen Hu, with the effects of the bamboo leaf green medicine taking effect, was regaining control of his balance as his arm healed, and his speed was increasing. The scale of victory was tipping in Chen Hu's direction. Below the arena, Tang San clenched his fists nervously. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The soul power of the fast-moving Chen Hu began to fluctuate violently, and his footwork suddenly became unsteady. Surrounded by pressure, Xiao Wu was already prepared to concede. But upon seeing Chen Hu's mistake, she couldn't help but let out a low roar. What a great opportunity. Her agile body darted forward, her legs wrapping around Chen Hu's shoulders, and the first soul ring around her body suddenly lit up. First soul skill, waist bow, accompanied by Xiao Wu's low shout. A tremendous force was transmitted from her waist to her legs, and in the next moment, Chen Hu felt as if he was soaring through the clouds and flying away. Chen Hu quickly adjusted his body and managed to stabilize himself before landing, but unfortunately, he had already fallen out of the arena, resulting in the conclusion of the battle. Xiao Wu wins. The scene fell silent for a moment, as if the audience had not yet recovered from the exciting match. And in the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Similarly, the audience showed their utmost respect to the defeated Chen Hu, with cheers from the drinkers being no less than those for Xiao Wu. The twists and turns of the battle had stirred the atmosphere of the entire No. 14 Soul Arena. The host announcing the battle results felt somewhat frustrated. Had he known it would be such an exciting match, he would have placed it on the main Soul Arena. The victorious Xiao Wu was not as happy as she had imagined. She walked off the arena with a lack of interest. When passing by Chen Hu, she stopped and angrily questioned, "Why did you suddenly hold back? To maintain your ridiculous losing streak?" Realizing the situation, Xiao Wu also understood that Chen Hu's performance at the last moment was questionable. Connecting it to Chen Hu's title of the unbeatable Blade King, she couldn't help but suspect that he had let her win. Chen Hu's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Whether you believe it or not, from the moment I unleashed my martial soul, I never thought of holding back. The final mistake was truly my own. I didn't expect my soul power to suddenly break through at that moment, and the violent fluctuation caught me off guard, giving you the opportunity. Therefore, your victory is well-deserved." Chapter 32. Evil Fireweight. You said your soul power broke through during the battle? Xiao Wu reacted, surprised. That's right. So you might make a small profit from this match, but I will never lose. Chen Hu smiled. After reuniting with Tang San and the others, he found a place to start meditating. After a breakthrough in soul power, the fluctuations in soul power are more intense than usual. So he must take the time to meditate to stabilize his soul power level. Otherwise, it can easily lead to an unstable foundation. Although Xiao Wu felt a bit unwilling about Chen Hu's explanation, she had no choice. After all, a sudden breakthrough in soul power level is something no one could foresee. Interestingly, the second match turned out to be an internal battle among Shrek Academy, with Tang San facing Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone had witnessed Tang San's strength, and before he took the stage, Dai Mubai grasped Tang San's shoulder, feeling a bit awkward, and whispered, "Brother, go easy." Tang San smiled slightly as he stepped onto the arena. As a control-type soul master, Tang San naturally had an advantage over the agile attack type, Zhu Zhuqing, especially since his soul power level was higher than hers. The outcome of this battle was almost predictable. With overwhelming force, Tang San used his excellent battlefield control and the restraining ability of his blue silvergrass, preventing Zhu Zhuqing from even using her second soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing's strength was not enough to break free from the control of the blue silvergrass, and the paralyzing toxin infused into her body caused her soul power fluctuations to drop instantly, leading to a quick end to the battle. Control type restrains agile attack type. Your attacks are not enough to break my control. Tang San calmly retracted the blue silvergrass. Zhu Zhuqing understood that there was a certain gap between her and Tang San, but she did not expect the difference to be so large or that Tang San would win so easily. Unlike Chen Hu, who fought fiercely and was willing to exchange injuries for victory, Tang San relied more on his control of the battlefield, countering his opponents. It is hard to say which fighting rhythm is superior, but there is no doubt about the strength of both Chen Hu and Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing also understood that Tang San could contend with Zhao Wujia for a stick of incense, not merely because of his exquisite hidden weapons, but also due to his outstanding battlefield control ability. After leaving the Soul Master Passage, Tang San reunited with Xiao Wu and entered the Duo Soul battle area. At this time, Chen Hu, who had stabilized his realm, also stood up because Lin Xiaoxiao was finally about to appear on the solo stage in the center of the main Soul battle arena. Lin Xiaoxiao's opponent was also a battle-hardened bronze soul master, a level 29 weapon soul master. Now, the third match of the solo battle on the main soul battle stage begins. Level 28 battle soul master Bawang versus level 29 battle soul master Mo Yuan. With the host command, a dark glow surged, and the black Bawang spear appeared in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, with two yellow soul rings rising from beneath her feet. The second soul ring even shimmered with a faint purple hue. That's right, Lin Xiaoxiao's second soul ring broke the master's established limit for the second soul ring, coming from a soul beast over 900 years old. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was not born with full soul power, she had a peak innate soul power of level 9, just a hair's breadth away from full innate soul power. The Bawang spear was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon soul, and in terms of talent, Lin Xiaoxiao ranked first among the 5 in their dormitory. Her opponent was also a long weapon soul master, wielding a metal rod. Both of their fighting styles were open and powerful, relying on brute force. Unfortunately, Mo Yuan's soul rings were only one white and one yellow, which could not compare to Lin Xiaoxiao's 2 yellow soul rings. Huh, Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, lifting the Bawang spear with both hands, executing a technique that resembled Mount Tai pressing down. The spear cut through the air like a comet falling, trailing dark light, and under the immense power, the air let out a booming sound. Mo Yuan was not to be outdone. His first soul ring shone brightly as he countered with his metal rod. Boom! The first clash ended in a stalemate, with both being pushed back by the recoil. However, while Lin Xiaoxiao remained calm and steady, Mo Yuan's breathing became somewhat erratic, and his hands holding the weapon trembled. Refreshing, Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Her opponents had always been peculiar soul masters, and it was rare to encounter a pure power type like this, making her feel a sense of exhilarating joy. The Bawang spear struck again, colliding with Mo Yuan's metal rod. On the arena, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as the two faced off like fierce generals in battle, exchanging blows with great force. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Xiaoxiao became more invigorated, and the power of the Bawang spear grew stronger, as if she felt no fatigue at all. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan, as Lin Xiaoxiao's opponent, was feeling quite the opposite. In such a duel between similar types of soul masters, it tested the soul master's strength, speed, and combat experience even more. However, in every aspect, Lin Xiaoxiao had a definite advantage, leading to a one-sided result. Stop, I concede. After 100 exchanges, Mo Yuan retreated, creating distance between him and Lin Xiaoxiao. Shouting loudly, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a breath, standing tall with her spear, like a general who could hold a pass against 1,000 men, appearing unflustered. With the assistance of Chen Hu's medicinal wine gourd, Lin Xiaoxiao had spent just as much time training her physical strength as Chen Hu, and her physical quality far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level. Therefore, even in such an intense duel, the drain on her stamina was not as significant as one might imagine. Mo Yuan retracted his metal rod, his hands bloodied and bruised from the recoil, and being able to hold on until now was also due to the thrill of the duel. You are strong. I concede willingly. I hope to have the chance to learn your staff techniques again. Although Mo Yuan lost, he showed no sign of unwillingness or frustration. In the duel, he had even used his second soul skill, while the opponent had suppressed him merely with their weapon and soul power. In this type of duel between similar soul masters, it was easy to see the gap between them, so Mo Yuan had nothing to feel disgruntled about. Lin Xiaoxiao's victory in this match also earned her the audience's recognition, with the cheers for the Bawang sounding like thunder, making it an exciting match for everyone. Lin Xiaoxiao's performance, like the arrival of a conqueror, was mysterious and powerful, and the open and powerful combat was even more exhilarating. When Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu returned to the resting room, Dai Mubai was also coming down from the arena, having undoubtedly won his match and gained a point. Similarly, the chubby Ma Hongjun also achieved victory while Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao were away. Not long after, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned. Seeing their expressions, the others understood that the Tang San and Xiao Wu duo must have won. Regarding the names of the Tang San and Xiao Wu duo, as well as the Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao duo, the remaining few could only silently complain in their hearts, not daring to voice it. In this soul battle, besides Chen Hu and Zhu Zhuqing, who ended up with nothing, everyone else achieved victory and rewards, gaining 1 point and 10 gold coins. Of course, Xiao Wu and Tang San earned 2 points and 20 gold coins each for participating in both solo and duo battles. By the way, where's the dean? Speaking of rewards, Chen Hu remembered the 100 gold soul coins he had bet with Flender. Since he guessed correctly in both matches, the only one with nothing was Zhu Zhuqing. Who knows where he went? However, he told us to head back directly after the soul battles conclude, Dai Mubai said. A line of 7 people walked out of the soul fighting arena, with echoes of cheers and waves of sound faintly coming from behind. Almost everyone had made good gains from this trip to the arena, although Chen Hu did not achieve victory, if possible. The others would also be eager to use a defeat in battle to exchange for an opportunity to break through their soul power levels. You guys head back first. The dean just asked me to go to their shop, Ma Hongjun suddenly said, his small eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Dai Mubai showed a half-smiling expression and replied, Then we'll head back first. Take care of yourself. Dai Lauda, are you going? No, stop talking nonsense and hurry up, Dai Mubai said, secretly glancing at the cold Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun clearly did not understand the meaning behind Dai Mubai's gaze and excitedly said, Let's go together, Dai Lauda. Didn't you say that women don't count as population, but as resources? Get lost. Do you think I want someone with such poor taste? Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he hurriedly retorted. Ma Hongjun scoffed, but, seeing the flickering anger in Dai Mubai's eyes, finally held back and turned to leave. What is that lecherous fat guy up to? Xiao Wu asked curiously. The fat guy's martial soul is somewhat special. It's a mutated martial soul. Although it's very powerful, it has a fatal flaw, which is that it must be in harmony of yin and yang to suppress the evil fire, or else he will be consumed by it, Dai Mubai explained. Yin and yang harmony? What is that? Xiao Wu asked innocently. Dai Mubai awkwardly glanced at Tang San, who whispered a few words into Xiao Wu's ear. Her cute face immediately turned red. How can there be such a disgusting martial soul? That little fat guy must be going to harm girls. Harm is not the right word. Don't you know there's a place called the brothel? Dai Mubai said. Tang San couldn't help but ask, Are you saying the dean will take Ma Hongjun to that kind of place? He had heard of brothels in his past life, but did not expect that Flander would actually take Ma Hongjun there. Dai Mubai replied, There's no way around it. The flaw of the fat guy's martial soul is this. Aside from that flaw, it's almost the top-level beast martial soul, and he's also the dean's direct disciple. The dean can't just watch his disciple die from being consumed by evil fire or not training, right? Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke up, saying, All men are dirty. Xiao Wu giggled and said, Sister Zhuqing, your range of impact is quite broad. At least my little San is still very pure, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. All right, your Tang San is the purest, but my taste is much better than that fat guy's. Dai Mubai shrugged, seeing Xiao Wu defend Tang San like this. Dai Mubai felt a pang of frustration. When he secretly looked at Zhu Zhuqing, he found her looking back at him, and the little girl's expression seemed even colder. Suddenly, she snorted and walked up to Dai Mubai, saying, Your taste is better than his? Chapter 33. His Highness the Prince Dai Mubai was taken aback, feeling as if he had said something wrong. If he had better taste than the fat guy, wasn't that the same? There seemed to be no essential difference between an ordinary flowery girl and a courtesan. Zhuqing, Dai Mubai wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. It's getting late. How long do you plan to stand at the door? Chen Hu said, trying to break the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. Let's talk about these useless things later. If we wait any longer, we might not even be able to leave the city gate. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Chen Hu, clearly seeing through his thoughts. She walked up to Dai Mubai, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt. You're 15? You make me feel sick. After saying that, she turned and walked away. After Zhu Zhuqing left, the light in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes dimmed suddenly. Tang San walked over to Dai Mubai, gently patting his shoulder and comforting him. What's past is past and can never be erased, but there is still a long way to go. Work hard. Dai Mubai was in low spirits, completely ignoring Tang San's comfort. His sinister eyes flashed as he suppressed his anger and chased after Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Xiaoxiao walked up to Chen Hu and quietly asked, "Why is Tang San helping that guy Dai Mubai? Someone like him, a playboy, is unlikely to be worthy of our Zhu Qing." Chen Hu smiled. "Whether he's worthy or not is their own business. It has nothing to do with us. Let's stop talking and head back." Saying this, Chen Hu started to walk forward. "Stop right there." Dai Mubai's angry shout came from ahead. The few of them exchanged glances and hurriedly chased after him. They saw Dai Mubai blocking Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's small face was as cold as ice, and she disdainfully snorted, ignoring Dai Mubai and continuing to walk forward. "You!" Dai Mubai suddenly raised his right hand. White light surged from his palm. Dai Mubai had never been good-tempered. He had been suppressing himself since Zhu Zhuqing arrived. And after losing consecutively to Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu, he could no longer contain his anger. However, he ultimately held back, the light in his palm flickering away, letting out a tiger's roar as he lowered his head and followed Zhu Zhuqing. The green light flowing in Chen Hu's palm also dissipated. If Dai Mubai really attacked Zhu Zhuqing, Chen Hu wouldn't just stand by and watch. Chen Hu had already changed his impression of Dai Mubai a little. But this scene lowered his impression of him to the extreme, wanting to pursue a girl while leaving himself vulnerable to others, not reflecting on his own mistakes, and still wanting to resort to violence. What was the difference between such a person and scum? Tang San, somewhat confused, said, "What's going on?" From Dai Mubai's introduction to Zhu Zhuqing yesterday, he shouldn't know her, but his feelings towards her are different. Could it be related to their martial souls being able to merge for a skill? Forget it. Let's not interfere in their personal matters. In the end, Tang San shook his head. The group returned to Shrek Academy, but to their surprise, they encountered two people outside the academy gate. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, and with its help, everyone easily recognized that the two were Ning Rongrong and Oscar. When Ning Rongrong saw Chen Hu, her pretty little face revealed a gentle smile as she sat on a large stone by the door, swinging her legs and looking thoughtful. Oscar, upon seeing this scene, had a somewhat dim expression, clearly showing a hint of unwillingness. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to ignore the two and directly walked inside towards her place. Dai Mubai frowned. The cold light in his sinister eyes intensified. "What are you doing here?" Dai Mubai coldly questioned. "None of your business." Ning Rongrong was not the kind of obedient girl. She jumped down from the stone and walked over to Chen Hu, asking, "Why are you all back so late? Where are the dean and the fat guy?" Chen Hu stepped forward, silently placing himself between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, smiling. "The dean and the fat guy have something to do, and we'll be back tomorrow. It's getting late. We should head back." Ning Rongrong nodded, and, as she passed by Dai Mubai, made a face at him. "What are you making such a face for at this late hour? Are you a zombie? Did you get humiliated by Zhu Qing?" "Haha." And Oscar said, "You were romantic. You can't even handle a little girl." It's hard to imagine that such a statement would come from someone who looked so obedient and cute like Ning Rongrong. Tang San and the others were somewhat dumbfounded, while Chen Hu gave a wry smile, turning to face the almost uncontrollable anger of Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai's gaze ignored Chen Hu, who was blocking Ning Rongrong, his sinister eyes radiating coldness. "Others might fear your Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but I don't. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. If you provoke me, do you believe I will first violate and then kill you, and then violate and kill you again?" When Dai Mubai said this, he didn't shy away from Chen Hu at all. In his view, Chen Hu was so biased towards Ning Rongrong because of her identity as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Oh, I'm so scared. Come on, I want to see how you're going to violate me." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong bypassed Chen Hu, intentionally puffing out her still undeveloped chest. Chen Hu was somewhat speechless. Ning Rongrong was indeed a little demoness who feared nothing. At this moment, her true nature was fully revealed. "You!" Dai Mubai could no longer hide his anger. A strong aura suddenly surged, and his soul power erupted. Even though Chen Hu timely stood in front of Ning Rongrong, she was still shaken back by this overwhelming pressure and stumbled to the ground. "Enough!" Chen Hu shouted in a low voice, the green soul power condensing. His eyes like an indestructible divine sword, cutting through Dai Mubai's soul power, staring directly into Dai Mubai's sinister eyes. Tang San also stepped forward, standing between Dai Mubai and Chen Hu, saying, "We're all classmates. Let's just let it go." Chen Hu snorted coldly. "Dai Mubai, if you were a man, you should face Zhu Zhuqing head-on. Instead of taking out your anger on the weak after being humiliated by her, who do you think you are? Does everyone in the world have to cater to you?" After breaking through his soul power, the aftereffects of the 8 gates of Duanjia were almost healed. Pushing through the pain, Chen Hu could fully unleash the 8 gates of Duanjia again. Chen Hu was unwilling to indulge Dai Mubai's bad temper. Ma Hongjun had trouble with girls in the village and came to him for trouble. Dai Mubai was looking for trouble with Ning Rongrong after being humiliated by Zhu Zhuqing. Was it a tradition at Shrek Academy to vent anger on others? Grievances have a head, and debts have a master. Taking out his frustrations on others was something Chen Hu despised the most. So even knowing Dai Mubai was powerful, he was unwilling to back down. Ning Rongrong had never suffered such a loss since she was young. She didn't expect Dai Mubai would really dare to lay a hand on her. Although she wasn't truly hurt, the pain throughout her body told her it was all real. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes, glaring at Dai Mubai. Unable to utter a word. "Xiao San, get out of the way. Chen Hu, don't test my patience. If you dare to insult my mother, I'll make you wish you were dead." Dai Mubai's sinister eyes were filled with raging anger, and his soul power erupted fiercely. Injured in the 2-on-2 soul fight, Tang San could hardly withstand such pressure, his face turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Hu pressed down on Tang San's shoulder, softly chanting, "A medicine that saves lives," as he produced a medicinal gourd. The first soul ring lit up, handing the bamboo leaf green to Tang San. Stepping forward to face the immense pressure and directly confronting Dai Mubai's oppression. Seeing Tang San injured, a flash of regret crossed Dai Mubai's eyes, but upon seeing Chen Hu, his eyes filled with anger once more. "Xiao San." On the other side, seeing that Tang San was fine, Xiao Wu rushed over, and Lin Xiao naturally did not want to fall behind. The three of them faced the pressure from Dai Mubai, releasing their soul power, which even Dai Mubai could feel as waves of pressure. Any one of these three wouldn't fear Dai Mubai if he went all out, but together, plus Chen Hu's abnormal self-created soul skill, Dai Mubai didn't dare to act recklessly. "Chen Hu." Ning Rongrong wiped the tears from her eyes and shouted Chen Hu's name loudly. Facing the pressure from Dai Mubai, the gap in soul power between the two exceeded 10 levels. Even with Xiao Wu and Lin Xiao sharing the pressure, Chen Hu had no time to consider Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong said fiercely, "You kill him for me, using your self-created soul skill. As long as you kill Dai Mubai, I'll give you money, 10,000 gold soul coins, how about it? Plus, the unconditional support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future." "Stop." Tang San stood up, first casting a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, saying, "Ning Rongrong, some things cannot be measured by money and benefits. This is the academy, and it's just the academy. If you still hold onto this mindset, thinking you're the high and mighty little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, then I advise you to leave." Then, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, you come back too." Xiao Wu was a bit unconvinced, but she knew that Tang San's current demeanor meant he was already very angry, so she obediently stepped back. Then, Tang San walked to Chen Hu's side, handed him a gourd of medicinal wine, and said, "Brother Chen, you are injured now, and using your self-created soul skill again might not be easy for you. It's one thing to injure your body, but delaying your cultivation would be bad." Although they had only been together for a day or two, Tang San had a certain understanding of Chen Hu. For Chen Hu, everything was less important than cultivation. Tang San continued, "Although what you said is not wrong. After all, it insulted Mubai's mother, so I hope you apologize to him." Chen Hu glanced at Tang San, downing a mouthful of bamboo leaf green. The coolness and heat erupted in his abdomen, and Chen Hu lightly snorted, glancing sideways at Dai Mubai, saying, "If I have offended your mother, I apologize to you, Your Highness." Although it was an apology, there was not a hint of sincerity, but rather a provocation. Chapter 34. Clear distinction you. What do you mean? Dai Mubai's pupils narrowed slightly as he said coldly, "Huh, do you need me to spell out?" White Tiger Martial Soul, the Dai surname, Evil Eyes Mother Queen. With so many details connected, can I still not guess your identity? The Prince of the Star, Luo Empire, Dai Mubai? Chen Hu sneered, waving his hand at Ning Rongrong and Lin Xiaoxiao without looking back. Let's go. Lin Xiaoxiao shot a sideways glance at Chen Hu, retracted her overlord spear, and followed him. Ning Rongrong was somewhat unwilling, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? I command you to kill Dai Mubai. Do you hear me? Chen Hu coldly glanced at Ning Rongrong, as if he hadn't heard her words, and turned to leave with Lin Xiaoxiao. Did you think my words were meant for Dai Mubai? So what if he comes from the seven-treasure glazed tile school? So what if he is from the Star Luo royal family? If you really have the guts, then go use your own power to kill Dai Mubai. Rest assured, if you have the courage to face him one-on-one, even if Dai Mubai's father comes, I will stop him. But do you dare? Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao's figures gradually faded away, leaving only their lingering voices. Xiaowu, let's go too. Tang San smiled indifferently. Staying here was pointless. He thought he understood Chen Hu well enough, but unfortunately, Chen Hu would always surprise him. Apologize? If it were a real apology, how could Chen Hu expose Dai Mubai's true identity, the Prince of the Star Luo Empire? What a grand identity! The small Shrek Academy really is a place full of hidden talents. Tang San and Xiaowu left. Dai Mubai, who had just had his biggest secret revealed, shot a furious glare at Ning Rongrong before leaving helplessly. Watching them depart, Ning Rongrong stood frozen. If Dai Mubai's dominance made her angry, the shock from Tang San and Chen Hu, whom she thought were on her side, was even greater. Having been pampered by the powerful figures of the seven-treasure glazed tile school since childhood, her self-centered mindset had long matured. However, after the series of shocks today, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but doubt. Why are they treating me this way? Did I really do something wrong? Oscar. Ning Rongrong couldn't believe she was at fault. Looking toward Oscar, who had been hiding in the corner, and asking, "Are you willing to help me?" Oscar shook his head in pain and sighed. The person who would be most willing to help you has already left, but you didn't see it. You only care about yourself. If you wanted to help you take revenge on Dai Mubai, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Perhaps Shrek Academy really isn't suitable for a pampered young lady like you. You should go back. After saying this, Oscar got up and left, the faint trace of inexplicable emotion toward Ning Rongrong completely dissipating. No one at Shrek Academy was simple. Besides his unique martial soul, Oscar's intellect was the most terrifying aspect. He had seen through Ning Rongrong's character flaws and knew that a spoiled young lady like her was not suited for this place. As a smart person, Oscar understood that only someone like Chen Hu, who had his own steadfast values, might be the most suitable for Ning Rongrong. Oscar's feelings for Chen Hu were also complex. On one hand, as a food system support soul master just like him, Chen Hu's strength was almost what he had always dreamed of. Chen Hu could be said to have perfectly inherited all of Oscar's aspirations. And he was also the first soul master who didn't mind Oscar's unique soul curse. Oscar really wanted to be friends with Chen Hu. However, ever since he discovered Ning Rongrong's special feelings for Chen Hu, and that they might perform a martial soul fusion technique together, Oscar's mood had become very complicated, filled with admiration but also a hint of jealousy. Suddenly, Oscar burst out laughing, feeling a little lighter, the slight grudge in his heart dissipating. He turned around and said, "Tang San is right. Someone like you really might not be suitable for Shrek Academy. Besides, with your attitude, you won't make friends." Oscar left as well, and loneliness, disappointment, helplessness, and pain flooded Ning Rongrong's 12-year-old heart. Tears fell silently, and Chen Hu's gentle and persistent gaze appeared in her mind. At that moment, she felt she had truly made a mistake. Growing up, did she have any friends? The children of the same age in the sect either bowed to her or kept their distance. Everyone called her the little witch behind her back. She had never thought much of it, but now she truly began to regret it. "Are you not going to see your little girlfriend?" On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hu and teased with a half-smile. She needs to calm down." Chen Hu turned his head blankly, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said speechlessly, "Big sister, are you setting me up?" "Haha, you admit it. The little princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile, school isn't that easy to marry. Young man, work hard." Lin Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. By the way, Hu, how did you know Dai Mubai is the prince of the Star Luo Empire? After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I have a cheat. I'm a time traveler, Chen Hu thought to himself, then looked at the curious Lin Xiaoxiao and teased. Big sister, have you returned all the knowledge from your 9-year compulsory education to the teacher? Have you forgotten the emblem of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire? Evil Eye White Tiger. At first I wasn't sure, but since he calls his mother Queen, such an obvious thing doesn't he need any thought, right? Although she didn't know what 9-year compulsory education's leak meant, it definitely wasn't good coming from Hu's mouth. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her fist. Hu, I think you're itching for a fight, aren't you? Big sister, listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. The next day, Chen Hu, as usual, got up early to exercise. Lin Xiaoxiao also got up early. Her purpose was naturally to mooch some medicinal wine. Chen Hu's medicinal wine martial soul could alleviate the fatigue from exercise and replenish energy. It was almost a magic tool for improving physical fitness. Chen Hu's current achievements were inseparable from the medicinal wine gourd. Tang San also got up early as usual, nodded kindly to Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, and began his training. Then, the three of them went to the cafeteria together for breakfast. After they finished eating, Dai Mubai arrived with a gloomy face. Seeing Chen Hu, who was calm and chatting happily, his expression darkened further. The third to arrive was Xiao Wu. She sat next to Tang San and only began to eat after confirming that he was fine. Following Xiao Wu were Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun looked refreshed, but he also noticed Dai Mubai's grim expression and didn't dare to say much, burying his head in his food. Lin Xiaoxiao poked Chen Hu in the side and whispered in his ear, Hu, your little girlfriend hasn't come to eat yet. Here's your chance to perform. Chen Hu shot Lin Xiaoxiao an annoyed glance, then went to the cafeteria window to pack a portion of soup dumplings and smells good. Then he took the food and went to find Ning Rongrong. When Chen Hu found Ning Rongrong, she was sitting alone in the center of the playground, hugging her knees. The breeze blew a strand of her hair, revealing her perfect, delicate face, incredibly beautiful. Chen Hu sat down beside Ning Rongrong, placing the soup dumplings in front of her with a light smile. Why aren't you going to finish your meal? Sitting here, playing the quiet beauty, all alone? Ning Rongrong turned her head away with dignity, ignoring Chen Hu. The aroma of the soup dumplings wafted in the gentle breeze, and her stomach let out a strange sound. Since last night, Ning Rongrong hadn't eaten anything. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she snatched the soup dumplings from Chen Hu's hand and began to wolf them down, fiercely, as if she were swallowing Chen Hu's head whole. Perhaps she was swallowing too quickly. Ning Rongrong got choked by the baozi and began to cough violently. Chen Hu handed the medicinal wine gourd to Ning Rongrong, who snatched it and gulped down a few mouthfuls before calming down, her small face slightly flushed. Chen Hu teased, Baozi with wine, you're unique in that regard. After Ning Rongrong had eaten and drunk her fill, she started to throw a small tantrum, turning her head away. Aren't you quite arrogant? Why do you care about me? I don't need your concern. Chen Hu shook his head with a smile, knowing that Ning Rongrong had already realized her mistake and was now just venting her dissatisfaction. All right, I'll apologize to Miss Ning. Is that okay? I was blind and offended, Miss Ning. I apologize to you. Since you are so sincere, I will accept your apology. However, I am just an ordinary student of Shrek Academy now, not some Miss Ning. Ning Rongrong said seriously. Okay, I got it. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I'm Chen Hu. You can call me Eru or Chen Hu. Chen Hu said with a smile, extending his hand. Ning Rongrong, you can call me Rongrong. Ning Rongrong also extended her delicate little hand, shaking hands with Chen Hu, her cool little hand resting softly in his palm. Not long after, the class bell rang, and Tang San and the others came over. Although Ning Rongrong understood her mistake, she still didn't have a good expression when she saw Dai Mubai, who felt the same way. On the small playground of Shrek Academy, several groups stood clearly defined. Chen Hu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Ning Rongrong in one group. Tang San and Xiao Wu in another, Ma Hongjun, who still didn't understand what was happening, in a third group, Zhu Zhuqing alone in another, and then Dai Mubai in his own group. About 15 minutes later, Dean Flender, responsible for their class that day, arrived late. Chen Hu, here are the gold coins you gave me yesterday. The odds were pretty good. After deducting fees and my service charge. There are 217 gold soul coins left. Count them, Flinders said, a flash of pain crossing his eyes as he reluctantly handed a small bag containing over 200 gold soul coins to Chen Hu. Chen Hu, feeling embarrassed, snatched the gold soul coins from Flinder's hand. I trust the Dean's handling of this. No need to count. Flinder adjusted his glasses, looking at the clearly divided groups below. With a frown, what happened? Where's Oscar? Mubai, you explain. Flinder's authority was still quite effective, and Dai Mubai could only recount everything that happened last night in detail. Chapter 35, Gluttony. Good. Flander laughed coldly in anger. It seems you all have too much energy and nowhere to use it. In just over a day, you caused such a ruckus. At this rate, when you get to the battlefield, don't even think about fighting side by side. If you don't end up fighting each other, I'll be grateful. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you all are so energetic, let's stand here for an hour first. Tang San, go call Oscar over. It wouldn't be fun without him at such an interesting moment. Tang San nodded, but before he could act, Oscar rushed over, his face full of smiles instead of the panic typical of someone who was late. Flander, who was in a bad mood, looked at Oscar's beaming face and, for some reason, found his own smile growing wider. Only those who understood him knew that Flander was on the verge of an explosion. Oscar, do you want to run laps? Flander asked coldly. No, Dean. Let me explain. I've broken through. I'm at level 30 now. Oscar waved his hands repeatedly as he spoke. What? Say that again. What level are you at? Flander, forgetting his anger, quickly asked. I'm level 30, Oscar confirmed. At that moment, not only Flander, but also Chen Hu and others cast astonished looks. No one understood better than Chen Hu how difficult it was for a food system soul master to cultivate. Chen Hu had spent almost all his free time meditating and cultivating, and he had just barely broken through to level 26. Oscar was only a year younger than Dai Mubai, yet he had managed to raise his soul power to level 30 at this age. And as a food system soul master, the significance of this was clear to everyone. Food system soul masters were recognized as the hardest type of martial soul to cultivate, even more so than ordinary support type soul masters. No food system title Douro had ever appeared on the continent, but that did not mean food system soul masters were not powerful. On the contrary, a food system soul master with a high level of soul power was considered a treasure by any force. Every time a food system soul master's level increases by a stage, the assistive effects of their martial soul also improve by a stage. Oscar was undoubtedly the fastest food system soul master in history to reach level 30. One could say he was unprecedented. On the continent, the number of soul masters who reached level 30 was very rare. Each soul master who attained level 30 became a talent sought after by various factions. If a great soul master level food system soul master could sustain the food consumption of 100 people, a soul venerable level food system soul master could support over 500 people's food supply. After reaching level 30, a food system soul master could add a third soul ring, providing an additional attribute to the food they offered, greatly enhancing their importance to a team. Flander's eyes brightened as he repeatedly praised Oscar. Oscar, you truly did not disappoint me. You are the second student to break through level 30. And on behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. Dai Mubai's previous gloom also dissipated as he patted Oscar's shoulder and said with a smile, Little Oscar, although you broke through level 30 later than I did, as a food system soul master, you are definitely the first genius I have ever seen. Could it be that heartbreak can help improve soul power? Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare and replied, Don't talk nonsense. I've never been in love. So where would heartbreak come from? Chen Hu also smiled and walked up to Oscar, saying, Oscar, congratulations. But you need to be careful. If one day my soul power level exceeds yours, that would be awkward. Among everyone present, only Chen Hu had the right to say this because, strictly speaking, only he and Oscar were food system soul masters. Get lost. You pervert. How dare you call yourself a food system soul master? Your combat power is off the charts, and your soul power cultivation speed is so fast. I really don't know who has the true, innate, full soul power between us, Oscar retorted, his last bit of resentment towards Chen Hu dissipating. Tang San and the others also came over to congratulate Oscar. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Oscar scratched his head and said, Thank you, everyone. When I have time, I'll treat you all to grilled sausages. Get lost, Uncle Big Sausage. Everyone complained. Watching this harmonious scene, Flander felt somewhat relieved. But then anger rose again. He knew that geniuses were all proud, and conflicts were bound to arise between geniuses or between monsters. He didn't expect the conflicts among the Shrek students to come so quickly. Of course, all of this had to be blamed on our team-splitting little demon, Chen Hu. After all, in the original work, while conflicts among Shrek students did occur, they were never this intense. Flander rubbed his forehead as a bold idea began to form in his mind. Ahem. All right, since Oscar has broken through, I'll forgive you all this time. If their essay next time, regardless of who is right or wrong, anyone causing trouble will be expelled from Shrek Academy. Flander's tone was very stern, and everyone cast grateful looks at Oscar, even though Oscar didn't quite understand what had happened, completely unaware that his breakthrough had resolved a crisis for everyone. Today's lesson is very simple. Oscar, you are the main character today. Everyone besides Oscar must eat at least 2 types of sausages made by him, and at least one of each kind, Flander said with a strange smile. Meow, meow, meow. Is this training? This isn't a benefit? Chen Hu knew the taste of Oscar's sausages, which could be said to be a rare delicacy. Compared to Chen Hu's anticipation, the others didn't seem as calm. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shout, Dean, what kind of class is this? Flander proudly declared, this is a Soul Master Adaptability course. Let me ask you, which is more important, life or face? If you can only choose one, how would you choose? I've said before that Oscar is a soul master with innate full soul power. His martial soul has excellent effects, although his soul skills are a bit sneaky. If you can't let go of your pride in the long days ahead, you will waste the effects of an excellent companion. Moreover, in desperate situations, don't even mention Oscar's sneaky soul skills. Even cockroaches, rats, and snakes you must eat if necessary. If you can't even do this, how can you survive in the Soul Master world? Dean, stop talking. The kids next door are about to cry from hunger. Let's get started. And about the cockroaches, rats, and snakes you mentioned, are we eating them raw or cooked? I suggest we cook them. After all, raw food isn't very hygienic. Cockroaches are small and suitable for frying. Remember to fry them a little longer until they're golden and crispy. Then they taste good. Rats are more suitable for barbecuing. And for snakes, a light stew is nice. Chen Hu eagerly raised his hand, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He was too tempted. Eru, can you stop being so disgusting? If you dare to eat cockroaches, I'll never talk to you again. Rats and snakes are also a no-go, Lin Xiao shouted. Several girls turned pale, obviously looking unwell, especially Ning Rongrong, who felt like she was about to vomit. Chen Hu, a bit unwilling, said, Big sister, you really don't want to consider it? Cockroaches look disgusting, but they actually taste quite good and are very nutritious. Get lost. All right then. Chen Hu walked over to Oscar, putting his hand on Oscar's shoulder as they leaned together. Oscar, I know you and I are the same kind of person. How about we find a place to have a drink tonight and prepare some snacks? I think fried cockroaches would be nice. Barbecued rat tails are also good, but house rats don't taste good. We need field mice. After all, field mice are fatter and meatier. Oscar's expression was a bit unpleasant. He had originally thought Chen Hu would be a kindred spirit, but he never expected the other party to be a foodie. He should have realized it earlier, especially since Chen Hu had already eaten several portions for breakfast. What kind of food would someone like that be afraid to eat? It was clear that Oscar couldn't appreciate the essence of a gluttonous nation. As long as the cooking was on point, even insect could taste like true delicacies. And crayfish was a living example. Chen Hu felt a bit desolate. After all, this wasn't the world he was familiar with. Flander looked at Chen Hu with curiosity. The impression Chen Hu had just given him was strange. Not like a 12-year-old boy, but more like an elderly person who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All right, today's lesson is something you must complete. If you can't even accept this, then there's no need for you to stay at Shrek Academy, Flander said coldly. Oscar was filled with a sense of achievement, grinning lewdly as he extended his hands and chanted the soul spells. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. With one in each hand, 2 distinctly different sausages appeared in Oscar's hands. And he chuckled. Who wants to try first? Can you stop looking so lewd? Chen Hu gave Oscar a light tap on the head and snatched the small sausage from his left hand. He had tasted the big sausage, but had yet to try the small one. The fragrant small sausage danced between his lips and teeth, its greasy juice bursting forth, combining flavors of numbing, spicy, aromatic, and salty, and it tasted even better than the big sausage. Medicinal wine gourd. Chen Hu also chanted a soul spell, and the medicinal wine gourd appeared in his other hand. He lowered his voice and called out, "Bamboo leaf green." The deliciousness of the small sausage, paired with the mellow aroma of bamboo leaf green, turned what was supposed to be a special training session into an enormous benefit for Chen Hu. Flander felt a bit regretful. Had he known this guy was such a monster, he wouldn't have used this tactic. After finishing the small sausage, Chen Hu, still wanting more, grabbed the big sausage, devoured it in a few bites, let out a satisfied belch, and looked at Flander, unable to resist asking, "Dean, can I have a refill?" Flander's mouth twitched slightly as he replied indifferently, "After everyone has completed the lesson, as long as Oscar doesn't refuse, you can eat as much as you want." "All right." Chen Hu took the wine gourd and stepped aside to drink alone, savoring the flavors of the two sausages, which inevitably reminded him of an ancient mythical beast, the Tao Tai. Chapter 36. God Show Sheath. Dawn Dagger. Originally a serious atmosphere was inexplicably altered due to the emergence of the monster Chen Hu. However, after Chen Hu, the others did not share his carefree attitude. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun had experienced similar trials before, and they were mentally prepared, ready to grit their teeth and endure, thinking it would soon pass. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a figure stepped forward before them. "I'll do it." Ning Rongrong's crisp voice rang out as she walked in front of Oscar, simultaneously snatching the large sausage and small sausage that Oscar had just made. Ning Rongrong's actions took everyone by surprise, except perhaps Chen Hu, who could somewhat understand her state. Ning Rongrong was originally a proud girl, and after being continuously struck down, she wanted to prove herself in front of Shrek Academy. How to prove it? Naturally, by showing that she was better than everyone else. Oscar's soul power had broken through level 30, which further stimulated Ning Rongrong's heart, prompting her to step forward after the monster Chen Hu. With a mindset of embracing death, Ning Rongrong took the large sausage and bit down hard, her expression quite fierce. However, it seemed that the taste was actually quite good. She had only eaten a few small buns for breakfast and was feeling a bit hungry. She suddenly realized that aside from Oscar's slightly lewd actions, the taste was acceptable. Moreover, with Chen Hu demonstrating, everything seemed not as hard to accept as she had imagined. Before long, Ning Rongrong finished both the large sausage and small sausage. Looking at the admiring gazes from everyone, she secretly glanced at Chen Hu and proudly puffed out her small chest. Chen Hu smiled. Oscar's martial soul truly deserved to be a top-tier food-type martial soul. In some sense, its effects even surpassed his medicinal wine gourd. If it weren't for the assistance of Oscar's sausages, even with Chen Hu's remarkable physique, the after-effects of using the 8 gates Duanjia might have lasted several days. With the large sausage paired with Zweiking, Chen Hu felt that his condition had fully recovered to its peak. Compared to his rapid recovery, Oscar's lewd display seemed trivial. After Ning Rongrong, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun showed no hesitation. As long as they overcame some psychological factors, the difficulty of this lesson was actually quite low, and for a foodie like Chen Hu from another world, it was simply a benefit. The fifth to step out was Tang San. If even a girl like Ning Rongrong could accept it, what qualifications did he have to avoid it? With this mindset, Tang San quickly finished the 2 sausages. As the sausages entered his stomach, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. This was his first time eating the sausages made by Oscar, and he had to admit that he had underestimated Oscar, who was also a food-type soul master like Chen Hu. If Chen Hu's unique path as a food-type soul master gave a stunning impression, then Oscar's performance showcased the wonders of a food-type soul master itself. After Tang San, Lin Xiaoxiao also stepped forward without hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't think Oscar's soul curse was lewd, but she had absolute confidence in Chen Hu when it came to food, especially since Chen Hu's culinary skills were top-notch. He had previously created some bizarre dishes. Generously finishing both types of sausages from Oscar, Lin Xiaoxiao snatched Chen Hu's medicinal wine gourd, took a gulp of Zweiking, and exhaled a satisfied breath. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a pleading expression, as if asking, "Can we not eat?" Tang San shook his head and smiled. "Just think of it as ordinary street food." Chen Hu is right. Oscar's sausages taste quite good. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu was the fifth to step out. She almost closed her eyes to eat the 2 sausages, then covered her mouth, forcing herself to swallow down the nausea. Lin Xiaoxiao generously handed the medicinal wine gourd to Xiao Wu, who took it and drank the zweiking, managing to avoid throwing up, though her face still looked quite unpleasant. Next was Zhu Zhuqing. Her cold little face turned pale, yet she was unwilling to take this step. Flinders said lightly, Zhu Zhuqing, if you want to one day step on Dai Mu Bai, don't hesitate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to make a decision, almost swallowing the 2 sausages whole. As the sausages transformed into a warm current upon entering her stomach, Zhu Zhuqing still ran to the side, retching continuously. Lin Xiaoxiao ran over to comfort her softly. Flinder nodded in satisfaction and said, today's lesson ends here. Everyone go back and adjust your state properly. Tomorrow morning, there will be a more dangerous task for you. After finishing, Flinder turned and left. A dangerous task? Xiao Wu asked with some confusion. Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing each other's thoughts, and couldn't help but smile wryly. No way? What do you mean, no way? Xiao Wu asked curiously. You know tomorrow. Chen Hu teased. Walking over to Ning Rongrong and shyly said, Rongrong, do you have time? Let's go stroll around Soto City. Ning Rongrong hesitated a bit. Just the 2 of us? Yes, just the 2 of us. Let's go. Chen Hu didn't give Ning Rongrong a chance to refuse and took her straight to Soto City. In Soto City, Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong walked along the street. Chen Hu got straight to the point, leading Ning Rongrong through several streets until they stopped at a weapon shop with a good business. Although everyone in Douro Continent possessed martial souls, most people's martial souls lacked offensive power. Ordinary weapons might not be significant in battles among soul masters, but for most ordinary people or soul masters who hadn't obtained soul rings, they were quite useful. This provided a certain survival space for weapon shops, since soul masters were just a minority, and most people on the continent were ordinary folks. Ning Rongrong looked at the weapon shop in front of her, shot a glare at Chen Hu, and said, Is this why you brought me here? Just say, how much more do you need? Having reached this point, the clever Ning Rongrong certainly couldn't guess Chen Hu's intentions. It's not much. I scoped it out this morning. There's a good knife in this shop, the treasure of the store, but it's a bit pricey. I'm a bit tight on cash right now, so I can't ask for help from our Miss Ning. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back in a while. I can write an IOU. Chen Hu said earnestly. No IOUs. If you dare borrow money and not pay it back, I'll have Grandpa Jian personally come catch you. By the way, you know Grandpa Jian, right? He's a titled Dolaw. Ning Rongrong showed a harmless smile. Jian Daochun, is it really necessary? It's just borrowing a bit of money. Is it necessary to bring up such a big shot? Of course, you know my reputation. I'm known as the honest young master. Chen Hu took Ning Rongrong's hand and walked into the weapon shop. Hey, little guest, you haven't given up yet. Are you really planning to spend 10,000 gold soul coins to buy our store's treasure, the Dawn Dagger? Clearly, it wasn't Chen Hu's first time visiting this shop, as the shopkeeper recognized him. In fact, Chen Hu had come to this weapon shop early in the morning and had his eye on a treasure knife. However, since it was the shop's treasure, the owner quoted an exorbitant price of 10,000 gold soul coins, hoping to deter Chen Hu. That's right, brother. Is the shopkeeper here? I rushed out this morning and didn't bring enough money. Now I'm here to buy the knife. Chen Hu greeted with a smile, acknowledging that the Dusk and Dawn blade mentioned by the other party was indeed a rare divine weapon. With his blade in hand, even without using the 8 gates of Duanjia, Chen Hu was confident he could threaten Dai Mubai's life. All right, please wait a moment. The shop assistant did not hesitate, as in his eyes, even if Chen Hu really had enough money to buy the Dusk and Dawn blade, it wouldn't be a loss, because no matter how good a blade was, it was insignificant in front of the exorbitant price of 10,000 gold soul coins. Not long after, the shopkeeper came out, saying with a hint of bitterness, "Little brother, let me be honest with you. This blade was passed down from my ancestors. It's my family heirloom and serves as the treasure of the shop. I never thought of selling it. The 10,000 gold soul coins price I mentioned this morning was just to deter you. Shopkeeper, I understand that the Dusk and Dawn blade holds extraordinary significance for you. It is a priceless treasure. However, as a weapon, keeping in the counter for a lifetime only makes it a cold object. Perhaps finding a suitable master for it would be a better fate. Why not let me try out this treasure blade first? And then you can consider whether to sell it to me? Chen Hu suggested. All right, follow me. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before instructing the assistant to carry the wooden box containing the dusk and dawn blade to a spacious area in the backyard. Handing the blade over to Chen Hu. Chen Hu received the wooden box and gently opened it, revealing a dark, exquisite blade before him. The shape of the blade was quite similar to the one Chen Hu had used before, thin and narrow, elongated to a full 4 feet. The blade had a deep opening, making half of it dark and the other half bright, with a brown blood groove resembling a line dividing yin and yang, perfectly splitting the blade into 2 sides. The blade had a slight curve, though not very pronounced, and the handle was carved with ancient cloud patterns, exuding an Eastern elegance. As Chen Hu gripped the handle, a chilling sensation coursed through him, and the blade began to tremble lightly, as if rejoicing. Chen Hu raised the blade, and the bright and dark glimmers of the blade simultaneously surged forth, like dusk and dawn arriving at the same time. With a gentle quiver, a stone pillar before Chen Hu was split in half, the cut smooth and even, making it hard to imagine what would happen if this blade struck a soul master. With one cut, Chen Hu did not stop. The dangerously alluring dusk and dawn blade danced effortlessly in his hands. Brilliant and dazzling slashes of light rose, and Chen Hu's figure wielding the blade resembled the most exquisite work of art. Above, a servant, unaware of the happenings below, poured a basin of cold water downwards. The blade light was like a swift ribbon, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 37. Task Incredible Skill. Incredible Skill. The owner of the weapon shop couldn't help but shout excitedly as he watched everything unfold before him. He wasn't a soul master, but he could see that Chen Hu had not used any soul master abilities. He truly relied on his extraordinary swordsmanship to block all the falling sewage, remaining completely dry. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Hu's swordsmanship to reach such a level. Without using soul power, it was likely that most high-level soul masters could not achieve this feat. Chen Hu's dancing figure came to a halt as he gently wiped the blade of the twilight blade, causing a splash of water to fly out. The blade shining as clean as ever. Boss, we are definitely buying this sword. Name your price. After witnessing Chen Hu's swordsmanship, Ning Rongrong felt that this sword should undoubtedly be in Chen Hu's hands. She waved her hand generously. The weapon shop owner, Wang Daiyou, smiled wryly and shook his head. A treasure sword deserves a hero. Since my ancestors passed down the twilight blade, it has been kept in the counter. What you just said is indeed correct. Such a treasure sword should not remain sealed away. Young brother, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I, Wang Daiyou, and I want to go back on my word. For 10,000 gold soul coins, this twilight blade is yours. Thank you, shopkeeper. I promise I will never use the twilight blade for evil or to harm the innocent. If I break this vow, I will surely perish with my sword. Chen Hu solemnly vowed as he caressed the cold blade of the twilight blade. Afterward, he took out 7,000 gold soul coins from the cloth bag at his waist, which was all the wealth he and Lin Xiaoxiao had. He turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong generously took out a gold card and said, "This is the gold card of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It can be exchanged for 10,000 gold soul coins at any bank. Here, take it." While saying this, Ning Rongrong cast a proud glance at Chen Hu and added, "You can keep that little bit of money for now. You can pay me back when you have money later." 10,000 gold soul coins might be an astronomical figure for an ordinary person, but for the little princess of the richest sect in the world, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was merely a few years' pocket money. Chen Hu was not pretentious. He took back his gold soul coins and fondly played with the newly acquired twilight blade. Wang Daiyou, the weapon shop owner, saw the gold card Ning Rongrong took out, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He wiped away non-existent sweat, relieved that his attitude had been good. This girl and the boy were clearly not ordinary. He wondered what their connection to the legendary 7 treasure glazed tile school was. While guessing in his heart, Wang Daiyou hurriedly called out to the 2 who were about to leave, "2 esteemed guests, please wait." Ning Rongrong, somewhat impatient, asked, "What? You're not going back on your word, are you?" Wang Daiyou waved his hand and hurriedly replied, "How could that be? It's just that the brilliance of the Twilight Blade is unmatched. I happen to have a scabbard here that goes with the Twilight Blade, called the Divine Show. I'll take the liberty of giving it to this young brother. The Divine Show scabbard is in the warehouse. Please wait a moment. I'll go get it. Wang Daiyou instructed a waiter to attend to Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong while he went to retrieve the Divine Show scabbard. Soon, Wang Daiyou returned with the scabbard and presented it to Chen Hu. Chen Hu took the scabbard, sheathed the Twilight Blade, and as the blade entered the scabbard, its brilliance disappeared completely. Divine Show, Twilight. The creation of the Divine Show, the separation of yin and yang at twilight. What good name. Chen Hu thanked the shopkeeper once again. I am Chen Hu. If I encounter trouble in the future, I may be able to contact you through the Spirit Hall. We'll take our leave now. Chen Hu cupped his hands toward Wang Daiyou and, holding the Divine Show scabbard, walked out of the weapon shop alongside Ning Rongrong. Thank you. After leaving the weapon shop, Chen Hu expressed his gratitude to Ning Rongrong. Without her help, he might not have managed to obtain the Twilight Blade and the Divine Show scabbard so smoothly. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a bright light. It's good that you know. If anyone bullies me in the future, you can't just stand by and watch. Of course. Chen Hu smiled. By the way, you promised to accompany me shopping. Now that your business is settled, it's time to accompany me shopping. For shopping, most girls have an unimaginable obsession. Even if they buy nothing, they can wander around for half a day. By the time the cheerful Ning Rongrong and the exhausted Chen Hu returned to Shrek Academy, it was already dusk. After resting for a night, Chen Hu got up early for a brief workout and was then summoned by Flinder to the playground. The 9 students of Shrek Academy stood in a line, but it was evident that their hearts were not in sync. Dai Mubai wanted to stand next to Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing silently swapped places with Lin Xiaoxiao, leaving a long distance between Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai. Flinder, seeing the scene on the playground, his cat-like eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance, and a cold smile appeared on his lips as he tossed out a yellowed map. This is a map to the Douro Forest. You all know that Oscar's soul power level has increased to level 30. As a team, Oscar is your teammate. So shouldn't you help Oscar obtain a soul ring? I don't care about the type of soul ring, but it must be a 1,000-year soul ring. Throughout the entire process, the teachers of Shrek Academy will not participate. All actions are up to you. I have only one requirement. However many people go, that many must return. If even one person is missing, the others need not come back. Flinder finished speaking without giving them any chance to negotiate and turned to leave, leaving the group with his back. Except for Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, who had some guesses, the expressions of the other students were blank. Oscar couldn't help but shout loudly, Dean, this is too childish. You know what kind of place the Douro Forest is? A group of great soul masters and a soul venerable level soul master going to hunt soul beasts in the Douro Forest without the guidance of a teacher is just going to die. Flinder's cold voice came back. Aren't you all full of energy? Then, just make sure to come back alive from the Douro Forest. Oscar sat down dejectedly, murmuring, It's over, it's over. I knew it. With the dean's stingy character, how could he not retaliate against us afterward? Dai Mubai patted Oscar on the shoulder and said, It seems the dean is determined to do this, leaving no room for us. Little Ao can't go without adding the 3rd soul ring. The question now is not whether to go to the Douro Forest, but how to help little Ao obtain the 3rd soul ring and come back safe. Wait, Mubai. Little Ao, you should have been to the Douro Forest. Can you tell us about the situation there? Tang San asked. Dai Mubai replied. The Douro Forest is a good place, but it is also an extremely dangerous place. The depths of the Douro Forest are areas that even titled de loi dare not easily tread. There are not only many powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, but it is also rumored that 100,000-year soul beasts may appear. Fortunately, our goal this time is a 1,000-year soul beast. So we won't go too deep into the Douro Forest, but it is still very dangerous without the guidance of teachers. Dangerous? I think it should be fine. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems, Xiao Wu said, her eyes flashing with a strange light. She then recalled what Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao had said yesterday, and asked, Miss Eru, you must have guessed what task Dean Flinder announced today, right? Hearing this, the others turned their attention to Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Actually, I was just guessing, and I'm not very sure, Chen Hu replied. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled shyly and said, Our previous teacher came from Shrek Academy. His first task for us was to obtain our 1st spirit ring, based on our own abilities. At that time, there were 5 of us, and apart from me being a spirit master, the other 4, including Eru, were all level 10 spirit practitioners. So when we heard Dean Flender's words, it happened that Oscar's spirit power broke through level 30, which led to some speculation. Wait, how could 4 spirit practitioners and 1 spirit master obtain a spirit ring by themselves? Did someone sacrifice themselves, and the first spirit ring absorbed was a 10-year spirit ring? Chen Hu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A 100-year spirit beast is far from something a group of spirit practitioners and a newly advanced spirit master can handle. Remembering the situation back then, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a lingering fear and said, "Actually, we didn't succeed." After Eru and another companion struggled to obtain their spirit rings, we suffered massive casualties, leading to the failure of the mission. In the end, it was still our teacher who helped the other 2 companions obtain their spirit rings. A group of spirit practitioners and 1 spirit master being able to help 2 companions obtain a 100-year spirit ring is already quite remarkable. How did you manage to do it? Tang San couldn't help but comfort them, thinking that obtaining a 100-year spirit ring wasn't that easy. He recalled when he obtained his first spirit ring. He had the help of a level 29 teacher, and he almost failed. It was hard to imagine how they succeeded. That's because my first target was a solitary bamboo. As a plant-type spirit beast, it isn't outstanding, but its defense is strong, while its attack power is extremely limited. With the help of our team, even hunting a 300-year solitary bamboo wasn't that difficult, Chen Hu explained. Given that, under the strategy of gaining experience through battle, you should have succeeded. How could you fail? Tang San speculated about the situation at that time, and had to admit that Chen Hu's strategy and plan were very effective. Gaining experience through battle, step by step improving one's abilities. As long as the hardest first step was taken, everything else would become easier. Chen Hu shook his head and said, "You're right, but both you and we at that time underestimated the occurrence of unexpected events. On the night I obtained my first spirit ring, we were attacked by over 100 10-year ghost wolves and a 100-year ghost wolf king. This was still in the relatively safer soul hunting forest, not to mention the more dangerous Star Douro forest. At that time, we needed to guard against not just spirit beasts, but also spirit masters who are human. Sometimes, spirit masters can be more dangerous than spirit beasts. The dangers and variables we encountered were far greater. If we had bad luck and encountered a 10,000-year spirit beast overlord, we might have faced total annihilation," Chen Hu implied. Chapter 38. The town stopped being a jinx. If we really encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, we won't even have a chance to run. We'll just have to hope for a better reincarnation in our next life, Oscar said with a bitter smile. Tang San and the others also realized the dangers of the Star Douro forest and frowned. "Does that mean we're as good as dead?" Chen Hu chuckled. "I'm just talking about the worst-case scenario. It's also possible that as soon as we enter the Star Douro forest, we could encounter a soul beast that suits Oscar, and we could be out in no time. Besides, do you really think Dean Flander would send us to our deaths? There are only a few of us in Shrek Academy. If we all get wiped out at once, it would be Dean Flander who would be crying. So don't worry. There will definitely be powerful teachers hiding in the shadows, and if any unexpected situations arise, they will step in. However, I advise everyone not to take the presence of powerful teachers for granted. Just because they are with us doesn't mean we can do whatever we want. After all, teachers can't always intervene in time, and if an accident happens and they are held up, the only ones who can save us will be ourselves. For the sake of our lives, I suggest we set aside any minor conflicts and focus on completing our mission," Chen Hu said, spreading his hands and looking towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai coldly replied, "I do have some sense of the bigger picture." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but slightly nodded, indicating her agreement with Chen Hu's suggestion. Chen Hu continued, "Also, we are a team. Well, we can barely call ourselves a team. A team needs a leader with a strong sense of the bigger picture, someone responsible for managing personnel, formulating strategies, and making decisions. Let's discuss and choose a team leader, someone to give orders, and anyone who disobeys the leader's commands will be dealt with according to military law. How about that? I have no problem with that. A team naturally needs someone to make decisions." Oscar nodded and said. The others also agreed with Chen Hu's words. Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, "But who should be the leader?" Of course, it should be Chen Hu. He has similar experience and excels in all aspects. with powerful strength and the ability to provide support to the team. Shouldn't someone like him be the leader? Ning Rongrong said matter-of-factly. That's right. I agree that Chen Hu should be the leader, Lin Xiaoxiao echoed. Oscar thought for a moment and said, if Chen Hu becomes the leader, I have no objections. I agree as well. Tang San thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing that Tang San agreed, Xiao Wu also nodded. Zhu Zhuqing slightly nodded, acknowledging Chen Hu's position as leader. Ma Hongjun secretly glanced at Dai Mubai and said, I'll listen to Boss Dai. If Boss Dai agrees, then I agree. Everyone's gaze turned to Dai Mubai, who revealed a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Hu interrupted him, saying loudly, You all agree, but the main character, Haven T, accepted the position of leader. I don't think I'm suited to be a leader. At least not for this team. Amidst the puzzled gazes, Chen Hu smiled and analyzed. First of all, if I become the leader, I'll 1T have everyone's support. At least Dai Mubai won't wholeheartedly agree. During a dangerous mission, any team member having doubts about the leader can be fatal, especially with a certain degree of rebellious psychology present. Secondly, even though I am an auxiliary soul master, my combat style leans more towards a strong attack-type soul master, and I may not be able to maintain rationality and consider everyone's needs during battle. But apart from you, there is no one else suitable to be the leader of this team, Ning Rongrong said. Chen Hu shook his head. How can that be? There are people among us who are more suitable to be leaders than I am. Tang San, you should take this position without hesitation. Chen Hu's gaze fell on Tang San. Xiao Wu reacted and said, Right, Xiao San can also be the leader. First of all, Xiao San has the best relationships and is powerful. No one would doubt him. Plus, he is a control-type soul master with the strongest ability to manage the battlefield, making him the most suitable for issuing commands. That's right. And Tang San has a unique advantage that no one else possesses. His hands are the longest. Whether it's his martial soul or hidden weapons, the range is the greatest among all of us, making him the most suitable commander to issue orders from the center. Chen Hu added. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that Tang San would temporarily take on the role of team leader, although Tang San was somewhat reluctant. He knew that apart from him, no one else was more suitable for the position. The conflicts between Dai Mubai and the others in Chen Hu made it unsuitable for any of them to be the leader. After confirming the team leader, Tang San said, The Douro Forest is a very dangerous place, with many soul beasts inside. So, Dai Mubai, you are the strongest, and you can face danger quickly. So you will lead the way. Zhu Qing is a sensitive attack soul master, good at reconnaissance, so you will follow Dai Mubai, observing the environment ahead. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and I will walk in the middle, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao will be on either side, and Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao will bring up the rear. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and stay vigilant at all times. Let's go. Regarding Tang San's orderly arrangements, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were originally a bit uneasy about him, felt reassured. Tang San's arrangements took into account the strengths of every team member, placing members with complementary attributes together, each fulfilling their roles, thus minimizing potential points of conflict. If it were them, they wouldn't have done better than Tang San. On the other side, Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice, Flander, are you really at ease letting these kids go alone to the Douro Forest? Honestly, I didn't expect Little Night Owl to be so bold, letting a soul master and 4 soul fighters go to get soul rings by themselves. Back in school, this kid seemed quite honest. Have you never heard the saying? The barking dog doesn't bite. Don't be fooled by Li Yuan's silence. He is actually the most ruthless among all the monsters graduated from Shrek Academy, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. However, I'm worried about them, so why aren't you going to follow? If anything happens to those little monsters, I'll hold you responsible, Flanders said coldly. Zhao Wujia replied, I knew you had a tough exterior but a soft heart. I'm off then. Wait, remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't intervene. Also, keep an eye on that Chen Hu. I don't know why, but he always makes me feel like there's something I can't see through. I wonder if Li Yuan sent me this little monster on purpose. Flanders shook his head. Zhao Wujia snorted, stop pretending to be nice. Not to mention that kid's outstanding combat skills and the terrifying self-created soul skill that shouldn't exist at his age. Just the ability of his martial soul alone makes him a little monster. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. And that Lin Xiaoxiao girl, she looks weak and fragile. But when she wields that Overlord gun, she is quite a bit of that person style. Enough chatter. Hurry up, Flander waved his hand. Zhao Wujie jogged off, his heavy body landing silently, like stepping on cotton, quickly disappearing from Flander's sight. The 9 of them maintained their formation and began jogging as soon as they left Shrek Academy. Chen Hu and Oscar, the 2 food-type soul masters, replenished their energy. The consumption from jogging was negligible, and everyone recognized the importance of these 2 food-type soul masters in the team even more deeply. Without the supplies from the 2 food-type soul masters, they would definitely consume a lot of energy along the way, and they would have to spend a significant amount of time adjusting their condition before reaching the outer edge of the Douro Forest. Similarly, Oscar also received better treatment due to his outstanding martial soul abilities, focusing part of his weight on Tang San and Dai Mubai while running, almost being lifted by them, allowing him more time to recover his soul power. What? You mentioned Chen Hu. When it comes to stamina, Chen Hu has never conceded to anyone. He supported the panting Ning Rongrong, who also used her martial soul ability to alleviate the pressure on Chen Hu and the others. However, it was evident that the light of the 7-treasure glazed tile avoided Dai Mubai rather stingily, landing on the other companions instead. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile has 2 abilities. One is power amplification, and the other is speed amplification, both of which ignore each other's soul power levels. This means that even if a title de Loa were here, Ning Rongrong's support effect would not be diminished in the slightest. Even Chen Hu had to admire that Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile truly deserves its reputation as the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world. Its support is incredibly enviable. The Douro Forest is located in the southern part of the Tiando Empire and has a small portion bordering the southeastern part of the Barak Kingdom, not far from Soto City, about 500 kilometers away. Therefore, the Douro Forest is undoubtedly the best choice for the children of Shrek Academy to obtain soul rings. Of course, it's not that there aren't suitable soul rings for Oscar in the forest where the Spirit Hall raises soul beasts, but the cost required to enter the hunting forest of the Spirit Hall is something Oscar cannot afford. In other words, for an ordinary student like Oscar from a regular academy, the cost-effectiveness of obtaining soul rings from the hunting forest of the Spirit Hall is not high. Before nightfall, the 9 of them could only cover a distance of over 400 kilometers, leaving quite a way to go to the Douro Forest. Thus, they decided to rest for the night in a nearby small town and continue their journey in the morning. The small town was bustling, perhaps because it was very close to the Douro Forest. Most of the shops were related to soul masters, either selling weapons, armor, detoxifying and recovery potions, or even clothing designed with numerous pockets suitable for carrying various items for adventurers. Oscar remarked, as the saying goes, one relies on the mountains for food and on water for sustenance. These villages almost entirely depend on the Douro Forest for their livelihood. There must be quite a few such villages on the outskirts of the Douro Forest. Isn't it a bit too far from here to the Douro Forest? Still over 100 kilometers away? Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 39. Songhui Academy, what's so strange about this? Do you think the Douro Forest is a forest for domesticated soul beasts? The soul beasts in the Douro Forest are quite ferocious, and they often leave the forest. If we get too close, it could be dangerous, Oscar explained. Tang San nodded. Reading thousands of books is not as useful as traveling thousands of miles. Many truths must be personally experienced to be truly understood. Let's rest at this hotel tonight. You all go in first. I'll take a stroll around, Chen Hu said, pointing at a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead. Do you want us to accompany you? Tang San furrowed his brows and asked. No need, I can manage on my own. You guys go ahead. I'll find you in a bit. Chen Hu declined Tang San's kindness, waving his hand as he walked toward the stall filled with various goods. I'll go with him, Ning Rongrong said, quickly catching up to Chen Hu. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Xiao Wu felt somewhat tempted and looked at Tang San with a pitiful expression. Tang San finally couldn't bear to refuse Xiao Wu and said, let us settle in at the hotel first, then we can all freely wander around. But remember to come back tonight. Chen Hu looked at Ning Rongrong who had followed him and asked curiously, why are you here? Ning Rongrong put her hands behind her back and skipped around Chen Hu, her pure little face breaking into a smile. After a long day of travel, it was stifling, so it's better to come out and see if there's anything fun. You can play, but don't buy anything recklessly without my permission. The so-called no merchant is without deceit. The vendors here seem friendly, but who knows if they see you as a fat sheep. It wouldn't be surprising if they took advantage of you, Chen Hu said seriously. Do you think our 7-treasure glazed tile school came to be by chance? There isn't anyone born who could take advantage of me. As for those with bad intentions, aren't you one of them? The twilight blade I bought for you isn't just for show, Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Hu, gleaming with a strange light. By the way, you came out alone because you spotted something interesting, right? Do you want me to keep an eye on you? No need. You wouldn't understand what I've set my sights on. Besides, since I've taken a liking to it, I naturally have some understanding of its value, and won't be scammed. Chen Hu shook his head, with Ning Rongrong accompanying him. Her youthful and lovely presence naturally attracted the attention of those around them. However, despite Chen Hu being young, he looked quite robust, and no one dared to cause trouble. Boss, how much is this cheap blood herb? Chen Hu stopped in front of a small stall, which was different from others, as it displayed some rare medicinal herbs. Chen Hu's family had been doctors for generations, and his teacher was also an experienced physician. He understood that some seemingly ordinary herbs, when combined, could be life-saving medicines. The chi blood herb is a very rare herb that generally grows in land nourished by the blood of soul beasts and can quickly replenish a person's vitality, making it incredibly effective for those who have lost too much blood. As a support-type soul master, Chen Hu knew that martial soul skills also have limitations. For example, Chen Hu's first soul skill, Bamboo Leaf Green, can heal wounds quickly, but it cannot restore lost vitality. Thus, no matter how much Bamboo Leaf Green one drinks, if too much blood is lost, they could still faint or even die. Similarly, if Chen Hu had had the Chi blood herb back then, the weakness period after using the 8 gates Duanjiao Wu Ti have lasted so long. The Chi blood herb is quite rare, and Chen Hu had searched various pharmacies in Soto City without finding it. 10 gold soul coins, no bargaining. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a long scar on his face, looking somewhat fearsome. 10 gold soul coins for a measly herb? Why don't you go rob someone? Ning Rongrong said. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently, saying if you want to buy it, pay up. If not, then get lost. This Chi blood herb was traded for my brother's life. 10 gold soul coins are already too few. All right, I'll buy it. And how about these other herbs? Let us negotiate a price. Chen Hu pointed at a few other herbs. 70 gold soul coins. The man's eyes flashed with surprise. To be honest, he himself couldn't name those herbs. He had just resolved that since his brother died because of them, he wouldn't sell any herb for less than 10 gold soul coins. Deal, Chen Hu nodded, taking out 70 gold coins from his waist pocket and placing them in front of the middle-aged man. Then, he carefully collected the 7 still fresh herbs and placed them in another pocket. You're crazy, spending 70 gold soul coins on this pile of junk herbs. Ning Rongrong was somewhat puzzled. Chen Hu smiled and said, these herbs are all good stuff. When you encounter someone who knows their worth, let alone just 70 gold soul coins, even if the price was raised tenfold, someone would still buy them. Among these 7 herbs, although the Chi blood herb is rare, its value isn't the highest. One of them, called dragon blood herb, is the main ingredient in several valuable potion recipes given to Chen Hu by his teacher, Ji Shui. It can stimulate the body's vitality and accelerate soul power cultivation. The other herbs also have their unique uses. While their value may not compare to the dragon blood herb and Chi blood herb, they're still worth several gold coins. Chen Hu hadn't expected to find such precious herbs in such a small village. Just a few ordinary herbs. How could they possibly be worth 700 gold coins? I've seen plenty of valuable medicinal materials, and none of them look like the ones you bought. Ning Rongrong frowned. These herbs indeed don't seem like much. If they hadn't been stained with the blood of a dragon-type soul beast, they wouldn't differ from ordinary wild grass. Chen Hu smiled and explained. You mean? Ning Rongrong understood. Dragon-type soul beasts are treasures all over, and even just blood stains can potentially create unimaginable medicinal materials. If they really have been stained with the blood of a dragon-type soul beast, you've truly struck gold this time. Ning Rongrong had to admit that sometimes Chen Hu's luck and insight were quite good. First, it was the Twilight Blade, and now it was the Dragon Blood Herb. Could this guy be the favored child of heaven? Next, Chen Hu continued browsing around the stall. Although he didn't find any herbs that could compare to the Dragon Blood Herb, he did find a couple of herbs on the same level as the Qi Blood Herb, making for a good harvest. Similarly, for some potions that Chen Hu hadn't seen before, even if their effects weren't particularly outstanding, he bought a few to enrich his experience and learn by analogy. Ning Rongrong occasionally made purchases as well. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is renowned across the continent for its gem appraisal abilities, and she managed to buy several gemstones of decent value at a very low price. Chen Hu envied this ability. No wonder the 7-treasure glazed tile school was as wealthy as a nation. Who wouldn't he be rich with such skills? Chen Hu looked at Ning Rongrong with a somewhat strange gaze. According to the terms of his previous life, Ning Rongrong was a standard rich and beautiful girl. What are you thinking about? Your gaze is strange. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat uncomfortable and shivered. It's nothing. Chen Hu turned his head away, slightly sighing. When did I become so sentimental? The longer I'm away from that familiar world, the more I find some memories not only have not faded, but have become more profound, and certain things more easily affect my emotions. As they approached the hotel entrance, a faint sound of a dispute seemed to come from ahead. Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances and quickened their pace forward. In the hotel, the 4 from Shrek Academy, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Lin Xiao were facing off against 5 young men who looked to be in their 20s, the atmosphere tense. Both sides released their martial spirits, and from a perspective of soul ring configuration and martial spirit quality, Shrek Academy's 4 clearly had a significant advantage. Except for Dai Mu Bai, who had 2 yellow and 1 purple ring. The other 3 had top-tier configurations with 2 yellow rings each. In contrast, their opponents had a very ordinary soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow, with their martial spirits being regular spears, tridents, deer, sheep, and horses, which did not seem strong at all. Almost as soon as they revealed their martial spirits, the fighting spirit of the 5 young men vanished completely, as the soul ring configuration and martial spirits of the opposing side were overwhelmingly superior. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. Which sector are you from? A middle-aged man stepped forward, not even releasing his martial spirit, yet withstanding the pressure from Dai Mu Bai and the others. He was evidently a teacher from Tsanghue Academy, with unfathomable soul power. Let's go, we have things to do. Although Chen Hu also disliked causing trouble, since the situation had arisen, as a member of Shrek Academy, he had no reason to back down. Ning Rongrong nodded and followed behind Chen Hu. We are from Shrek Academy. This was said by the chubby Ma Hongjun, who looked proud and smug, showing no sign of humility or modesty. And he even shot a fierce glare at the only female student from Tsanghue Academy. Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. Yi Zhiqiu really couldn't think of any famous force on the continent called Shrek Academy. While he secretly sighed in relief, he also felt a bit powerless. He had always thought that the students of Tsanghue Academy were already outstanding enough. He had come this time to bring a student to obtain their 3rd soul ring. But after seeing this scene, his confidence began to waver. Looking at the 7 young people before him, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but ask, "Is your teacher here with you? We're not kids. We can go anywhere by ourselves." Dai Mu Bai said arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at the 5 young men behind Yi Zhiqiu, as if mocking them for being immature. The 5 young men, mocked by Dai Mu Bai, turned pale and flushed. But feeling the terrifying pressure from Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial spirit, they ultimately remained silent. "Since that's the case, you must give me an explanation today, or I won't hesitate to teach you some manners on behalf of your elders." Yi Zhiqiu snorted coldly and commanded, "Xiangui, possess." Chapter 40. Fighting side by side, Beast Martial Soul, Black Turtle. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu's body. His limbs shrank by at least a quarter, and a large shell-like armor appeared on his back, resembling a turtle shell. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, indicating that Yi Zhiqiu was actually a soul king above level 50, although his soul ring configuration was average. The mere release of his aura suppressed Dai Mu Bai and the others. You kids don't understand. Don't speak recklessly in the future. Call your teacher out. Yi Zhiqiu played a little trick, confirming that Dai Mubai and the other's teacher was not present while also showcasing his magnanimity, avoiding accusations of bullying the weak, a twofold gain. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste words, you old turtle? The fatty scoffed. Even a Soul King wasn't enough to intimidate him. After all, the teachers at Shrek Academy were at least Soul Emperor level, and he didn't care much for Soul Kings. Given time, his future achievements would definitely not be limited to just being a Soul King. All right, let's go outside to fight. Yi Zhiqiu glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. He hated being called a turtle the most. Dai Mubai and the others, youthful and brimming with energy, showed no fear and directly walked out of the hotel. Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San, "This old guy is a Soul King above level 50, and his martial soul, the black turtle, is quite good. Move quickly later. I'm afraid I won't last long." Wasn't he quite capable just now? Why not now? Ning Rongrong's mocking voice came. Hearing this, Tang San's face showed a hint of surprise. With Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong joining, he felt more confident and quickly said, "Now's not the time for that. Chen Hu, do you have any suggestions?" Tang San had always found Chen Hu to be quite reliable. Although the opponent was a Soul King, the direct lethality of the black turtle martial soul was limited. As long as he could perfectly leverage his own strengths, victory wouldn't be difficult. The challenge was ensuring their safety. Don't forget, our goal is to help Oscar obtain his third soul ring. If we get injured here, it will definitely affect our progress in helping Oscar gain his soul ring. Chen Hu reminded. Tang San nodded and said, "You're right. As for the black turtle martial soul, my teacher told me I have a 90 confidence level. The opponent's soul ring skills are mostly for defense. Although their soul power level is high, it won't directly inflict damage on me. Moreover, the speed of typical defensive battle soul masters won't be too fast either. These are both advantages we can exploit." His teacher was the master, who had extensive research on martial souls, and he was very confident in this regard. Tang San continued, "To deal with this type of defensive battle soul master, I have two strategies. One is to rely on our speed advantage to outmaneuver him. With Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile tower and Chen Hu's wind spring soul technique assisting, we can maximize our speed advantage. As long as the opponent can't hit us with a single skill, we can look for their weaknesses and strike decisively. However, since he is a defensive Soul King, his defense must be very strong, and our attacks may not necessarily break through. I personally prefer the second tactical option. The black turtle martial soul belongs to the water element, while Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is a top-tier fire attribute martial soul. They counter each other perfectly. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can evaporate water. Fatty's martial soul is special. As long as we control the distance advantage, and with the support of 3 auxiliary soul masters, we don't need to worry about his endurance. The 4 of us will be responsible for tying down the opponent, while Xiao Wu rotates in. This way, we can continuously replenish our strength. I don't believe we can outlast him." Tang San's second choice was to fully utilize the advantages of their 3 auxiliary soul masters, using superior numbers to exhaust the opponent. After Tang San finished speaking, he looked at Chen Hu and asked, "Chen Hu, do you have anything to add?" "No, your strategy is perfect. No wonder you were jointly elected as our leader. Let's go with the second plan. However, if anything unexpected happens, I hope you can showcase your exquisite hidden weapons. As I said, in this battle, we not only need to win, but we must win without a scratch," Chen Hu said, reciting his soul incantation. "The medicine will eliminate the wine gourd." Bamboo leaf green. His first soul ring suddenly lit up, and the fine wine in the medicinal wine gourd transformed into bamboo leaf green. Chen Hu handed the medicinal wine gourd to Tang San and said, "The effect of my martial soul can last more than 20 minutes. The timing on the battlefield is fleeting, so you can take a sip of bamboo leaf green. Its potency will remain in your body for over 20 minutes or until the medicinal effect is used up." Tang San was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Chen Hu had always presented himself as a master of swordsmanship and combat techniques, with his unique soul skill being quite remarkable. Although his martial soul's capabilities were not on par with those of others with top-tier martial souls, Tang San had not expected the duration of Chen Hu's martial soul effect to be this long, as both were food-type martial souls. The timing of their effects was a different concept before and after battle. Tang San had always thought that only after being injured could he drink the medicinal wine made from Chen Hu's first soul skill for it to take effect. And he had to reassess Chen Hu's potential. Without hesitation, Tang San drank the bamboo leaf green and handed the medicinal wine gourd to Xiao Wu beside him. As they exited the hotel, the main combatants among them drank the medicinal wine infused with 2 additional soul skills, releasing a rich wine aroma, causing everyone to walk a bit faster. You can still regret it now. If we really start fighting, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Yi Zhiqiu said calmly as he watched the 9 youths walk out. Stop talking nonsense. Isn't the soul master world about whose fists are bigger? Why act so motherly? If you want to admit defeat, you have to beat us first, Dai Mubai replied with a wicked smile. He had long wanted to find someone to fight and release the pressure inside him. In that case, come at us all together, Yi Zhiqiu said. Remember, we are monsters, not humans. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, not giving Yi Zhiqiu a chance to strike first. Dai Mubai roared, and his second soul ring lit up, forming a white energy sphere that flew toward Yi Zhiqiu. As Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Xiaoxiao charged forward, their soul rings also lit up. Zhu Zhuqing moved like a wildcat, her speed suddenly increasing as she blended into the night, quickly approaching Yi Zhiqiu, separating from Lin Xiaoxiao, who was brandishing a tyrant spear. Her yellow soul ring lit up, and dark black light burst forth from the tyrant's spear, enveloping Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang San's first soul ring lit up, and with his right hand pressed forward, black vines burst forth from the ground, rapidly entangling toward Yi Zhiqiu. This was the first soul skill of blue silver grass, entanglement. With Chen Hu's wind spring soul technique assisting, everyone's speed was faster than usual, leaving even less reaction time for Yi Zhiqiu. Ma Hongjuan's long hair swayed, and his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, erupted. The purple-red evil fire, even making Chen Hu hesitant to test its sharpness. The 5 of them attacked almost simultaneously, showing no fear toward Yi Zhiqiu, the Soul King above level 50. Chen Hu's hand gripped the hilt of his Dawnblade, ready to strike. Ning Rongrong clasped her hands together, reciting a soul spell to summon her 7-treasure, glazed tile, tower, martial soul. Oscar was always ready with his sausages, and Xiao Wu stood by Chen Hu's side, both to protect their fragile auxiliary soul master and to adapt and switch teammates at any moment. At this moment, the 9 students of Shrek Academy finally showed some semblance of teamwork, each performing their duties and cooperating to fight side by side. Yi Zhiqiu was not idle either. Years of experience allowed him to sense something was wrong the moment the 9 from Shrek made their move. He swiftly released his first and second soul skills, quickly turning his body around to face everyone with the turtle shell on his back, adding the first soul ring skill, Xian Gue Hu Ti. A black light band spread out around him, accompanied by waves of cold air dissipating. Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave collided with the turtle shell on Yi Zhiqiu's back, causing it to tremble slightly but remain as steady as a mountain, despite the vast difference in soul power. Even Dai Mubai's nearly 700-year second soul skill could not break through the defense of Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gue Hu Ti, granted by his 10-year soul ring. The fastest among them, Zhu Zhuqing, had already rushed to Yi Zhiqiu's side. As the black light band spread towards her, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively felt an extreme danger and quickly turned away, brushing past the waves of cold air and rapidly increasing the distance between herself and Yi Zhiqiu. Even so, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if her blood was about to freeze, her body stiffening. Fortunately, a wave of alcohol surged up, turning into streams of warmth that eased the cold in her body. Alcohol inherently has the effect of warming and driving away cold. In an unexpected turn of events, even Chen, who did not anticipate that his martial soul could vaguely restrain Yi Zhiqiu's second soul skill. How could this be? Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, as he had expected that Zhu Zhuqing, who was closest to him, should have been completely frozen by now. Be careful of the cold air around him. Don't get too close. The closer you get, the lower the temperature will be, Zhu Zhuqing warned her teammates coldly. Following Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Xiaoxiao shouted and halted her advance, stopping about 5 meters in front of Yi Zhiqiu. Using her body as a bow, she forcefully threw the Overlord Spear. The Overlord Spear shot through the Phoenix Fire line released by Ma Hongjun like a black arrow, striking fiercely against the turtle shell on Yi Zhiqiu's back. With a loud bang, the Overlord Spear trembled continuously, and under Lin Xiaoxiao's overwhelming power, cracks began to appear on Yi Zhiqiu's defensive turtle shell, nearing destruction. The Phoenix Fire line followed closely, and the purplish-red flames exploded on the cracked turtle shell, transforming into clusters of flames that clung to the shell and burned continuously. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was a mutated one, so his flames could not possibly be ordinary. Even when attached to the cold turtle shell, they could still burn incessantly. The temperature around them also began to slowly rise. Chapter 41. No martial virtue, water and fire are merciless. Although Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul has a certain restraining effect on Tang San's blue silvergrass, at this moment, Yi Zhiqiu cannot pay attention to Tang San's blue silvergrass. Vines of blue silvergrass are entwining towards Yi Zhiqiu from all directions, tightly adhering to his body. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's head actually shrinks into his abdomen. Dodging Zhu Zhuqing's sudden claw attack, his third spirit ring lights up, and he exhales a plume of icy mist, covering the phoenix flames on his back armor. Although Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames are of high quality, under the suppression of soul power levels, they are ultimately extinguished by Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, Xian Shui. In a short time, the coldness surged again, and Tang San had no choice but to retract the blue silvergrass. Martial souls and soul masters are one body. If a martial soul is harmed, the soul master will also be harmed. If Yi Zhiqiu freezes the blue silvergrass, it would also be a harm to Tang San himself. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to retreat, but one of her hands was already frozen by Xian Shui. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the same time, just as their fist and spear were about to connect with Yi Zhiqiu, who was on the verge of collapse. A glaze of light fell upon Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao, instantly enhancing their strength. It was Ning Rongrong's first soul skill, Strength Amplification. As strong attack-type battle soul masters, Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao were already the two with the strongest frontal attack power among the Shrek 9. Not to mention that Dai Mubai was also a level 37 battle soul sage, with even greater attack power from his deep soul power. With a dull sound, Yi Zhiqiu staggered back a few steps, the armor on his back shattered, and his face turned grim. At a critical moment, his fifth soul skill suddenly released a purple light. A circle of pitch-black cold air spread out, and the temperature around him dropped instantly. Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai felt as if they were trapped in an icy hell, their blood seeming to freeze, with only a warm current in their abdomen, like a candle flame in the dark night, ready to go out at any moment. Fifth soul skill, Extreme Cold Hell. Big Sister, Chen Hu exclaimed. The fifth soul skill released with full force by Soul King level powerhouse was not something Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao could resist. The power of the wind spring was rapidly consumed, and Chen Hu turned into an arrow released from a bow, rushing out. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ning Rongrong, with a kindred spirit, cast the light of her second soul ring on Chen Hu, further enhancing his speed as he quickly approached Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai, who were at the center of the battle. Unfortunately, distant water cannot quench near thirst. Even if Chen Hu's speed was quick, he could not get close to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others in such a short time, while the furious Yi Zhiqiu's fist was already approaching, even without any additional soul ring skills. A full-force punch from a Soul King level powerhouse could not be caught by the restricted Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai. Blue silver grass go, Tang San shouted, and the charging blue-silver grass disregarded the possibility of injury, directly entering the attack range of Extreme Cold Hell. The speed of the blue-silver grass significantly slowed down. Originally able to entangle 2 people, it had to give up one. Rationally, Tang San chose to save Dai Mubai, who was closer to him, wrapping around Dai Mubai's waist and pulling him out of the scene with great force. Overlord breaking armor. A cold voice rang out, and the second soul ring near Lin Xiaoxiao glowed purple. The pitch-black light enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao, and her spear shot out like a dragon, its unstoppable light bursting forth. Instead of retreating, Lin Xiaoxiao advanced, the dark light repelling the blue-silver grass that Tang San had sent to entangle her again, going against the cold current. The unstoppable spear light fell, and the thick protective soul power wrapped around Yi Zhiqiu's palm seemed to meet its nemesis, failing to exert its expected defensive effect before being pierced by the sharp blade of the Overlord spear, penetrating Yi Zhiqiu's palm. Yi Zhiqiu quickly retracted his head, narrowly avoiding being pierced through the skull by the Overlord spear. Even so, Yi Zhiqiu was drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, she was just a little girl with a soul power level of only over 20, yet her soul ring skill seemed to counter defensive-type soul masters. The dark light had extremely strong, penetrating power. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she might have been done for. Lin Xiaoxiao also let out a muffled grunt as the dark light covering her body dissipated, her face paling as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The effects of force are mutual. Although the Overlord spear had penetrated Yi Zhiqiu's defenses, the massive recoil also injured her somewhat stiff body. And the light blue glow of Zweiking continuously worked to provide Lin Xiaoxiao with more warmth. "You young man, no martial virtue." Yi Zhiqiu glanced at a blade light behind her and activated her soul power, causing the armor on her back to reappear. However, having continuously used soul ring skills, especially the Millennium 5th soul ring skill, Yi Zhiqiu's soul power had also been consumed quite a bit, and the color of the armor on her back dimmed somewhat. Chen Hu held his knife with both hands, delivering a powerful downward slash. Ning Rongrong's precise auxiliary skill descended again, causing Chen Hu's power to surge. Facing Chen Hu's attack, Yi Zhiqiu felt a bit troubled, but didn't pay it much attention. She had seen Chen Hu's martial soul being a food-type auxiliary soul master, thinking that with just a broken knife, he could injure a soul king over level 50? Poof! A massive force came from behind, and Yi Zhiqiu felt that the armor she had just condensed was actually cleaved into 2 segments by a single slash. Yi Zhiqiu stumbled forward a couple of steps, but the sharp blade of the Dawn blade still grazed her skin, leaving a faint red mark. Yi Zhiqiu turned around as extreme cold hell descended, enveloping Chen Hu. Chen Hu suddenly felt as if he were in the extreme north snowstorm, his breath turning to ice, his blood freezing, and his entire body difficult to control. The successive second strike was easily knocked away by Yi Zhiqiu, who couldn't even muster the strength to grip the knife handle. Only when truly enveloped by Yi Zhiqiu's 5th soul skill did Chen Hu realize the situation that Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai had faced at that time. Charm. Xiao Wu's figure appeared beside Chen Hu, her eyes locking onto Yi Zhiqiu's. A flash of pink light flickered, causing Yi Zhiqiu's advance to slow down. At the same time, Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined again, pulling Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao out of the battle. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai roared. A bright white light erupted. Dai Mubai completed his second transformation. In the state of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his power, speed, defense, and resistance to abnormal states all doubled, and the coldness within his body was completely expelled as he charged to resist the awakening Yi Zhiqiu. After all, the gap in soul power between Xiao Wu and Yi Zhiqiu was too great, and the control time of the charm was extremely limited. Yi Zhiqiu broke free from Xiao Wu's charm with her powerful mental strength, and Xiao Wu was also backlashed by soul power, letting out a muffled grunt and turning pale. After being rescued by Tang San, Dai Mubai consumed Oscar's recovery sausage, restoring his physical state to nearly full. In a state of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, he managed to withstand Yi Zhiqiu's frontal attack by himself. Although Yi Zhiqiu was not good at attacking, the gap in soul power levels between the two sides was still significant. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were also not idle. Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill, Spectral White Claw, and the second soul skill, Phoenix in the Flames, of the plump Ma Hongjun had already been unleashed. Zhu Zhuqing coordinated a feint attack with Dai Mubai. Although their attack power and soul power were significantly lower than Dai Mubai's, their cooperation was complementary, putting immense pressure on Yi Zhiqiu. The airborne Ma Hongjun also exerted considerable pressure on Yi Zhiqiu, as the purple-red Phoenix Evil Fire precisely restrained Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Turtle martial soul, and the flames that could not be extinguished by frost clung to her like a maggot. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun stabilized the situation, Tang San walked over to Xiao Wu, who had been affected by the backlash of her soul skill, and asked with concern. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, Tang San, this guy's mental strength is really strong. My second soul skill, charm, can only control him for a moment. Luckily, there are many of us. Otherwise, we might really get taught a lesson. Tang San replied, that's right. I underestimated the power of a soul master at the soul king level. Even a soul master with a defensive martial spirit, like the Black Tortoise, has an attack power that exceeds our capacity. And his chilling soul skills don't seem like those of a regular defensive type soul master. He's quite difficult to deal with, despite the unexpected turn of events. Once Chen Hu and Lin Xiao recovered and joined the battle, Yi Zhiqiu, who had expended a lot of soul power, was unable to turn the tide. You young people don't follow the rules of martial arts, coming to deceive and ambush an old comrade like me in my 50s. Is that really okay? It's not okay. For some reason, Chen Hu felt that the battered image of Yi Zhiqiu in front of him resembled a master from his past life. And a phrase unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Are you Director Yi? Our group of young people doesn't know better and is taking advantage of numbers against fewer opponents. Fortunately, Director Yi showed mercy, allowing us juniors to win by a small margin. If the seniors went all out, we would definitely not be their match. Thank you for your guidance, Director Yi. Earlier, my companion spoke rudely and offended your academy students, and I apologize on behalf of my companions. Chen Hu walked up to Yi Zhiqiu and said seriously, enemies should be resolved rather than deepened. Regarding the previous conflict between Shrek Academy and Sanghui Academy, Chen Hu couldn't avoid it. Therefore, after defeating his opponent, he didn't mind lowering his stance to apologize. Chen Hu's words also provided Yi Zhiqiu with a way out. These young men were not very old, yet their combat power was outstanding. Even in a life-and-death struggle, he couldn't guarantee he would be the last one standing. Moreover, the girl who had been standing at the back clearly had the inherited martial spirit of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Although he was uncertain about what kind of power Shrek Academy represented, even the heir of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School had joined them, and other students also possessed extraordinary talents. How could such a force be simple? Since the other party had offered him a way out, Yi Zhiqiu also took the opportunity to respond. Not at all. You young brothers possess such powerful strength at such a young age. Your future is certainly limitless. Chen Hu smiled and cupped his hands to Yi Zhiqiu, leading everyone away from the rather chaotic battlefield. Chapter 42. Entering the Douro Great Forest after bidding farewell to the unyielding Director Yi, the 9 of Shrek gathered in Tang San's room. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Chen Hu, we clearly won the fight, so why did you apologize to that old turtle? Chen Hu glanced at Ma Hongjun with indifference and sneered. One, you feel proud that 9 of you beat one. If Ning Rong and I hadn't shown up, and if the other side had gone all out from the start, how many of you do you think would still be standing here? I don't know how your opponents offended you, but I just hope everyone can think before they speak or act and not stir up trouble all day long. Ma Hongjun, who had been feeling a bit smug about defeating a soul king, suddenly turned sour from Chen Hu's reprimand. He retorted, what do you know? The dean said that a soul master who doesn't dare to provoke trouble isn't a good soul master. This is part of our cultivation. As the saying goes, not daring to provoke trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Besides, provoking the Academy's people isn't dangerous. At most, it's just a fight. Not dangerous? Chen Hu laughed angrily. That's because you're not the one facing Yi Zhiqiu's 5th spirit skill. When Lin Xiao was trapped by Yi Zhiqiu's 5th spirit skill, Chen Hu felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's rich combat experience and the restraining effect of his martial soul's medicinal wine, Chen Hu didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to her. At that moment, he even considered forcibly opening the 8 gates of Duanjia. What are you talking about? It wasn't my decision to fight them, so why blame me? And didn't I have a role? If it weren't for my martial soul's flames restraining the opponent, how could you all fight at all? Ma Hongjun's face twisted with anger as he spoke sarcastically. In the end, it's just because your friend got hurt that you're here venting your frustration. You didn't oppose the decision to fight back then. All right, fatty, you should say less. Dai Mubai interrupted Ma Hongjun. Tang San also spoke up. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as the team leader. If my reaction had been a bit faster, I could have rescued Xiao Xiao and Mubai together. Do you think I'm angry because when a leader and Dai Mubai were in danger, you chose to save Dai Mubai instead of the leader? Chen Hu sneered and gave Ma Hongjun a disdainful look. Not daring to provoke trouble is mediocrity? I'm curious if Flender told you to think before you speak and act when he said that. If he didn't, I hope you remember this saying so that you don't harm yourself or others in the future. Leader, Rong, let's go. After saying that, Chen Hu helped the injured Lin Xiao Xiao, leaving behind the furious Ma Hongjun and others. Ning Rong also followed them out, while Oscar hesitated and approached Tang San, softly reciting a soul incantation. I got a big sausage. Xiao San, you're also injured. Although Chen Hu's medicinal wine has healing properties, it's not comprehensive. My recovery sausages can serve as a supplement, so take one. As for Xiao Wu's injury being mental, my martial soul isn't much use for that. Take care of yourselves. I'll go check on Eru. Oscar finished and ran out. Oscar the traitor. He betrayed us so quickly, Ma Hongjun said angrily. Ridiculous. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly and walked out with a stern face. Why are you so serious all the time? What is there to be proud of? Ma Hongjun shouted. Are you done? It's your mouth that's causing all this trouble. Can't you control a bit? Must you make it so chaotic? Dai Mubai was also somewhat irritated. Boss Dai, you're also on their side. Don't forget, you also have a part in provoking Songhui Academy. Besides, what Flender said is right. If you don't dare to provoke trouble, what else could you be but mediocre? That Chen Hu pretends to be mature, but he's just a kid. What's there to be proud of? Ma Hongjun retorted. Dai Mubai took a deep breath to calm himself and said, the dean is right. Not daring to provoke trouble is mediocrity. But don't forget our purpose this time. We already have someone injured before we even reach the Stardo Great Forest. If you keep stirring up trouble when we get there, we might even lose our lives in the forest. I also made a mistake. I was too proud. Next time, if there's no need, let's not provoke trouble unnecessarily. Tang San, you're injured, so we won't disturb you. Make sure to rest well, Dai Mubai said before leaving the room. Although Ma Hongjun was still dissatisfied, he felt he might truly be in the wrong and left with his head down. Tang San looked at the tired Xiao Wu and asked with concern, Xiao Wu, are you okay? Xiao San, I'm fine. A good sleep will do, Xiao Wu replied. All right, then I'll carry you back to your room to rest, Tang San said. Xiao San, why don't we go together? As night fell, on a large tree not far from the hotel, the immovable Ming King, Zhao Wujia, watched the scene with a smirk, muttering to himself. Although this little monster Tang San is powerful, he's a bit indecisive and lacks initiative. He can serve as the team's brain, but he's not suitable as a leader. On the other hand, this Chen Hu kid has quite good strength, talent, and insight. These kids don't think about it. A group of great soul masters and a soul respect dares to provoke a soul king. If that old turtle wasn't of average strength, how could these little monsters be so relaxed now? Zhao Wujia had a deep understanding of the importance of using one's brain. Although he liked to stir up trouble, he wasn't foolish. He would only provoke those he could handle. Provoking someone he couldn't handle would be courting death, right? However, even so, Zhao Wujia had to hide his identity and remain at Shrek Academy as a teacher, partly to avoid enemies he had made too many of in his youth. Looking at these little monsters now, it seemed that Flinder's plans are going to fall through. It looked like they were about to fight. So how could they resolve their conflicts? Forget it. No need to think about it. I'm not the dean anyway. I'll leave those worries to that old guy Flender. Zhao Wujia jumped down from the tree and found a nearby hotel to stay in. The next day, with the help of 2 auxiliary system soul masters with healing abilities, the condition of the 9 from Shrek had nearly recovered. After breakfast, Dai Mubai took the initiative to suggest, Xiao San, Xiao Xiao, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why don't I take charge of the rear while Zhu Qing and Fatty lead the way? Tang San glanced at Lin Xiao Xiao, whose face was still somewhat pale, and nodded, all right. Then Mubai and Chen will be responsible for the rear, Fatty and Zhu Qing will lead the way, and Xiao Wu and I will take the flanks. The group of 9 changed their formation, but their speed of advancement was not affected at all. Finally, when the sun was high in the sky, they arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest. The tall trees, each 20 to 30 meters high, were lush and connected together, creating a dense forest with no visible paths. The shadows of the trees made it difficult to see what lay within. From a distance, one could only see a green sea, occasionally interrupted by the roars of strange beasts, filled with a primitive and savage atmosphere. The group stopped at the edge of the forest. Oscar recited a soul incantation, summoning large sausages to replenish everyone's energy, with each person receiving a large sausage and a small sausage. As a food-type soul master's martial soul, Oscar's creations were different from real food and had limited preservation time. However, as a high-quality martial soul, the sausages Oscar made could last longer. As long as they were consumed within 12 hours, they would still be effective. In contrast, Chen Hu's medicinal wine, due to its volatility, could only last half a day even when well sealed. After regrouping, a few people began to close their formation, keeping a distance of no more than 10 meters between each other, cautiously exploring forward. Once they entered the Douro forest, everyone remained absolutely vigilant, except for Chen Hu, who bounced along as if she were at home, never feeling that this was a dangerous place. Only Chen Hu understood that for Chen Hu, this was indeed home. For Chen Hu, the forest environment was not unfamiliar. He had spent more than 5 years taking practical classes in the forest, though they were in the soul-hunting forest outside Snow City, which was far less dangerous than the Douro forest. In this unfamiliar forest, Chen Hu also maintained absolute vigilance, his right hand resting on the hilt of the dawn blade at his waist, paying attention to the movements behind the team to ensure he could react immediately in case of danger. The group's pace was not fast, even a bit slow, as they cautiously felt their way forward. Soon, they encountered soul beasts, and it was a group of them. From what he learned in theory classes, Chen Hu identified them as a group of weasel-like rodents, which belonged to the rodent family. Their attack power was not strong, but their teeth were quite formidable, capable of biting through metal, making them good forging materials. Of course, these soul beasts were small in size and very fast, not an ideal choice for soul beast hunters. Tang San quickly shook his head at the others to indicate there was no danger, then pointed to a nearby bush, signaling Zhu Zhuqing to clear the way and bypass the group of rodents. As they moved forward, Dai Mubai couldn't help but asked Tang San in a low voice, "Why are we taking a detour? These rodents are not strong. We could just kill them." Tang San replied, "Why should we kill them? They pose no threat to us. If every soul master acted like this, how would future soul masters obtain soul rings? Moreover, my teacher told me that in the forest, even some seemingly weak soul beasts should not be easily provoked, because once we engage in battle, the sounds of fighting and the smell of blood could very well attract stronger soul beasts. It's better to be cautious. Your teacher is truly a wise elder. This experience is invaluable," Dai Mubai praised. The weasel-like rodents were merely a small interlude. As the group delved deeper into the Douro forest, they encountered more and more soul beasts with increasing strength. Under Tang San's reminders, they maintained the choice of avoiding combat whenever possible. Even if a battle occurred, they would do their utmost to minimize the noise. Chapter 43. The phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake. About an hour later, Tang San ordered a 1-hour rest. The sun hung high in the sky, and the scorching sunlight filtered through the lush trees of the Douro forest, making the area appear less dim. The prolonged mental strain had taken a toll on the team's physical strength and energy. Oscar was in charge of supplies, working with Chen Hu to dilute the medicinal wine to a concentration similar to that of regular fruit wine, allowing everyone to quickly replenish their energy. Chen Hu took up the rear position, having driven away spirit beasts several times along the way. After ensuring that everyone was well fed and hydrated, Chen Hu also sat cross-legged to meditate and recover the consumed spirit power. The deeper they ventured into the Douro forest, the greater the dangers they faced. Since they were still in the outer area, the number of high-level spirit beasts was not too high, making it a suitable place to rest and regain energy. Before long, a signal indicating readiness for battle came from a branch nearby. Everyone immediately perked up, releasing their martial spirits. Chen Hu also gripped his dawnblade, snapping back from his meditative state. The Douro forest was indeed a treasure trove. Chen Hu felt that his spirit power became more active while meditating here. If they could stay here to cultivate for an extended period, the speed of spirit power improvement would surely increase significantly. Unfortunately, the Douro forest was fraught with danger, and even the outer area was too perilous for most spirit masters, making it unrealistic to stay here for long-term cultivation. The rustling sounds grew louder, and without Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, everyone knew that powerful spirit beasts were approaching, filling the air with a tense atmosphere. After all, this was the Douro forest. No one knew what kind of spirit beast would appear next. If it were a spirit beast under 3,000 years, the 9 of them could still fight it. But if they encountered one over 3,000 years, they could only run as far as they could. Zhuqing, can you see what spirit beast is approaching? Tang San asked. Zhu Zhuqing had a clear view from her position, and her eyesight was second only to Tang San, who possessed the purple extreme magic eyes. It was well known that cats had exceptional vision. It looks like a flying snake, but it isn't flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It has a red comb on its head, looking larger than its head, and its tail is fan-shaped. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice came. It's the phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake. Xiao Ao, your soul ring has found its match. Zhuqing, can you see how long this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is? What color are its wings? A hint of joy appeared on Tang San's face. Being a disciple of the master, his understanding of spirit beasts was unmatched by others. After Tang San's reminder, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the characteristics of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. A phoenix tail, a chicken crown, and it had wings that allowed it to fly. As students of the Snow Martial Soul Academy, which was directly under the Martial Soul Hall, their education on spirit masters was quite comprehensive, and they had never neglected martial soul theory classes, which were always a key part of the final assessments. Chen Hu had studied the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake before. When he acquired his second soul ring, he had considered the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Unfortunately, this type of spirit beast was rare, and ultimately, he had to settle for a wind fox close to 700 years for his second soul ring. Unexpectedly, right after entering the outer area of the Douro forest, they encountered a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. If the age was just right, it could only be said that Oscar's luck was truly remarkable. However, some memories had become a bit blurry. Chen Hu vaguely remembered that hunting this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake seemed to bring about some unforeseen events. The wings are red, and the length is about 6 to 8 meters, Zhu Zhuqing reported. Very good. Everyone get ready to take action. This phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake should be between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. The red color of its wings is a sign that it has evolved to 1,000 years. Xiao Ao, this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is perfect for you. Tang San calculated and said affirmatively. Facing a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake over 1,000 years old, defeating it was easy. But capturing it alive for Oscar to execute would undoubtedly increase the difficulty level, as the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was extremely fast. Everyone understood that if they missed this opportunity, they might not encounter another suitable spirit beast for Oscar for a long time. So they had to be cautious this time. The group of 8, except for the 2 auxiliary spirit masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, who was responsible for protecting them, dispersed to form a surrounding net to block the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake's path. While forming the encirclement, Tang San educated everyone on the weaknesses of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is very fast, but as a snake-type spirit beast, its vital point is still at 7 inches. Once we control it, Oscar just needs to attack at 7 inches to kill it. Also, although it has the word phoenix in its name, it is extremely fearful of bird-type martial spirits. Fatty's martial spirit is the king of birds, the phoenix, so his martial spirit aura can naturally suppress it. This type of spirit beast doesn't have strong attack power. We need to be careful not to let it escape. Zhu Zhuqing was keeping a close watch on the movements of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Although the snake was flying quickly, it seemed to be panicked and rushed directly toward the encirclement without any deviation. It's coming, Zhu Zhuqing reminded as she dropped from the treetops, diving down. As she pounced, her first soul ring lit up, and the nether puncture was activated, showing no fear in front of a 1,000-year spirit beast. Her sharp claws aimed directly at the flesh crown on the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. At that moment, the full appearance of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was revealed to everyone. It was a large snake about 6 to 7 meters long, with a bright red flesh crown on its head, looking somewhat ferocious. Although the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was somewhat panicked, it reacted quickly. The flesh crown on its head emitted a red glow, drastically increasing its speed. It dodged Zhu Zhuqing's claw strike and countered by spitting out a colorful mist toward Zhu Zhuqing. The glowing flesh crown made it even faster. "Be careful," Dai Mubai worriedly shouted, activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, to block the rapidly charging phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. 7 treasures. First, strength. The lustrous light fell, and Dai Mubai's strength surged, colliding directly with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Boom! The airwaves rolled, and using the inertia of the dive, Dai Mubai was knocked back dozens of meters before stopping, but the momentum of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was also exhausted. At this time, Tang San quickly reminded, "The colorful mist of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is just for intimidation. It's not poisonous." The prepared blue-silver grass burst from the ground and quickly wrapped around the body of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake as it landed, binding its wings and preventing it from flying. A cold glint of the blade rose, and with a splatter of crimson blood, accompanied by a shrill scream, one of the meat wings of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was severed by Chen Hu. The unmatched sharpness of the Dawn Blade cut it in two. After obtaining the Dawn Blade, Chen Hu's threat level to enemies had increased by more than double. After successfully delivering the blow, Chen Hu showed no sign of pride. He held the Dawn Blade horizontally in front of his chest. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake felt the pain. After all, it was a 1,000-year spirit beast, and the binding effect of the blue-silver grass lasted less than a second before it broke free, and its tail struck Chen Hu's chest. The scales were sliced by the Dawn Blade, and the terrifying force sent Chen Hu flying. He landed, his organs feeling like they were on fire, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. After drinking a bamboo leaf green, his complexion improved a bit, and Oscar hurriedly came over, handing him a recovery sausage. After finishing the sausage, Chen Hu handed the Dawn Blade to Oscar, saying, "Let me borrow it. Remember to return it to me." Although Ma Hongjun was releasing the pressure of his martial spirit with all his might, it was not enough to dispel the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake's will to survive. Even though one of its wings had been severed by Chen Hu, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake still struggled to rise unsteadily into the air. "Get down!" Lin Xiaoxiao let out a low shout, and the dark, mysterious light lit up. With both hands gripping the Overlord spear, she slammed the recently airborne phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake down to the ground. "Look at my charcoal-grilled little snake," Ma Hongjun shouted, opening his mouth wide as his first spirit ring lit up, a line of phoenix fire spouting out and igniting the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The intense pain caused the snake to roll violently on the ground, but it couldn't extinguish the evil fire on its body. "Got it, Xiao Ao, hurry, now's the time. Finish it." Chen Hu pushed Oscar. After all, Oscar was only 14 years old, and the excitement on his face was evident as he quickly ran towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Can't we avoid killing the soul beast?" Xiao Wu said, feeling a bit reluctant. Tang San replied, "Survival of the fittest, that's the law of nature. Do you think if this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake were stronger than us, it would let go of the meat right in front of it?" Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat complicated as she turned her head away. "The longer the night, the more dreams." "Xiao Ao, hurry up," Dai Mubai urged. Oscar approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, gripping the handle of the Dawn Blade with both hands. The 4-foot blade was long enough for Oscar to avoid the snake's struggles and directly injure it. "Wow, so sharp?" Oscar swung down with all his might, and the Dawn Blade effortlessly cut the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in half at the 7-inch mark, the blade sinking into the ground. Oscar exerted too much force and stumbled, falling to the ground in a somewhat embarrassing manner. Seeing Oscar's clumsy state, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Ao, can you even handle it? Can't you hold the blade?" A brilliant purple spirit ring rose from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and a hoarse voice arrived late. "Stop." In the next moment, 2 figures, one old and one young, rushed over and appeared in front of everyone. The situation suddenly changed, and the 9 from Shrek immediately became alert, watching the newcomers warily. Both were women. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair, a spirited demeanor, and leaning on a cane. Surrounded by 6 spirit rings, clearly a spirit emperor. The old woman had spirit rings swirling around her, but showed no visible transformation of a beast martial spirit. And she held no other items, likely using that cane as her martial spirit. Next to the elderly woman was a beautiful young girl, around 16 or 17, dressed in fitted attire that showcased her well-developed figure, with short hair that exuded a bit of heroism. However, the girl's lovely face was filled with anger as she spat. Who told you to make a move? Chapter 44. Flying soul-skilled Chen Hu and the others exchanged glances. The old woman on the opposing side was a soul emperor, and her soul ring configuration was far beyond that of Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king from Tsanhui Academy. For a moment, they couldn't grasp the other party's intentions. Unable to hold back, Chen Hu stepped forward, drawing the dawn knife from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to enhance his strength. The team leader, Tang San, then stepped forward and respectfully asked, "May I ask what instructions you have, senior?" Ko Xiangxiang scanned the 9 young boys in front of her. The oldest, Dai Mubai, looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 11 or 12. Ko Xiangxiang found it hard to believe that such a few children could kill a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that had lived for over 1,000 years. She couldn't help but ask, "Where are your elders? Let them come out. Don't you know that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is our prey? If we hadn't chased it all the way, how could a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake appear in the outskirts of the Douro forest?" Tang San suddenly realized why the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had been so panicked. It turned out someone was chasing it. However, Tang San's expression became difficult as he said, "Now that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is dead, my companions need it as their 3rd soul ring. I wonder if the senior could let us have it." "Let you have it? Why should I? Do you know how much effort we put into chasing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? If I can't have it, no one else can. Granny, help me teach them a lesson." Meng Yaran said. "What a big tone. I, Zhao Wujia, am here. Let's see who dares to teach our Shrek Academy students a lesson." A deep voice came forth, and the faces of the Shrek Academy members showed joy, while Ko Xiangxiang's expression immediately changed as she said, "So it's the unmoving king in person. But this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is clearly our prey. Although you are a soul sage, we, the Gaishi dragon and snake couple, are not to be trifled with." The robust figure of Zhao Wujia stepped forward, 7 soul rings swirling around him. Dai Mubai and the others felt they had found their backbone, their tense moods relaxing instantly. The opponent was just a soul emperor, while their teacher Zhao was a soul sage. Zhao Wujia nodded slightly to the crowd and said, "Xiao Ao, go absorb the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring. Time is limited. I'll handle things here." Oscar excitedly nodded and sat cross-legged in front of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's corpse, summoning his martial soul to draw the energy of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring. Ko Xiangxiang's expression became even uglier as she said, even in front of the unmoving king, "You can't ignore our Gaishi dragon and snake. My husband Long Gong is right behind us. You will have to apologize to us later." Hearing Ko Xiangxiang's words, Zhao Wujia's expression grew heavier. The Gaishi dragon and snake were a well-known duo on the continent, and the woman in front of him was the snake granny, while her husband was Long Gong. Knowing that Long Gong was nearby, Zhao Wujia had to be more cautious. He said, "I didn't expect it to be the snake granny in person. I, as a junior, did not catch her name due to my protective instincts. Please forgive me, senior." However, the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has a limited preservation time, and it has already been killed by my students. It is of no use to you. So I hope you can look at it from my perspective and let it go. I will be very grateful. At this time, Ko Xiangxiang also noticed Oscar, who was absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring, and couldn't help but ask, "How old is this little brother? He dares to absorb the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake?" Oscar's talent was average. He had only reached level 30 at the age of 14. Although it was said that he was a relatively difficult auxiliary soul master to cultivate, it was still passable. "Little monsters, show your martial souls to Senior Ko Xiangxiang," Zhao Wujia said, entering his Versailles mode. With Zhao Wujia's command, everyone immediately released their martial souls. How is this possible? All yellow soul rings appeared, and the intense fluctuations of soul power radiated out. Although Ko Xiangxiang did not know the specific soul power levels of these young boys, She could roughly discern that none of them were below level 25. Seeing that these kids were younger than her granddaughter, did this not mean that their talents were better than her granddaughter's? Moreover, Zhao Wujia said that the boy absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake soul ring was only 14 and was still an auxiliary soul master. This was too unbelievable. No wonder Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, was protecting such a group of youngsters. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile school was hidden, and there were soul rings, but no martial soul appeared. Otherwise, Ko Xingxiang might have been even more shocked. However, saying that 1 or 2 geniuses appeared is one thing, but 9 geniuses appearing in a row was too unbelievable. If the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had not yet died, Ko Xingxiang would definitely not have let it go. But since it was already dead, further entanglement would be pointless. Ko Xingxiang, with a forced smile, said, "I don't know where the unmoving king is currently situated, but with so many geniuses appearing all at once, I fear the power of the unmoving king is not ordinary. It's just a small Shrek Academy, not very famous in the Soul Master world. The dean is not me. It's one of the golden iron triangle from back in the day," Zhao Wujia said lightly. But it revealed some information. The golden iron triangle was a combination that was not inferior to the Gaishi dragon and snake. "In that case, we shall meet again," Ko Xingxiang said, somewhat unwilling but also helpless. Not to mention Zhao Wujia's backing, even Zhao Wujia himself. If it weren't for the name of the Gaishi dragon and snake holding him down, with his ferocity, she and Meng Yiran might have been left here. Although Meng Yiran was reluctant, she understood the reason for the situation and could only follow behind her grandmother as they left. "Teacher Zhao, how did you end up here?" After Ko Xingxiang and Meng Yiran left, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Hee, do you little monsters think that old Flander really let you come to the Star Doe forest alone? I wasn't planning to come out. But now that the situation is special and Xiao Ao has successfully obtained a soul ring, your mission is also completed, so I can naturally show up," Zhao Wujia explained. Ma Hongjun wanted to say more, but Zhao Wujia said, "All right, let's talk. Although the snake granny has left, to prevent any changes, everyone should restore their condition to perfect as soon as possible. Once Oscar finishes absorbing the soul ring, we will leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun could only shut up and move to stand beside Chen Hu, who had been guarding Oscar. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, a pink light shone from Oscar, who opened his eyes and stood up. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose beneath his feet, signifying that Oscar had officially broken through the rank of Great Soul Master and became a Soul Master. "Xiao Ao, congratulations on breaking through to Soul Master," Zhao Wujia said. Having broken through a rank, Oscar not only had a significant change in his aura, but there was also a hint of 7-colored light flowing in his dazzling peach blossom eyes, resembling the light released by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's meat crown. "Xiao Ao, congratulations on becoming the 2nd Soul Master among us. Quickly let us see what your 3rd soul skill's effect is." Dai Mubai patted Oscar's shoulder and smiled. "Hee." Oscar grinned mischievously and recited his soul chant. "I have a mushroom sausage." With Chen Hu, a kindred spirit, present, Oscar didn't feel embarrassed about his soul chant and generously recited it. Puffed. Looking at the strange mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, Dai Mubai was the first to laugh unkindly, followed by Ma Hongjun, Lin Xiao, and Ning Rongrong. Even the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing, who was in a bad mood, and the steady Tang San couldn't help but smile. "My good brother, I knew you understood me the best." Oscar had one hand on Chen Hu's shoulder and the other holding a mushroom sausage, looking quite odd. Chen Hu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, controlling his hand that was gripping the handle of the Twilight Blade, and said, "Stay away from me. Little Hu, even you despise me." Oscar had a heartbroken expression. "All right, stop fooling around. Little Oscar, what is the purpose of your mushroom sausage?" Zhao Wujia asked. "It's for flying. As long as you eat my mushroom sausage, you can fly for 1 minute," Oscar said proudly. 1 minute? Little Oscar, your soul skill is as short as you are. Initially, when everyone heard that Oscar's soul skill was flying, their expressions turned astonished. But upon hearing it was only for 1 minute, Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh unkindly. You can laugh all you want, but when the time comes, my mushroom sausage will only be given to Heir Hu and Xiao San, not to you." Oscar became furious, as a man couldn't accept being called short, and declared, "I haven't finished speaking yet. The flying I mentioned is at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute. Big brother, I was wrong." Dai Mubai's face changed instantly. They had seen the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Flying at that speed for 1 minute, what kind of concept was that? Even if it was only for 1 minute, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could cover 2,000 meters. Just imagine, in a critical moment, being able to escape 2,000 meters in 1 minute, disregarding terrain restrictions. How monstrous of a skill that would be. Although Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong both had speed-enhancing skills, they were completely overshadowed by Oscar's third soul skill. After all, no matter how fast one runs, it couldn't compare to flying. Generally speaking, auxiliary soul masters could add flying abilities, but that was usually an effect after the sixth soul ring. The fact that Oscar could obtain flying assistance at the third soul ring made Chen Hu admit that it was indeed impressive for a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power. Even though Chen Hu had worked very hard, he still couldn't compare in terms of auxiliary abilities. Zhao Wujin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good soul skill. Our hard work has not been in vain. Little Oscar, how many of these mushroom sausages can you produce with your current soul power?" Oscar replied, "The mushroom sausage consumes much more soul power than the first 2 types of sausages. With my current soul power, I can only make 10 before exhausting all of it. I can only produce more once my soul power is fully restored." Zhao Wujia said, "10 is good. In the future, as your soul power increases, the quantity you can produce will also increase. All right, we have achieved our goal now. Let's pack up and leave here for the academy immediately." Chapter 45. Sudden change. Oscar obtained his third spirit ring, and the mission of the Shrek 9 can be said to have been perfectly completed. Moreover, they did not delve deeply into the Douro forest. They could exit the forest along the path they came from in just a couple of hours. However, an unexpected event ultimately occurred, but this incident was not a bad thing. Rather, it was a good thing. Tang San's long-standing level 29 spirit power unexpectedly broke through naturally. With the addition of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, and the unknown presence of Zhao Wujia's hidden support, the speed at which they killed the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was so fast that Shrek Academy did not have a direct conflict with the Snake Lady among the Supreme Dragon Serpents. Yet, Tang San's spirit power naturally broke through to level 30. The memory of Chen Hu awakening his martial soul alongside Tang San in Holy Spirit Village was still fresh. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Hu had already cultivated his spirit power to level 26, which was truly remarkable. Now, Tang San was about to enter the next level at the age of 12, making him one of the earliest spirit masters to break through to the spirit elder rank in the Douro Continent. Although there's only a 1-level difference between a great spirit master and a spirit elder, the two are worlds apart. The gap between a great spirit master and a spirit master is akin to the difference between an ordinary spirit master and an outstanding spirit master. An ordinary spirit master like Su Yuntao might never break through to the great spirit master realm in their lifetime and could only serve as a steward in a small city like Notting City. Once a spirit master breaks through level 30 and becomes a spirit elder, they will have a place even in a large city like Snow City. Breaking through level 30 not only signifies entering another tier of spirit masters, but also implies that the future of the spirit master is boundless. After obtaining the third spirit ring, their strength will undergo a qualitative leap. A level 30 quasi-spirit elder is already qualified to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. Although the difference between a 100-year and a 1,000-year spirit ring seems to be just 1 level, the power of their spirit ring skills is incomparable. Take Lin Xiaoxiao as an example. The second spirit ring she absorbed, which was close to 1,000 years, possessed power far exceeding that of most 100-year spirit ring skills. However, compared to the skills granted by a 1,000-year spirit ring, there is still a huge gap. Once a spirit master chooses to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring for their third spirit ring, their strength will undergo a qualitative change. Tang San breaking through to level 30 at the age of 12 is almost unheard of. Even though the other 8 members of Shrek are top geniuses, they were still shocked speechless. In the end, Zhao Wujia decided to continue staying in the Douro forest to find a suitable spirit ring for Tang San. For 2 consecutive days, due to the presence of the Supreme Dragon Serpent couple, Zhao Wujia did not lead everyone deep into the Douro forest, but kept circling around the outskirts. Perhaps it was because Oscar had used up all his luck. For 2 whole days, Chen Hu and the others did not find a single suitable spirit beast for Tang San. The few thousand-year spirit beasts they encountered were not suitable for Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, and the remaining options were all 100-year spirit beasts, which even some ordinary level 30 quasi-spirit elders might not look at, let alone Tang San, as they honed their skills along the way. Although everyone's spirit power levels did not show obvious improvement, their practical combat experience and team synergy advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing their initial state upon entering the Douro forest. Such synergy can only be formed through continuous combat, from understanding the range of teammate skill releases, timing, power levels, and personal habits, to turning verbal communication into bodily memory, thus achieving perfect cooperation in battle. In this perilous situation, the pressure faced by everyone was immense. Those who could enter Shrek Academy were all geniuses, naturally able to transform pressure into motivation, constantly improving. Accompanied by this life-and-death bond forged in battle, the originally tense atmosphere within Shrek Academy gradually eased. Zhao Wujia was pleased to see this and did not insist that everyone forcefully delve deeper into the Douro forest. As night fell, everyone returned to their tents to meditate and rest. The high-intensity training over the past 2 days had tested everyone's mental will significantly. Except for Chen Hu and Zhao Wujia, everyone showed varying degrees of fatigue. Chen Hu, thanks to the fatigue-relieving effects of his medicinal wine gourd, practiced and trained intensely, often leaving himself exhausted and battered. He could persist for a long time, both in energy and spirit, more vigorous than the average person. Zhao Wujia, purely due to his high spirit power level, was completely unconcerned. If it weren't for a few burdens around him, he would dare to venture deeper into the Douro forest. Thus, the night watch naturally fell to Zhao Wujia and Chen Hu. After a simple dinner, Zhao Wujia leaned against a large tree, watching Chen Hu prepare to enter meditation, and couldn't help but ask, "Chen Hu, can you tell me what your goal is in becoming a spirit master? Or rather, why do you want to become stronger? You could easily hide safely behind your teammates as a food system spirit master. What drive you to work so hard?" Over the years, Zhao Wujia had seen various types of spirit masters. Some were focused on the cultivation of their martial soul, meticulous, simply wanting to become stronger, while others chased power, seeking to use their martial soul strength to achieve their goals. Some were motivated by money or beauty, but he had never seen anyone as determined as Chen Hu. Sometimes, Chen Hu was as steady as a 60-year-old elder, while at other times he resembled an impulsive 11 or 12-year-old boy. Zhao Wujia couldn't understand which one was the real Chen Hu. A goal? Chen Hu pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. The reason I work so hard is actually quite simple and somewhat ridiculous. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of dying in an invisible war alongside all the beings in the city. The latter part of Chen Hu's statement went unspoken. Ever since he crossed over to the Douro Continent, he had always felt a sense of urgency. After Tang San broke through to level 30, that urgency in Chen Hu's heart became even more severe. He feared that one day he would fall behind Tang San and the others, and when the familiar time he knew was about to shatter, he wouldn't even have a chance to save himself. Afraid of death? Zhao Wujia chuckled, but his smile also held a hint of realization. Fear of death is indeed a good reason. In battles among spirit masters, there's a classic saying, when 2 armies clash, first eliminate the support-type spirit masters. So even if there is heavy protection from allied spirit masters, due to their inherently fragile attributes, support-type spirit masters suffer significant casualties. Fear of death could be seen as a flaw for a battle spirit master. But for a support-type spirit master, it was the most precious quality. The result of fearing death usually leads to 2 paths. One is to avoid all dangers as much as possible, and the other is to dance on the edge of the blade, integrating with danger and adapting to it. Most support-type spirit masters choose the former, while Chen Hu chose the latter. Zhao Wujia had never walked the path Chen Hu chose, nor did he know if it was correct. He simply changed the subject. Sigh. The Douro forest is starting to become desolate. I remember many years ago when I entered the Douro forest to hunt spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts in the outskirts was still quite high. Over the years, I don't know what caused it, but the number of spirit beasts in the outskirts of the Douro forest has been decreasing. Chen Hu replied, what else could it be? It's because of humans. Nature has its own set of operating rules, and when human interference becomes excessive, the inevitable outcome is bleak. Zhao Wujie was taken aback and asked, what do you mean by that? Chen Hu shook his head and said, let me pose a simple question. Do you think rabbits are pitiable, or are wolves pitiable? Of course, the rabbits. Zhao Wujie answered without hesitation. Chen Hu smiled. Once there was a king in a certain place, if one could even call him a king. And he thought so too. Therefore, he ordered the hunters in his country to hunt down the wolf packs extensively. Within a few years, the wolves in the nearby forests were completely exterminated. Do you know what happened to those forests later? What happened? Zhao Wujie asked curiously. Chen Hu continued. With the wolf packs exterminated, the rabbits had no natural enemies and began to reproduce without pressure. The number of rabbits in the forest increased, and food became insufficient. The rabbits started to eat some plants they did not like, and as these plants were consumed in large quantities, the animals that fed on these plants starved to death. These animals could also be food for other animals. And I suppose I don't need to tell you the outcome after that. Who told you these things? Zhao Wujie did not expect that human interference could have such a significant impact on the workings of nature. Although he did not know the direct connection between this story and the decreasing number of soul beasts around the Douro forest, it did not prevent Zhao Wujie from believing that the person who summarized such a story was a great sage. I read it in a book. Chen Hu smiled and said, actually, this story has nothing to do with the decrease in the number of soul beasts around the Douro forest. I just wanted to illustrate that the actions of soul masters have a huge impact on the natural environment. The most direct reason for the decrease in the number of soul beasts around the Douro forest is overhunting. Normally, a soul master only needs 4 or 5 soul beasts to provide soul rings for themselves. But how many soul beasts does a soul master kill in their lifetime? We have killed quite a few soul beasts just dealing with the ones that actively attacked us. And no matter how fast soul beasts reproduce, they cannot withstand such human killing. Zhao Wujie sighed as well, but there was nothing to be done about it. Even the Spirit Hall cannot restrain all soul masters. We can only ensure that we do not overhunt soul beasts. And as for the rest, there is nothing we can do. That's right. After I die, let the floods rise. No matter how much we care, we can't control others. Chen Hu said with a smile. After I die, let the floods rise? That doesn't sound like something you would say. Zhao Wujie, can judge people accurately. You definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Wujie remarked. Who knows? Chen Hu chuckled. There's a situation. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's expression became serious. He grabbed Chen Hu's shoulder and pulled him behind him, growling as he completed the spirit possession of the strong armored bear, martial spirit. The sudden change left Chen Hu with a vague sense of foreboding, and he couldn't help but remind, Teacher Zhao, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive. Act within your capabilities. There will always be a solution. Chapter 46. Titan Great Ape. Everyone left the tent quickly. Zhao Wujie was very nervous and completely ignored Chen Hu's words, letting out a low growl that echoed into the tent. After a few days of cooperation, the students had developed a good tacit understanding, and upon hearing the sound, they quickly crawled out of the tent. Teacher Zhao, what's going on? Dai Mubai asked as he approached. Zhao Wujie did not answer him, saying, no matter what happens later, you all don't need to worry about me. Quickly leave the Douro forest. Mubai, Chen Hu, Tang San, I entrust the safety of the other students to you. Make sure they get out of the Douro forest safely. Neither Tang San, Dai Mubai, nor the others understood what had happened that made the usually confident Zhao Wujie act so seriously. Following Zhao Wujie's gaze, the trees on both sides were pushed aside, revealing a tall figure in front of everyone. The Titan Great Ape. Chen Hu silently chanted in his heart. The beast before him was indeed worthy of the name Titan. Chen Hu had seen many large soul beasts, but this Titan Great Ape was the largest he had ever encountered. Its crouched body was 6 or 7 meters tall, and when standing upright, it was likely over 10 meters. Its robust muscles bulged like large stones, and its dark black fur shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a giant gorilla. Somewhat similar to Tarzan, but its eyes glowed like 2 bright yellow gems. The Titan Great Ape did not take a step forward. but its massive body moved 5 or 6 meters closer. Strangely, despite its immense weight, its body made no sound as it landed, indicating perfect control. The aura emanating from the Titan Great Ape was also filled with oppression, forcing everyone to unleash their martial spirits just to cope with the pressure. Is this the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape? How could such a soul beast appear in the outer region of the Douro forest? Tang San, who was taught by a master, immediately identified the giant creature before him as the Titan Great Ape. No matter where the Titan Great Ape appeared, it was an absolute overlord-level soul beast. No other soul beast dared to provoke it, for those who did would pay with their lives. Even a 100-year-old Titan Great Ape could contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. They possessed nearly perfect attack, defense, speed, and strength, and also had terrifying skills akin to soul masters, making them almost invincible. Similarly, very few soul masters were willing to set their sights on the Titan Great Ape, as it was exceedingly difficult. Throughout history, only 1 or 2 had succeeded, while the rest became the fallen souls under the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape not only had perfect strength, but also lacked no intelligence, making it the rightful king. Both Tang San and Zhao Wuji's could not understand why the absolute ruler of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, would appear in the outer region of the Douro forest. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. Zhao Wuji's understood that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend human needs, and he hoped that this over 10,000-year-old Titan Great Ape would be reasonable if it was not necessary. The Titan Great Ape ignored Zhao Wuji's words and slowly took a step forward. With just this step, the Titan Great Ape was very close to the Shrek Academy group. Chen Hu could even feel the terrifying aura coming from the Titan Great Ape, and the bright moonlight was blocked by its massive body, causing the sky to darken. Wind Spring, Chen Hu's second soul ring lit up, and the wine of wind spring flowed into his throat, transforming into gentle breezes that circulated through his limbs and body. Chen Hu's martial spirit did not have the characteristic of ignoring the soul master's own strength, so its effect on the level 76 Zhao Wuji's was quite limited. Chen Hu could only ensure his combat power was enhanced, with one hand already gripping the handle of the Dawn Blade. Chen Hu's style was not to retreat without a fight. I'll hold him off. You all hurry and leave, Zhao Wuji shouted, his 7 soul rings swirling as he charged towards the Titan Great Ape. The first, second, third, and 5th soul rings all shone simultaneously. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Zhao Wuji's unleashed 4 powerful soul skills at once. 7 treasures glazed tile. First, strength. 7 treasures glazed tile. Second, speed. 2 beams of light that ignored level enhancements fell upon Zhao Wuji's, and he instantly displayed a strength close to that of an 80-level soul, Douro. This was the tyrannical nature of the world's #1 auxiliary martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tower. Daimubai also shouted, his 3rd soul ring lighting up as he transformed for the 2nd time. In the White Tiger King Kong state, he was enveloped in golden light, his eyes revealing the bloodthirsty glow of a jungle king as he charged toward the forelimbs of the Titan Great Ape. Lin Xiaoxiao was wrapped in dark, mysterious light, her 1st and 2nd soul rings shining simultaneously. With her spear like a dragon, she merged with her weapon, concentrating all her strength into a powerful spear light that surged forward. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing almost simultaneously leaped into the air, using the surrounding trees to propel themselves and attack the Titan Great Ape's eyes. Tang San controlled strands of blue silvergrass to break through the ground, activating his purple extreme magic eye, his eyes releasing a faint purple light as he observed the Titan Great Ape's weaknesses. Dragon beard needles appeared in his hands. Ma Hongjun also unleashed 2 soul skills, using Phoenix Fire to enhance the attack characteristics of Phoenix Fire line. A line of fire spewed from his mouth, roaring toward the Titan Great Ape. Oscar continuously produced mushroom sausages, while Ning Rongrong chanted soul incantations without regard for the severe consumption of soul power, casting beams of glazed light upon her rushing teammates. Slash! Under Ning Rongrong's martial spear enhancement, Chen Hu felt his condition was unprecedentedly good. The Dawn Blade in his hand seemed capable of destroying anything in its path. Boom! Zhao Wuji's attack almost coincided with Chen Hu's strike. The next moment, both Zhao Wuji's and Chen Hu were sent flying simultaneously. Chen Hu felt as if the Dawn Blade had struck steel. No, even with the sharpness of the Dawn Blade. It should have left a mark on steel, but the Titan Great Ape skin remained unbroken, with only a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. Chen Hu! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing over to hold Chen Hu, but she ultimately underestimated her own frail body and was sent flying against a large tree, losing consciousness. Chen Hu coughed up a large mouthful of blood, trembling as he chanted a soul incantation. His first soul ring lit up, and bamboo leaf green entered his mouth, its coolness alleviating the intense pain within him, but he could not muster any more strength to participate in the fight. However, the Titan Great Ape also underestimated Zhao Wuji's power. Its head was thrown back from the impact, letting out a furious roar. A wave of terrifying black energy suddenly erupted from the Titan Great Ape, and immediately, whether it was Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao, or Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were preparing to attack from the air, or Tang San and Oscar at the back, all were thrown away, crashing down. Lin Xiaoxiao fell out of her merged state, her soul skill backfiring, her face pale. Ma Hongjun fared worse. The Phoenix Fire surged back due to the energy wave, and he was directly hit by his own firepower. Fortunately, the flames were his own, so he did not suffer too much damage, but he was rolled away, losing combat capability. The power of the Titan Great Ape was terrifying, and it hadn't even used its full strength. Shrek Academy was nearly wiped out. The Titan Great Ape seemed enraged, its massive body leaping high into the air, pouncing toward Chen Hu and the others like a mountain, blocking out the sun. Zhao Wuji's was still in the air, unable to provide assistance. At this moment, personal reaction speed became crucial. Chen Hu quickly rolled forward, cradling the unconscious Ning Rongrong in his arms, narrowly escaping the Titan Great Ape's pounce. Tang San reacted quickly as well. He first threw Xiao Wu's body away, then kicked Ma Hongjun flying, and finally used the momentum to escape the Titan Great Ape's attack range. Dai Mubai tried to extend his tiger claws as much as possible, pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, and quickly dug a pit in the ground, jumping into it with Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai was very clever, no matter how the Titan Great Ape pounced. Its massive body could not harm him, and Zhu Zhuqing below the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Oscar, planted the Overlord Spear into the ground, picked up Oscar, and ran. The time the Overlord Spear held off the Titan Great Ape was the time they could use to escape. Bang! The Titan Great Ape crashed to the ground, but it landed on all fours, and the direction of Lin Xiaoxiao and Oscar was precisely the open space beneath its belly. The standing Overlord Spear had no use beneath the Titan Great Ape's enormous body. However, Tang San, who was narrowly avoiding danger, saw a scene that made his eyes widen in horror. The Titan Great Ape raised its front limbs and grabbed Xiao Wu, who had been thrown into the air by Tang San. No, let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San's unstable body used the force to leap into the air, his hands flashing like lightning at his waist, and with a wave of his hand, a series of cold lights shot out, targeting the Titan Great Ape's most vulnerable eyes. Zhao Wujia also went mad. There was nothing more painful than watching a student being grabbed by the Titan Great Ape. With the Titan Great Ape's strength, just a little more force could mean Xiao Wu would have no place to be buried. The seventh soul ring lit up, and the true form of his martial spirit was unleashed. Zhao Wujia transformed into a real great strength diamond bear and charged at the Titan Great Ape. The seventh soul ring is crucial for a soul master. Almost every soul master's seventh soul ring is their martial spirit's true form. Beast martial spirit soul masters directly transform into their martial spirit. After unleashing the true form of their martial spirit, a soul master's power and speed are greatly enhanced. At the cost of having all abilities for the next 7 days, they can unconditionally use the previous 6 soul skills, with their power increased to 150. Zhao Wujia's martial spirit true form also has a characteristic of increasing defense by 200, making it his greatest trump card. The Titan Great Ape also paid some attention to Zhao Wujia in his martial spirit true form, as Zhao Wujia now posed a slight threat to it. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape simply closed its eyes for a moment and shattered Tang San's greatest reliance on hidden weapons. Chapter 47. Lost. The Titan Great Ape raised a robust arm and collided with Zhao Wujia. After a thunderous crash, this time Zhao Wujia was not sent flying. Thanks to the 200 defense characteristic of his great strength diamond bear form, he withstood the Titan Great Ape strike. However, due to the immense difference in strength between the two, Zhao Wujia staggered 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing his body. At the same time, he impatiently waved his hand to deflect all of Tang San's hidden weapons. With an angry roar, black ripples spread out, directly knocking Tang San away. No! Xiao Wu exclaimed as she watched Tang San being blown away. The Titan Great Ape looked down at Xiao Wu in its grasp, let out a low growl, and without bothering with the charging Zhao Wujia, suddenly turned and leaped away, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Zhao Wujia called out urgently, wanting to chase after it, but he knew that with his speed, it would be nearly impossible to catch up to the Titan Great Ape. The immediate priority was to safely bring the others back. For an ordinary Soul Master team, being able to retreat with the sacrifice of one person when encountering a Forest King like the Titan Great Ape would already be a matter of pride. However, they were students of the Academy, and Flander's words still echoed in their minds. How could they be satisfied with this outcome? I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for not protecting you all. Xiao San, take care, Zhao Wujia said, filled with self-reproach. Ma Hongjun rubbed his rear where Tang San had kicked him and stood up. Oscar plopped down on the ground, and Lin Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged, her face pale. Dai Mubai climbed out of the deep pit, holding Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong had already woken up and was helping Chen Hu walk over. Chen Hu's injuries were all caused by physical impact, and the effects of bamboo leaf green were perfectly displayed under such injuries. Just moments ago, he could barely move a finger, but in a short time his injuries had mostly healed and bamboo leaf green was still continuously working. So it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. The group exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Chen Hu sighed, realizing that his power was still too weak. Even if the Titan Great Ape had no killing intent, he could barely withstand the aftermath of the battle. Tang San walked over to Oscar with his head down, showing no emotion, but everyone could guess that his mood was definitely not good. As they all knew his feelings for Xiao Wu, Chen Hu handed his wine gourd to Tang San, having seen him spit out blood when he struggled to get up. His internal injuries must have been serious. Tang San raised his head, looking into Chen Hu's calm eyes, and softly said, "Thank you." Then he walked over to Oscar and whispered a few words. The next moment, Oscar's voice reciting a soul spell rang out. "Xiao Ao, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask. Ning Rongrong's voice caught everyone's attention, and Zhao Wujia, being a clever man, immediately realized what Tang San intended to do and rushed to stop him, but it was already too late. Tang San had already swallowed the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hand, and 6 illusory wings appeared behind him. Just as Zhao Wujia arrived, Tang San had already taken off into the sky. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao. I must go find Xiao Wu. Even if it's just her body, I must bring her back." At this moment, everyone could see the blood-red gleam in Tang San's eyes, understanding that he was filled with rage and grief. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ning Rongrong softly recited the incantation, a glass-like light falling down, increasing the speed of the transparent wings flapping behind Tang San. "Xiao San, go quickly. I support you. My second soul skill can only last for a minute outside my soul power range. Xiao Wu is my roommate. You must bring her back." Ning Rongrong seemed not to notice Zhao Wujia's murderous gaze and shouted loudly, "Chen Hu, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujia was furious. After Tang San disappeared from view, Chen Hu also grew 3 pairs of illusory wings on his back and flew in the direction Tang San had gone, clearly also benefiting from Oscar's third soul skill. Although it lacked the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's soul skill, Chen Hu's own wind spring combined with the effects of Oscar's third soul skill was still impressive, and his speed was not slower than Tang San's. Zhao Wujia's cold gaze fixed on Oscar, his face dark as if it could freeze, and he said word by word, "Oscar, you must give me a reasonable explanation." Oscar looked somewhat innocent and said, "Teacher Zhao, I said I don't know. Do you believe me?" It was when Xiao Ao was knocked away by the Titan Great Ape that I saw Chen Hu pick up a mushroom sausage. I thought he wanted to use it to escape. At this moment, Ma Hongjun weakly interjected, "We will settle this later. Oscar, make a few more mushroom sausages. We will go after them together." The Douro forest is fraught with danger, relying solely on Tang San and Chen Hu. Who knows what other dangers they might encounter. Zhao Wujia sighed helplessly. He wasn't really that angry about Chen Hu and Tang San's reckless actions. Rather, he was more worried. But I can't create that many mushroom sausages with my soul power anymore. Oscar also felt a bit helpless. With his soul power, he could only produce 10 mushroom sausages. Of the few he had made earlier, one had somehow ended up in Chen Hu's hands, while the others were wasted. The remaining soul power was simply insufficient for everyone to use. Then let S move while you recover your soul power. Let S go. After Tang San and Chen, who had already moved for a while, Zhao Wujia didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly led the group to pursue. Oscar's mushroom sausages combined with the wind spring soul skill worked surprisingly well. During flight, wind was usually the greatest resistance, but under the effect of wind spring, the wind no longer acted as a hindrance. Instead, it propelled Chen Hu forward even faster. After flying a distance of 5,000 meters, Chen Hu finally landed, surrounded by towering trees and lush grass. This way, Chen Hu confidently chose a direction, charging ahead without hesitation, his medicinal wine gourd continuously generating new wind springs. It was as if he was riding the wind, leaping through the jungle and advancing deeper into the Douro forest. Not good. Among the rushing Shrek Academy team, Lin Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted to a stop. As they moved forward due to flying, Lin Xiao and the others hadn't found any trace of Tang San and Chen Hu. But as long as they followed the Titan Great Ape's footprints, they would eventually find them. "What's wrong?" Zhao Wujia asked, frowning at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly stopped. Lin Xiao slapped her forehead and smiled bitterly, saying, "I forgot to tell everyone that guy Hu is directionally challenged. If he chases after them alone, he will definitely get lost. When we signed up at Shrek Academy, he was late because he went the wrong way." What? Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that Chen Hu, who usually appeared so astute, would be directionally challenged. Zhao Wujia was somewhat exasperated. Damn it, he is a directionally challenged person and dares to chase after Tang San? Isn't that asking for death? Who gave him the courage? There's no way we can split up to look for him now. The Douro forest is so vast, and he has Oscar's mushroom sausages. Who knows where he has run off to? We can only hope he is smart enough to follow the Titan Great Ape's footprints. Surely he won't go wrong. Lin Xiao was somewhat worried. Chen Hu was the kind of person who could get lost even with a map. Hoping that he could find his way in such a complex Douro forest was less reliable than hoping they would be lucky enough to run into the main group. But Lin Xiao also understood that it was not the time to be distracted by looking for Chen Hu, so she nodded and continued forward. Meanwhile, Chen Hu had no sense of being lost at all and continued to move forward without stopping. Until the sun rises again, rays of sunlight spill from the eastern sky, and Chen Hu has a bad premonition. Looking at the identical trees around him, he suddenly realizes that he seems to have gotten lost. Chen Hu glances at the dim path behind him. Was he really coming from there? He has been on high alert for potential dangers and the whereabouts of Tang San. And with the darkening sky, he hasn't paid much attention to his surroundings. Now, everything looks so unfamiliar. With no choice, Chen Hu can only rely on his instinct, believing he is retracing his steps along a deviated path. But in reality, he is continuously delving deeper into the Douro forest. After a day and night of rapid travel, Chen Hu finds he has left the originally flat terrain behind, as towering peaks continuously appear before him. How could he not understand that he seems to have taken the wrong path again, moving at full speed with no constraints? Chen Hu can travel 500 to 600 li in a day. After a day and night of travel, he has stepped into the mixed area of the Douro forest, where soul beasts are primarily of the 1,000-year variety. Chen Hu must be extremely cautious to hide himself, and his speed has slowed down. In this area, the number of soul beasts that could threaten Chen Hu's life is far too many. At this moment, Chen Hu has completely lost hope in his miraculous sense of direction. Every step he takes is careful, and he is mostly moving within a small area. Chen Hu is not foolish. After confirming that his sense of direction is problematic, he can only use the most rudimentary method to determine his direction based on the strength of the soul beasts around him. The immediate priority is not to find Tang San and the others, but to find a way to leave the Douro forest first. In the inner region of the Douro forest, the dangers Chen Hu faces are increasing. He has often been chased by soul beasts, fleeing across the mountains. Fortunately, the Wind Spring soul skill is indeed powerful, allowing him to escape quickly, and the strength of the soul beasts appearing around him is not too strong. Even if he encounters one he cannot outrun, he can still fight it out and escape with injuries. On the other side, Zhao Wujia and the others finally find Tang San, who is confronting the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. It's hard to say whether it is Shrek-esque good luck or the bad luck of the dragon and snake couple. But Tang San has once again snatched away the soul beast that belongs to Meng Iran. After some disputes, the dragon and snake couple choose to leave. Little San, have you seen Erhu? As the outsiders leave, Lin Xiaoxiao impatiently asks, Chen Hu, is he not with you? What happened? Tang San can't help but retort. It's a long story. You should absorb the soul ring of the face demon spider first, and I'll explain later, Zhao Wujia says, feeling embarrassed about losing 2 students in a row. Chapter 48. The 4 directions in the depths of the Douro forest. Chen Hu was crouched under a mountain stream, hiding his body in the crevice of a huge rock that had been washed clean by the stream. Soon, a massive creature leaped out from the rock, and only then did Chen Hu, who was hidden in the rock's crevice, breathe a sigh of relief. This was a 1,000-year level soul beast, the Diamond Tiger. When Chen Hu encountered this king of the jungle while exploring the environment, it chased him relentlessly, driving him into the mountainous terrain that he had always been reluctant to enter. Relying on the large, smooth rocks of the stream, he was able to conceal his form. Now, Chen Hu looked quite disheveled in the crevice, his clothes tattered, with dried bloodstains mixed with herbal juices that masked his scent, emitting a foul odor. Finally, after catching his breath, Chen Hu had time to recover his soul power. He had been evading soul beasts for so long that his soul power had hardly reached its peak. It had been nearly half a month since he had become separated from the main group, and he had spent this time exploring the environment and avoiding soul beasts. Fortunately, Chen Hu was not just an ordinary battle soul master. The support abilities of his auxiliary soul master type were maximized in such a complex environment. The bamboo leaf green and wind spring soul skills had saved his lifetime and again. Similarly, the restorative properties of the medicinal wine gourd allowed him to have sufficient stamina to contend with the soul beasts. Of course, at this stage, the auxiliary capabilities provided by Chen Hu's level 26 soul power were somewhat limited, but certain herbs still proved effective. The Douro forest was indeed a treasure trove. In addition to the myriad soul beasts, this untouched territory also boasted the richest variety of herbs in the Douro Continent. Thanks to these herbs, Chen Hu was able to survive for so long in such a dangerous place. If someone were to say that a soul master in their 20s could survive alone in the Douro forest for half a month, others would surely think they were joking, as it was nearly impossible. Yet, Chen Hu had persisted until now, relying on his martial soul and extensive knowledge of herbs. At this moment, Chen Hu couldn't help but be grateful to his teacher, Ji Shui. Although Ji Shui had not provided much help in martial soul training, her profound knowledge of herbs and superb medical skills had greatly benefited Chen Hu, especially in such extreme circumstances. The usually tedious knowledge of herbs and potion combinations had become the greatest treasure for his survival. After a temporary stability, Chen Hu's eyelids began to droop. Although his stamina could recover quickly, being constantly on the run and in a state of fear had taken a significant toll on his mental state. He had hardly slept soundly for the past half-month. Lin Xiaoxiao, let's go back. It has been half a month, and the chances of finding Chen Hu are very slim now. This time it's my fault for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a teacher. First, Xiao Wu and Tang San almost got into trouble, and now Chen Hu is missing. I'm sorry, everyone. Zhao Wujia looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who seemed a bit distraught, and couldn't help but speak. In fact, he also believed that Chen Hu's situation was likely dire. In half a month, they had searched the area around where they encountered the Titan giant ape for miles, but had yet to find any trace of Chen Hu. Teacher Zhao, let's search a bit more. I beg you, let us advance a few more kilometers. We will definitely find Heir Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her bloodshot eyes pleading with Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, and he said coldly, "Enough. You've said that many times already. The Douro Forest is extremely dangerous. We have encountered peril several times with our strength, let alone Chen Hu, a mere level 20 soul master. The reason we haven't found him is likely because he has already met his end in a soul beast belly. Impossible. That clever guy Heir Hu wouldn't be eaten by a soul beast." Lin Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, like an injured little deer. "Regardless of whether Chen Hu is alive or not, we must leave the Douro Forest today. Chen Hu is my student, and so are you all. I cannot put all of you in danger just because of one person. I can understand your feelings, but look at everyone who isn't exhausted from searching for Chen Hu. If this continues, everyone will break down." Zhao Wujia said firmly. Xiao Wu had already returned, but in order to find Chen Hu, everyone had remained in the Douro Forest for half a month. During this time, everyone was already worn out. Although no student complained, Zhao Wujia could no longer continue. Today, Zhu Zhuqing had almost died in the jaws of a 1,000-year soul beast due to her poor condition. If he hadn't reacted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ning Rongrong walked over to Lin Xiaoxiao and comforted her. "I also believe that guy will be fine. Maybe he has already left the Douro Forest. We just don't know it yet. Xiaoxiao, let us go out. If we keep this up, everyone can't hold on any longer. Our strength is limited. Once we're out, I will write to my father and ask Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to help. They will definitely bring him back safely." Even Zhu Zhuqing could no longer hold on, let alone the auxiliary soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar. But the two of them had never complained. In fact, apart from Lin Xiaoxiao, they were the ones closest to Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at everyone, whose exhaustion was evident in their eyes, and a hint of despair flashed across her face. "Thank you, everyone. It's my fault. Let us go back. Teacher Zhao, we're fine. How about we search for one more day? Maybe we can find Chen Hu today." Tang San said. "Yes, Teacher Zhao. Don't worry about us. Let us search for one more day." Daimubai also said. "All right, the last day," Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice. A day later, Zhao Wujia led the remaining 8 students of Shrek Academy out of the Douro Forest and back into human society, each person feeling as if they had returned from another world. However, unlike the anticipation, curiosity, and worry they felt when they first arrived, every student now had a layer of gray fog covering their hearts that lingered for a long time. At Shrek Academy, Flinder looked at the figures appearing before him and asked, "Zhao Wujia, why did you take so long? I found an excellent teacher for the little monsters. How are they doing?" "Sigh." Zhao Wujia sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Flinder, I couldn't bring all the little monsters back safely." Flinder's expression was filled with uncertainty as he asked, "What happened?" Zhao Wujia recounted everything that had happened in the Douro Forest, speaking with some resentment. "I don't know what happened. The Titan giant ape actually appeared at the outskirts of the Douro Forest. If it weren't for him, Chen Hu." "Sigh. It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, Chen Hu wouldn't have had the chance to leave alone. This isn't your fault. If we must blame someone, we can only blame his bad luck. Even we find it difficult to stay deep in the Douro Forest, let alone him being just a soul master. It seems he is in grave danger. But to be safe, I will have a few teachers search again. By the way, we should also write a letter to Xiao Yexiao. After all, Chen Hu was entrusted to us by him, and he has the right to know what happened. We, Shrek Academy, have let down his trust." Flinder sighed. "Unfortunately, I've seen Chen Hu's information. He should be the most talented among the Shrek students aside from Tang San. He is an auxiliary soul master who can fully utilize the effects of his soul skills. With the right guidance, he could become the first food-type battle soul master on the continent." A middle-aged man stepped out from behind Flinder. "Who is this?" Zhao Wujia looked at Flinder. "He is the master Yu Xiaojiang that I told you about," Flinder introduced. "So you're the master, Tang San's teacher. What do you mean by food system battle soul master?" Zhao Wujia asked with some confusion. The master said, "I have looked at the information of the students, and if I am not mistaken, Chen Hu should be able to perfectly adapt to the effects of his martial soul. On the continent, there are many soul masters with auxiliary soul skills, but without exception, when their skills affect themselves, the effects are greatly reduced. And some auxiliary skills cannot even be used on oneself. But Chen Hu should be an exception. His auxiliary skills can be used on himself. And the effects are not weakened at all, and may even be stronger than others. Chen Hu's previous teacher was a good teacher. Perhaps he realized this, which is why he did not oppose Chen Hu's development towards being a battle soul master. If possible, Flender, I hope you will bring him back from the Douro forest no matter what, alive or dead. The master requested. All right, I will personally go and rescue Chen Hu. Flender stood up and said. In the office of the principal of the Wuhuan Academy in Snow City, a surprised voice came out. What? You want to take a leave of absence, and the time is still uncertain? What about the remaining children if you leave? Don't forget you still have a whole class of students to take care of. I don't agree. Principal, my former student Chen Hu is in danger. And as his teacher, I cannot remain indifferent. I must bring him back. If it weren't for me wanting him to go to Shrek Academy, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. If I don't go, I want to have peace of mind. Yi Li Yuan's calm eyes revealed a hint of guilt. Chen Hu, it's him. What happened? Among the newly graduated students, Chen Hu was the one with the best talent. So Principal Fang Yuan of Nodding Wuhuan Academy was naturally familiar with him. Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh and said, Li Yuan, although I don't know what kind of academy Shrek Academy is that you admire so much, but the information on Lin Xiao and Chen Hu was suppressed by me. You know, this is not in accordance with the rules. If Chen Hu really falls, I will not continue to conceal this matter. Not only will Lin Xiao have to leave that so-called Shrek Academy, but you and I will also be held accountable by the higher-ups. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Yi Li Yuan said solemnly. Fang Yuan said, Go ahead. If you can't bring back Chen Hu, then bring back Lin Xiao. Chapter 49. Dark River 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hall of the Sect Leader. The sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, held a letter sent back from Shrek Academy in his hand. He had not opened it yet, when a gust of wind blew in, and Sorda Chonixin, flying on his sword, arrived upon hearing the news. Behind him was another title Doloa from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bon Doloa Guro. Fengji, Rongrong finally wrote to us. Let me see it. She must be missing me. Chen Xin said eagerly. Nonsense. Rongrong definitely misses me more. Gu Rong retorted, seeing the two about to argue. Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile as he advised, All right, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, stop arguing. Rongrong's letter is here, and I haven't opened it yet. Let's read it together. Ning Fengji opened the letter in his hand, and Chen Xian and Gu Rong leaned in to read it together. There actually exists a martial soul that complements the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Medicine Wine Gourd, what a strange name. I've never heard of it before, Chen Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise as he looked at the letter in Ning Fengji's hand. Ning Fengji said, The world is vast and full of wonders. This should be a mutated martial soul. According to Rongrong, it should also be a support-type martial soul. There has never been a martial soul fusion skill performed between 2 support-type soul masters on the continent. If Rongrong is correct, she will have made a significant contribution. Fengji, don't get too happy too soon. Don't forget that the kid's life or death is still uncertain. Whether he is alive or not is still a question, Gu Rong reminded. Seeing Ning Fengji's joyful expression, Ning Fengji reined in his smile and said to Sword de Luo, Chonixin, Uncle Jian, since you are fast, I trouble you to make a trip. That's exactly what I intended. I also want to see what capabilities this little guy has that Rongrong praised so highly. Chen Xian waved his hand to summon a sword, flying away in an instant from the main hall. In the Douro Great Forest, Chen Hu woke from his slumber. It was dark, and the moon was high in the sky. Chen Hu could vaguely discern that it should be around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. After moving his hands and feet, Chen Hu changed out of his tattered clothes. He cleaned himself using the stream water from the mountain gorge, and then took out a set of clean clothes from his bag to change into, feeling refreshed and in good condition. After washing the clothes he had changed out of, Chen Hu realized that something was off with the soul power within him. After feeling it out carefully, he couldn't help but mutter in surprise, Wow, can I break through my soul power just by sleeping? In less than a month, Chen Hu's soul power had broken through consecutively. The first breakthrough was understandable. It took a long time of accumulation to reach level 25. After the battle with Dai Mubai, he used his self-created soul skill, 8 Gates of Duanjia, to stimulate his potential and level up again. But unexpectedly, He managed to level up once more in just half a month. Breaking through 3 levels in a month is almost a miracle. However, after the initial surprise, Chen Hu also began to understand that although it seemed like he had broken through 3 times in a short time, when considering the time he had spent accumulating prior, it wasn't impossible. During this half-month, although he practiced soul power less frequently, he used his martial soul repeatedly and meditated to recover. And various herbs had somewhat enhanced his soul power, making it reasonable to break through a level in half a month. Now, Chen Hu's soul power level was 27, gradually catching up to and even surpassing Ning Rongrong. This might also be a benefit of experience. For Chen, staying steadily in the Martial Soul Academy to cultivate might have only left him at level 25, which is a world of difference compared to now. Fortune favors the brave. Although Chen Hu's current life was dangerous, the rewards were significant. Moreover, during this half-month, Chen Hu had been in constant battle, solidifying both his foundation and control over his soul power without the feeling of being overly reliant on drugs. One should not underestimate the importance of both foundation and control over soul power. The former determines how far you can go, while the latter dictates your mastery over your own strength. Chen Hu's swordsmanship was sharp and fierce, seizing any opportunity to strike continuously, leaving no room for escape for any enemies caught in his rhythm, unless they had an absolute advantage to interrupt his flow or Chen Hu made a mistake. Escape was nearly impossible. All of this could be attributed to one word: stability. The angle, power, and speed of each strike were incredibly stable, moving according to Chen Hu's intentions without any wasted energy. This required not only more mental investment, but also a certain level of control over oneself. Soul power is the most important part of a soul master's body. The gap between soul masters and ordinary people is essentially the gap in soul power. Since soul power is part of a soul master's body, controlling it can sometimes be more challenging than controlling one's body. For example, Chen Hu's self-created soul skill, the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, requires sufficient soul power control to ensure that the medicine wine stimulates the nerves and muscles more precisely to perfectly unleash the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia. On the continent, most soul masters actually neglect the control of their soul power. Usually, only those who have stayed at a certain level for a long time will consider improving their soul power control, and it is only then that they might research and create their own soul skills. It can be said that having sufficient soul power control is the first step in developing a self-created soul skill. Feeling the increasingly abundant soul power within him, Chen Hu had a sense of satisfaction that he could take on 10 opponents, but the reality told him, no, you cannot. Deep in the stark Douro Great Forest, the number of 10-year spirit beasts had become very scarce. Most spirit beasts were 100-year or even 1,000-year spirit beasts. With Chen Hu's current strength, encountering more than 30 100-year spirit beasts would only leave him with the option to flee. When facing a slightly stronger 1,000-year spirit beast, he would have to choose to escape first. It wasn't that he couldn't fight back, but that it wasn't necessary. In the depths of the star Douro Great Forest, where spirit beasts were numerous, battles with 1,000-year spirit beasts would inevitably take time, easily attracting even stronger spirit beasts. As a 27-level Great Soul Master like Chen Hu, surviving in such a place would be impossible without caution. The golden tiger chasing Chen Hu was not an ordinary, slightly powerful spirit beast. According to what Chen Hu learned in theory classes, this golden tiger had at least 2,500 years of age. Even among 1,000-year spirit beasts, the difference between just breaking through 1,000 years and 2,500 years is enormous. When Lin Xiao and the other 4 members of the 5-man team hunted a spirit beast that was nearly 1,000 years old, apart from Lin Xiao, all 4 others were great soul masters. Even with thorough preparations, that battle nearly resulted in their complete annihilation, but Chen Hu recognized the strength of 1,000-year spirit beasts. Now, with his cultivation level rising, Chen Hu did not dare to underestimate any 1,000-year spirit beast. To evade the pursuit of the 1,000-year golden tiger, Chen Hu had to delve deeper into this unfamiliar mountainous area. He planned to use the crevices beneath the rocks in this gorge as a base, carefully exploring the surrounding situation. It must be said that these large rocks piled together had formed a natural giant stone fortress. Below, There was a dark current that looked deep and turbulent, its flow unknown. The adjacent damp space could easily be organized into a bed. Although this place was somewhat damp and filled with moisture, Chen Hu did not reject it. For someone like Chen Hu, who prioritized cultivation above all, the suitability for cultivation was the key condition for whether it could serve as a base. Chen Hu's martial soul, although it was a weapon martial soul and possessed healing abilities, was not entirely of the wood attribute. On the contrary, his attributes leaned slightly more towards water, making a place rich in moisture even more suitable for cultivation. The most pressing issue now is whether there are any overly powerful soul beasts nearby. If this is the territory of a strong soul beast, then Chen Hu will have to abandon this base no matter what. While the idea of darkness under the lamp makes sense, it is only temporary. No normal person would choose to linger under the watch of a powerful soul beast. Similarly, the underground dark river before him must be thoroughly investigated. One cannot allow others to rest on their own territory. If there is a great danger lurking nearby, who would dare to easily establish their stronghold in such a place? Not to mention, if a soul beast suddenly appears in the dark river while he is cultivating, who can withstand that? Therefore, Chen Hu must ensure that there are no significant threats within the dark river. Otherwise, no matter how tempting this place looks, he will have to give it up. It is still dark outside, and Chen Hu does not plan to go out and explore the surrounding environment at this time. So the dark river before him becomes his first target for investigation. He took off his outer clothes and, wearing only a pair of shorts, plunged into the dark river. Although Chen Hu has not learned to swim in this life, he had often played in the pits left by gold mining in his previous life. So he quickly adapted and swam skillfully in the river. The water is not deep, about less than 2 meters, and the underground dark river is not large. Above him are smooth rock layers worn down by the water, and the current is quite rapid. Chen Hu swam along the direction of the dark river, winding for about 2 or 3 miles until he reached the end of the dark flow, where it converged with a waterfall that cascaded vertically downward, producing a thunderous sound. If Chen Hu had not used the dawning blade he carried to anchor himself into the rock, he would have almost been swept down the waterfall by the river. Although he did not know the height of the waterfall, judging by the sound of the water, it probably wasn't low. At such a height, no soul beast should be able to stand. The cave is not large, and larger soul beasts cannot enter, making the downstream area relatively safe. Chen Hu then swam upstream against the current, taking a full 2 to 3 hours to return to his starting point. It took him less than half an hour to drift downstream, but the return trip surprisingly took over 2 hours. After a brief rest, he realized that swimming upstream was very physically demanding. In the water, he could not use his martial soul and did not have the replenishment for medicinal wine, making it a challenging task for Chen Hu. Once he felt fully recovered, he set out again toward the upstream of the dark river. Chapter 50. The diamond monkey going against the current. The river's resistance was greater, and Chen Hu needed to exert more effort. After about 5 or 6 hours, Chen Hu managed to scout about 6 or 7 miles upstream, confirming that there were no soul beasts lurking in this underground dark river before returning to his original location. If there were no powerful soul beasts hidden nearby, this rock crevice could serve as a base for a long time to come. Chen Hu stealthily moved a large stone that was lodged in the rock crevice, leaped up, and then replaced the stone to conceal the situation within the base. At this time, the sky was brightening. The mountains and trees on both sides were lush, yet lacked the continuous coverage of interlinked branches and leaves found in forested areas. The sun's rays easily fell upon Chen Hu, bringing a sense of optimism. Chen Hu swam down the mountain stream. The creek outside the riverbed was not large, and before long, he encountered a rushing river where many soul beasts were drinking water, mostly gentle herbivorous soul beasts. Of course, although these soul beasts were herbivores, it did not mean they would have any goodwill towards humans. After all, when human soul masters hunted soul beasts for soul rings, they did not consider whether the soul beasts were carnivorous or herbivorous. As long as Chen Hu dared to appear before them, he would surely face rejection. There were several thousand-year soul beasts in the area, so Chen Hu could only observe the situation from a distance before retreating the way he came. If Chen Hu was not mistaken, the end of this river should converge with the end of the dark river he explored last night. forming a massive waterfall that produced a thunderous sound. Thus, while foraging for herbs, Chen Hu continued to scout the surrounding area. 3 days later, Chen Hu had a clear understanding of several nearby mountain peaks. These mountains seemed to be unclaimed territory, aside from some 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Chen Hu did not find any 1,000-year soul beasts. As long as he was cautious of a nearby river, the chances of encountering 1,000-year soul beasts were low. So Chen Hu decided to stay in this area for training for a while. However, Chen Hu was also afraid that his remarkable sense of direction might inadvertently lead him deeper into the Douro forest. It was one thing to encounter some not too powerful 1,000-year soul beasts, but if he happened to run into a 10,000-year soul beast one day, he would have no way to escape. Using the rock crevice of the underground dark river as a base, Chen Hu began his reckless journey of self-destruction. Every day before dawn, he quietly left the base to find a 1,000-year soul beast to fight. He would engage with those he could defeat and flee from those he could not. Whether he was courting death or simply on the path to do so, he would return to the base covered in wounds. As time passed, the soul beast Chen Hu provoked grew stronger, and his injuries increased. On one occasion, he even had to use his self-created soul technique, the 8 doors d'Engia, to escape from a soul beast that was over 2,000 years old. Along with the danger, Chen Hu's soul power steadily increased, and his combat skills and physical fitness rapidly improved. Although his soul power did not directly increase, his intuition for crises and battle experience advanced by leaps and bounds. Similarly, due to his daily injuries, Chen Hu's medical skills also improved significantly. He accumulated a wealth of experience regarding the properties, growing conditions, and combinations of various herbs. Even without soul power, Chen Hu could be considered an experienced healer, qualified to help others. One day, as usual, Chen Hu left the base and swam downstream along the mountain stream. Before long, he encountered his target for the day, a 1,000-year soul beast, the 5-color elk. The 5-color elk was an herbivorous soul beast, not particularly strong, but very fast. Its most distinctive feature was a pair of antlers on its head, as hard as iron, capable of easily piercing through boulders, making them its greatest weapon. This was not Chen Hu's first battle with a 5-color elk, so he understood how troublesome this elk could be. Gripping his dawn dagger, he used the speed boost from his wind spring soul technique to continuously maneuver around the 5-color elk. The elk's antlers were not only tough and sharp, but could also emit beams of 5-color energy, accompanied by a powerful stunning ability. Even if Chen Hu were to take a hit, he would be dazed for a few seconds, which was more than enough time for the 5-color elk to charge up and pierce through its opponent's body. Fortunately, the elk's skill casting speed was not fast, and its skill's precast movements were too obvious. As long as Chen Hu concentrated, he could easily predict and dodge. For some reason, Chen Hu felt that today's 5-color elk seemed a bit anxious. Within a minute of engaging Chen Hu, it began to gather 5-colored light in its antlers, preparing to unleash a skill. For soul beasts with special skills, casting a skill was a significant consumption of energy, and they generally would not choose to do so unless absolutely necessary. The 5-color elk was usually gentle and patient, but the one in front of Chen Hu seemed to be acting strangely. Was something happening? Had a human soul master arrived, or was there some other situation? Chen Hu quickly retreated just in time to exit the elk's skill attack range, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. The anxiety in the 5-color elk's bright eyes deepened. Seeing the human blocking its path retreat, it quickly kicked off the ground and ran for its life, disappearing from Chen Hu's sight in the blink of an eye. Chen Hu did not plan to continue training. The atmosphere in the forest today was clearly off. He knew better than to underestimate any soul beast, no matter how weak it seemed, as their perception of danger could sometimes be stronger than that of humans. Chen Hu decided to return to the base. No matter what danger was approaching, he should first ensure his own safety. However, the next moment, Chen Hu's expression changed. The direction in which the 5-color elk had fled soon echoed with a piercing scream, unmistakably coming from the same 5-color elk. It had only been a few breaths of time. The 5-color elk was not weak, and if it had met its demise in such a short time, it indicated that the opponent was definitely formidable. Flee! Without hesitation, Chen Hu dashed in the opposite direction from where the 5-color elk had escaped, lightly uttering a soul incantation. His second soul ring lit up, and the wind spring's essence flowed down his throat, transforming into swirling breezes that visibly increased his speed. However, the sense of pressure coming from behind grew stronger. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Hu caught a glimpse of a massive beast behind him, and he quickened his pace, simultaneously drinking in the essence, not pausing for a moment. It was a monkey-type soul beast, slightly smaller than the Titan great ape he had encountered before. In terms of appearance and build, it resembled the Titan great ape. But Chen Hu could clearly sense the differences between this soul beast and the Titan great ape. Compared to the Titan great ape, which excelled in both speed and strength, this monkey-type soul beast was significantly inferior, though this could also be due to its lower age level. However, this monkey-type soul beast had longer arms than the Titan great ape, nearly reaching its legs, making it very adept at climbing. Additionally, its eyes were blood red, exuding an aura of brutality and savagery, unlike the Titan great ape's bright and intelligent gaze. It seemed to be a soul beast born for slaughter. The king of the jungle, the diamond monkey, Chen Hu couldn't help but recall a casual chat with his theoretical class teacher, who mentioned that aside from the Titan great ape, there was another soul beast capable of rivaling it, and that was the diamond monkey. The diamond monkey was a pure power-type soul beast and the largest of the monkey-type soul beasts. The largest diamond monkey could even grow up to 40 meters tall, making it the absolute king of strength, aside from a few rare soul beasts. Of course, under the terrifying power, speed is not simple, especially in this jungle environment. The mandrill has also been called the king of the jungle, and the jungle is indeed their home ground. The distance between Chen Hu and it is constantly closing in. In Chen Hu's mind, the mandrill's weaknesses appear. Physically, the mandrill has almost no obvious weaknesses, but where it falls short compared to the Titan ape is in its intelligence. The mandrill possesses almost no intelligence. All its actions are driven by survival instincts, characterized by brutality and a love for killing and destruction. However, in a situation where there is such a disparity in power, sheer strength can easily overwhelm intelligence, leaving little room for wisdom to play a role. Chen Hu must find a way to escape this mandrill. As a close combat soul master, he clearly understands the huge gap between himself and the mandrill. Comparing close combat with the king of close combat like the mandrill is almost a suicidal act, but Chen Hu lacks long-range means, leaving him with no choice but to escape. However, the mandrill's speed exceeds that of Chen Hu, who is using his soul skills, and he finds himself in a desperate situation, constantly reminding himself to move faster, even faster. The mandrill's massive size prompts Chen Hu to attempt to choose narrower and more complex terrains to escape, hoping to shake off the mandrill's pursuit. But what Chen Hu did not expect is that the mandrill's limbs are incredibly elastic. It effortlessly leaps over dozens of meters of narrow mountains. And other more complex terrains also impose very limited restrictions on the mandrill. It can be said that as long as it is in the jungle terrain, there is no terrain that can pose a threat to the mandrill. Roar! A roar sounds from behind, and the mandrill grabs a massive stone nearly 3 meters in diameter. With its strong and long arms, it throws the stone, turning it into one of the most terrifying weapons in the world, swiftly flying towards Chen Hu. Thud! Chen Hu dodges just in time, but the stone thrown by the mandrill is simply too massive. He is grazed on the shoulder by the edge, and his entire shoulder is instantly a bloody mess, blood gushing out continuously, leaving him numb around the shoulder area. Fortunately, after throwing the large stone, the mandrill slows down, preventing it from closing in on Chen Hu. The first soul ring lights up, and the liquor in the medicinal gourd transforms into a healing substance. With his other hand holding the gourd, Chen Hu pours the healing liquor into his mouth. A pale green light continuously flows over the wound, and the injury begins to heal rapidly. While doing all this, Chen Hu does not stop for a moment, still desperately fleeing for his life. Chapter 51, Encountering the King Kong Baboon. Facing the King Kong Baboon, a dominant soul beast in the jungle, its level becomes less important, as even a 100-year-old King Kong Baboon is not something Chen Hu can deal with now. The King Kong Baboon has limited long-range attack methods, but the enormous boulders it throws with its terrifying strength possess destructive power, that can only be described as horrifying. If it weren't for Chen Hu being a support-type soul master with rapid recovery methods, he would likely have perished right here. The surrounding trees flew past him as Chen Hu moved like a nimble leopard, quickly traversing the jungle, while the King Kong baboon continued its relentless pursuit behind him. This soul beast lacks intelligence. Once it instinctively locks onto a prey, it will not rest until it has killed it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, and Chen Hu's face changed. How did he end up in this place in his panic flight? After passing through a thicket, a rushing river and a waterfall appeared before Chen Hu's eyes, which was the end of the underground river that served as his base. The river was turbulent, spanning several dozen meters in width, and the waterfall below was bottomless, shrouded in rising mist and poisonous gas, obscuring the view of what lay beneath. Ahead was a dead end, and the massive body of the King Kong baboon was closing in from behind, leaving Chen Hu in a desperate situation. Chen Hu halted, his two soul rings shining brightly as his soul power began to deplete rapidly. Continuous fine wine flowed from his medicinal gourd into his stomach, and wisps of alcohol vapor arose, circulating in a special manner, causing his clear eyes to become hazy. Self-created soul skill, 8 gates Duanjia. First gate, open. With no turning back, in this dire situation, Chen Hu had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. The dawn knife, unsheathed in his hand, trembled incessantly, as if eager for the enemy's blood. Watching the King Kong baboon flee like a fly, its patience was exhausted to the limit. A blood-red glow erupted from within it, transforming its fur, exposed skin, and savage eyes into a deep crimson. Unlike the mysterious skills of the Titan giant ape, the King Kong baboon had only one skill: frenzy. After entering a frenzied state, the King Kong baboon experienced a tremendous boost in both strength and speed. With an enraged roar, its enormous fist came crashing down towards Chen Hu. In the face of this colossal fist, Chen Hu's figure with the knife appeared as small as a boat swaying in a storm, at risk of being capsized by the waves at any moment. The massive body of the King Kong baboon swung its fist like a war god, exuding an enormous pressure. The true effect of the 8 gates Duanjia soul skill was to unleash Chen Hu's potential. Although his consciousness was hazy, his combat instincts expanded infinitely, resonating with the King Kong baboon's frenzy in a similar manner. Faced with this unstoppable punch, Chen Hu obviously could not be foolish enough to confront the King Kong baboon in a contest of strength, with the wind and spring coalescing within him. As the King Kong baboon's fist fell, dirt and rocks flew, and the fierce wind whipped around. Chen Hu's body merged with the gusts created by the King Kong baboon's punch, evading the overwhelming blow. Then, leveraging the momentum, Chen Hu leapt into the air, swinging the dawn knife down fiercely at the top of the King Kong baboon's head. When fighting human soul masters, Chen Hu rarely leapt into the air like this. Aerial combat made it easy for enemies to seize opportunities, leaving him vulnerable in the air without a means to exert force. However, against a giant soul beast like the King Kong baboon, failing to jump would mean he could not inflict damage on its vital points due to the size difference. The King Kong baboon was not slow. While blocking with one hand above its head, it quickly withdrew the other hand, swiping towards Chen Hu. With fingers as thick as a human arm and a hand the size of a door, Chen Hu had no doubt he would be crushed if caught. In the state of the 8 gates Duanjia, Chen Hu's strength and speed received a significant boost. The dawn knife struck down, the indestructible blade sinking into the King Kong baboon's arm, blood splattering out. However, compared to the baboon's massive size, this seemingly terrifying wound was no more than a minor injury. Gripping the knife handle, Chen Hu withdrew and leapt again, avoiding the King Kong baboon's returning arm while soaring over its head. The blade turned downwards, leaving a shallow wound on the baboon's back. Roar, blood, and pain enraged the King Kong baboon, its crimson glow swirling as the wounds on its arm and back healed at a visible speed, returning to normal within a few breaths. The frenzy not only enhanced the King Kong baboon's speed and strength, but also significantly accelerated its healing rate. It could be said that the frenzied King Kong baboon was a war machine without pain, capable of continuous recovery. Chen Hu remained impassive. After using the 8 gates Duanjia, He had lost the emotion of fear. Like a moth to a flame, he charged towards the King Kong baboon, using his speed and agile movements to maneuver around it. The baboon's enormous eyes ensured it could never be as flexible as a human. While its great size offered advantages, it also came with inherent flaws. The lack of agility was the King Kong baboon's weakness. The dawn knife continued to leave various cuts on the King Kong baboon's body. However, unfortunately, after a short while, the wounds Chen Hu inflicted were healed by the baboon's self-recovery ability. The pain radiating from its body stimulated the King Kong baboon, causing its fist-swinging speed to increase. With gusts of wind sending grass and stones flying, while the swirling dust interfered with Chen Hu's vision. Boom! The power of the 8 gates Duanjia began to wane, and Chen Hu's slightly delayed body was struck by the King Kong baboon's hand, unleashing terrifying power. Chen Hu's body fell like a kite with a severed string. Following the same routine as the Titan giant ape, the King Kong baboon lunged towards Chen Hu with its massive size, like a mountain crashing down. The moment Chen Hu was struck by the King Kong baboon, he broke free from the state of the 8 gates Duanjia, his gaze regaining clarity. The shadow of a mountain loomed before him, and this time, Chen Hu had even less time to react. The King Kong baboon's descent was fiercer than that of the Titan giant ape. Retreat. The after effects of the 8 gates Duanjia manifested. Both Chen Hu's physical and mental states were nearing their limits, with muscles aching and a splitting headache. Dragging his exhausted body, Chen Hu rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the massive form of the King Kong baboon crashing down. Bang! A meteor crashed to the ground, the thunderous noise drowning out the roaring waterfall. The terrifying shockwave lifted Chen Hu's battered body, crashing him against a rock. Intense pain surged through him, and he coughed up warm blood, feeling a warm sensation at the back of his head. Chen Hu felt dizzy, and the scenery before him began to sway. A faint blue light flowed, bringing a slight coolness to Chen Hu, preventing him from immediately blacking out. It was the bamboo leaf green within him working its magic, but given his current condition, its effects were merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, Chen Hu had regained his senses. If he had blacked out now, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Chen Hu suddenly leveraged his strength to leap into the air again, just as the King Kong baboon's fist came crashing down, striking him directly. Blood splattered as Chen Hu was sent flying, losing consciousness. Yet, just before blacking out, there was a smile on Chen Hu's lips. With a thunderous sound, Chen Hu's body plunged into the rushing river. Before the blood could spread, his body was swept downstream, merging into the waterfall, plummeting off the cliff. Roar! The mandrill let out an unwilling roar, picked up a stone by its feet, and hurled it into the river, venting its frustration until the blood-red glow on its body completely dissipated, before it dashed away into the forest. Shortly after, a beam of sword light emerged from the horizon, and a young man in a white robe with long hair rode in on his sword, arriving at this devastated battlefield. Chen Xin jumped down from the 7-killing sword, gracefully gestured with his hand, and caught a tattered piece of clothing, murmuring to himself, "It seems a soul master fought here not long ago. I wonder which unfortunate soul encountered such a terrifying soul beast as the mandrill. Although this mandrill looks to be only about 1,000 years old, its tough skin and flesh, in a berserk state, could easily overpower an average soul king. Sigh, I ventured deep into the Stardow forest and still haven't found the boy in Rong Rong's letter. It seems that boy is in grave danger." Chen Xin sighed, thinking of the possibility of a martial soul fusion technique with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. It would truly be a pity if that boy is gone. If the boy were still alive and married to Rong Rong, with 2 support-type soul masters performing a martial soul fusion technique, the 7-treasure glazed sect could even become the #1 sect in the world. There has never been a martial soul fusion technique performed by 2 support-type soul masters on the continent. With the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, the sect could already rank among the top 3, and adding another support-type soul master for the fusion technique would unleash unimaginable power. Unfortunately, it's such a pity. Well, let me search a bit more. Perhaps that kid is lucky enough to still be alive. Chen Xin shook his head and prepared to ride off on his sword. However, at that moment, A shadow was rapidly approaching the area. Out of curiosity, Chen Hu chose not to leave immediately. The newcomer was a soul emperor with a pair of flesh wings, who appeared before Chen Hu in just a few breaths. Yi Liyuan felt a rush of anxiety in his heart upon seeing the divine sword beneath Chen Hu's feet and respectfully bowed. I am Yi Liyuan from the Spirit Hall. Greetings to your excellency, Chen Hu. Hearing Yi Liyuan introduce himself, Chen Hu's expression grew cold. The relationship between the seven treasure glazed sect and the Spirit Hall was not harmonious. And at least Chen Hu did not have a favorable impression of the people from the Spirit Hall. Yi Liyuan understood that Chen Hu held no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall and was about to take his leave. But then he inadvertently caught sight of the piece of clothing in Chen Hu's hand, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes turning blood red as he fixated on Chen Hu. Chapter 52. Lingming Monkey, do you want to take action against me? Chen Xian asked with great interest. A young man around level 60 of the Soul Emperor rank. Not very old and quite a promising lad, but it is indeed rare for someone who knows they are a titled Douro to still dare to show killing intent. Yi Liyuan took a deep breath to calm his somewhat turbulent emotions, staring straight at Chen Xian, and asked, where did the fragment of the garment in your hand come from? I see. It seems that unfortunate fellow is someone you know. A trace of realization flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. But that was not a reason for you to dare to release killing intent in front of me. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xian unleashed a sword aura, and in the next moment, Yi Liyuan's body was sent flying without any ability to resist. This is just a little lesson. A small soul emperor should have the awareness of a soul emperor. Don't think that just because you have the Spirit Hall behind you, you can act recklessly in front of me. After unleashing a sword aura, Chen Xian didn't even look at Yi Liyuan and directly soared away on his sword, leaving behind a cold voice. When I arrived here, I only saw this corner of the tattered garment and a rampaging golden baboon. Your companion should have already perished in the mouth of the golden baboon. As Chen Xian departed, only his words lingered in Yi Liyuan's ears. Chen Hu is dead. How could Chen Hu possibly die? He is just a 12-year-old child. If it weren't for my selfishness, stubbornly sending Chen Hu to Shrek Academy, he certainly wouldn't have died so young. The guilt in Yi Liyuan's heart was like a poisonous snake tearing at his soul. Talents like Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao would surely receive better training if they entered a higher-level Spirit Academy. And perhaps one day they would have the opportunity to step into the sacred land of the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Academy in Spirit City. However, it was precisely because of his selfishness that such a talented student was buried in the Stardow Forest. As a mentor at the Spirit Academy in Snow City, Yi Liyuan knew very well what kind of existence a golden baboon was. Even a century-old golden baboon was not something Chen Hu could handle, and even escaping was impossible. Yi Liyuan carefully collected the remaining fragments of the garment on the ground, as a few glistening drops flowed down in the wind. Roar! A mournful cry echoed from the nearby forest, a shadow enveloping a vast area of the jungle, with only the vague shape of a giant beast flickering in and out of sight. After an unknown period, a giant creature stumbled out from the shadows. The shadow transformed into a pale-faced man, who pressed on his chest where a huge sword scar was, the terrifying sword aura relentlessly damaging the flesh around the man's chest. The man was Yi Liyuan. Yi Liyuan had wanted to personally slay the golden baboon to avenge his student, but unfortunately, Chen Xian's casual strike had inflicted such deep damage that he was unable to leave the golden baboon. Yi Liyuan touched the fragments of the garment in his pocket, his face revealing a mix of sorrow and unwillingness, slowly turning to leave, a faint aura of dusk emerging around him. Chen Hu woke from his slumber, opening his tightly closed eyes, and a rough stone wall appeared before him. Where's this place? Am I dead? Chen Hu's mind was blank, and the last image in his mind was of him falling from the waterfall. Suddenly startled, he sat up straight, but the intense pain throughout his body made him gasp in cold air, causing him to fall back onto a stone bed. However, the severe pain also confirmed to Chen Hu that he should not be dead. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of chirping sounds reached his ears. Chen Hu looked up to see an oddly familiar face appearing before him, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Great Sage, is that you? Great Sage? Have I crossed over again?" The face that appeared before him resembled a legendary divine monkey from myth, with a furry face and a thunderous mouth, golden eyes. And if it had a golden headband on top, it would be indistinguishable from the great sage Sun Wukong. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hearing Chen Hu's words, the furry great sage gestured with its hands, making chirping sounds in the air. After a while, the great sage got down on all fours and quickly ran away. Chen Hu also calmed down, and another type of introduction for a soul beast, the Lingming monkey, appeared in his mind. Unlike the Titan giant ape and golden baboon, which are known for their size and strength, the Lingming monkey's power is not particularly outstanding, but their intelligence is the highest among all soul beasts. Generally, adult Lingming monkeys have an IQ similar to that of ordinary humans, and the wise among them are even unmatched by many humans. However, in the world of soul beasts, strength is the dominant force. The Lingming monkey possesses great wisdom that does not match its strength, ultimately leading to its kind's extinction. Chen Hu had only seen descriptions of the Lingming monkey in an ancient book collected by the Spirit Hall, but he never expected that such a creature actually existed in this world. "Little one, you're awake," an old voice rang out, and Chen Hu turned to see the previously departed great sage supporting a white-haired old Lingming monkey approaching. The old Lingming monkey walked up to Chen Hu and tapped on the thick, breathable fur that wrapped around Chen Hu's body with a cane. Only then did Chen Hu realize that his whole body was wrapped in this unknown fur soaked in greenish-brown liquid. This fur had excellent breathability, resembling gauze from his past life, and a faint herbal fragrance wafted from it. Chen Hu sniffed and could roughly determine that it was a type of hemostatic herb. Looking around, he found that there was no one else nearby, and his gaze was filled with astonishment. "Was it you who spoke just now?" Chen Hu looked at the old Lingming monkey. "Yes, it was I who spoke. Our Lingming clan is quite special. As long as we reach the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, we can master human language." The old Lingming monkey's voice was weak, and Chen Hu could sense a strong aura of dusk from him, similar to that of an elderly person nearing the end of life. Chen Hu could hardly believe that the old Lingming monkey before him was actually a powerful 10,000-year soul beast, as rumored. "I, the junior Chen Hu. Thank you for saving my life, senior." At this moment, Chen Hu finally understood that it was this old Lingming monkey who had saved him. It was a trivial matter. The Tinga waterfall is over 700 meters high, and you fell from such a height while still maintaining a trace of life. Even with the river's cushioning, it is still your fate to survive. The old Lingming monkey smiled and said, "All right, I won't say much more. You've just awakened, and you must be hungry. Although the fountain of youth maintains your bodily consumption, you have indeed not eaten for nearly half a month. You should rest well first, and I will have Shao Qi find something for you to eat soon." The old Lingming monkey waved his hand. "Wait, half a month? Senior, how long exactly was I unconscious?" Chen Hu asked nervously. The old Lingming monkey shook his head. "I don't know either, but it has been half a month since we found you." Chen Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only half a month, and the time wasted was not long. If he practiced hard, his soul power level would surely catch up. My soul power? Chen Hu was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the soul power in his dantian was richer than before, as if it had advanced another level, surprisingly reaching level 28. In addition, there was another strong force in his dantian, continuously emitting vitality, restoring his damaged body. Medicine to save a life, wine gourd. Chen Hu summoned his martial soul, looking at the pale, blue-glowing medicinal wine gourd, and felt that there seemed to be some changes in his martial soul that he was unaware of, as two brilliant yellow lights rose from beneath his feet. Zweiking! The first soul ring lit up, and a mouthful of bamboo leaf green entered Chen Hu's abdomen. Only then did Chen Hu understand the change in his martial soul. The medicinal power of bamboo leaf green had increased by at least 10%, and the cool sensation permeated his bones, alleviating the pain in his body. Wind Spring. Chen Hu continued to try the Wind Spring soul skill, and found that, like the first soul skill bamboo leaf green, the effect of the Wind Spring soul skill had also increased by nearly 10%. Senior, what is going on? Chen Hu's gaze turned to the old spirit monkey. If he guessed correctly, only this old spirit monkey could explain the changes in his martial soul. When Chen Hu's eyes met the old spirit monkey's gaze, Those deep golden eyes resembled a starry sky, vast and boundless. In that moment of staring into those eyes, Chen Hu seemed to feel the passage of time, the vicissitudes of life, and the wisdom accumulated over endless years. Young man, your name is Chen Hu, right? Never mind. I will still call you Chen Hu. I have a question I would like to ask you. Is that okay? The old spirit monkey did not directly answer Chen Hu's question, but instead asked. The young man's life was saved by the senior, so please feel free to ask. Chen Hu replied respectfully. After all, this old spirit monkey was his savior, and no amount of respect would be too much. Similarly, the aura of wisdom accumulated over the years from the old spirit monkey made one involuntarily feel a sense of respect. Are you a healer? The old spirit monkey's golden eyes were fixed intently on Chen Hu, radiating divine light. Healer? Chen Hu was somewhat puzzled by the old spirit monkey's meaning. After a moment, he replied, I don't know if I can be considered a healer, but I have done my fair share of treating illnesses and saving lives. After all, I learned medicine from my teacher and my ancestors were also doctors. So if I encounter someone in need of help, I will lend a hand. Reflecting on himself, Chen Hu was unsure if he could be classified as a healer. He did not have the ambition to dedicate his life to healing the world and helping everyone. Although he would help ordinary people when they fell ill out of compassion, he was unwilling to spend his entire life as an ordinary doctor treating diseases. Hearing Chen Hu's response, the old spirit monkey smiled and said, Good boy, I understand. There are books left by a healer here. After you read them, all your doubts will be resolved. If you need anything, just call for Shao Qi. Although he cannot speak, he understands your meaning. After finishing, the old spirit monkey turned and walked out of the cave. Chapter 53. Lu Aki, the old spirit monkey, left with a spirit monkey named Shao Qi. Chen Hu recalled the old spirit monkey's words and felt a strange sensation enveloping his mind. He moved his limbs a bit. The bamboo leaf green he had just consumed was quickly taking effect. Although Chen Hu couldn't fight with all his strength, light movements were not a problem. Chen Hu stood up and began to assess his surroundings. This was a stone chamber of about 20 to 30 square meters, kept very clean with simple decorations, a stone bed, a stone table, and several stone stools. There was also a stone door on the left side of the chamber. Chen Hu walked to the stone door and gently pushed it open. The breeze from the door stirred up a cloud of dust, and Chen Hu inadvertently inhaled some, quickly covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve and coughing violently. As the dust settled, Chen Hu finally saw the interior behind the stone door, a small room of less than 10 square meters, containing only a table and a stool. On the stone table, 2 burnt-out oil lamps stood on either side, and in the center were several thick booklets covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Chen Hu gently approached the stone table and blew hard, clearing away the dust to reveal the long-hidden booklets. Using the light from outside, Chen Hu opened the first booklet. It resembled a notebook. He flipped to the first page and began to read silently. The soul masters from his spirit hall came to awaken our martial spirits. I must become a powerful soul master. Come on, Lu Aki, you can do it. The handwriting was a bit juvenile and crooked. I have awakened my martial spirit, which is a willow leaf. The adults from the spirit hall said, this is a support-type martial spirit. I'm the only one in the entire village with soul power. Although it's only level 3, I can finally become a soul master. Through endless years, Chen Hu could feel the excitement in the heart of the young man named Lu Aki. Lu Aki was born into a family that was not wealthy, just an ordinary village, and with the support of the entire village, he finally entered a local soul master academy. Although he only had innate soul power of level 3. His poor background made young Lu Aki more mature and clever than his peers, quickly becoming a standout in the academy. Later, Lu Aki was favored by a high-level support-type old soul master, who took him under his wing. Lu Aki had several senior brothers, but they did not like him very much, perhaps because he, a peasant born from the mud, was favored by the teacher. The old soul master was indeed very fond of his youngest disciple, imparting his skills. Although Lu Aki's talent for martial spirit cultivation was quite ordinary, he had a high talent for medicine and quickly learned the old master's medical skills, becoming a renowned great physician known as the miraculous Dr. Saint. At that time, Lu Aki was only a level 30 soul venerable, yet he was called a saint. Even leaders of top forces treated Lu Aki with respect. However, Lu Aki never forgot his original intention. He always reminded himself that his achievements came from the help of the simple villagers. So despite many major sects offering him olive branches, Lu Aki rejected them all without exception, retreating to a small village to treat ordinary people. Later, the old soul master passed away, leaving his ancestral medical books to his disciple Lu Aki. This also laid the groundwork for future troubles for Lu Aki. When Lu Aki reached level 40, several senior brothers came to him, wanting to help him obtain his fourth soul ring. Lu Aki, without suspicion, agreed. However, once they entered the Douro forest, the senior brothers revealed their true intentions and demanded that Lu Aki hand over the medical books left by their teacher. It turned out that Lu Aki had gained fame over the years, and these senior brothers had long harbored jealousy, believing that Lu Aki's master had hidden skills from them. In the end, the old soul master chose to leave the most precious medical books to Lu Aki, which further incited their malice. Ultimately, Lu Aki, along with the medical books left by his master, jumped off a cliff. By chance, Lu Aki did not die, but instead encountered a tribe of spirit monkeys living at the bottom of the cliff. Rescued by these spirit monkeys, Lu Aki, feeling disheartened after being betrayed by his fellow disciples, decided to stay at the cliff's bottom, dedicating himself to studying medicine. In his spare time, he also taught these spirit monkeys some simple medical skills and treated them. Lu Aki's story was roughly like this. The notebook also recorded many of Lu Aki's medical practices and his strategies for various difficult diseases along with some basic thoughts. Putting down the notebook, Chen Hu seemed to feel the emotions of Lu Aki's entire life and couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Chen Hu opened the second booklet, which was a letter. To the one who comes after, I believe you should have seen the notes I left behind. Although I, Lu Aki, had some regrets in my youth, I was fortunate to meet a group of simple partners in the final chapter of my life. The spirit monkeys, although they are soul beasts, possess a purity and kindness that humans do not have. I am a soul master, but I am also a healer. My patients are not only humans, but can also be soul beasts. Therefore, these spirit monkeys can be my friends and accompany me through the last part of my life. To the one who comes after, I hope you can also set aside the prejudices between humans and soul beasts and try to accept these kind and gentle monkeys. You will come to like them. I have nothing to leave you, but the old Monkey King will take you to drink from the fountain of youth. Consider it my gift to you. The fountain of youth water is a medicinal liquor brewed from hundreds of precious herbs combined with a rare main medicine. It has great benefits for the cultivation of martial spirits. However, a soul master can only drink it once. The second time will turn it into a poison that eats through the intestines and bones, so do not drink it a second time. Also, if you're a healer, you can check the medicinal garden. There are many herbs I left behind. You can also look at these two medical books. One is the one left by my teacher, and the other is the one I wrote myself. Finally, remember not to disclose the location of this place to the outside world. Compared to greedy humans, these spirit monkeys are too simple and weak. Lu Aki, after reading this letter, Chen Hu vaguely understood that the changes in his martial spirit should be related to the fountain of youth left by Lu Aki. As for Lu Aki's warning, even if he didn't say it, Chen Hu would not disclose this place. The spirit monkeys, with combat abilities that do not match their intelligence, made it difficult for this group of soul beasts to even stand in the Douro forest, perhaps because these monkeys were too similar to humans. Chen Hu did not wish for such a group to completely disappear into the dust of history. Moreover, repaying kindness with enmity had never been Chen Hu's style. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chen Hu turned around and saw that the spirit monkey named Xiao Qi had returned. From Lu Aki's letter, Chen Hu understood the origin of this spirit monkey's name. It was the little spirit monkey Lu Aki had delivered and personally named Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi's bright eyes curiously observed Chen Hu and friendly offered him some fresh fruit, which looked clean and still had some moisture on it, clearly washed. Chen Hu took the fruit, unsure how long it had been since he had eaten, although a mass of unknown energy was sustaining his body's consumption. The feeling of hunger was real. Chen Hu did not refuse and directly picked up a piece of fruit to eat. While eating the fruit, Chen Hu opened the remaining two books, which were both medical books. One was passed down from Lu Aki's teacher, and the other was written by Liu Aki himself. The medical books left by teacher Liu Aki are quite good and very similar to the knowledge that Chen Hu learned from Ji Shui. Chen Hu can easily understand them. But the research on soul beast bodies in the medical books left by Liu Aki is somewhat too profound for him, making it rather obscure to read. Chen Hu simply set aside the medical books left by Liu Aki and focused on studying the medical texts passed down by teacher Liu Aki. Although the style of the medical books left by Liu Aki is similar to the knowledge Chen Hu has learned, there are still many medical techniques and theories he has not touched upon, which captivated him and greatly benefited him. Meanwhile, the spirit monkey, Shao Qi, quietly accompanied Chen Hu, its round, big eyes fixed on him without blinking. It wasn't until the light outside the stone door dimmed that Chen Hu reluctantly put down the medical book in his hands, looked at Shao Qi beside him, and asked, "Shao Qi, can I call you that? Can I take these two medical books outside to read?" Shao Qi made chirping sounds and nodded repeatedly. A smile appeared on Chen Hu's face as he looked at Shao Qi's soft golden fur on its head and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Shao Qi suddenly jumped back, chattering as if to say not to touch it. Chen Hu could sense the pure and innocent aura emanating from Shao Qi. Like a little child, he hugged the notes left by Liu Aki and the two medical books and walked out of the stone chamber, returning to his resting stone bed. He lit 2 candles and began to read late into the night. Little spirit monkey Shao Qi seemed to have run off at some point. After all, being a type of monkey soul beast, its nature is to be active. Although the spirit monkey is relatively gentle and patient, it ultimately cannot change its active nature. As the night grew late, Chen Hu rubbed his tired brow, setting the medical books aside. After nearly 6 years of studying with Ji Shui, Chen Hu's medical skills have improved significantly, to the point where he can survive well even without the assistance of a martial soul. Medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Chen Hu understands that although medical skills do not directly enhance his combat power, the achievements he currently possesses are absolutely inseparable from his medical skills. Whether it is knife techniques or body techniques, medical skills provide tremendous assistance. Therefore, Chen Hu cherishes the medical books left by Liu Aki, both from a personal interest and future development perspective. Chapter 54. Celestial Grade. Ever since Chen Hu obtained the 2 medical books, he had hardly stepped outside. Every morning and evening, the spirit monkey Shao Qi would bring various unknown fruits and sometimes processed soul beast meat, allowing Chen Hu to study the 2 medical books without distraction. As Chen Hu delved deeper into his studies, the knowledge from the 2 medical books began to be fully absorbed, becoming a part of him. After flipping through the medical books for an unknown number of times, Chen Hu touched his somewhat hungry stomach and wondered why Shao Qi hadn't come today. Suddenly, an unexpected hunched figure appeared beside him. "Senior, it's you. What brings you here?" The newcomer was the old spirit monkey. From the notes left by Liu Aki, Chen Hu learned that the old spirit monkey also had a name, Holy. "Little brother, your temperament is just like that of Mr. Liu. As long as you have a medical book to accompany you, you can stay alone for months without feeling lonely." The old spirit monkey smiled faintly, then showed a rare serious expression and asked, "I have some understanding of medicine as well. How about we discuss it together?" Senior also understands medicine. Chen Hu was somewhat surprised. Although he could endure loneliness, it didn't mean he liked being alone. The old spirit monkey's visit to talk made him genuinely happy. Now that he learned the old spirit monkey also understood medicine, Chen Hu couldn't wait to share his recent discoveries. The old spirit monkey waved his hand, saying no rush. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Let me first take you to a place. Follow me. Also, I'm a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, you may call me Grandpa Ho. Grandpa Ho. Chen Hu did not hesitate at all. The sense of time accumulated on the old spirit monkey was unmistakable. He must have experienced many stories. All right, follow me. The old spirit monkey nodded in satisfaction. It was Chen Hu's first time stepping out of the cave. The glaring sunlight shone down, and he discovered that outside was actually a valley, with houses neatly arranged, paths crisscrossing, and the sounds of chickens and dogs, reminiscent of the idyllic paradise described in Tao Yuanming's writings. However, the passers-by were upright, walking monkeys. Unlike ordinary wild beasts, these monkeys were all wearing clothing made of animal skins to varying degrees. Very few were without clothing. The valley also had patches of cultivated farmland, where various fruit trees were planted, bearing the fruits Chen Hu had eaten these past few days. Stepping out of the cave, he could smell the fragrant aroma of flowers and fruits mingled with the scent of earth in the breeze, refreshing and invigorating. As they walked along a small path between the fields, the spirit monkeys they encountered respectfully greeted the old spirit monkey in their own way. Chen Hu followed the old spirit monkey deeper into the valley, where a wooden fence appeared before them, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, bringing joy even before they approached. Is this? Chen Hu had a vague guess in his heart and turned to look at the old spirit monkey. This is the medicinal garden left by Mr. Liu. We are not skilled in medicine and do not know if we can take care of it properly. Medicine emphasizes practical application. You can use any of the medicinal materials in this garden freely, the old spirit monkey said, standing still and pointing to a medicinal garden of about an acre, smiling modestly. Chen Hu stepped into the medicinal garden, which was filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs. A small stream meandered along its banks, with grass growing and orioles flying, and intriguing fragrances wafting around. At his feet, clusters of light purple vines entwined around the wooden fence, gently swaying. The vines were a bluish purple, while the leaves were a light purple. And at the top of the vines, a fire-red fruit the size of a fingernail hung temptingly. Is this the purple vine? It actually bears fruit. Chen Hu was surprised, not expecting to find such a precious medicinal herb at the edge of the garden. The purple vine is just an ordinary plant with no medicinal value in itself. But once it reaches an age of over 300 years, it will bear a red-purple vine fruit, which has extremely high medicinal value. It can not only detoxify, but also strengthen the foundation of soul masters. Chen Hu had only seen the purple vine fruit in an extremely ancient medical book collected by his teacher, Ji Shui. This was the first time he had encountered a real one, because a purple vine that can grow to 1,000 years is an extremely rare entity. However, here, as Chen Hu looked around, he saw countless purple vines entwined around the wooden fence enclosing the medicinal garden, and there were quite a few bearing fruit as well. Most of these medicinal materials were left by Mr. Liu, and some are gathered by my clansmen. As long as they are useful to you, feel free to use them. But you should also know the rules of being a physician. Never exhaust resources, said the old spirit monkey. Chen Hu naturally understood the old spirit monkey's words. Many herbs might already be rare in the world, and when collecting herbs, a physician must not damage their roots or take the most precious parts. Although this may severely weaken the herbs, most can regrow after endless years. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Ho. Chen Hu expressed his gratitude, no longer able to contain his excitement, and continued to explore the medicinal garden. Passion flower, 8-leaf purple fungus, cordyceps, millennium ginseng, heartbreak grass. Various herbs and poisonous plants were displayed before Chen Hu, many of which were rare and precious in the mundane world. Chen Hu walked carefully in the medicinal garden, fearing he might trample on any precious herb. For a healer, this medicinal garden was simply paradise. But for an ordinary soul master, it was not the same. Medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. Some lethal poisons in the hands of an excellent physician can become healing medicines, while some seemingly harmless tonics can turn into deadly poisons. Indeed, there were many nourishing herbs in the garden, but there were also many highly toxic plants. If one is not well versed in medicine, acquiring herbs from this garden would only be harmful, not beneficial. Moreover, Chen Hu understood the lesson of greed. In a garden full of precious herbs, he only collected a dozen varieties that would benefit him, leaving the rest untouched. Though these herbs were valuable, many of their medicinal properties were not irreplaceable, and their current help to Chen Hu was limited. Without proper storage conditions, hastily picking them would only be a waste. As Chen Hu wandered through the medicinal garden, even though he did not need these herbs, for a healer, even just tasting these herbs was a significant gain. What is this? Chen Hu stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary little flower. It was a flower that looked very ordinary, about the size of an adult's thumb. Similar to wildflowers by the roadside, without leaves, only supported by a transparent stem. If not looked at closely, one might think it was just a flower blown away by the wind. The color of the flower's stamens and petals was the same, half black and half white, with the black and white intertwined, yet clearly defined. Even when held up to the nose, it had no fragrance. Chen Hu had encountered many rare herbs today, but he had never felt so dazed. This seemingly ordinary and delicate little flower had a seductive allure that stirred his soul, and his martial soul was also restless, filled with longing, like a traveler in a desert facing a clear, refreshing spring. Eat it, eat it. A voice seemed to urge Chen Hu in his mind. Unable to resist, Chen Hu reached out and grasped the transparent stem of the little flower. The cool touch jolted him awake, and he quickly retreated 7 or 8 steps, staring at the little flower swaying in the wind. Unexpectedly, apart from the ice and fire yin-yang well, there are also immortal-grade herbs in other parts of Douro Continent, in this one in particular. Chen Hu murmured to himself. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary, flavorless black and white flower is an exceptionally rare herb. Moreover, Chen Hu has a premonition that if he consumes this, the quality of his martial soul will definitely be elevated to a higher level. If it were any other, Chen Hu would have eaten it without hesitation. But this particular makes him hesitate, and he is also filled with curiosity about the immortal spring mentioned in Lu Aki's will. If he is not mistaken, this must be one of the main ingredients of the immortal spring. Due to a portion of his original memory, Chen Hu had consulted his teacher, Ji Shui, about the knowledge of herbs. The knowledge of herbs is extremely precious, and very few people on the continent are aware of it. Even someone like Douro Bo, a titled Douro, does not know about it, which is why it became a boon for Tang San. Fortunately, Ji Shui, who is well-versed in knowledge, happens to be one of those who knows about herbs. When Ji Shui was explaining herbs to Chen Hu, she told him this. If you're fortunate enough to encounter, don't hesitate, definitely eat it. But remember, if there is do not attempt to try it unless you are left with no other choice. The Ji Shui referred to is the one in front of Chen Hu, known as the yin-yang 2 lives flower, which is said to embody the concept of one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. The yin-yang 2 lives flower blooms in both realms, one thought of heaven, one thought of hell. The yin-yang 2 lives flower lives up to its name, possessing both medicinal and poisonous properties. The medicine is an unparalleled treasure that can resurrect the dead and heal bones, even more powerful than the effects of ordinary. And it is rumored to possess the ability to reverse life and death. The poison, on the other hand, is a unique and incurable toxin. It is said that even gods cannot cure the poison of the yin-yang 2 lives flower, and they can only wait for death. The yin-yang 2 lives flower is the most special, and its uniqueness lies in its uncertainty. Before consuming the yin-yang 2 lives flower, almost no one can be certain whether it will act as a poison or a divine medicine, which is also the origin of its title. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. Chen Hu walked out of the herb garden and looked at the old spirit monkey waiting outside, asking Grandpa Ho, "Can you take me to see the immortal spring mentioned by Senior Lu?" Chapter 55 Goodbye. King Kong Baboon facing Chen Hu's request, the old spirit monkey hesitated, not speaking for a long time. Chen Hu smiled, bowed, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Ho. If it's not convenient, that's fine. I just want to confirm one thing. It's not that important. The Fountain of Youth should be quite important for the Spirit Monkey clan." The old Spirit Monkey had already saved his life and allowed him to freely study the medical books left by Lu Aki, even letting him enter such a precious place as the medicine garden. Asking for more would be a bit ungrateful. After all, strictly speaking, he was just an outsider. Hearing Chen Hu say this, the old Spirit Monkey's gaze flickered, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't, only sighing and turning to leave. After returning from the medicine garden, the image of the yin-yang flower occasionally flashed in Chen Hu's mind, as if a voice deep within was telling him to go to the medicine garden. But he remained unmoved. For soul masters, the yin-yang flower was a gamble. If he won, he would directly marry a beautiful and rich woman and reach the pinnacle of soul masters. If he lost, everything would come to an end. If Chen Hu really had nothing, he wouldn't mind taking the gamble, as he had nothing to lose. However, Chen Hu was not without resources. Although his medicinal wine-gourd martial soul was not the top tier, it was also not the worst. With a peak innate level of 7, he could potentially become a title de law in the future. If he were lucky enough to obtain a divine inheritance, becoming a god was not impossible. While the yin-yang flower might change his potential and give him true talents like Tang San and Oscar, Could Chen Hu really afford to gamble? No one knew if consuming the yin-yang flower would genuinely allow his martial soul to evolve. After all, treasures like the yin-yang flower were rare in the world. And Chen Hu was not sure if the desire from his medicinal wine gourd stemmed from the unique properties of the yin-yang flower itself. Many dangers are hidden beneath beauty. No one could tell if the desire from the martial soul was just a beautiful message released by the yin-yang flower. When facing such a miraculous herb, being cautious was never excessive. While studying the medical books left by Lu Aki, Chen Hu sought ways to overcome the characteristics of the yin-yang flower while refining and absorbing the remaining fountain of youth within him. Based on Lu Aki's description of the fountain of youth he crafted and the remnants in his dantian that had not been fully digested, Chen Hu was 80% certain that the main ingredient of the fountain of youth was indeed a yin-yang flower. Lu Aki altered the characteristics of the yin-yang flower using medical principles, transforming it into a fountain of youth that was a divine medicine on the first use and poison on the second. The fountain of youth was blended with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As he continued to refine and absorb it, Chen Hu gradually analyzed the components. But there remained one potent herb that matched the properties of the yin-yang flower, which he could not identify. Chen Hu speculated that this was likely another kind of divine herb. Unfortunately, he searched the medicine garden but found no second divine herb. Boom! The surging soul power roared like crashing waves. As the last trace of the fountain of youth's medicinal power was refined, Chen Hu opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming soul power with every movement. He didn't know what to say. After 6 years of hard training, numerous life and death experiences, and awakening potential through the 8 gates, he had only reached soul power level 27. However, after refining the last trace of the fountain of youth's medicinal power, his soul power reached the limit of a great soul master, level 30. The bottleneck at level 29 seemed feeble under the power of the fountain of youth. As soon as he hunted a suitable soul beast, Chen Hu could advance further and become a true soul zune. At this moment, it had been less than half a year since parting ways with Tang San and the others in the Douro Forest. Chen Hu, a food-type soul master, jumped from a level 26 great soul master to a level 30 quasi-soul zune. It was worth noting that Chen Hu's innate soul power was only level 7, and he became a soul zune before the age of 13, which was almost a miracle. Meanwhile, Oscar, also a food-type soul master with full innate soul power, reached this stage at the age of 14. The increase in soul power was just one of the trivial effects of the fountain of youth. Chen Hu's physical quality and life force also saw a significant enhancement, even if he remained at level 30 for his entire life. Chen Hu felt that he could easily live over 300 years. Although soul masters have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, it could not be exaggerated to that extent. From Chen Hu's analysis of the fountain of youth components, there were no heavenly materials that extended lifespan. Therefore, the final mysterious herb must have the effect of prolonging life. Whatever this herb was, as long as it had the ability to extend lifespan, it could be considered a divine herb. What is the most precious thing in the world? Undoubtedly, it's life. Treasures that can extend life have always been the most sought after. A common soul zune with a lifespan exceeding 300 years. Chen Hu had a vague guess about that final divine herb, but did not dare to be certain, as it was already a legend among divine herbs, worthy of the title of king among divine herbs. In a common valley within the Douro Forest, the appearance of a divine yin-yang flower was already a miracle. How could a second divine herb, especially one of kings, possibly exist? Chen Hu moved his limbs, struggling to adapt to the sudden increase in strength. As a food-type soul master who could enhance himself, he usually had good control over sudden boosts in power. However, the comprehensive enhancement brought by the fountain of youth still left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the cave, and Chen Hu felt the entire cave start to shake violently. What was happening? Chen Hu was puzzled and transformed into a shadow, darting out so quickly that it was hard to see. Outside the cave, the entire valley was in ruins, and a familiar massive figure appeared before Chen Hu. It was the King Kong baboon that had forced him off the cliff. At this moment, the King Kong baboon was as fierce as a war god, knocking away the attacking spirit monkeys. The spirit monkey clan, whose size was comparable to normal humans, appeared so small in front of the giant King Kong baboon. The King Kong baboon's eyes were blood red, clearly in a frenzied state. Although the spirit monkey clan possessed wisdom that ordinary soul beasts lacked, their size and strength were relatively weak among soul beasts of the same level, and they lacked the innate skills that most soul beasts possessed. Even though they were a group of thousand-year soul beasts, they were at an absolute disadvantage, with most unable to withstand a single blow from the King Kong baboon. However, among the spirit monkeys, there was one exceptional individual, a golden spirit monkey, furious and brandishing a stick made of an unknown material, swinging it with great force. It was one of the few spirit monkeys capable of standing its ground against the King Kong baboon. The golden spirit monkey's stick technique was not complicated, consisting of simple slashing movements, yet it consistently struck the King Kong baboon's weak points. If the King Kong baboon were not so tough and the power gap not so large, the golden spirit monkey could have easily suppressed it by itself. Xiaoqi. Chen Hu recognized the swinging spirit monkey. It was clearly his most familiar little spirit monkey, Xiaoqi. The way Xiaoqi wielded the stick vaguely resembled Chen Hu himself. Over the past 6 months, although Chen Hu had been obsessed with medicine, he had never neglected his own skills, often practicing his knife techniques. And during those times, Xiaoqi would stand by and watch. Chen Hu did not expect that Xiaoqi would actually steal his knife techniques and even apply them to staff techniques. As for why Xiaoqi chose to use a staff, it was probably because of the story about the monkey that Chen Hu told Xiaoqi during his leisure time, which sparked Xiaoqi's fondness for the staff. Xiaoqi was very fierce, but also a bit hard to sustain. After all, it had just broken through the boundary of a thousand-year soul beast and was still quite young. The King Kong baboon, being the ruler of the ape family of soul beasts, had an innate suppression over the Lingming monkey clan, even though Xiaoqi was filled with fighting spirit and anger. As its teammates fell, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage. 8 gates Duanjia open, Chen Hu shouted, and a continuous stream of medicinal liquor poured from the gourd, flowing into his abdomen. The intoxication surged, and the aroma of the liquor mixed with soul power, unleashing the body's potential. The 2 soul skills, Wind Spring and Bamboo Leaf Green, were released in succession, after refining the power of the Fountain of Youth. The enhancement effects of Chen Hu's 2 soul skills had reached double their original power. After using the soul skills, Chen Hu's speed was nearly comparable to any agile attack-type soul master. With the 8 gates Duanjia opened, Chen Hu truly possessed the strength to threaten the King Kong baboon. "You beast, it's been 3 days since we last met, and you will see me in a new light. Let my knife teach you a lesson. When enemies meet, they are particularly hostile." Chen Hu's body transformed into a ghostly figure, moving as if riding the wind. Utilizing the terrain of the valley, he leaped a few times and climbed onto the head of the King Kong baboon, delivering a downward slash with his knife. The King Kong baboon's berserk skill not only significantly enhanced its strength and speed, but also sharpened its instinctive combat intuition. With a powerful stomp of its thick right leg, the ground sank into a small pit. The King Kong baboon let out a furious roar, causing nearby Lingming monkeys to cover their ears in pain, their expressions twisted. Naturally, Chen Hu, who was closest to the King Kong baboon, was also affected. He endured the echoing sound waves and the ringing in his ears, as the knife in his hand had already fallen. Blood splattered, and a wound appeared on the top of the King Kong baboon's head. The damage inflicted was incomparable to when he faced the King Kong baboon earlier. Even with the super recovery ability of its berserk state, the wound on its head was not to be overlooked. In pain, the King Kong baboon instinctively reached up to touch the wound on its head, but could only feel the warm blood. The red glow in the King Kong baboon's eyes grew more intense, and the golden light flowed around its right arm, causing its already thick right arm to grow even bulkier. Its granite-like muscles bulged, and its powerful fist slammed down onto the ground. In the next moment, an invisible ripple spread out from in front of the King Kong baboon. Chapter 56, Needle Transmission Technique Surrounded by the King Kong baboon. Chen Hu directly faced the ripple as he sought to find a flaw. In the next moment, a tremendous shockwave hit him, causing a sharp pain in his chest. and his body was uncontrollably thrown back. The King Kong baboon that had repelled Chen Hu did not waste any time. It took huge strides, almost crossing the distance between itself and Chen Hu in one step, and swung its fist towards him. As the fist wind approached, Chen Hu faced the King Kong baboon directly and felt the terrifying pressure emanating from it, as if a demonic force from hell was descending. The punch gave Chen Hu an overwhelming sense of being unable to resist. In the state of the 8 gates of Douro, all aspects of Chen Hu's abilities were greatly enhanced. At a critical moment, the wind spring power flowing inside his body rapidly spun at the position of his chest, creating a cyclone that pushed him away, allowing him to evade the unstoppable punch of the King Kong baboon. The special application of the soul skill wind spiral. Utilizing an extremely high level of control over his soul power, Chen Hu manipulated the force of the wind spring to spin rapidly within his body, providing a force that could change direction with slight adjustments, achieving seemingly incredible irregular movements. This was one of Chen Hu's gains over the past 6 months. Although he could only form a wind spiral, its effect at a crucial moment was immediate, with the Soul Master's deeper understanding of soul ring skills. The same soul skill could sometimes exhibit unexpected abilities. In the original work, Tang San's group control 4 soul skill could also serve as a defensive soul skill in his hands. It can be said that whether one can master alternative applications of soul skills is the most direct way to distinguish between a genius soul master and an ordinary soul master. Only by reaching a certain level of control over one's martial soul and soul skills can one possibly derive alternative applications of soul ring skills. As the power of the wind spiral dissipated, Chen Hu finally created enough distance from the King Kong baboon to respond to its next attack. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. It turned out that Xiao Qi had seized the opportunity when the King Kong baboon's firepower was drawn away, striking the back of the baboon's calf with the stick in his hand. The immense force disrupted the baboon's balance, causing it to stagger and fall towards Chen Hu. Although it was their first time fighting side by side, Chen Hu and Xiao Qi displayed an innate synergy as if they were born partners. The light of the dawn blade split open the yin and yang, continuously pouring soul power into the blade. A short blade of light emerged, accurately striking the heel of the King Kong baboon's other foot, which was raised in a panic to maintain its balance. A splash of blood flew out, and the baboon's heel weakened, causing it to kneel and fall to the ground. Chen Hu's strike seemed casual, but the angle and power were controlled to perfection, and the swift blade of light directly severed the baboon's tendons. Before the tendons could heal, one of the King Kong baboon's feet was rendered nearly useless. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Qi and Chen Hu continuously surrounded the King Kong baboon, leaving a trail of wounds with their stick and dawn blade. At this moment, even a dominant soul beast like the King Kong baboon was suppressed by Chen Hu in the 8 gates of Douro state and Xiao Qi, who was also a 1,000-year soul beast. The entire battlefield in the valley could only accommodate 2 beasts and 1 person. The fighting power displayed by Xiao Qi, with a stick in hand, was entirely different from that of the spirit monkey, which was known for its lack of combat strength. If it weren't for the absence of a golden armor or golden hoop, one might truly think that the legendary monkey from mythology had descended. The techniques of the blade and stick were similar. They did not pursue mere brute force, but rather a balance of hardness and softness. Once an opportunity was found, they would launch relentless attacks, giving the opponent no chance to breathe. After advancing to level 30, both Chen Hu's strength and speed saw significant improvements. More importantly, the soul power infused into the Dawn Blade had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. With the attachment of soul power, the already sharp edge of the Dawn Blade had its destructive power elevated to a new level. Streams of light blue soul power flowed into the King Kong baboon's wounds along the blade marks, slowing the healing process. However, the baboon's massive size meant that injuries that would be fatal to ordinary soul beasts were merely light wounds for it. The numerous injuries on the King Kong baboon appeared terrifying, but for it, they were just superficial wounds. With the enhancement of its physical qualities after going berserk, it would heal in no time. As Chen Hu gradually regained clarity in his eyes, he felt the fatigue and soreness returning to his body. He knew the aftereffects of the 8 gates of Douro were about to set in. The light of the blade in his hand blossomed even more brilliantly as he aimed to inflict lasting damage on the King Kong baboon with the last remnants of his energy. However, the baboon's eyes, filled with brutal, killing intent, now showed a hint of smugness. At the moment Chen Hu's blade descended, it raised one foot and stomped down fiercely towards him. Accompanied by a cloud of dust, Chen Hu half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. As the dawn blade struggled to support the enormous foot of the King Kong baboon, his arms trembled violently under the unbearable weight. It turned out that the injury on the baboon's heel had long since healed, deceiving Chen Hu and Shaoqi's perception. It was waiting for either of them to show a flaw before delivering a fatal blow. The King Kong baboon's low intelligence did not mean it lacked cunning. It was not devoid of wisdom in battle. Shaoqi, the spirit monkey, let out an angry roar, raising the wooden stick in his hands and striking at the King Kong baboon's leg that was pressing down on Chen Hu. The King Kong baboon howled in pain, also letting out a furious roar, as Chen Hu felt the pressure on his arms slightly ease. However, in the next moment, a massive force akin to Mount Tai directly broke through Chen Hu's limits, crashing down upon him. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Chen Hu's body felt like a shattered porcelain, blood splattering everywhere, and a faint blue light emerged from the wounds, as if it were the last glue to bind the broken pieces. Chen Hu was severely injured, and Shaoqi's once bright eyes began to fill with blood. Resembling a crazed beast as he threw away the stick that was about to break and fiercely grasped the other foot of the King Kong baboon, biting down hard, reverting to his primal, beastly nature. Even Chen Hu had never seen Shaoqi in such a state. Although Shaoqi had a monkey-like form, aside from being more active, he usually behaved like a slightly mischievous child, not much different from ordinary humans. During their time together, Chen Hu subconsciously regarded Shaoqi as a companion, forgetting his identity as a soul beast. In fact, it wasn't just Shaoqi. All the spirit monkeys in the valley, when interacting with Chen Hu, gave him no sense of strangeness, as if they were all normal humans, not a pack of bloodthirsty monkeys. Shaoqi was filled with the desire to fight, and even the King Kong baboon could not help but show some respect for this determined monkey. It lifted its foot that was pressing down on Chen Hu and glared at Shaoqi, who was clinging to its other leg, swatting at him. Chen Hu broke free, rolling back a step despite the intense pain, completely escaping the King Kong baboon's attack range. He coughed up blood as the backlash from the 8 gates of Douro hit him. He used the last bit of his strength to avoid collapsing to the ground. After catching his breath, Chen Hu's gaze fell on Shaoqi, who was facing the King Kong baboon alone. Shaoqi's current state was also precarious for the Spirit Monkey clan, who were not skilled in combat. There was no one left to fight alongside Shaoqi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hu took out a set of silver needles from the pouch at his waist, a gift from his teacher, Ji Shui, when he became her disciple. The purple bamboo silver needles. Each 3-inch-long silver needle shimmered with a silver-purple light, with the remaining soul power. Streams of light blue energy flowed around the silver needles, and they suddenly flew out, landing on the acupuncture points around Chen Hu's body. Needle transmission technique. This is a unique skill recorded in the medical book left by Liu Aki, which stimulates the potential of the human body through silver needles and acupoints. One by one, the purple bamboo silver needles pierced into Chen Hu's acupoints, and his aura rapidly increased. The effects of the bamboo leaf green also multiplied, and the wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few breaths, the aura displayed by Chen Hu was no less impressive than when he used the 8 gates of Douro. The King Kong baboon also sensed the rapidly rising aura behind it and turned to throw a punch. The blood vessels and meridians in Chen Hu's body bulged under the stimulation of the silver needles, and the intense pain brought by the needle technique contorted his face. But his speed did not slow down at all. Gripping the dawn blade tightly, he leaped high, stepping on the massive arm of the King Kong baboon. Using its strength again, the narrow and long dawn blade shot out like an arrow, targeting the right eye of the King Kong baboon. Chen Hu did not believe that the powerful self-healing ability granted by frenzy could restore even its weakest eyeball. The long knife was like a sharp arrow, and the intense threat rose from the body of the King Kong baboon. Its dissipated consciousness, after going berserk, regained some clarity, and the King Kong baboon instinctively wanted to dodge. But Chen Hu, using the needle technique, was too fast. The King Kong baboon only had time to close its eyes. The sharp tip of the dawn blade pierced into the King Kong baboon's right eye. The thin eyelid could not stop the invincible tip, and blood gushed out, accompanied by a fierce roar from the King Kong baboon. The eye was also its weakest area. If it weren't for the gigantic size of the King Kong baboon, the dawn blade might have pierced through its skull. At that time, no matter how powerful the King Kong baboon was, it would only face death. Even so, the King Kong baboon suffered unimaginable injuries. The frenzied King Kong baboon roared in pain while venting its anger, destroying everything around it, with Chen Hu and Xiao Qi being the first to face its wrath. In an instant, Chen Hu and Xiao Qi were smashed away by the rampaging King Kong baboon. However, the King Kong baboon did not stop. The houses, trees, and farmland in the valley were all severely damaged. Many Lingming monkeys were affected and heavily injured by the rampaging King Kong baboon. When the frenzied King Kong baboon lifted a huge rock to smash it down on an injured Lingming monkey lying on the ground, suddenly a stronger aura rose from the other side. Beast, stop! Chapter 57, Third Spirit Ring. The King Kong baboon was attracted by the old spirit monkey and put down the giant rock in its hand, turning to face the old spirit monkey as if facing a great enemy. The terrifying pressure emanating from the old spirit monkey forced the King Kong baboon to endure the intense pain and open its other intact eye, watching the old spirit monkey warily. From the old spirit monkey's thin and aged body, the King Kong baboon sensed a powerful force that it could not compare to, as well as a terrifying mental power that firmly suppressed it, bringing immense pressure. Seeing the old spirit monkey make a move, Chen Hu also breathed a sigh of relief, forcing the silver needles out of his body with his soul power and dispelling the needle-crossing technique. The old spirit monkey was the only 10,000-year-old beast among the Lingming monkey clan. No matter how strong the King Kong baboon's combat power was, under such a huge level suppression, it found itself at a disadvantage. Moreover, the momentum erupting from the old spirit monkey at that moment was far more than just an ordinary 10,000-year-old beast. Chen Hu estimated that the old spirit monkey's cultivation was probably close to 50,000 years, making it an absolute powerhouse among 10,000-year-old beasts. The strongest soul beast Chen Hu had seen in his life aside from the Forest King, the Titan giant ape. However, when the old spirit monkey took action, Chen Hu did not see the excitement and eagerness displayed by the Lingming monkeys. They all anxiously roared, and Xiao Qi was especially frantic, jumping up and down, running to Chen Hu's side and saying something in a frenzy. However, Chen Hu did not understand the language of the Lingming monkeys and felt somewhat at a loss. Xiao Qi also knew that he was barking up the wrong tree, realizing that Chen Hu could not provide any help, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Xiao Hu, I will suppress this King Kong baboon with my soul power and mental power. You are now a level 30 quasi-soul master and need to hunt a soul beast to absorb a soul ring to officially advance to soul master. This King Kong baboon should be around 1,300 years old, which is just right for you. Go and kill it. At that moment, the old spirit monkey's aged voice came through. Having seen the world, he had no strong aversion to humans killing soul beasts to obtain soul rings. After all, most of his kind died in mutual hunting among soul beasts, and only a few truly became soul masters with soul rings. Chen Hu felt a stir of emotions upon hearing this. The power of the skills granted by the soul ring to a soul master not only depends on the level of the soul beast, but also on the quality of the soul beast itself. As a King Kong baboon, which is second only to the Titan giant ape among the ape species, it had always been a coveted choice for human soul masters. In fact, for many power-type soul masters, the allure of the King Kong baboon was even greater than that of the Titan giant ape. Chen Hu could hardly imagine how powerful the soul skills produced by a 1,300-year-old King Kong baboon would be. Thank you, Grandpa Ho. Excitement and eagerness flickered in Chen Hu's weary eyes as he quickly approached the King Kong baboon. The King Kong baboon, seeing a human approaching like an ant, glared with intense hatred in its single eye. Although they were of low intelligence relative to top soul beasts, they were not lacking in the emotions that soul beasts should possess, but rather even more violent. Under the terrifying pressure like a mountain, the King Kong baboon trembled violently, but ultimately could not move an inch. "Hurry up, I can't suppress it for long," the old spirit monkey urged. Chen Hu no longer hesitated. He stepped onto the body of the King Kong baboon, used its strength to leap up, and landed on its shoulder, allowing him to stand up and finally meet the King Kong baboon's gaze. The King Kong baboon's eyeball was as big as Chen Hu's head. The twilight blade trembled incessantly, as if yearning for the blood of the king of beasts among soul beasts. Following the wound left by the twilight blade earlier, the 4-foot-long blade plunged entirely into the King Kong baboon's head, causing its massive body to tremble violently. Chen Hu had to grip the twilight blade tightly to maintain his balance. The King Kong baboon's vitality was incredibly vigorous. Even after being pierced, it did not die immediately. Chen Hu's hand, gripping the hilt, stirred violently within the King Kong baboon's head. After a little more than half an hour, the light in the King Kong baboon's eyes gradually faded, and its enormous body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The old spirit monkey withdrew the pressure it had exerted, coughing violently, and the curvature of its hunched back increased slightly. The dusk-like aura emanating from it became even denser, and its thin body began to sway unsteadily. "Grandpa Ho, are you okay?" Chen Hu hurriedly supported the old spirit monkey. A strand of soul power entered the old spirit monkey's body, and Chen Hu couldn't help but change his expression, urgently saying, "Grandpa Ho, you." The old spirit monkey's physical condition was now at its worst. Although the energy within was still vast like the ocean, its life source had reached the point of running out. It could be said that the old spirit monkey was completely relying on a thread of will to hold onto the fire of its life, ready to extinguish at any moment. Chen Hu finally understood why the old spirit monkey, as the only 10,000-year-old beast among the Lingming monkeys, had not attacked at first, and why the surrounding Lingming monkeys had shown such urgency and concern when they saw the old spirit monkey act. "I know my own condition. I'm old and not useful anymore. Xiao Hu, don't worry. Go ahead and absorb the King Kong baboon's soul ring. After you absorb the King Kong baboon's soul ring, have Xiao Qi bring you to find me. Xiao Qi, help me back. Dolly, you take a few people to protect Xiao Hu," the old spirit monkey ordered weakly. Xiao Qi silently supported the old spirit monkey, and the two Lingming monkeys, one old and one young, gradually left. A slightly injured adult Lingming monkey brought a few Lingming monkeys to Chen Hu's side to protect him. More of the old, weak, women, and children among the Lingming monkeys, who had been well protected since the battle began, started to come out to tend to the injured Lingming monkeys. Chen Hu took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in front of the massive body of the King Kong baboon, silently chanting the soul incantation. The medicinal wine gourd appeared in his palm, drawing the soul ring from the King Kong baboon's enormous body. The soul ring produced by the King Kong baboon was not purely purple, but had a faint golden hue, making the purple soul ring even more brilliant and resplendent. Under the guidance of the medicinal wine gourd, the violent energy surged towards Chen Hu like it had found an outlet, rushing towards him like the sea. A light purple glow enveloped Chen Hu, and the surging energy fluctuations made even the surrounding Lingming monkeys feel astonished. They had never seen a soul master absorb a soul ring and did not know whether Chen Hu's current state was good or bad, only worrying whether Chen Hu's frail body could withstand the rich soul power within the King Kong baboon. As the person involved, Chen Hu could better experience how domineering and violent the energy contained in the King Kong baboon was, as the scorching energy crashed against his body like a tidal wave. Chen Hu, who had just experienced a fierce battle and was on the brink of collapse, could not withstand the impact of the energy and spat out a mouthful of hot blood, feeling as if his internal organs were being burned. The medicinal wine gourd timely produced streams of green soul power to protect Chen Hu's body, preventing him from exploding under this powerful force. Although the King Kong baboon was only a 1,300-year-old soul beast, far from a limit for an ordinary soul master to absorb a third soul ring. As a king among soul beasts, the quantity of soul power within the King Kong baboon was proportional to its massive body. Waves of energy crashed against Chen Hu's body, and his brows furrowed tightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Just like the King Kong baboon's brutal and bloodthirsty nature, The energy within its soul ring also carried a faint hint of a violent emotion, with extreme resentment and unwillingness crashing against Chen Hu's soul. In 2 lifetimes, Chen Hu's soul power far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. However, under the impact of this residual will, he can only maintain a thread of basic rationality, constantly pushing the soul power within his body to operate along the lines of meditation, attempting to tame this powerful and violent energy. What Chen Hu does not know is that the crisis he faces is no longer as simple as the absorption of an ordinary soul ring by a soul master. Only the absorption of a 10,000-year soul beast's soul ring will face the impact of the residual will within the soul ring. However, the diamond monkey soul beast is truly exceptional. Despite only having a lifespan of over 1,300 years, it can still leave traces of a brutal and bloodthirsty will in its soul ring, although it is not comparable to the residuals of a 10,000-year soul ring. It is something that an ordinary 30-level quasi-soul master cannot handle. If it were an average quasi-soul master, under the impact of this residual emotional will, even if they did not explode and die, their brain would be damaged, turning them into an idiot or a madman who only knows how to kill. As a transmigrator without a golden finger, Chen Hu appears to be the disgrace of all transmigrators. Yet, the influence of 2 lifetimes on his worldview and mental willpower is a crucial condition for Chen Hu's ability to stand out. If it weren't for the resilient soul forged through 2 lifetimes, Chen Hu would have already become an idiot or a madman, and obviously, idiots and madmen cannot survive in such circumstances. Although he is struggling to withstand the impact of the diamond monkey soul ring's residual will, Chen Hu is still not out of danger. The soul power contained in the diamond monkey soul ring is far too abundant, far beyond what Chen Hu's body can endure. The surging energy continuously floods in, and Chen Hu's weak meridians are on the verge of collapse under the violent surge of soul power. A faint blood-red mist envelopes Chen Hu, emanating from the blood energy released through his pores. At this moment, another powerful vitality begins to erupt from Chen Hu's limbs, bones, and internal organs, as a light green vitality rapidly restores his shattered meridians, countering the energy contained in the diamond monkey's soul ring. It turns out that although Chen Hu has refined the medicinal power of the everlasting spring has not vanished. Instead, it has transformed into strands that merge within Chen Hu's body, subtly improving his physical quality over time. Under the impact of the diamond monkey's soul ring energy, the power hidden within Chen Hu's body from the everlasting spring also begins to be activated. 2 contrasting forces, one hard and one soft, one cold and one hot, circulate within Chen Hu's body. The pain he experiences finally diminishes somewhat, and the soul impacted by the residual will of the diamond monkey's soul ring begins to regain dominance and sound the horn of counterattack. Similarly, under the impact of these 2 forces, Chen Hu's body is also continuously being tempered, with impurities and waste blood being expelled, and his newly formed muscles, bones, skin, and blood becoming increasingly resilient. Chapter 58. Diamond Soul Bone. The golden light within Chen Hu's body was growing fainter, and strands of light blue radiance quietly blossomed, resembling tender sprouts breaking through the soil in early spring, growing rapidly. Under the influence of a light blue soul power, the weeds around Chen Hu also began to grow wildly, soon reaching above his knees. The vibrant soul power within Chen Hu started to dominate his body, and the brutal energy within the diamond baboon's soul ring was transformed into Chen Hu's own soul power. The chaotic and violent consciousness in his mind gradually dissipated under waves of soul impacts. Suddenly, Chen Hu opened his eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth from his dark pupils, as if they had been cleansed of impurities, radiating dazzling brilliance and elevating his mental will to a new level. This feels awful. Chen Hu felt sticky all over. His white robe was tattered, stained with blood and impurities excreted from his body, emitting a foul odor. He looked like a beggar emerging from a garbage heap. And even the spirit protectors of the Spirit Ming monkey clan instinctively moved away from him upon seeing that he was unharmed. Chen Hu smiled awkwardly, eager to find a place to bathe. However, just as he was about to leave, He noticed out of the corner of his eye that the body of the diamond baboon began to disintegrate into fine dust, as light as sand, with a faint golden glow emanating from the position of its right arm. Chen Hu approached the right arm of the diamond baboon, and, as the dust settled, he revealed a bone of a golden color, resembling a perfect piece of art, naturally formed, exuding a powerful allure. What is this? The surrounding spirit Ming monkeys couldn't help but be curious, their gazes falling on the golden bone. Soul bone. Chen Hu finally realized what the arm bone left behind by the diamond baboon was. It was a precious soul bone valued highly in the Soul Master world. Soul bones are the most special kind of item on the Douro Continent, which can be absorbed by soul masters to enhance a specific body part, and like soul rings, they can grant the soul master a skill known as a soul bone skill. Generally, each soul master can only absorb 6 soul bones, corresponding to different body parts: the head, torso, arm, and leg bones. The value of soul bones is higher than that of soul rings because the power of soul bones is gentler, and there is no limit on the age at which a soul master can absorb them. This means that even a level 1 soul master can absorb a soul bone from a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, whether a soul master can obtain a soul bone is another story. Similarly, soul bones have a second characteristic. Unlike one-time use soul rings, soul bones possess stability, meaning that once a soul master absorbs a soul bone, it does not immediately disappear. After the soul master dies, the soul bone can still be released. Some large sects regard soul bones as heritage items, passing them on to the next generation after the previous owner dies. Likewise, few people reveal the fact that they possess soul bones. The principle of a guilty person is often more afraid of being wronged applies everywhere. Without the corresponding strength to protect a soul bone, revealing its existence can only bring about disaster. The means of obtaining soul bones are simple but difficult. It is simple because killing any soul beast may yield a soul bone, but difficult because the drop rate of soul bones is extremely low. A soul master might kill thousands of soul beasts without obtaining a single soul bone. Even though soul bones can be stably inherited, the existing soul bones on the continent are scarce, with almost every piece in the hands of powerful soul masters. Chen Hu did not expect that a 1,000-year-old diamond baboon would leave him a soul bone. Although it was not the most precious torso or skull bone, the right arm bone was still one of the more important remaining options. After all, compared to leg bones, arm bones greatly enhance a soul master's offensive power. And for most people, the strength and agility of the right hand far exceed that of the left. Of course, some people may have stronger left hands. But since Chen Hu is not left-handed, the value of the right arm soul bone is even higher for him. This was Chen Hu's first encounter with a soul bone. Holding the soul bone that the diamond baboon had dropped in his hand, its bone-like texture felt like fine jade, warm and cool, perfectly integrated. Tapping his fingers on the surface of the soul bone produced a crisp sound, and the golden luster flowed over the surface, giving it a flawless appearance. Brother Chen, you should absorb this soul bone. The diamond baboon's soul ring is on you, so absorbing this soul bone should yield better effects. This soul bone is the most suitable for you. A tender voice sounded from behind Chen Hu. He turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Little Seven, you can talk now? Behind Chen Hu was only little spirit Ming monkey, Little Seven. Besides Little Seven, Chen Hu couldn't think of anyone else who would speak behind him. Little Seven's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he said, That's right, Brother Chen. During the battle with the diamond baboon, the ancient bloodline within me awakened, and after my grandfather's guidance, I can now speak human language. Clearly, Little Seven was very excited about being able to speak human words and continued, Brother Chen, my grandfather said that the reason I could awaken my ancient bloodline is largely because I listened to your story about the great sage equal to heaven. So I decided my future name will be San Shaoqi. Little Seven's fur was becoming brighter, his spirits soaring, and he increasingly resembled the legendary figure from Chen Hu's past life. Spirit Ming monkey, Spirit Ming. Could it be that there really is some kind of connection between these two? Chen Hu sincerely felt happy about Little Seven's bloodline awakening. By the way, let's put aside this small talk for now. Brother Chen, quickly absorb this soul bone produced by the diamond baboon. I also want to see what effects the soul bone left by a soul beast has. Perhaps when I die, I might also produce a soul bone. Little Seven showed no concern about the fact that he was a soul beast. His words filled with curiosity about the diamond baboon's soul bone. Soul beasts cannot absorb soul bones. Chen Hu understood that this diamond baboon's soul bone could only be absorbed by him. As an auxiliary soul master, Chen Hu realized that soul bones might be the most direct way for him to catch up with battle soul masters. He had also thought that if he equipped 6 soul bones with attack effects, then even without rigorous training in physical techniques and swordsmanship, he could defeat most battle soul masters. However, obtaining soul bones is a matter of chance. Every single piece is rare and hard to come by. To aspire to gather 6 soul bones is akin to reaching for the sky. Even when killing the diamond baboon, knowing its high quality, Chen Hu did not dare to hope for a soul bone to drop. According to his knowledge, only when a 100,000-year soul beast is killed by a soul master can a soul bone be guaranteed to drop. Other methods claiming to increase the drop rate are negligible. The skills provided by soul bones generally maintain the characteristics of the soul beast itself. The diamond baboon is a typical power-type soul beast, so the soul bone left behind by it can almost be assured to provide combat-oriented skills rather than auxiliary skills. Likewise, after absorbing a soul bone, a soul master's physical attributes will also see a significant enhancement. Chen Hu had always maintained physical training since childhood, and his body was not as frail as traditional auxiliary soul masters. Even if he could not compare to beast martial soul masters, he was on par with general weapon martial soul battle soul masters. After absorbing the soul ring of the diamond ape, Chen Hu's body was washed by the energy left behind in the diamond ape's soul ring and the power of the fountain of youth, resulting in a transformation akin to the I Ching cleansing of the marrow. His physical condition had already reached a level comparable to that of top beast martial soul masters. After absorbing the diamond ape's soul bone again, Chen Hu was confident that he could compete with ordinary battle soul masters even without using soul skills, and might even achieve victory. Moreover, the diamond ape soul bone would grant him a powerful attack skill, giving Chen Hu a means of explosive power. With this in mind, Chen Hu nodded to Shao Qi, his mind recalling the method of absorbing the soul bone. He sat cross-legged and summoned his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd. As his thoughts began to pull on the soul bone left by the diamond ape, the soul bone in Chen Hu's hand softened like liquid, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into his right hand. After swirling around his body, it integrated into the bones of his right hand. Compared to the energy in the diamond ape's soul ring, the energy in the soul bone was gentler and more stable, purposefully improving Chen Hu's physique before returning to its destination, merging into the bones of Chen Hu's right hand. About half an hour later, the transformation of Chen Hu's body by the diamond ape's soul bone was complete. His right hand emanated a pure diamond color, and the entire right arm appeared as if forged from diamond, shining with a diamond luster. Diamond fist. Chen Hu clenched his right fist, golden light bursting forth, transforming into a massive fist imprint that struck out with a booming sound, leaving an exaggerated imprint on the stone wall before him. Wow, Brother Chen, is this the skill granted to you by the diamond ape's soul bone? Shao Qi exclaimed in astonishment. If that punch hit me, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chen Hu nodded and introduced to Shao Qi the abilities granted to him by the diamond ape soul bone. That's right. This is the skill granted to me by the diamond soul bone, the diamond fist. The diamond fist has 2 forms of expression. When the power of the diamond in my arm is condensed and not dispersed, my right hand will transform in a diamond, significantly increasing my strength and making it indestructible. And when the power of the diamond fist is unleashed, it transforms into a massive diamond fist imprint that attacks the opponent. However, after using the diamond fist imprint, there will be a cool-down period during which the first state of the diamond fist will weaken, dramatically reducing both the enhanced strength and defense. Chen Hu did not hide anything from Shao Qi and fully explained the characteristics of the skill from the diamond soul bone. Over nearly half a year, apart from occasionally speaking a few words with the old Lingming monkey, Shao Qi was almost his only listener. Chen Hu's feelings for Shao Qi had always been quite special. Since Shao Qi could speak, Chen Hu did not want to hide anything from her. Moreover, it was Shao Qi who encouraged him to absorb the diamond soul bone, relying solely on his own strength. Chen Hu could not have dealt with the diamond ape at all. Both Shaoqi and Grandpa Ho had made significant contributions, and since the final benefits had all come to him alone, Chen Hu had even less reason to lie to Shaoqi. Chapter 59. The Fountain of Youth. The Diamond Ape's golden fist is both offensive and defensive, truly befitting the soul bone left by the king of soul beasts. The Diamond Ape. With this soul bone skill, Brother Chen's strength will see a tremendous enhancement. By the way, Brother Chen, what skills does the Diamond Ape's soul ring provide you? As a soul beast, Shaoqi, who has lived in the valley since childhood, is full of curiosity about everything related to soul masters. Chen Hu nodded and softly recited the soul incantation. A faint blue light gathered, and a blue medicinal wine gourd appeared in his hand, surrounded by 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. In the third purple soul ring, golden light spots flickered. Pragya, Chen Hu called out in a low voice, and the third soul ring suddenly lit up. The mouth of the medicinal wine gourd shimmered with golden light, and the medicinal wine inside transformed into pure golden liquid, emitting a faint fragrance. Pragya is both the name of an ancient wine and a Buddhist term meaning wisdom. The name and incantation of the third soul skill provided by the Diamond Ape's soul ring is also Pragya. But the effect of Chen Hu's third soul skill is not closely related to the concept of wisdom. Rather, it seems somewhat contradictory. Chen Hu presented the medicinal wine gourd to Shaoqi, explaining that no amount of explanation could compare to Shaoqi experiencing the effect of the Pragya soul skill firsthand. Shaoqi eagerly poured the golden liquid in her mouth, and the spicy taste exploded, engulfing her entire body like a flame. A hint of a brutal aura emerged in Shaoqi's clear and lively eyes, but it quickly returned to clarity. After shaking her fist and genuinely feeling her body's state, she said, "I feel my strength has more than doubled. Additionally, my speed and reaction have seen a significant boost, though not as exaggerated as my strength. It has increased by about 50%. However, after drinking the Pragya wine, I sense an extreme violent aura impacting my consciousness. If someone with a weaker soul willpower drinks it, they might fall into a reckless, bloodthirsty frenzy. Of course, unlike the Diamond Ape's frenzy, the state boost provided by the Pragya wine seems to have no after effects. The intelligence of the Lingming monkey is not inferior to that of humans." And Shaoqi quickly grasped the effect of Chen Hu's third soul skill. Chen Hu smiled and added, "You're right. But the state boost from the Pragya wine also has a time limit. It can last about an hour in a non-combat state, but during intense battles, it might only last a few minutes." Shaoqi thought for a moment and said, "Even if it only lasts a few minutes, that's enough. The Diamond Ape's frenzy state doesn't last much longer in combat either. Moreover, Brother Chen, you are a food-type soul master. The Pragya wine can be consumed by others. In some ways, your Pragya soul skill is even more powerful than the Diamond Ape's frenzy skill." Chen Hu nodded with a smile. Whether it was the 1,000-year third soul skill, the Pragya soul skill, or the Diamond soul bone, he was very satisfied. The former compensated for his lack of strength, while the latter filled in the gaps in his explosive methods and long-range skills. Now, Chen Hu was confident that he could face Dai Mubai, who was at level 37, without using the 8 gates of Duanjia or the needle crossing technique. In just over half a year, despite several near-death experiences, he had ultimately emerged stronger. Chen Hu's combat power had undergone a qualitative change. In less than a year since leaving the Martial Soul Academy, Chen Hu had directly crossed the first bottleneck of soul master cultivation, successfully becoming a battle soul master of the support type. Indeed, after obtaining the Pragya soul skill and the Diamond soul bone, Chen Hu could now be considered a battle soul master, and he was the first support-type food battle soul master in the history of the Douro Continent. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Chen Hu found it somewhat difficult to adapt to such immense soul power. He had a strong intuition that the soul power boost from the Diamond Ape Soul Ring was definitely not a simple 1-level increase. It might even be 3 levels. Taking out a blue crystal ball from his waist pocket, he infused it with soul power, and a faint blue light suddenly shone. Sure enough, my soul power has actually risen by 3 levels, reaching the 33rd level. Looking at the flickering light of the crystal ball in front of him, Chen Hu confirmed that his current soul power level had indeed risen to the terrifying 33rd level. although the diamond ape was only a 1,000-year soul beast. The energy accumulated in its massive body exceeded Chen Hu's imagination. Coupled with the complete integration of the fountain of youth's medicinal power into Chen Hu's limbs and organs. He jumped from being a level 30 quasi-soul master to a level 33 soul master in one go. Sister Head must not have expected that in just over half a year, my soul power level would surpass hers. Chen Hu murmured to himself, and suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's figure appeared in his mind. After more than 6 years of being inseparable, suddenly parting ways with Lin Xiaoxiao made Chen Hu feel an extraordinary longing for her and their old friends from the first dormitory. Compared to the short few days spent at Shrek Academy, Chen Hu missed his childhood friends from the first dormitory even more. Even Chen Hu was surprised. Compared to his longing for Ning Rongrong, it seemed he missed Lin Xiaoxiao a little more. Am I starting to like Sisterhead? Suddenly, this thought flashed through Chen Hu's mind, and he quickly shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible. I've always regarded Sister Head as a brother. I must just be a bit unaccustomed to not seeing her for so long." Brother Chen, Xiao Qi called out, waking the distracted Chen Hu. "Huh, what is it?" Chen Hu came back to his senses and asked awkwardly. Xiao Qi said, "Brother Chen, what were you thinking? You were lost in thought and even smiling foolishly. I could wake you up." Chen Hu replied, Nothing much. I just suddenly thought of few friends and got a bit lost in thought. Is it the Sister Head you mentioned, or that girl named Ning Rongrong?" A hint of curiosity appeared in Xiao Qi's clear and innocent eyes as she asked innocently, "Cough, cough, cough. How do you know about Sister Head and Ning Rongrong?" Chen Hu was caught off guard and coughed a few times. It seemed he hadn't mentioned Sister Head and Ning Rongrong to Xiao Qi. "So, Brother Chen, do you like Sister Head a bit more, or Ning Rongrong a bit more?" Xiao Qi continued to ask. Go, go, go. What do kids know? Get out of here." Chen Hu waved his hand a bit embarrassedly to cover his awkwardness and said, "I'm going to find a place to take a shower, change clothes, and then we can go find Grandpa Ho." "Didn't Grandpa Ho ask you to take me to see him?" Once this serious topic was brought up, Xiaoqi didn't care about gossiping about Chen Hu anymore and led him to a small stream by the valley to wash himself. After taking a shower, drying off the water on his body with soul power, and changing into one of his few clean clothes, Chen Hu let out a sigh, feeling refreshed. Having already been close to 1.70 meters, Chen Hu had grown taller again, now nearing 1.75 meters, taller than some adults. Dressed in a white robe with black hair and a straight back, Chen Hu exuded a somewhat carefree aura. Even though his looks weren't outstanding, he still gave people a refreshing feeling. "Let's go. We're going to find Grandpa Ho," Chen Hu said to Xiao Qi beside him. Xiao Qi nodded and led Chen Hu to the residence of the old Lingming monkey, respectfully knocking on the door. An elderly voice, weak and aged, came from inside. "Come in." The old Lingming monkey's residence was also a cave. In the entire valley, apart from Chen Hu, only the old Lingming monkey's home was a cave. The other Lingming monkeys, including Xiao Qi's residence, were wooden houses. In certain aspects of daily life, Lingming monkeys are not much different from humans. This is the first time Chen Hu has entered the cave where the old spirit monkey lives. The cave looks about the same size as Chen Hu's home, and the decoration is extremely simple, with just a bed and a bookshelf. The old spirit monkey stands in front of a smooth stone wall, and as Chen Hu and Xiao Qi enter the cave, they can only see the increasingly hunched back of the old spirit monkey. "Xiao Hu, haven't you always wanted to see the Fountain of Youth? Now I will fulfill your wish." Without turning his head, the old spirit monkey extends his staff and taps it against the smooth, jade-like stone wall in front of him. Golden light spots burst forth, spreading rapidly across the entire stone wall like blood, accompanied by a rumbling sound. The stone wall begins to part quickly in the middle, and a rich aroma of wine starts to waft out from the gap, instantly filling the room with fragrance. In the face of this aroma, Chen Hu feels the medicinal wine-gored martial spirit within him begin to tremble violently and uncontrollably, exuding the purest desire. As the stone wall completely splits open, a small pool made of jade appears before Chen Hu and Xiao Qi. The small pool is about 1 foot square and only 2 fingers deep, with a transparent liquid of wine swaying at the bottom, the rich fragrance emanating from the liquid in the pool. Beneath the small pool, there are faint remnants of some medicinal herbs, and Chen Hu sees a peach pit. His eyes narrow, and he can't help but ask, is this the legendary king of immortal products, the peach of immortality? That's right. One of the main ingredients of the fountain of youth is the king of immortal products, the peach of immortality. Dr. Liu used the medicinal properties of the peach of immortality to neutralize the characteristics of the yin-yang flower, and after nearly 1,000 years, he finally brewed this fountain of youth. The old spirit monkey replies, turning around. Chen Hu sees the wrinkles on the old spirit monkey's face deepen as he slowly speaks. You should know the characteristics of the fountain of youth. The first time you drink from it, even if it's just a drop, it is a miraculous medicine for the living dead and white bones. When you fell off the cliff, by the time Shao Qi found you, you were already mangled beyond recognition, with just a breath left, and you could have died at any moment. It was only because of Shao Qi's pleading, along with the fact that you had a similar aura to Dr. Liu, that I used a mouthful of the fountain of youth to bring you back to life. Chen Hu didn't expect to have such a connection after falling off the cliff, and it was the first time he learned that it was Shao Qi who discovered him after the fall. He couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Shao Qi. Shao Qi scratched his head, smiled sheepishly, and revealed a set of snow-white teeth. Chapter 60. The request of the old spirit monkey, the fountain of youth, was left by Dr. Liu. Xiao Hu, you've inherited Dr. Liu's medical skills and can be considered his successor. Although everyone can only drink from the fountain of youth once, I believe that with your intelligence, you can solve this problem. Therefore, you should have a share of the fountain of youth here, said the old spirit monkey, taking a breath and speaking slowly. Having witnessed the wonders of the fountain of youth, no one is unaware of its value. However, the old spirit monkey was willing to share such a precious resource with Chen Hu, who was hesitant to accept such a generous gift. The old spirit monkey was willing to use a sip of the fountain of youth to revive himself and also to lend Chen Hu the 2 medical books left by Liu Aki. With the soul ring and soul bone of the diamond monkey, Chen Hu had already received a tremendous opportunity. What excuse did he have to refuse the old spirit monkey's gift? The old spirit monkey seemed to see through Chen Hu's thoughts and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The old man is willing to give you the fountain of youth, and you can even take the yin-yang flower of life and death with you. But I have a few requests that I hope you can agree to." Chen Hu replied, "Grandpa Ho, just tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for it. Aren't you going to listen to my requests before making a decision?" The old spirit monkey's eyes showed a hint of a smile as he asked. Chen Hu smiled shyly and said, "I know Grandpa Ho won't make things difficult for me. And to be honest, if you don't have anything for me to do, I would feel embarrassed to accept such a precious gift from you. Not to mention how valuable the yin-yang flower of life and death is. The value of the fountain of youth, which combines both the yin-yang flower and the immortal peach, is far beyond my estimation. If I don't have to give anything in return, I can't take these things comfortably. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Receiving kindness from others must come with a price. This is Chen Hu's principle. The temptation of the yin-yang flower of life and death and the fountain of youth was too great for him. He didn't want to give up these 2 treasures. But he also didn't want to accept the old spirit monkey's gift without giving anything in return. "Good boy, I really didn't misjudge you." The old spirit monkey nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. Xiao Hu, how long do you think I can live? You're a doctor. You should understand my situation. Just tell me your judgment without any reservations." Chen Hu furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, and decided to speak frankly. "Grandpa Ho, to be honest, your current physical condition is very poor. If you can improve, you probably won't live past 100 years. The old spirit monkey shook his head with a smile. "You kid, even at this stage, you're still trying to avoid the truth with me. How could I not know my own physical condition? If it weren't for my lingering concerns, I would have kicked the bucket long ago. Not to mention 100 years. I might not even last 10 years. Little Seven's eyes flashed with sadness. "Grandpa, you will definitely live a long life. You haven't seen me grow up yet." The old spirit monkey lovingly stroked Little Seven's golden hair and gently shook his head, a heavy sense of twilight emanating from him. The lifespan of the spirit monkey clan is not actually very long. Generally, clan members live around 5,000 years. And only those who reach the level of a 10,000-year soul beast can break the lifespan limit and live for about 10,000 years. However, I've already lived for over 30,000 years. Although I have the immortal peach to replenish my vitality, at this point, I'm also running out of energy and close to the end of my life. In my youth, I accidentally consumed the immortal peach and gained a long lifespan. With my mediocre talent, I relied on the medicinal power of the immortal peach to cultivate to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. Waiting for the next immortal peach to mature to extend my life once more, just like an old turtle dragging on. At first, it was because I was afraid of death, but later it was because I was too scared to die. I fear that if I died, without the protection of a 10,000-year soul beast, the remaining members of our spirit monkey clan would be exterminated, causing our clan to completely disappear from this world. Chen Hu had always thought that all 10,000-year soul beasts had cultivated for 10,000 years, and that a 100,000-year soul beast had lived for over 100,000 years. In reality, he had fallen into a misconception. On the continent, the number of soul beasts that have truly lived for over 10,000 years is very small. Similarly, a 100,000-year soul beast does not necessarily live for 100,000 years. The so-called level of a soul beast is not actually based on the age of the soul beast, but rather on its cultivation level. In theory, an ordinary soul beast that cultivates for 10,000 years can have 10,000 years of cultivation and become a 10,000-year soul beast. However, very few soul beasts that become 10,000-year soul beasts have done so purely based on age. The lifespan of soul beasts is not limitless. Although most soul beasts live longer than ordinary humans, their lifespans are still quite limited and definitely not thousands of years. Just like the innate soul power of human soul masters, the qualifications of soul beasts also vary. Some soul beasts born with noble talents can match the cultivation of ordinary soul beasts over decades, or even hundreds of years in just 1 year. Coupled with the effects of certain herbs and spiritual fruits, these soul beasts can grow rapidly and may become 10,000-year soul beasts in just 1,000 years. An old living fossil like the old spirit monkey, who has lived for 30,000 years, is extremely rare even in the world of soul beasts. The old spirit monkey wasn't wrong either. With the help of the immortal peach, the king of spiritual items, he took over 30,000 years to become a 50,000-year soul beast. His talent is indeed average. Chen Hu asked, "Grandpa Ho, why don't you use the fountain of youth to extend your life by a few hundred years? You might be able to wait until the next immortal peach matures." The old spirit monkey shook his head and said, "It's useless. The reason the fountain of youth can extend the lifespan of the user is mostly due to the effects of the immortal peach. For me, the immortal peach has no effect anymore. After 30,000 years, I have consumed the immortal peach more than once, and my body has become completely immune to it." The old spirit monkey paused and shifted the topic. "Let's not talk about that anymore. Xiao Hu, now let's discuss my requests." Chen Hu replied, "Please go ahead, Grandpa Ho." The old spirit monkey said, "I have 3 requests, corresponding to the 3 gifts I want to give you." 3 gifts? The fountain of youth and the yin-yang flower of life and death are already the best gifts in the world. Grandpa Ho, you don't need to go to such expense. With these 2 items, even if you had 3 requests, 10, or even 100, wouldn't be too much. Although he was curious about the 3rd gift the old spirit monkey mentioned, Chen Hu still opened his mouth to refuse. The old spirit monkey's old face revealed a kind smile. "Haha, don't be in such a hurry. I can't present the 3rd gift right now. Just listen to my request first. The first request is that I hope you can pass on your knife techniques to my clan members. The biggest weakness of the spirit monkey clan is the lack of combat skills. Our combat power is quite weak among soul beasts of the same level. I have seen your knife techniques. Although they are quite complex, they can be learned through practice, and their power is quite impressive. They can effectively supplement the spirit monkey clan's deficiency in combat power." "No problem." Chen Hu agreed immediately, even if the old spirit monkey hadn't said anything, when he saw little Seven demonstrating a stick technique similar to his knife techniques. Chen Hu had already thought of using his skills to repay the spirit monkey clan for their kindness. Chen Hu continued, "Grandpa Ho, actually, Dr. Liu in his later years always wanted to address the spirit monkey clan's lack of combat power. In the end, he nearly succeeded. You must have seen the needle technique I demonstrated today. This is the last gift left for you by Dr. Liu. Although there are certain flaws in Dr. Liu's needle technique, It can effectively address the spirit monkey clan's issue of insufficient combat power. When knife techniques are added, the combat power of the Lingming monkey will surely experience a qualitative leap. It may not become a top-tier soul beast overnight, but it definitely won't be one of the weakest soul beasts. The needle transmission technique was the secret skill that Lu Aki developed in the end. Unfortunately, he left too hastily and passed away before he could fully organize the technique, resulting in it not being passed down in the Lingming monkey clan. Chen Hu, while reading the medical books left by Lu Aki and combining them with Lu Aki's own notes, managed to organize this secret technique, which he planned to give as a gift to the Lingming monkey clan. Dr. Lu was a good person, but his heart had long since died. He spent his life in depression and left without even waiting for the moment the fountain of youth was brewed. What a pity. The old Lingming monkey recalled the gentle young man from back then and couldn't help but sigh. The betrayal of his fellow disciple ultimately left him feeling as if his heart was dead, and he had never been able to move on. Chen Hu said, "Grandpa Ho, please continue with your second request. Even if you don't mention the first one, I would do it anyway." The old Lingming monkey nodded and looked at the little seven beside him, saying, "The second request is regarding this child, Xiaoqi." "What's wrong with Xiaoqi?" Chen Hu asked, puzzled. The old Lingming monkey replied, "Xiaoqi has been clever and bright since childhood. His parents left shortly after he was born, leaving him alone and lonely to grow up by my side. If nothing unexpected happens after I die, Xiaoqi will inherit my position and become the leader and protector of the Lingming monkey clan. However, I have changed my mind about this now. Xiaoqi is lively and curious about everything new. It is too unfair for him to be trapped in this small valley for his entire life." Xiaoqi said, "Grandpa, I'm okay with it. Protecting the peace of the village has always been my dream." "Don't speak yet, let me finish." The old Lingming monkey scolded Xiaoqi, who interrupted him and then stated his final purpose. "I hope you can take Xiaoqi out of this valley to live in human society." "What?" The usually mature and steady Chen Hu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After a moment, he solemnly refused, saying, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Ho, but I may not be able to agree to this request." Chapter 61, the 10-year agreement. The words of the old spirit sage monkey echoed in Chen Hu's ears like thunder. Taking Xiaoqi to the human world. If he possessed the power of a title de law, Chen Hu would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. But he was just a mere soul master. Although a soul master held a high status among ordinary people, the world of soul masters never lacked a soul master. Xiaoqi was a 1,000-year soul beast. Bringing a 1,000-year soul beast to the human world without the strength to protect her was simply pushing her into a fire pit. Chen Hu looked at the old spirit sage monkey in confusion. Surely the old spirit sage monkey knew the consequences of bringing a soul beast into the human world. The old spirit sage monkey said, "I understand your concerns. If you can think of it, how could I not? Since I have confidence in you bringing Xiaoqi to the human world, I naturally have my reasons. Have you heard of soul beasts transforming?" "Soul beasts transforming?" Chen Hu pondered. Did the old man mean a 100,000-year soul beast transforming into a human and starting to cultivate again? However, what did this have to do with whether Xiaoqi could accompany him to the human world? Xiaoqi couldn't possibly master the ability to transform. The connection to transformation should relate to how soul beasts in the original Douro novel could choose to transform into humans after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation and begin to cultivate anew. From Chen Hu's limited memories, he understood that soul beasts could transform into human form to restart their cultivation. Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu, was a 100,000-year soul beast that transformed and began to cultivate again. A 100,000-year soul beast chooses to transform into a human partly because it is too difficult for soul beasts to become gods. Only by cultivating as a human can they hope for a chance at divinity. Additionally, it is also to avoid the heavenly tribulation that occurs every 100,000 years. Once a soul beast reaches 100,000 years, every 10,000 years of increased cultivation would experience a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Only by surviving the tribulation can they cultivate again. Failing to do so means death. To avoid the tribulation, some soul beasts over 100,000 years old choose to transform. Of course, there are also those 100,000-year soul beasts who are curious about human society and choose to transform for that reason. Chen Hu didn't understand the meaning behind the old spirit sage monkey's words. Shaoqi was merely a 1,000-year soul beast, far from achieving the cultivation necessary for transformation. Do you know what the innate skill of the spirit sage monkey clan is? The old spirit sage monkey asked, seemingly changing the subject. Chen Hu awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Isn't the spirit sage monkey without an innate skill?" The old spirit sage monkey said, "Just because the spirit sage monkey doesn't have a combat-type innate skill doesn't mean there are no innate skills. Generally, adult spirit sage monkeys awaken the innate skill clarity. In a state of clarity, the spirit sage monkey's mind becomes clearer, allowing them to learn things faster. Additionally, the spirit sage monkey clan carries a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the battle sage monkey. Once awakened, clan members gain new innate skills. Currently, among the spirit sage monkey clan, apart from me, only Shaoqi has awakened the bloodline of the battle sage monkey. The battle sage monkey, a legendary divine beast that fought against heaven and earth, was undoubtedly the king among ape-like soul beasts. It was said that the entire battle sage monkey clan disappeared in ancient times, yet the spirit sage monkey clan actually carries this bloodline. Chen Hu had only seen the legend of the battle sage monkey in a miscellaneous book. He always thought it was just a fictional race made up by the author, and that such a soul beast had never existed in history. A hint of pride appeared in the old spirit sage monkey's deep eyes as he said, "That's right. Although the bloodline of our descendants has become thinner over the millennia, only Shaoqi and I have awakened the bloodline. But there's indeed the bloodline of battle flowing in our veins. After awakening the bloodline of the battle sage monkey, the ability I gained is the Eye of Truth, which allows me to see many things that ordinary people cannot. The reason I am willing to entrust Shaoqi to you is that I see something special in you. So, what allows Shaoqi to go with me to the human world is probably the ability awakened from her bloodline." Chen Hu inferred. "Exactly. The innate skill that Shaoqi possesses is transformation." The old spirit sage monkey nodded and said, "Unlike the ordinary transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast, the innate skill Shaoqi awakened allows her to truly become human. Even the most powerful title de law would not detect any differences. She will possess a martial soul and soul power, able to cultivate just like a normal soul master, qualifying for the chance to become a god. This is also why I want Shaoqi to accompany you to the human world. After all, no matter how much a soul beast cultivates, it can never become a god in one lifetime, whereas as a human, there is an opportunity to attain divinity." After staying in the Douro forest for tens of thousands of years, the old spirit sage monkey had felt the immense pressure from the continent more than once. The aura of humans becoming gods. In some respects, humans truly have a unique advantage. If given the chance to become human, what does it matter if one has to give up their cultivation? Chen Hu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I have no objections. I will definitely raise Shaoqi as if she were my own child." Upon hearing this, both the old spirit sage monkey and Shaoqi looked at him with unusual expressions. Shaoqi said strangely, "Brother Chen, who told you that our spirit sage monkey clan's transformation skill is like the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast into a newborn baby? The information in my bloodline tells me that after I transform, my age will also convert to that of a human. I am now over 900 years old, which means I will be about 15 years old after transforming into a human. At that time, you will have to call me Big Brother." Cough, cough, cough. Chen Hu hurriedly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Subjective awareness can be deadly. "I consider you a brother, and you actually want to be my father?" Seeing Chen Hu's awkward expression, the old spirit sage monkey couldn't help but laugh and explained, "Shaoqi's transformation skill is indeed different from the ordinary transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Not only the age, but also the cultivation will convert into the soul power of a human soul master during transformation. Based on Shaoqi's current cultivation, she should be about on par with you after transforming, fluctuating between level 35 to 40, while Shaoqi's soul beast body will remain as a martial soul accompanying her. What a magical skill! What about Shaoqi's soul rings and soul skills?" Chen Hu asked curiously. If Shaoqi directly became a level 30-something soul master, the issue of soul rings would be the biggest bug, She couldn't possibly generate soul rings and soul skills out of thin air. Shaoqi said, "Soul rings and soul skills are condensed from my own body. The lifespan of the soul rings is determined by the limits my body can withstand. And the skills granted by the soul rings will also be randomly generated based on the power I control." Chen Hu was astonished. "So you might be able to condense 3,000-year soul rings?" Shaoqi replied, "If everything goes normally, indeed, then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to see you become human. By the way, when you transform, you won't suddenly turn into a girl, will you?" Chen Hu asked with curiosity. Shaoqi's face darkened as she said irritably, "Transformation is not the same as shape-shifting. How could it possibly change gender? However, transformation is extremely important for soul beasts. I must adjust my state to the best level. My bloodline has just awakened, and I have not yet fully adapted to the changes in my body due to my bloodline power, so there is no rush for transformation." "All right." Chen Hu nodded with some regret, looking at the old spirit sage monkey, and said, "The second request is also fine. So what is the third request, Grandpa Ho?" The old spirit sage monkey smiled and said, "The third request is the same as the third gift. I cannot tell you now. I will give you 10 years. If you can raise your soul power to level 70 within 10 years, then I will entrust the third request to you. In 10 years, reaching level 70. Although Chen Hu is now already at level 33 as a soul master, it is uncertain how long it will take to cultivate to level 70. It is important to know that the higher the soul power, the more difficult it becomes to advance one level, even with the help of the yin-yang twin flowers. Chen Hu is unsure if he can reach level 70 in 10 years. After all, even 10 years from now, he will only be 23 years old. A 23-year-old soul sage is almost unheard of on the continent, even among the Shrek's 7 monsters in the original story. Chen Hu is unsure if they achieved soul sage status before the age of 23. The higher the demands of the old spirit monkey, the more difficult this final request becomes. Chen Hu displayed a serious expression and said, "I remember, Grandpa Ho. I will definitely reach level 70 in soul power within 10 years. Having forgotten most of the later plot of Douro Continent, Chen Hu cannot clearly recall when the changes on the continent will occur, but it certainly won't be long. If he cannot become a soul sage in 10 years, it will be difficult to protect what he wants to protect in the future. The agreement with the old spirit monkey is not only a promise to him, but also a requirement Chen Hu sets for himself. All right, I'm tired too. You can go. Whenever you need the fountain of youth, feel free to come find me." The old spirit monkey waved his hand, starting to send him off. After bidding farewell to the old spirit monkey with Shaoqi, Chen Hu returned to his residence to digest the information he received that day. For any soul master, the secrets Chen Hu encountered today would be hard to calm down from. The diamond soul bone, the prajna soul skill, the fountain of youth, the immortal peach, the battle saint monkey, transformation. A series of information struck Chen Hu's heart. After a while, he finally calmed down, beginning to meditate while sorting through his gains. Undoubtedly, the diamond soul bone is his biggest gain today. With the enhancement of the diamond soul bone, not only will his shortcomings be further compensated, but the power of his sword technique will also see a tremendous increase with the added strength of his arms. With the help of the Twilight Blade and the Diamond Soul Bone, Chen Hu finally has the means and strength to confront Dai Mubai. Secondly, the Fountain of Youth is the second biggest gain. Although he has already drunk from the Fountain of Youth, his friends have not. For his companions, who are not considered top-tier talents, the Fountain of Youth could potentially change their destinies forever. The Shrek 7 monsters followed Tang San to become deities. Surely his companions shouldn't even be unable to become titled Douro. Moreover, the lifespan extending effects of the Fountain of Youth would definitely be beneficial for his parents.